My grandfather was the King of Wei in the Great Xia Dynasty. He was extremely powerful and could control the princes by holding the emperor hostage. He entered the palace wearing a sword and shoes, did not bow when entering the court, and did not use his name when praising or bowing. Even the young Emperor Xia trembled with fear when he saw him. On the day I was born, he personally dug out the supreme bone of the Crown Prince of Daxia and embedded it into my body. My grandmother is the founder of the Langya Chamber of Commerce, the largest chamber of commerce in Beihai. She is rich enough to rival a country, and a single word from her can make the world's wealth surge. When I was 3 years old, someone won a priceless treasure, Hongmeng purple qi, at the auction of the Langya Chamber of Commerce. When my grandmother found out, she thought the item should belong to me, so she chased the person who held the item thousands of miles away, and forced him into a restricted area, where he died. My father, known as the Soldier Slayer, dominated the border areas. During the Great War in the East China Sea, he slaughtered 400,000 Japanese monsters in one night. His notoriety was so great that he can still stop children from crying at night. My mother is the current Holy Lord of Beiming Holy Land, one of the 10 Holy Lands. She is known as the greatest genius in swordsmanship in the Tsengyuan realm in the past 3,000 years. She is extremely talented and invincible. When I was 5 years old, in order to let me embark on the road to invincibility, my parents even let a peerless demon fairy in the tribulation period enter the forbidden area, risking his life in exchange for the legendary purifying green lotus. It was because when I was born, my parents were imprisoned in a restricted area, and a mysterious curse power invaded my body, making it impossible for me to practice. Therefore, even though I come from a family of immortal cultivators, I can only become an idle and dissolute young man. My parents doted on me in every possible way, making up for what they owed me. However, this doting did not bring me real strength, but instead made me deeply confused. When I was 15, I fell in love with an inner disciple of Beiming Holy Land and wanted to become his partner. Unfortunately, he was already engaged. I actually insisted on my own way and forced her to break off the engagement, and even ordered my men to shatter her by Yueguang's dantian, causing that genius to be reduced from an inner sect disciple to a lowly herbal farmer. After 3 years of humiliation, she lived a life worse than death. Now, standing from the perspective of this body, flipping through the memories of my previous life, I can only feel my heart pounding. Those people persecuted by my predecessor. Based on my many years of reading online articles, all of them are the children of destiny. They will surely rise, and their revenge will probably be enough to bring disaster to my family. After thinking it over again and again, I made the most sensible decision: run away. But at this moment, I awakened the supreme investment system. Not only did it allow me to practice, but as long as I invested in the geniuses around me and bound myself to them, I could obtain their practice results. I turned my head and looked at the little bird on my shoulder. A beam of golden transparent light suddenly appeared in front of me. Name: Wang Fugui. Age 8, childhood. Race: Golden Wing Peng. Realm: Middle Jin Dan. Qualification: Divine. Origin loss, bloodline not awakened. Features: Dragon Eater has a strong bloodline suppression on ordinary dragons. Devouring dragons or elixirs and treasures containing dragon energy helps nourish the origin. After the bloodline awakens, the training speed and combat effectiveness will increase by more than 10 times. Investment evaluation: huge potential, suitable for investment. Although I cannot practice cultivation, I am a top-level 3rd-generation immortal after all, so I still have some common sense. In the world of cultivation, spiritual root qualifications are divided into inferior, medium, superior, top, divine, and immortal grades. These qualifications correspond to the potentials of the 6 realms: Qi training, foundation building, golden elixir, nascent soul, spirit transformation, and tribulation transcendence. This eagle's egg was taken out by my mother from the ancient forbidden area of the southern region. But it was born with defects, and was almost dead when it was found. After 10 years of careful nurturing, it was barely hatched. With its origin damaged, its potential was naturally not as good as before. Characteristic: dragon eating? In other words, investing in it with tonic containing dragon essence will be of the greatest help to it. I stared at the attribute column of my pet eagle and fell into deep thought. The ring on my index finger suddenly sparkled, and 12 golden beads appeared before me. Beihai Dragon Ball. This is a treasure from the true dragon clan, condensed from the essence of the whole body, containing the essence of the dragon clan throughout their lives, and is extremely precious. Whether it is used for alchemy, refining, or directly refining, it is a top-grade material and extremely nourishing. The 12 in front of him were from the pure-blooded dragon race at the peak of the nascent soul stage. It was no exaggeration to say that they were priceless. What? How could such a precious treasure end up in the hands of a child like me? The reason is very simple. I am the only bloodline of the Wang family for 3 generations, carrying an unsolvable curse. The elders all felt that they owed me something, so starting from my full-month banquet, every year I would have a big birthday party. At each banquet, the guests would give me generous gifts. What? These treasures are useless to me, is it a waste? It doesn't matter. As long as I like it, even if I have to kick the Beihai Dragon Ball as a ball, the elders will be happy. Moreover, the Wang family has been a tough guy since my grandfather's generation. Even if there are not many guests at the family dinner, but the Wang family didn't invite you, would you dare not give gifts or congratulate them? Maybe the Wang family can't remember other people's gifts, but what if they remember that you didn't give them? That would be a disaster. How could fate not change? No one dares to gamble their life on this. Therefore, over the past decade or so, I have been very generous in receiving gifts from the Wang family. With these birthday gifts that were not temporarily kept by the elders, my predecessor accumulated a rich fortune. It is no exaggeration to say that many Earth immortals in the tribulation period may not dare to guarantee that their family assets are richer than mine. Come on, open your mouth. I took out a dragon ball. The little golden bird's eyes were wide open, full of desire. Chirp, chirp, it jumped up and down with its eyes full of desire. I didn't want to keep it in suspense and directly shot a Beihai dragon pearl into the little bird's mouth. Boom! As the dragon ball entered its stomach, the little bird's feathers instantly burst into golden light, and its body leaped up, showing its true power in the air. The sharp cry spread over thousands of miles, causing the waves to surge. Many sea fish instantly lost consciousness and rolled over with the current. The golden light became more and more dazzling, shining like a golden sun, dazzling and eye-catching. Congratulations on your successful investment in the mythical beast Wang Fugui. You have successfully invested in Wang Fugui 1 Beihai Dragon Ball, and the investment progress has reached 10%. You will receive a 10% return on all subsequent cultivation results of Wang Fugui. Congratulations on receiving the return of your cultivation results from Wang Fugui. Please keep up the good work. As the system prompted, the empty space in my dantian gradually filled with milky white spiritual energy, flowing rapidly. At the same time, an unprecedented feeling of comfort surged through my body, and I couldn't help but let out a moan. Well done, Wang Fugui! I smiled and threw the 9 Beihai Dragon Balls into the air. Swoosh! A golden light flashed, and all 9 Dragon Balls were swallowed by the golden bird. Its wings became brighter and brighter, and they seemed to be burning in the sun. The powerful pressure swept in all directions, causing a storm. The middle stage of the golden core. The late stage of the golden core. The peak of the golden core. The early stage of the nascent soul. Congratulations, you have successfully invested 1 Beihai Dragon Ball in Wang Fugui, and the investment progress has reached 20%. You will receive 20% of the income of all subsequent cultivation results of Wang Fugui. Congratulations, you have successfully invested in Wang Fugui's 1 Beihai Dragon Ball, and the investment progress has reached 30%. You will receive a 30% return on all of Wang Fugui's subsequent cultivation results. Congratulations, you have successfully invested in Wang Fugui 1 Beihai Dragon Ball, and the investment progress has reached 100%. You will receive 100% return on all subsequent cultivation results of Wang Fugui. Congratulations on completing your absolute investment in Wang Fugui. Please keep up the good work and create more brilliance. I smiled proudly. Sure enough, Krypton Gold is the king. Wait. Suddenly my smile froze. Something was wrong. I realized something was wrong. System, I invested a full 10 Beihai Dragon Pearls, and the investment progress has reached 100%. Shouldn't I get exactly the same cultivation results as it is returned? Yes. A voice came from my ear. My face darkened. Then explain to me why it broke through from the middle stage of Jin Dan to the early stage of Yuanying, while my spiritual energy is only at the level of the 7th stage of Qi refining? Evil creature! You wouldn't take the kickbacks from the portion that should have belonged to me. The system doesn't have it. The system won't. The system is not that kind of system. Please don't slander the system's innocence out of thin air. Listening to the system's series of denials, the corners of my mouth twitched slightly. Then explain to me why my dividends. Where did they go? Host, please do not misunderstand. There is no problem with the system's profit return process. All returned spiritual energy and mana will be purified by the system and converted into the purest original spiritual power to be fed back to the host. During the purification process, the spiritual energy and mana will experience extreme compression, and the quality will be greatly improved, so the quantity will be reduced. However, the quality of the spiritual energy is purer than the mana of the earthly immortals in the tribulation period. I see. The spiritual energy and mana gained from practicing different races, physiques, and techniques cannot be directly fed back to me. Otherwise, once a conflict occurs, I may be blown to pieces at any time. Moreover, even though I am only at the 7th level of Qi refining, the spiritual power in my body is more refined than the magic power of a tribulation-crossing earth immortal. This means that unless I actively reveal my cultivation, even a tribulation-crossing earth immortal will not be able to see through my true and false cultivation. If a fight really breaks out, with this pure spiritual power, cultivators of the same level will not be my match at all. Fighting 1 against 100 or 1,000 is like killing chickens and dogs. Even if I were to fight a foundation establishment cultivator of a higher level, I would be able to crush him with ease, and it wouldn't be much more difficult than killing a chicken. This is the treatment of a cheater. Just as I was carefully sensing the changes in my body, the golden-winged rock in the sky changed again. Its eyes burst into brilliant holy light, and a magnificent image of a sky rock hundreds of feet high condensed behind it. Congratulations to the host. Your investor Wang Fugui swallowed the dragon ball and successfully refined the essence in it, awakening his bloodline and improving his aptitude immortal grade. Congratulations on obtaining the bloodline of the Golden Winged Dupping, which has been perfectly integrated into your own bloodline. Congratulations on improving your speed, strength, and other aspects of your quality. Congratulations on obtaining the Golden Winged Dupping clan's inherited skill Tianping breathing method. Congratulations on obtaining the Golden Winged Dupping clan's inherited skill Golden Light after image escape. Congratulations on obtaining the Golden Winged Dupping clan's inherited skill Tianping fighting dragon technique. Congratulations, your breathing skills have improved. Congratulations, your body movements and escape skills have improved. Congratulations, your hand-to-hand combat skills have improved. Congratulations, your affinity with spiritual energy has improved. Congratulations, your comprehension has improved. Congratulations, your cultivation speed has improved. Awesome! My eyes sparkled and I roared to the sky, feeling refreshed and an inexplicable excitement welling up in my heart. Sure enough, in this world of immortal cultivation where destined protagonists are everywhere and peerless geniuses can be found everywhere, only solid practice can make you a supporting role, and cheating is the way to go. But despite this, I was not complacent or lazy at all. After all, the sword of destiny was still hanging over my head and could fall at any time. The growth rate of those children of luck, who knows when they will break through? If I am not careful, the child of destiny will come to kill me. How dare I gamble? I can't afford it. Thinking of this, the joy that surged in my heart just now was quickly suppressed. Spend money. Invest. I want to become stronger as quickly as possible. Not enough. I looked at the golden-winged rock struggling to soar in the sky and muttered to myself. It's far from enough to rely on Wang Fugui to lead the flight. We need to find more people to invest. But who will invest? I stroked my chin and thought. There aren't many suitable targets for investment. Oh, right. How could I forget about him? At present, the most suitable target for investment should be Lin Yen, who was robbed of his Taoist partner by his predecessor and then demoted to a menial disciple. After all, the opening template is so classic, a perfect protagonist. However, given the grudges between him and me now, it's probably difficult for him to accept my goodwill. I sighed helplessly. Forget it, never mind, let's give it a try. Even if the investment cannot be completed, we must try our best to eliminate the other party's hostility. At this time, the best way is to be kind to others and resolve the cause and effect as much as possible. Otherwise, once all the destiny protagonists come together, even if I have the protection of the system, I may not be able to withstand it. According to the memory of my previous life, Lin Yen should be in the outer area now. I thought for a moment and set off quickly. Beihai Holy Land, one of the 3 holy places in the Northern Territory, governs billions of miles of sea area and is divided into the core area, inner area, outer area and marginal area. The core area, with its 36 fairy islands, has the densest spiritual energy and is where the high-level people of the Holy Land practice and live. I also live here. The inner area has hundreds of islands, which are the places where inner disciples live and practice on a daily basis. There are thousands of islands in the outer area, and spiritual medicines and minerals are mainly mined by outer disciples and registered disciples. As for the outermost marginal areas, they are no longer under the direct jurisdiction of the sect, but are territories managed by the Holy Land. The marginal area has tens of thousands of islands with a large population, and even a situation where multiple countries compete for hegemony. These islands are all subject to the North Sea Holy Land and pay taxes to the Holy Land. The talented children on the islands are proud to become disciples of the Holy Land. Lin Yen was originally the son of a noble on an island in the fringe area. He did not enter the inner area until he became an inner sect disciple. Later, he offended his predecessor, was stripped of his cultivation, and was demoted to the medicine island in the outer area, where he became a herbal farmer. At this moment, on the outer area of Beihai Island, Waste! The steward, who was fat and big-eared, holding a magic whip, stood on the high platform and said arrogantly, "Today, the watering and fertilizing of these 50 acres of spiritual medicine will be handed over to you. Remember, the crystal will monitor the whole process. If you dare to be lazy, I will let you know what cruelty is." In the medicinal field, the boy, wearing a ragged sweatshirt and carrying a dung bucket, silently watered the medicinal field under the scorching sun. His arms, calves, and exposed skin were covered with scars from whipping, which was shocking. "Assholes!" the boy cursed in a low voice. "One day, I will kill all of you!" At the moment when his anger was boiling, the ancient ring on his right index finger trembled slightly, and pure spiritual energy poured into his body like a spring. "Yenna!" A kind old man's voice came from his mind. "Don't let hatred affect your Tao heart. You have already awakened your holy body and have a promising future. As long as you grow up, what does the Wang family mean to you? Now, the most important thing for you is to practice with peace of mind and build your foundation as soon as possible. Only when you break through to the foundation building stage will you have a chance to escape from Beihai Island, walk out of the territory of Beihai Holy Land, and move towards a wider world." Lin Yen closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, the hatred in his eyes had completely subsided. "Teacher, don't worry, I understand." "Ha!" A sneer appeared on Lin Yan's lips. Wang Mu, you could never have imagined in your dreams that I would actually meet a teacher. Thanks to the teacher's help and guidance, I not only successfully healed the injury to my dantian, but also awakened the holy body and rebuilt the 9th level of qi cultivation in just 2 months. I'm really looking forward to it. If you saw me now, guess what expression you would have? Hee hee! He sneered in a low voice, with a hint of extreme excitement in his eyes. At this moment, the originally sunny medicinal field suddenly dimmed, and the sharp cry of the rock pierced the clouds and cracked the rocks, shaking the heaven and earth. Lin Yen subconsciously looked up and saw the huge golden-winged rock soaring over Beihai Island, and standing on the rock's back was the young man in white. The man on the street is as beautiful as jade, and the young man is unparalleled in the world. The young man's extraordinary demeanor is like a banished immortal, enough to make countless women fall in love with him and make countless men feel inferior to him. However, when Lin Yen saw that scene, he clenched his teeth, his eyes flushed, and his anger and hatred almost overflowed. It's him! It's him! He stole my yenna 3 years ago, ruined my cultivation, and demoted me from an inner disciple of the Holy Land to a herbal farmer. His anger almost burst out of his heart, but he knew very well that he could not compete with the destined protagonist in front of him. He suppressed his anger, forced a smile, and followed the steward to kneel down towards the place where the golden-winged rock landed. "Welcome the Holy Sun!" At this moment, the golden-winged rock quickly shrank and carried Wang Mu steadily to the ground. And I finally saw clearly the typical template of the protagonist in front of me, wearing a worn-out sweatshirt, dark skin, and covered with scars. It was simply a tragedy on Earth. However, when the system page appeared, I realized this guy is indeed the destined protagonist. Not only is he extremely talented, but he also has a buy one get one free grandfather. Name: Lin Yen. Age 18. Race: human. Realm: ninth heaven of Qi refining. Qualification: Great Emperor. Characteristics: Emperor Flame, holy body possessing the ability to devour the essence of demonic fire, spiritual fire, and immortal fire in the world, thereby improving one's own cultivation and qualifications. However, if one's Tao heart is not strong, one will face great risks when devouring the essence of fire, and may even be in danger of self-immolation. Investment evaluation: huge potential, worthy of attention and investment. Name: Dan Xian. Age: 3241. Race: human, remnant soul. Realm: none, was a 3 tribulation earthly immortal in his lifetime. Talent: medicine spirit body possessing strong control, can achieve twice the result with half the effort in medicine refining. Investment evaluation: a timely help, suitable for investment. I'm so lucky, I almost missed it. I sighed in my heart. I didn't expect this guy to have quietly cultivated to the 9th level of Qi refining, and there was an old man hiding behind him to give him advice. If it was a little later, he might have really broken through and successfully escaped from Beyond Island, and made a name for himself like a wild horse. Look at the system's evaluation of him, the potential to be an emperor. This is interesting. The Great Emperor is an invincible existence who has survived 36 thunder tribulations and achieved the ultimate realm of earthly immortals. He is invincible in the world. Even if the immortals from heaven come, ordinary immortals or even true immortals can only bow their heads and admit defeat in front of the Great Emperor. Lin Yen is indeed the son of destiny. He is born with such talent. If he really escapes, he might be able to become a force that overwhelms me within a few years and become the most deadly threat to my family. I took a deep breath, forced a smile, and tried to appear friendly. However, in Lin Yan's eyes, this smile seemed to come from the devil, full of insidiousness and cunningness. This beast, his smile is so sinister, he must be planning something again. Not only did he take away my yener and ruin my cultivation, but now he refuses to let me go. Lin Yan's heart was filled with rage, and he wished he could tear me into pieces immediately. Holy Sun! At this time, the fat steward next to him came over with a smile on his face. Holy Sun, according to your instructions, I have been treating this loser well for the past 3 years. Are you satisfied? Do you want to try harder? I promise you won't be disappointed. Seeing him like this, I almost laughed out loud. You're doing more harm than good. This stupid teammate said something that seemed to solve the problem, but it only made me hate him more. It was really maddening. Lin Yen was still kneeling on the ground, his eyes filled with unconcealable hatred that seemed ready to explode at any moment. I felt a chill all over my body, as if I was enveloped by an invisible murderous aura. You can go now, I said coldly to the fat steward. The steward was stunned for a moment, and when he saw my cold eyes, he shuddered instantly and quickly agreed. Yes, 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 I obey your command. Only after he rolled out of sight did the surroundings return to peace. I then looked at Lin Yen with a smile on my face. Brother Lin, if I tell you that I stole your Taoist partner and destroyed your cultivation 3 years ago, it was actually for your own good, would you believe it? Evil beast! Lin Yen was so angry that he could hardly believe what he heard. Should he laugh or cry? What did you say? You said it was for my own good? Do you believe that? Lin Yan's heart almost exploded. Unfortunately, the situation forced me to do so. If I hadn't been patient, I'm afraid you would have broken up with me long ago. But when he raised his head and looked at the golden little bird on my shoulder, the anger and murderous intent in his heart quickly disappeared. At this moment, he could only suppress his inner anger and silently swallow all the humiliation. I believe it! Lin Yen forced a smile with difficulty. No, you don't believe it! I sighed and continued. I can feel that you have accumulated endless resentment in your heart. Don't worry, I don't blame you. Lin Yen was speechless. This is really shameless. And you don't blame me? I'm really thankful. Brother Lin. I stared at him, still smiling, and patted his shoulder. Do you know that you are a rare genius in cultivating immortals? To be honest, I only learned about this from my teacher 2 months ago. You hadn't awakened the Emperor Flame's sacred body 3 years ago, but you were destined to have this physique. This physique can devour all the flames in the world and enhance cultivation, but it is extremely dangerous when devouring, and requires a strong heart of Tao to control it. However, 3 years ago, you were young and energetic, but you had not experienced too many setbacks, so your heart of Tao naturally had not been tempered. And your Taoist partner is only afraid of chaos in the world, shameless, and delusional about pleasure. She not only affects you, but also makes you unable to control your physical condition. So, my actions are actually for your consideration, Brother Lin, you will understand. Seeing my heartbroken expression, Lin Yan's heart was shaken. Teacher, is what he said true? Dan Xian's voice rang out in his mind. The Emperor Flame's saint body is indeed very dangerous. The stronger the flame it consumes, the higher the requirements for the Tao heart. You have suffered humiliation and endured humiliation over the years, and you have indeed made some progress in your Tao heart. But is it necessary to do this in order to hone one's Tao heart? However, young people always seem to have their own ideas. Lin Yan's expression changed for a while, and he was silent for a long time. Finally, he said, Holy Son, if possible, I would rather not awaken this so-called holy body than lose the one I once loved. Besides, he stared at me suspiciously. How did you know that I would awaken the Emperor Flame body? I was stunned, my mind racing. In the face of pressure, I seemed to be no match for Einstein. After a long while, I smiled helplessly. Brother Lin, since you already know, I will not hide it from you anymore. The world we live in will soon face a catastrophe. Lin Yen looked at me with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Holy Son, isn't this too alarmist? I shook my head and said in a steady voice, I am not exaggerating, but God has given me a warning. I paused, then slowly said, Brother Lin may have heard that I was born in the forbidden area. When I was born, the cursed power of the forbidden area tightly wrapped around me, making it impossible for me to practice. However, the power of this curse is not only binding. My eyes flickered. It also gives me a special ability to foresee the future. In the past 18 years, I have often seen a glimpse of the future in my dreams. In my dreams, I saw a devastating disaster coming, and the Tsungyuan realm almost fell into the abyss. Those aristocratic families and holy places that have stood for thousands of years have been destroyed one after another. Countless strong men rushed to the battlefield, but they were wiped out like ants by the enemy and turned into a bloody rain. I saw the 5 regions plunged into war, the people wailing, corpses strewn across the battlefield, and almost the entire army was annihilated. Only a few peerless emperors were struggling to hold on. And you, Lin Yen, are the hero among them. In the future, you will ignite the last hope of the human race with blood and fire on the dark battlefield. You will become the Emperor of Flame. Lin Yen had a puzzled look on his face. Me? Emperor Yen? Is this true? My words contained too many earth-shattering facts. Lin Yen stood there in a daze, almost unable to react. Brother Lin, don't you believe it? I sighed softly. The future I see is already destined. Emperor Yen will use his own life to ignite the fire of humanity, dragging several powerful enemies to their deaths. The sky will weep blood, and the heavens and the earth will wail. Before he died, he sighed deeply. If he had not been obsessed with tenderness and trapped by love in his youth, wasting his precious years, he would have been able to make further progress in the final battle. In that case, his parents, comrades, and brothers would not have fallen in front of him one by one. Lin Yan's expression was dazed, and familiar figures appeared in his mind unconsciously. If it is really as I said, watching relatives and brothers fall one by one, and being unable to save them, wouldn't it be 100 times more painful than losing your cultivation and having your Taoist partner taken away? So, Holy Son, Lin Yan's voice trembled unconsciously. You destroyed my cultivation and snatched my Taoist partner. Is it really for my own good? I nodded heavily. Yes. 3 years ago, although you were gifted and broke through the foundation building stage at the age of 15, your foundation was weak, your heart was shaken, and your realm was like a rootless duckweed. Your Taoist partner may be charming at first, but he is vain, lazy, and never truly loves you. Brother Lin, you are responsible for the future of the Tsungyuan realm and the entire human race. Therefore, I cannot let you continue to indulge in illusory glory and empty love. For you, for the Tsungyuan realm, I will not hesitate to be a bad person, even if I have to bear a bad name, Even if I have to get close to a woman I hate, I will do it without hesitation. After I said this, my eyes were slightly wet, my brows were furrowed, and there was a bit of tragic heroism in my eyes. Lin Yen was stunned for a moment, as if he had not yet fully accepted all this. However, he was gradually moved by the truth in my words. Think about it, if what he said is true, then in the future I will become a hero of the human race and a peerless emperor. Isn't that glory unparalleled? Could it be? Lin Yen muttered to himself. He really is doing this for my own good? Seeing that Lin Yan's attitude had softened, I struck while the iron was hot and reached out my hand. A treasure box made of cold jade suddenly appeared in my hand. The temperature between heaven and earth dropped sharply, and even the surrounding elixirs were frozen and covered with a layer of frost. Brother Lin, there is a gift I prepared for you in this 1,000-year-old jade box, I whispered. Originally, this should have been given to you 3 years ago. Now I hand it to you to make up for my debt to you. Lin Yen was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously reached out to take the cold jade box and slowly opened it. I saw a sealed blue flame blooming in the box, and a cold air filled the air. See Spirit Flame! Lin Yan's eyes flashed with shock. This is the Spirit Flame ranked 36th on the Spirit Flame ranking. Dan Xian's voice rang out in his mind. This is a spiritual fire that ranks at the top of the spiritual fire list. It is powerful and is of great help to those in the nascent soul and spiritual transformation stages. Moreover, the sea spiritual flame is docile in nature, and the risk of swallowing it is much smaller, which is very suitable for you. Lin Yan's eyes became deep, and he finally realized that perhaps all this was destined. He couldn't help but start to doubt whether he really had a great mission, as the Holy Sun said. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Congratulations, you have successfully invested in Lin Yen times 1, and the investment progress has reached 30%. You will receive a 30% return on all of Lin Yan's subsequent cultivation results. As expected of the Son of Destiny, he is indeed unpredictable. The cost of this investment is staggeringly high. A strange fire ranked 36th on the spiritual fire list barely pushed the investment progress to 30%. This is not a treasure that can be obtained casually, and I don't even have a few of them. It seems that it will not be an easy task for me to maximize Lin Yan's investment progress. I sighed secretly and encouraged myself. Fortunately, I finally had a good start. I waved my hand and said with a smile, Brother Lin, you are a child of destiny, you deserve this. After a pause, I suggested, Brother Lin, now is a good time to revive your Tao heart and concentrate on cultivation. You don't need to worry about the herbal farmers anymore. Why don't you follow me back to Changxing Island? There is abundant spiritual energy and rich resources there, which will allow Brother Lin to realize his ambitions. As soon as he finished speaking, a hint of excitement flashed across Lin Yan's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. I am grateful for the kindness of the Holy Sun. However, I have lived on the island for 3 years. If I want to leave, I should say goodbye to my friends. Lin Yan's words were gentle, but there was also a firmness that could not be refused. I saw through his mind at a glance. This was clearly an excuse, and it was clear that he didn't fully trust me. But I didn't expose him. Since I decided to be a good person, I couldn't let my image collapse, otherwise my investment would really go down the drain. In that case, then let's follow Brother Lin's arrangements. I nodded and said, I'll have someone notify Brother Lin. When everything is ready, someone will come to pick you up. After saying that, I didn't stay for long. I turned around, rode on the golden-winged roc, and flew away. Lin Yen watched me and the eagle bird walk away, but his heart was full of doubts. Teacher, is this person reliable? It's hard to say. Dan Xian pondered for a moment. This boy's behavior is strange, even I can't see through his true heart. Lin Yen frowned. Then how should I respond to his invitation? Dan Xian frowned and thought for a while before saying, There must be something fishy going on. On the surface, he seems to have good intentions towards you, but remember to be on guard. You may still have a chance to escape in the outer reaches of this sea area, but once you enter the core area, I'm afraid there will be no room for maneuver. In my opinion, it's better to leave the North Sea as soon as possible. This has always been the territory of the Wang family. If he has evil intentions, you'll be in trouble. Lin Yen nodded and said, That's right. The most important thing right now is to improve our cultivation, refine the sea spirit flame, and build our foundation as soon as possible. Then consider leaving, Dan Xian said with some concern. Before refining, I still have to check it for you to prevent him from doing anything secretly. Thank you, teacher, Lin Yen said gratefully. Back at Chongqing Island, I soaked in the hot springs comfortably, with several maids serving me gently. I closed my eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, Lin Yan's situation is temporarily stable. I will send him some rare treasures from time to time, and he will be moved by me. Even if it's an iceberg, I can melt it, I thought firmly. Just like that, I fell asleep in the hot spring unknowingly. After an unknown amount of time, a system notification sounded in my ears. Congratulations, you have received a reward for Lin Yan's cultivation results. You have received 1 sea spirit flame, remaining. You have received the Sun Emperor scripture, remaining. I suddenly opened my eyes, my breath was agitated, water splashed everywhere, and the maids were frightened and quickly stepped back. I looked down and said excitedly, I've made a breakthrough and reached the 8th level of Qi training. What was even more surprising was that when I looked inside myself, I saw a ball of blue flame quietly floating in my dantian. It was exactly the same as the sea spirit flame I had sent out before, except that this flame seemed to be a little smaller. I looked up in the direction of Bian Island, and I had some insights in my heart. It seems that Lin Yen has successfully refined the sea spirit flame and successfully established his foundation. As expected, he is the son of destiny. In a short period of time, he refined the sea spirit flame and successfully established his foundation, which brought me feedback. At the same time, an extremely exquisite martial art appeared in his mind, the Sun Emperor Sutra. This is the peerless skill that Dan Xian taught to Lin Yen. It can devour powerful flames, continuously improve cultivation, and eventually even reach the realm of the Great Emperor. Its potential is truly immeasurable. It's a pity that this technique is still incomplete. I couldn't help but sigh. If it were complete, even if I didn't practice it myself, I could use it to invest in other geniuses. It would be an excellent bargaining chip. But at present, since my investment progress in Lin Yen has only reached 30%, even for these valuable resources, only a part of them can be fed back and cannot be synchronized with Lin Yen. However, the feeling of getting stronger while lying down is indeed pleasant. After soaking in the hot spring for a while, I stood up from the water. The maids quickly put on my clothes and prepared for me to rest. At this moment, an anxious voice came. I am not doing my job well. Please punish me, Holy Sun! I frowned and followed the sound, and saw the fat manager kneeling on the ground, his face full of fear, and slapping himself repeatedly. I walked over, frowned and asked, What happened? Holy Sun! Lin Yen, he escaped. What? I raised my eyebrows and asked. When did it happen? Just now. I sensed the fluctuation of the barrier and rushed over to check, but it was too late. The fat steward had a sad face and lay down again with his forehead on the ground. He was shaking all over and sweat was pouring down like rain. He knew what it meant to let the person the Holy Sun wanted escape. But to his surprise, I did not get angry as he expected, but said calmly, Forget it, since he left, let him go. Hunt him down? Are you kidding? How could someone with great luck be hunted down so easily? On the contrary, hunting him down might bring unnecessary troubles, or even turn a disaster into a blessing for the other party, giving him more opportunities. What's more, I have already sent out the sea spirit flame and accumulated some friendship points. If I continue to hunt him down, wouldn't it expose my evil intentions and arouse Lin Yan's vigilance? We can't talk about the pursuit anymore. We have to find another way. I rubbed my head, frowning. Looking down at the fat steward who was still kneeling in front of me, I couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Any more bad news? No. No more. The fat steward shook his head hurriedly. Then why are you still here? The fat steward had a bitter face and could not answer. Son, you didn't let me leave. I pondered for a moment, casually threw out a high-quality spirit stone, and said calmly, You've worked hard over the years, take it. Do what you should do. The fat steward nervously took the spirit stone, his eyes full of confusion, and he didn't react at all. I added slowly, Remember, don't take anyone to hunt down Lin Yen in private again. If I find out, you know the consequences. The chill in his tone made the fat steward shudder, and he knelt down quickly. Yes, I will obey the orders of the Holy Sun. I nodded and waved. Go ahead. The fat steward staggered to his feet and hurriedly disappeared into the night. Until he left Chongqing Island, the fat steward looked back, and the warm spirit stone in his hand still made him feel unreal. What on earth had he been through? The Holy Sun actually let him off easily, without even saying a word of punishment, and instead rewarded him with a top-grade spirit stone. Is this really the most unruly dude in the Northern Territory who is rumored to be moody and murderous? On the island, my maids were all surprised when they saw this scene. They couldn't believe their eyes. Is this really the young master's style? If it were in the past, the fat steward would have been beaten to a pulp. What happened today? Just as they were wondering, the young master was stunned again. Congratulations, you have successfully invested one high-quality spirit stone in Zhang Wanquan, and the investment progress has reached 100%. You will receive 100% of Zhang Wanquan's subsequent cultivation effect income back. One high-quality spirit stone can complete the progress? Zhang Wanquan, it's really cheap. Wait a minute! Suddenly, my eyes lit up and a flash of inspiration flashed through my mind. No matter who I invest in, the spiritual power returned by the system has been extremely compressed and is purer than that of earthly immortals. In fact, the issue of quantity is more critical. So if I invest in 1,000 ordinary people, can it be equivalent to a lucky child? If 1,000 is not enough, what about 10,000? What about 100,000? This method seems to be feasible. After all, it is hard to find a child of luck, but in the world of immortal cultivation, people with ordinary qualifications are everywhere. This route might be worth a try. I took a deep breath and made a quick decision. Gather everyone on the island! The maids looked at each other, and one of them asked carefully. Everyone? Men too? I raised my eyebrows, my eyes slightly cold. What do you think? The maid lowered her head quickly. Yes. After a while, all the monks on the island gathered in front of my courtyard. There were men and women of all kinds, some raising birds, some playing the flute, some playing the piano, some dancing, and of course there were many guards. The depth of their cultivation varied, ranging from chi training to foundation building. The strongest one is Xia, the island's chief steward, who is at the early stage of the golden core. She looks about 18 years old, with a long flowing purple dress, long hair like a waterfall, skin as white as cream, and a mature and steady temperament. She is very capable and manages all the affairs on the island in an orderly manner. Name: Xia, race, human, age, early golden core stage, qualification, top grade, features, tempered by thousands of hammers, practice faster in pain, the more painful, the happier. Investment evaluation, per qualifications, do not recommend wasting resources. The top grade talent meant that she had the potential to become a nascent soul master. Such a person was enough to dominate a region and become a top-level existence in the outside world. Even in the Holy Land, it was enough to enter the inner gate. However, the system gave a disapproving evaluation. I felt a little confused and couldn't help but look at her twice. At this moment, Xia suddenly felt uneasy. Why did the young master suddenly look at her like this? There seemed to be some kind of disdain hidden in his eyes. Her heart tightened. What does the young master want to do? I thought for a moment and said calmly, Xia, thank you for your hard work. I'll give you a reward. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. In the past 10 years, she had never seen the young master reward anyone with anything except beatings and scolding. The young master is so attentive, there must be something wrong. Her mind involuntarily emerged with the incident of the young master occupying the inner sect female disciples some time ago, and her face changed slightly. Young master, I am not ready yet. Xia bit her lip and said with difficulty. I was stunned for a moment, thinking. I gave you the elixir, didn't I ask you to prepare something? Just take it, I said lightly. Xiao's heart was beating like thunder. Her cheeks flushed slightly. She lowered her head to take the pill, opened it, and took a look. A layer of mist immediately appeared in her eyes. Nirvana pill. This elixir is extremely valuable and can significantly improve your cultivation. Although the effect is excellent, the pain during refining is unbearable. As expected, the young master really understood her thoughts. She took the pill tremblingly, but her heart was filled with mixed feelings. I ignored Xia's feelings and ordered people to bring a few boxes of high-quality spirit stones and distribute them to all the other maids and guards, one each. Soon, the system prompt sound continued to sound. The investment progress was instantly accelerated, and everyone began to close their eyes and practice. Congratulations, you have received a reward for your cultivation effect from Xia. Congratulations, you have received a reward for your cultivation effect from Wang Dachui. Congratulations, you have received a reward for your cultivation effect from Chen Hu. As the reminder sounded, my cultivation level was quietly increasing. Although the progress was slow, it was very obvious. One night passed. I opened my eyes again, and the energy in my body had reached the 9th level of Qi training. The strategy of casting a wide net works. My eyes sparkled, and I had a clear conclusion in my heart. The returns from investing in ordinary people and investing in the Sun of Luck are worlds apart. Under ideal conditions, investing in a large number of ordinary people may bring the same return on cultivation as the Sun of Luck. However, investing in the Sun of Luck brings far more returns than just the improvement of cultivation. Just like the fragments of the Sun Emperor scripture that I got from Lin Yen, and the ability of Sea Spirit Flame that he controlled, these are all priceless treasures, and it is almost impossible to obtain them from ordinary people. What's more, how could there be so many ideal situations in the world of cultivating immortals? Ordinary people have average qualifications. In the treacherous world of cultivation, their chances of falling are extremely high, and their investment costs are easily sunk. In contrast, the children of luck can almost always grow all the way and bring in endless benefits. From a businessman's perspective, no one with any sense would choose to invest in ordinary people. Second-generation immortal who is in a difficult situation, surrounded by enemies, and may be hit by the swords of a group of sons of luck at any time. I don't pursue returns, nor do I care about cost performance. In fact, as long as I can grow in a short period of time, even if I lose some money, I am willing. How can those so-called returns be more important than life? Since I have decided to cast a wide net, I must carry it through to the end. I don't have to only invest in monks. I can kill mortals as well. As long as I invest in enough people, my growth rate may not be slower than those sons of luck. We are both cheating, so who is afraid of who? With endless determination flashing in my eyes, I stood up, waved my hand, and said, Xia, bring some people and come with me. Wisp! The golden-winged rock spread its wings against the wind. Its wings were like clouds, and it instantly lifted me up and flew away through the clouds. Xia reacted quickly, sending out a jade talisman and following closely behind. A moment later, a powerful aura rose from the surrounding islands and chased in the direction I left. In front of the courtyard, only the guards and maids who were rewarded looked at each other with complicated expressions. Young master, are you really leaving like this? You've been busy all night, are you really just rewarding us and watching us practice? Young master, he seems to have changed. Tianjua Island is a large island in the North Sea, with rich spiritual energy and abundant resources. Thousands of years ago, a family of immortal cultivators named Li settled down here, occupied the island and made it a country, calling it Liang, which became a vassal state of the Great Xia immortal kingdom. Since then, this island has attracted countless immortal cultivators, as well as tens of millions of mortals who have reproduced from generation to generation. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed throughout the sea. Golden light gushed out from the end of the horizon, endless pressure filled the entire sea, huge waves surged, and the sea water was crystal clear under the golden light. In the distance, a 9-headed golden lion glittering with golden light was walking on the sea, looking majestic and awe-inspiring, like a legendary beast guarding the celestial palace. On its back was a luxurious imperial carriage. Imperial carriage was covered with precious shoe brocade of black jade color and engraved with dense runes, exuding a mysterious and noble atmosphere. Despite the raging sea, the pearl curtain was as stable as a rock and was not affected at all. Obviously, this was also a priceless treasure. The imperial carriage, a young man was sitting lazily, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a noble temperament, and a spirited golden rock perched on his shoulder. Surrounding him were dozens of men and women, with a powerful aura, like the moon surrounded by stars. As the golden lion carriage approached, the feeling of oppression became more and more intense, and countless sea beasts were directly stunned by the invisible pressure. When the monks and mortals on the island saw this scene, their hearts beat faster. They all knelt down, trembling with fear, not daring to look up. What is that? Golden lion! A legendary ancient beast that can swallow an entire country in one bite. That's the young master of the Wang family's imperial carriage. I've seen it from afar once before. The young master of the Wang family is here. Everyone run! The entire island was suddenly in chaos. The streets were filled with panic. Everyone was running desperately, rushing towards the dock, with fear written all over their faces. Mom, why are we running? A little girl with pigtails who had just been pulled out of bed asked in a daze. As the mother ran, she cursed. Nonsense, the young master of the Wang family is here. He is the #1 demon in the Northern Territory, lustful and cruel, and he loves to eat disobedient brats like you. He can eat 3 of them in one meal. Are you going to die if you don't run? The little girl seemed to understand, but suddenly pointed at a group of mature women running past them and asked, Why are these ants running too? A mature woman turned around and cursed. Nonsense, the young master of the Wang family is lustful and perverted. He likes women like us who have children. What should I do if I don't run away? Is there any kind-hearted person who can lend me a hand? An old lady in her 60s was panting and running so hard that she could hardly stand. A person nearby asked in confusion, Grandma, why are you running? The old woman rolled her eyes. Little kid, what do you know? The young master of the Wang family once fell in love with a female monk who was 200 years older than him, but she was still treated cruelly. He is lustful and eats everything. I am so old, if he falls in love with me, my integrity will be ruined. This is not a joke. Within Tianjia Island, in the forbidden area of Daliang Palace. Rumble. A large number of runes dissolved, the restrictions quickly broke, and the heavy stone doors slowly opened. A majestic aura, accompanied by a strong pressure, rushed over. Welcome our ancestor to come out of seclusion. The contemporary King Liang knelt on the ground, his voice urgent. At the stone gate, an old man in a gray robe walked out calmly. He had a thin face, skin as smooth as a baby's, and a mysterious light flashing in his eyes, as if he could see through everything. King Liang bowed and said, Grandfather, the young master of the Wang family has suddenly arrived. The gray-robed old man Li Yuanhua waved his hands slightly. I already know. King Liang was stunned for a moment, and continued, The young master of the Wang family has always been cruel and unjust. May I ask how we should deal with it, ancestor? Li Yuanhua said confidently. After 300 years of seclusion, I finally comprehended the great Tao. When I succeed, I will use the young master of the Wang family to sharpen my sword. King Liang was shocked, his head buzzing. Ancestor, it's the Wang family. The king of King Wei. Li Yuanhua's mouth curled up a smile. Yes, it is him. Ordinary people are not qualified for me to take action. Hearing this, King Liang instantly felt hopeful and excited. Chapter 9. The Iron-Willed Li Yuanhua. 300 years ago. When Li Yuanhua was in seclusion, he was already a powerful man in the spirit transformation stage, and his name was known throughout the vast sea. Could it be that in these 300 years, he has made another huge breakthrough and entered the realm of earthly immortal? If that's the case, then even when facing a behemoth like the Wang family, we will still be able to have a say. King Liang was very excited and felt that his guess was extremely accurate. Li family. It's about to take off. The ancestor is so mighty. King Liang Li Changhe knelt on the ground and shouted, extremely excited. Li Yuanhua waved his sleeves and said calmly, Let's go, take all the young and beautiful women on the island and follow me to meet the young master of the Wang family. Li Changhe was stunned for a moment. The young master of the Wang family was extremely lustful, and he had long ago made all the female members of his family hide in an underground formation to avoid being harmed. Why does my ancestor want me to bring someone with me? Is it because it's time to take action? Is it more powerful if someone is waving flags and cheering on the side? Li Changhe pursed his lips. He was indeed the ancestor, so arrogant. Hee. Remember, let them wear the most beautiful clothes and put on the best rouge. Don't worry, ancestor, I understand, hee. Take your queen and daughter with you, Li Yuanhua said again. On a wide open platform. There was a spacious white jade couch with a dragon carving on it, inlaid with 36,000 small and round North Sea pearls. Each of them was priceless and could be picked and used directly as top-grade spirit stones. On top was a large autumn fragrance-colored quilt woven from the finest natural silkworm silk in the shape of a golden python. Xia was leaning against one end of the long seat. Her long purple satin skirt reflected a smooth luster. Her waist was tied with a silver belt, which perfectly outlined the girl's exquisite and plump figure. Wang Mu lay on Xia's soft thighs, and the girl's faint fragrance continued to come to his nose. Jade couch, there were two beautiful maids massaging his legs. After swallowing the spiritual fruit that Xia had just fed him, he opened his mouth and spit out a fruit core. Beside the jade couch, the shrunk golden lion lay on the ground bored and dozed off. At first glance, it looks like a golden retriever puppy. As the #1 top playboy in the entire Northern Territory. Plus, I offend a lot of people on a daily basis. Out and about. Safety is definitely the first factor to consider. The golden-winged roc has great potential. But after all, it is still young and can only be a pet. So, not only did his family arrange many powerful people to protect Wang Mu, this golden lion is also a safety measure. 2 years ago, Wang Mu was 18 years old. His father was a butcher, Wang Tianba, who happened to destroy a sect that had been passed down for 10,000 years. He suppressed the sect's guardian beast and brought it back as a gift for Wang Mu's coming of age. Are all the people left behind? There was a hint of helplessness in Wang Mu's lazy voice. Yes. Xia gently pressed Wang Mu's temple and spoke softly, her breath as sweet as orchid. Those mortals were afraid of the young master's majesty, so they all ran to the dock and wanted to leave by boat, but were stopped by someone sent by this servant. Well, Wang Mu sighed silently. His previous life's reputation was indeed rather bad. Even those mortals who have never practiced cultivation have heard of his bad reputation and try to avoid him. The road to whitewashing is long and arduous. Wang Mu held his face with one hand, propped himself up, leaned on Xia's full chest, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Where are the people from the Li family?" Xia said, "They should be on their way to meet us." After a pause, she continued, "Young master, the Li Liang royal family has been passed down for 1,000 years, especially the Li family's ancestor Li Yuanhua, who has a very strong character. If you want him to obey you, you may need some tricks." Oh? There was some curiosity in Wang Mu's eyes, but more of it was indifference. What he is going to do this time will be most efficient with the cooperation of local bosses. But if the local boss is unwilling to cooperate, then just change the local boss. Easy thing to do. Suddenly, it became quiet all around. In the distance, at the end of the stairs, hundreds of beautiful women appeared together. There are differences in fatness and thinness. She was wearing gorgeous clothes quite boldly, with large areas of skin exposed, and she was walking towards here with her chest puffed out and her head held high. Leading the group were two men. One was wearing a dragon robe. A man in a gray robe and with a white beard. Both of them held their heads high and looked high-spirited, as if they were leading an army. Especially the old man, with his back straight and eyes as sharp as torches, like a sword that can see through all the haze in the world, sharp and fearless. Wang Mu pursed his lips. What kind of lineup is this? Just in a daze. A group of people have arrived at the venue. Li Yuanhua straightened his chest and raised his head, looking directly at Wang Mu, and said loudly, "Young Master Wang, this Tianjia Island is not a place for you to come." Hearing this, there was dead silence. Xia's beautiful face showed a trace of surprise, and then the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, as if she heard something very interesting. King Liang Li Changhe looked at his ancestor with eyes full of reverence, and was extremely excited. "Of course, ancestor. Just go for it." However, the next moment, what Li Yuanhua said almost broke his waist. Li Yuanhua suddenly took a step forward, knelt on one knee, and his face was full of compassion. "You should know that my Tianjia Island is not comparable to the 36 great immortal islands. The spiritual energy is thin, the resources are scarce, and the population is dense. Energy on the immortal island. How can you endure coming to this filthy place?" I was surprised and delighted to hear that the young master had come. Although I feel extremely honored to have the opportunity to see the young master, I was surprised to think that the young master was in such a filthy place. I couldn't help but feel heartbroken and burst into tears. As he spoke, Li Yuanhua burst into tears, and his words were so sincere and heartfelt that those who heard them were sad and cried. And next to it, Li Changhe's eyes were completely dull. He stared at Li Yuanhua blankly. No, old ancestor, what are you talking about? Bang! A slap landed hard on Li Changhe's face, causing him to spin 3 times. He sat on the ground in a daze, completely stunned. You evil beast, how can you have the right to interrupt me when I'm giving advice to the young master? Li Yuanhua's face was full of anger. In fact, he secretly said, Shut up and watch me perform. Li Changhe covered his face, puzzled. Develop what? Li Yuanhua. Of course, it is the great way to heaven that I have comprehended after hundreds of years of seclusion. Li Changhe was even more puzzled. What kind of avenue is this? Isn't this just flattery? Li Yuanhua scolded fiercely. Nonsense, the young master is the son of an earthly immortal, and is favored by all the immortals. Can this be called flattery? This is flattering the immortals. I started from scratch and was alone and helpless before I built this business. It was a very bumpy road. Finally, I realized the truth deeply. If you want to make it in the world, you can't just rely on fighting skills, you need power and background. Just wait and see, today, I will definitely take control of the young master of the Wang family. If he can show even a little bit of anger, I, Li Yuanhua, will be incompetent. From today on, my Li family will be able to rely on the Wang family as a strong supporter, and we will be able to dominate the northern territory in no time. The communication of divine thoughts only takes a moment. Li Yuanhua wiped his tears hurriedly, then hurriedly took out something from the storage bag and opened it in front of everyone. In this box, there is a magic weapon called the 100 Flowers Gathering Immortal Pearl. It can store the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on weekdays, and release it at critical moments to improve the surrounding environment, accompanied by the fragrance of hundreds of flowers. Once I can perform this, it should be able to increase the spiritual energy around here by more than 100 times. Although it's still not even a fraction of what we had on the young master's fairy island, it can at least make this old servant feel better. Young master, please wait a moment. It will be ready soon, it will be ready soon. After saying that, Li Yuanhua raised his hand and cast a spell, and several runes sank into the spirit bead. In an instant, the spirit pearl flew over the location where Wang Mu and others were. A strong spiritual energy, accompanied by a light and charming fragrance, instantly spread out with Wang Xiao as the center. Chapter 10, Immortal Cultivation Conference. National Immortal Cultivation Qualification Test. The platform was soon filled with fragrance. All around. Whether it was the hundreds of gorgeous women brought by Li Changhe, a powerful cultivator under Wang Mu's command. At this moment, they all opened their mouths slightly, staring at Li Yuanhua with some surprise, as if their worldview had been severely impacted. I thought to myself, this ancestor of the Li family, who has already entered the realm of the god of transformation, is so smooth when doing things? Is this what you mean by the most upright? Wang Mu was still lying on Xixia's legs at this time. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Xixia's face, but his view was blocked by a plump mountain range. Xixia opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word for a long time. Li Changhe lowered his head tightly. Although no one was looking at him, he still felt that his face was terribly hot. The Li Liang royal family has dominated the wind and rain on this island for 1,000 years. They are also ascetics themselves. It is not unacceptable for them to bow to powerful forces and big figures. No matter what, the ancestor is still a powerful person in the spirit transformation stage. No matter how noble the young master of the Wang family is, he is still just a junior. Why so flattering? So lacking in integrity? If this gets out, what will happen to the reputation of the Li family? After the initial surprise, Wang Mu looked at Li Yuanhua with more interest and appreciation. No matter in which world, shameless people always have a better life. Those who are capable and shameless can live better than most people. This ancestor of the Li family has a future. The Li family respectfully welcomed Wang Mu and his party into the palace. Wang Mu leaned against the large dragon throne. State the purpose of this trip. I will hold an ascension conference on your Tianjue Island to test the qualifications of all mortals for free. I will pay for all the expenses. Understood. Understood. This old servant will make proper arrangements and find a few lively mortals for you, young master, to test thoroughly. Li Yuanhua had a flattering look on his face. Halfway through his words, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Inspection qualifications? Any questions? Li Yuanhua was confused for a moment, but then he quickly reacted. No, of course not. Please forgive me for asking, do you have any special requests, young master? Wang Mu frowned slightly, thought for a moment, shook his head and said, as long as they are of age and have not been tested for aptitude, they can all be mortals. Li Yuanhua was listening and was stunned. That's it? No more. That's all. No gender restrictions? Wang Mu squinted at him and said, I think I've made it clear enough. Li Yuanhua lowered his head quickly. Yes, I will arrange it right away. After saying, he bowed respectfully again, turned around and left the palace. Outside the main hall, Li Changhe and others were waiting anxiously, and when they saw Li Yuanhua coming out, they quickly surrounded him. Grandmaster, how is it? What does the young master want? Li Yuanhua rolled his eyes at Li Changhe and said, Give orders to hold an immortal ascension conference across the island. All mortals of the appropriate age who have not been tested for qualifications can participate. All expenses will be borne by the young master. When mentioning the words, young master of the Wang family, Li Yuanhua bowed towards the direction of the main hall with an expression of reverence. Free? Testing qualifications? For all mortals? Li Changhe's head buzzed instantly. Tianjue Island covers an extremely vast area. In addition to Liangwang City, there are dozens of cities and tens of millions of mortals. Those who are suitable for testing qualifications, at least there are millions. This is not a small number. What is going on, young master? Li Changhe asked in a puzzled voice. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanhua looked at him with disdain and said, We just follow the young master's orders. Why ask more questions? You have been in the palace for many years. Do you still need me to teach you this? Yes. Li Changhe responded on the surface, but he was worried in his heart. The Li family is the royal family of Liang State. Normally, all officials are respectful to them. How could they understand the ways of people of lower status? Suddenly, his eyes lit up and a clever idea popped up. Old ancestor, since we want to please the young master, should we pay for those mortals to test their qualifications? Hearing this, Li Yuanhua slapped the other person on the forehead. Rotten wood! Rotten wood! What is the identity of the young master? Let's not talk about anything else, just the Langya Chamber of Commerce alone is rich. Are you short of this little money? The young master's coming to our place to scatter money this time is probably a bad thing. No, I'm tired of doing whatever I want, so I want to change the way I play and just scatter money for fun. You, on the other hand, want to spend the money on behalf of the young master. This is equivalent to giving up your seat to someone else on the wedding night. Would you be happy if it were you? I teach you because you are my descendant. The first and most important thing to do when flattering an immortal is to give him what he likes. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Changhe suddenly became enlightened, and a look of realization flashed in his eyes. So that's how it is. Thank you for your guidance. Thank you for your guidance. He bowed repeatedly, expressing his gratitude and feeling like he had learned something. Li Yuanhua waved his hand, signaling Li Changhe to get out quickly. Then, he looked back in the direction of the imperial palace, as if thinking about something. Start thinking. How can we make this Ascension conference beautiful and satisfy the young master? The news was quickly released. With Daliangwang City as the center, it continued to spread to the surrounding cities, causing quite a stir. A pub. It was dinner time and business was booming with customers coming in an endless stream from all over the country. Have you heard that the young master of the Wang family is holding an Ascension conference in Daliangwang City? Anyone who has reached the age but has not been tested for qualifications can go, for free. Is there such a good thing? Young Master Wang? I heard from my grandmother that he is a villain that only appears once every 500 years. He definitely has bad intentions. But what if we find out that he has spiritual roots, maybe he can practice? Do you think it's more likely that you can practice, or that the young master of the Wang family will do something bad? There was a lot of discussion in the room, and no one was optimistic about this matter. The other side. Between large tracts of farmland. The farmers had a moment's leisure and sat under the trees to chat. He is the most arrogant and dissolute person in the Northern Territory. How can he be so kind as to do good deeds? In my opinion, the testing qualification is fake, and the purpose is to find women. I heard that the young master of the Wang family is extremely wealthy, rich enough to rival a country. The bowls he uses for eating are all gold, and he has even slept with fairies. How could he be interested in mortals? So what? Haven't you seen those young masters in the royal city? They are used to eating delicious food, but they always like to come to our fields to experience life. Rich people are like this. I'm tired of the good stuff, so I want to try something rough. My grandfather met a few immortal masters when he was young, and heard them talking about how women who had practiced cultivation could be made into incense burners, which were very tonic. Incense burner? You mean the furnace tripod? Yes, it's the furnace. I think that's possible. He just wants to get some girls who can practice cultivation to be used as furnaces. What a wicked playboy! As everyone talked, they all gnashed their teeth at the young master of the Wang family, but there was no hatred in their eyes. Instead, they were filled with deep envy and jealousy. Chapter 11. Can the young master of the Wang family do good things? Even pigs can climb trees. Not far away. A dark-skinned young man listened to their discussion in silence, his eyes conflicted. They are all right. The free testing qualification is really tempting. No one doesn't want to cultivate immortality. However, the qualification test requires a low-grade spirit stone, which, converted into silver, would be at least 100 taels of silver. This is an astronomical figure for ordinary people from poor families. It would take several generations to save up this amount. As long as the qualifications can be detected. Even the worst low-grade spiritual roots can change the fate of their family. No need to make a living on this yellow land anymore. Taiden, go back quickly, your grandma fell down. The young man was daydreaming when a voice suddenly brought him back to reality. His face changed drastically, he patted his butt, stood up, and ran towards a dilapidated wooden house. Fortunately, his grandmother only suffered some minor injuries and will be fine after resting for a while. When it was completely dark, the young man stopped what he was doing and drank a large bowl of cold water. Things like testing qualifications and cultivating immortals came to his mind again. But after taking one look at his grandmother lying on the bed, he shook his head again. Grandma is old. What if the young master of the Wang family really has bad intentions and never comes back? What will Grandma do? This possibility is too great. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. A certain room. A father and daughter are arguing. The girl was about 15 or 16 years old, slim and graceful, and dressed in simple clothes. His father was lying on the couch, looking pale, obviously seriously ill. Dad, please let me go. Why are you going? Stay here quietly. As long as I can detect your spiritual roots and become an immortal master, maybe I can find a way to cure you. Ahem, do you think that young Master Wang is a good person? He is a tiger that eats people without leaving any bones. If you go there, will you be able to come back alive? That's better than watching you get sick and die. If you dare to take a step out of the door today, I will die in the house. Similar scenes were constantly played out in various places on Tianjua Island. At the same time, the news spread quickly and reached other islands in the sea. Wanchong Island. It is also a huge island, only slightly smaller than Tianjua Island. As they owned such a huge sacred island in the inner area of the North Sea, the Huang family, the owners of the island, should not be underestimated. There is also an ancestor in the god transformation stage in charge. Hearing the news from Tianjua Island, the Huang family was shocked. Ancestor Huang Xiao came out of seclusion directly. What? You said that old man from the Li family knelt down? Yes. Many people were watching at that time. Huan Yin, the current patriarch of the Huang family, swore, Not only did he kneel, he also cried, as if his own father had died. He insisted on opening the 100 flowers gathering spirit pearl for the young master of the Wang family. You old man, you've lived for so many years in vain, and you don't even care about your dignity anymore. Huang Xiao was extremely indignant. His words were full of sarcasm. A Taoist master who has practiced for thousands of years and is in the spiritualization stage is so fawning to a young man from the Wang family. How can you be so dignified? It's a pity that I have regarded him as my rival all these years. Pa! Huang Yin coughed twice and changed the subject. Ancestor, what do you think of the Immortal Ascension Conference that the young master of the Wang family wants to host? Huang Xiao waved his sleeves and sneered. It's just an ignorant act of a child who wants to squander his family's wealth. With such a dandy young master, it's hard for the Wang family to avoid decline. Huang Yin was a little nervous and looked around. Grandfather, please keep your voice down, be careful of what you say. Huang Xiao said calmly. Why are you panicking? I have already activated the soundproof barrier. Some of my old friends have passed on a lot of news to me recently. Huang Xiao looked towards the beaming Holy Land with a dim gaze. The Wang family, this behemoth, may have reached the end of its luck. A similar conversation was taking place on another island. Give all mortals free testing qualifications? You have money to burn, right? What does the young master of the Wang family want to do? Does he think his reputation is too bad and wants to make up for it? It's so funny! As expected, he is the most extravagant person in the Northern Territory. If we only talk about his ability to spend money, no one in the world can match him. Let me explain this on two sides. Langya Chamber of Commerce. The door to a secret room slowly opened. A young man in a brocade robe and with a cold expression walked out slowly, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy in his body slowly calmed down. Congratulations, uncle! Congratulations, uncle! You have successfully broken through to the golden elixir. At the side, the old servant who had been waiting there greeted him respectfully. Tang Qian straightened his sleeves expressionlessly. With my accumulation, a breakthrough is just a matter of course. There is no possibility of failure. Why should I congratulate you? How's it going with what you did? The old servant said respectfully. According to your instructions, we have united with some small and medium-sized chambers of commerce to jointly suppress the Langya Chamber of Commerce. Now, we have snatched hundreds of deals from the Langya Chamber of Commerce. Well done! A hint of satisfaction appeared in Tang Qian's cold eyes. He knew that what the old servant could report to him must not be some small business. But it is a business that is painful enough for the Langya Chamber of Commerce. How is that useless young master of the Wang family doing lately? The old servant hesitated for a moment and said, Originally it was nothing, but these 2 days, he suddenly ran to Tianjue Island and wanted to hold some kind of ascension conference. They said they would provide free testing for all mortals who cannot afford the test. Tang Qian raised his eyebrows. Him? Giving people free testing qualifications? Ha, what a joke! Who doesn't know that the young master of the Wang family is the most dissolute playboy in the Northern Territory, who has done all kinds of bad things, which is intolerable to heaven? The old servant shook his head. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's just a joke and it will be over in 2 days. Tang Qian sneered. He is indeed a clown. With such a young master, there is no need to worry about the Wang family's demise. Just wait. One day, I will make the entire Wang family kneel at my feet. Of Beiming. Geizhu Palace. The Holy Lord Luo Xuanxuang was wearing a silver cloak and sitting in the first seat, holding a jade slip and frowning. Holy Lord, in my opinion, the request of Taichu Holy Land is not excessive. In the main hall, an old man in a black robe, with a gleam in his eyes, cupped his hands and said, Since this matter was caused by the Holy Sun, it is reasonable for the Holy Sun to come forward and apologize to them. Luo Xuanxuang's eyes were like swords, and her voice was cold. The Great Elder is willing to kneel down 3 times and cow down 9 times, and climb up Yimeng Mountain step by step, and ask you to apologize? Of Beiming Holy Land bowed his head and said, To apologize, of course you have to have an attitude of apologizing. Luo Xuanxuang said, You should know that Moore is just a mortal. The Great Elder said in a deep voice, If you do something wrong, you will always have to pay the price. Unless the Holy Lord wants to go to war with the Taichu Holy Land? Luo Xuanxuang's eyes flashed with sarcasm. What a price to pay for doing something wrong! In the past, the second son of the Great Elder stole the heart-protecting scales of the mermaid princess, causing the mermaids to be furious. It was the Holy Land that stepped in and settled the matter. I wonder what price the Great Elder's second son paid for this matter? The Great Elder's expression changed slightly, and he was speechless. Swish! Luo Xuanxuang threw the jade talisman at the elder and said coldly, "Right back. If they want to apologize, I can come to their house in person. But if they want to attack my son, then let's just go to war." Hearing this, the elder's pupils shrank, and he was incredulous. "Holy Lord, are you really going to do this for A?" The word waste was never uttered. A terrifying sword intent that seemed to be able to tear the 9 layers of the sky apart fell directly on the head of the Great Elder. Luo Xuanxuang's eyes were sharper than a sword. "Not convinced? Sit in my seat first." The Great Elder's face was as pale as paper, and he said nothing. He turned and left the hall. Just as he was leaving the hall, the Great Elder's figure swayed and a mouthful of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He never looked back, and the resentment in his eyes was well hidden. In the main hall. "It's so quiet." Luo Xuanxuang sat back in his seat, rubbed his head, his eyes full of fatigue. A figure appeared silently behind him. "Your Majesty! The Holy Sun went to Tianjue Island and said that he would pay for free qualification testing for all the mortals on the island." Luo Xuanxuang was slightly startled, sighed silently, and waved his hand, saying, "As long as he is happy, let him do whatever he wants." In a blink of an eye, several days passed. There are only 2 days left until the agreed date for testing qualifications. "How is it? How many people have signed up?" Li Yuanhua asked. Li Changhe's face looked a little bitter. A light flashed in his hand, and a piece of paper appeared with only a dozen names written on it. "Just these few?" Li Yuanhua's eyes widened instantly. Li Changhe said, "Ancestor, there is really no one here. When everyone heard that it was the ascension ceremony held by the young master, they were scared away." Li Yuanhua slapped the other person on the forehead. "Are you a pig? No one signed up, will you catch them? Go door to door, and bring in anyone who is old enough but doesn't have the qualifications to be tested. Young master has promised to face all the mortals on the island, and you want me to report with just these few names? Do you want to kill me?" Li Yuanhua was furious and wanted to kick Li Changhe away. Li Changhe was awakened by the beating and nodded repeatedly. "I understand. I'll go right away." Chapter 12, Testing Spiritual Roots and Giving Away Spiritual Stones. Is the young master of the Wang family crazy? 2 days later. The Ascension Conference officially begins. Wang Mu stood on the highest steps of the Daliang Palace, overlooking the area below. In the huge white marble square, thousands of figures were standing there, all with their heads down and their bodies trembling, as if they were prisoners about to face the death penalty. Some timid boys and girls even cried quietly. "Dad! Mom! I don't want to die!" Far away, outside the palace gate, there was a huge crowd of onlookers, many of whom were crying and shouting. "My poor daughter! My son, this damned young master of the Wang family is a beast!" Wang Mu. His face twitched slightly, and he looked at Li Yuanhua. "What's going on?" Forehead. Li Yuanhua's eyes rolled around, and he said, "These mortals are blind and do not know the kindness of the young master. I couldn't stand it, so I used a little trick." Wang Mu. Good job. I wonder why these people look like they want to eat me alive. It turns out that these boys and girls were captured. His image in the eyes of the people was already bad, and now this has happened. Doesn't it just confirm people's speculation? However, Wang Mu also knew that this could not be blamed on Li Yuanhua. The fame of its predecessor. If we don't use this method, I'm afraid we won't be able to get so many people together. Well, that's all. Eat your meal one bite at a time. Let's get started. Wang Mu waved his hand and sat down on the dragon chariot. Li Yuanhua stepped forward in response, and a golden scroll appeared in his hand, which he slowly unfolded. "The yellow heaven is above, the thick earth is below. Because of the chaos caused by demons in this world, disasters are everywhere, The people are suffering, and the human race is worried. Fortunately, I am the young master of the Wang family. I am grateful to God for his kindness. I feel deeply for the suffering of the people. Today, I am bestowing blessings upon the world. All of us humans can take free qualification tests, so that we can achieve immortality and live forever together to protect the human race. Listening to Li Yuanhua's voice, Wang Mu narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly felt a little dizzy. Those words, the main meaning, were indeed what he said. For example, there will be a great disaster for the human race, or demons will cause chaos in the world. But when Li Yuanhua wrote these things down as an edict, it suddenly felt different. The Immortal Ascension Conference officially begins. Following Li Yuanhua's order, the team below began to flow. The young boys and girls walked forward one by one, tightly grasping the low-grade spirit stones that they had received in advance, and walked into the formation in the middle of the square. This is a spirit testing array. As long as it senses the existence of spiritual roots, it will glow, but the prerequisite is that it needs to consume spiritual stones. On the contrary, it is bleak. The first young man walked into the formation. The spirit detecting array showed no reaction. The second girl walked in and did the same thing. Then comes the third one. The fourth one. 9 times in a row, the spirit testing formation didn't react at all. This is a very normal thing. After all, if spiritual roots were so common, it wouldn't be Wang Mu's turn to do this kind of thing. Finally, a young man with a simple and honest look walked into the formation. Buzz. As the spiritual power of the spirit stone in his hand was rapidly devoured, it turned into powder. The formation pattern under his feet was instantly lit up. Several white lights rose from the edge of the formation. There was an uproar in the venue. There were whispers among the crowd. The Li family cultivator who was in charge of presiding over the Immortal Ascension Conference shouted, "Lu Chang, low-grade gold spiritual roots! Finally, someone has spiritual roots! Lu Chang is my son, is my son! Ha ha ha, my Lu family has produced an immortal master! An immortal master!" Outside, among the crowd, Lu Chang's parents hugged each other excitedly and shouted and jumped. The people around couldn't help but look at them with envy. This must be a family that has accumulated virtue for several lifetimes to give birth to an immortal master, right? Unlike that brat in my own family. There was no reaction at all when I went in. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. Someone said sourly. Having spiritual roots is not necessarily a good thing. Don't forget, the person sitting there is the young master of the Wang family. As soon as these words came out, Lu Chang's parents felt like they were poured with a bucket of cold water. Yes. They almost forgot that this Ascension Conference was hosted by the young master of the Wang family. What his purpose is still unknown. Perhaps, having spiritual roots is not only not a good thing, but may also bring fatal disaster. But at this moment, however, the monk who presided over the Ascension Conference continued to speak. By order of the young master, anyone who is found to have low-grade spiritual roots will be rewarded with 10 low-grade spiritual stones. The words fell. The crowd was silent. Everyone's eyes widened, some couldn't believe their ears. What? After detecting the spiritual roots, they gave me spiritual stones? Oh my God, is this true? Wow, as expected of the Wang family, they are really generous. In the crowd, a man with a distinguished aura stroked his chin and sighed. He was not an ordinary person, nor was he the elder of any of the thousands of boys and girls. Instead, it came from an immortal cultivation sect on Tianjua Island, the Qingyun sect. I heard what happened here. Sent here to watch the fun, well, to be more precise, to find out what's going on. Someone with a background like him. There are quite a few in the crowd. They all come from various sects, big and small. It seems that the Wang family is serious about this. Testing spiritual roots, is it to recruit new people? How strange! A female cultivator asked in confusion. The Prince of Wei's palace is full of experts, even the guest officials must be at least at the nascent soul stage. The Beiming Holy Land, there were so many chosen ones waiting in line but couldn't get in. The young master of the Wang family is recruiting people, Could it be for the Langya Chamber of Commerce? The other person frowned and shook his head. It's unlikely. When has the Langya Chamber of Commerce ever been short of people? Even if it was short, why would they go to the trouble of coming here in person to test their spiritual roots? Just post a notice and monks from all over the world will naturally rush to get it. Then what are they doing? It's impossible that they are specifically trying to snatch people from small sects like us, right? They speculated. Understand why Wang Mu went to such great lengths. Free spiritual root test. And gave spiritual stones. There must be a purpose behind that. But how could the Wang family possibly look down upon those with inferior spiritual roots? The ordinary people around don't have so many thoughts. When they saw that Lu Chang really received 10 sparkling low-grade spirit stones. My eyes are shining. Those are 10 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 10,000 taels of silver. What kind of wealth? If I could really fall into their hands, I would be willing to die immediately. At least, the living can enjoy themselves. Those who had been sour just now and said that detecting spiritual roots might not be a good thing, were suddenly speechless and filled with indescribable envy. Give 10 spirit stones. How many lives can that buy? Why is that brat of mine so disappointing? Waste. It's just trash. Emotions are contagious. For a moment, the crowd was enthusiastic. Everyone began to look forward to the sequel. Want to see if your son/daughter has the potential to become a fairy master? Chapter 13 8 Extremes Collapsing Heaven Fist. Testing your spiritual roots and giving away a technique? Zhou Yun, low-grade or spirit root, reward 10 low-grade spirit stones. Luo Xiaoyu, low-grade with spirit roots, reward 10 low-grade spirit stones. As the team moves quickly, the number of young people with spiritual roots appearing is gradually increasing. Almost every 20 or so. Only then will a young boy or girl with spiritual roots appear. But so far, all of them are low-grade spiritual roots. A higher one also failed to appear. Although Wang Mu had known that this would be the case, the actual ratio still surprised him. Judging from the memory of the previous life. From childhood to adulthood, there has almost never been anyone around him with spiritual roots below the middle grade. Even the maids and servants were no exception. I didn't expect that in the outside world, middle-grade spiritual roots are so rare. At the same time, Wang Mu's mind, system information was also jumping rapidly. Congratulations, your investment in Lu Chang has reached 100%. You will receive 100% of Lu Chang's subsequent training effect benefits back. Congratulations, your investment progress in Zhou Yun has reached 100%. You will receive 100% of Zhou Yun's subsequent training effect benefits back. Congratulations, your investment in Luo Xiaoyu has reached 100%. You will receive 100% of Luo Xiaoyu's subsequent training effect benefits back. Ding! Lin Yen, whom you invested in, has learned the 8 Extremes Collapsing Heaven Fist, and his strength has greatly increased. Congratulations on receiving the return of your cultivation effect from Lin Yen. Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. Wang Mu felt hot all over. In mind, a secret boxing manual appeared. 8 Extremes Collapsing Heaven Fist. It is extremely powerful. When cultivated to the peak, it is enough to split mountains, crack the earth, and collapse the sky. Although it's just a fragment. But Wang Mu tried to circulate his spiritual power and gather it at the tip of his fist. He felt an explosive force like a condensed flame that could erupt at any time and destroy everything in front of him. What a powerful secret technique! Did Dan Xian teach him this? Wang Mu pursed his lips. Instead of feeling excited about obtaining some powerful secret techniques, he felt more worried and felt a sense of urgency. You know, what he knows is only 30% of Lin Yan's. If Lin Yen uses this secret technique, how powerful will it be? How long has it been since Lin Yen escaped from Beihai Island? So quickly, he learned a powerful secret skill and his strength increased greatly. With Lin Yan's talent and this boxing technique, fighting across levels would be as easy as eating and drinking. Lin Yen is like this. What about the other Destiny children? Could it be that much different? Wang Mu glanced at the ongoing Ascension conference with a complicated expression. There are only more than 3,000 people participating today, and it is estimated that by the end, at most more than 100 people with spiritual roots will be detected. This efficiency is too slow. The benefits that these 100 or so people can bring me from practicing for a day are almost negligible. It's hard to even increase my mana by a tiny bit. In Wang Mu's eyes, this can't go on. Got to speed up. Let more people actively accept their investment. His brain was working rapidly, and suddenly he thought of something and waved towards Li Yuanhua. The latter immediately trotted over, knelt on one knee in front of Wang Mu, lowered his head and approached. Young master, what do you want? Wang Mu. Percent yuan at. Li Yuanhua. I don't know what Wang Mu said. Li Yuanhua was slightly startled, then quickly tore through the void and disappeared on the spot. Chu Qing, middle grade wind spirit root. 10 middle grade spirit stones as a reward. In the square, the voice of the monk who presided over the Ascension conference suddenly became louder. There was a slight silence in the field. Then there was a thunderous cheer. Mid-grade spiritual root! Mid-grade spiritual root appears! What the hell? Is this true? This was the last young man waiting for the test. Unexpectedly, he possessed a mid-grade spiritual root, which really surprised everyone present. Not only is it a mid-grade spiritual root, but it's also a relatively rare wind spiritual root. He can be considered a genius. If such a disciple were in our Qingyan sect, he could directly enter the inner sect and be accepted as a disciple by the elders. They actually directly rewarded me with a mid-grade spirit stone. They are really rich. In the crowd, practitioners from various sects were also very envious. But they all know. This person cannot possibly have a share for them. After all, the young master of the Wang family spent so much money and finally found such a talented person, so how could he give him away for free? I can only envy her. In the middle of the formation, the young man named Chu Qing was also very surprised by the result. He was so happy that he almost fainted. He cried and waved to his parents in the crowd. The other boys and girls who were found to be qualified looked at them with envy. If the spiritual roots are one level off, the difference will be huge. This is a lifetime difference. Just when everyone thought that today's Ascension conference was about to end. High place. The void is twisted. Li Yuanhua walked out slowly and said in a loud voice, By order of the young master, all those who have their spiritual roots detected will be rewarded with a basic skill of the corresponding attribute. For those who have not awakened their spiritual roots, each will be rewarded with a set of martial arts skills, Hanyuan Zhuangfa. As soon as the words fell, he waved his sleeves lightly. One after another, the secret manuals turned into spiritual light and flew out, hovering accurately in front of every boy and girl who participated in the test. Basic gold attribute skills, Jin Yuan Ju. Basic wood attribute skills, Wood Yuan Ju. Basic fire attribute skills, Fire element technique. Basic wind attribute skills, Fuyao Ju. Young Master Wang, what a big deal! Although these skills are not top-notch, they are much stronger than the basic 5-element breathing techniques on the market. Oh my god, I'm a little jealous. What's going on? I remember that when I first started practicing, I practiced with a broken breathing technique for more than 10 years. I almost went astray and barely made it to the first level of Qi training. If I had a copy of Mu Yuan Ju back then, I would definitely be at a higher level than I am now. As the saying goes, the layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. Ordinary people only feel that. The young master of the Wang family is so generous, giving away gifts again. Only those practitioners of Taoism knew how precious the skills Wang Mu gave them were. You know. In this world, the most numerous people are independent cultivators. As for the independent cultivators, except for a few who are gifted, powerful but do not like to be bound, the vast majority of them lack talent and have average strength, so no force is willing to accept them. If these people hadn't had any adventure. In fact, throughout his entire life, he was just lingering before the third level of Qi training. 1 in 10 can successfully build the foundation. The most important reason, apart from talent, is that they lack the method. The 5 elements breathing technique can be found everywhere on the market. It can only meet the most basic needs of breathing spiritual energy. The efficiency is extremely poor. Even draw qi into the body without 3 to 5 years. But the skills Wang Mu gave were different. Chapter 14. The young master of the Wang family is a good man. A very good man. The skills given by Wang Mu have long been famous among the basic skills. It can allow practitioners to successfully embark on the path of practice in the most stable state, and the probability of building a foundation is also greatly improved. Safe, easy to use and efficient. Although it is not as good as the unique skills of those holy places and great immortal sects. However, it is already the best technique that low-level cultivators can pursue. It's no exaggeration to say. If you acquire such a skill, you will be 20 years ahead of other casual practitioners. For a while, many of the monks and independent practitioners who were watching began to feel jealous. If I had these at the beginning, how could my realm not have climbed a step or two higher? What surprised everyone even more was Wang Mu not only prepared exercises for those who were found to have qualifications, even ordinary people who do not have spiritual roots. He also sent it. Hun Yuan posture is very famous in the mortal world. It was once improved by a senior in the world of immortal cultivation. It can be called a magical power in the world. By entering the Tao in this way, as long as one studies hard and practices diligently, and reaches the peak, one will be comparable to the cultivators at the 9th level of Qi training. It also has the effect of prolonging life. If you encounter some higher level adventures, it may be possible to improve your qualifications and enter the Tao through martial arts. So, don't underestimate this as just a physical training method. The value is also great. What on earth does this young master of the Wang family want to do? Many people raised similar questions and began to feel confused. It was also at this time Wang Mu slowly stood up from the dragon chariot and walked into everyone's sight. Li Yuanhua reacted quickly, cupped his hands and bowed. "Young master!" Seeing this, the rest of the people below followed suit and saluted respectfully. At the same time, he secretly looked at Wang Mu with a look of curiosity and fear. Wang Mu smiled and waved his hand gently, indicating that there was no need to be polite. Pleased to see so many rising stars of our human race at today's Ascension conference. Those with strong talents don't need to be arrogant, because there are always people in this world who are more talented than you. Those with weak talents don't need to feel inferior, because you are already luckier than most people in this world. His voice was gentle, like the warm breeze at the seaside, reaching the ears of every boy and girl. It seemed to have some magic power that made them unable to help but listen attentively. As for those whose spiritual roots have not been detected, don't be discouraged. Life is still long, and no one can predict your future. Wang Mu smiled, cupped his hands, and bowed. In short, the road to immortality is long, and the road ahead is long. I am here to see you off on your first journey. May your immortal journey be a success. Long live long! As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd quieted down for a moment, and then there was a deafening round of applause. There were more than 3,000 boys and girls present. They all bowed and thanked. "Thank you, young master!" Wang Mu smiled and said, "The immortal path is vast and full of dangers. It is always dangerous to be alone. I see that many Taoist friends and seniors from various immortal sects have come today. If you think there are any of these boys and girls that you have a connection with, you might as well bring them back to the sect and teach them well." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the practitioners in the crowd changed and they were completely surprised. "Master Wang? Your Wang family doesn't want these immortal seedlings?" Wang Mu shook his head and said gently, "I am not holding the Ascension Conference for the Wang family." Qingyan sect asked puzzledly, "What is that for?" Wang Mu sighed and said, "I believe you all know that I am only called the young master of the Wang family, but I have a broken meridian and cannot practice cultivation. I know the pain very well. Therefore, Wang does not want other people who have the talent for cultivation to miss the true opportunity to become an immortal due to lack of money. If I can help more people embark on the path to immortality, it would also be like seeing the scenery on that road for me, right?" Listening to Wang Mu's sincere words, the monk from Qingyan sect was suddenly stunned. Suddenly, I felt a deep regret and self-blame in my heart. He slapped himself in the face. I really deserve to die. What did I ask? Am I human? During the event, many sentimental people had tears in their eyes and felt a little sad. Some girls even burst into tears. Who said that the young master of the Wang family is a bad person? Rumors, all rumors. Master Wang is a good man, the best man in the world. Master Wang, I promise you that I will practice hard and will never let you down. Xia looked at Wang Mu's profile quietly. That profile looks familiar. But to her, it seemed a little strange. Young master is indeed very different from before. It's like he suddenly became a different person. So beneath the young master's usually unruly appearance, he has such thoughts? Or is this what growth is? The first Ascension Conference. It ended in this atmosphere. In order to allow those people from small sects to recruit people freely, Wang Mu chose to withdraw directly. Really? See Wang Mu and others disappear. The pressure on those cultivators was suddenly reduced a lot, and they began to extend olive branches to those boys and girls who were detected to have spiritual roots. Everyone, please come to my Qingyun sect. My Qingyun sect is the most friendly to newcomers. Friendship is useless. I am the leader of the Langya sect, but I am a true foundation-building cultivator. As long as you join the sect, I guarantee that no one will dare to bully you. If it were before. Although they also recruit cultivators with inferior spiritual roots. But they would never accept a cultivator who hasn't even reached the first level of Qi training. After all, the sect is not a shelter. As long as useful people. But now it's different. These people have all received the skills bestowed by Wang Mu. It's no exaggeration to say. As long as they are given time, almost all of them can become the backbone of the immortal sect. The most important thing. This technique was bestowed by the young master of the Wang family. Others don't dare to make any plans. Although the young master said that these people had nothing to do with the Wang family. But what if? You dare to bet? It is not easy to gain the 9 clans of anyone. Who wouldn't want such a talented person with stable development potential? At the same time, the specific content of this Ascension Conference was also spread to thousands of households with the deliberate promotion of Li Yuanhua and others. What? The Immortal Ascension Conference is not a trap? Is it really just a simple test of aptitude? What? After the spiritual root is detected, they tie him up without using a hemp rope and give him spiritual stones as a gift? A medium-grade spiritual root is given a medium-grade spiritual stone as a gift? What? Even if you can't find out your spiritual roots, you'll still give me a martial arts manual? What? The young master of the Wang family made hundreds of little girls cry? What a beast! There is no doubt that this information has caused earth-shaking changes in the hearts of ordinary people who originally avoided the Ascension Conference. The heart that was originally determined not to participate gradually began to waver. Regarding the fact that the young master of the Wang family has changed his gender, it is still difficult for people to accept it. After all, always harder to whitewash than to destroy a house. But the story was spread so true. It also made them unable to help but ask around. Soon, they got the definite answer. Chapter 15 Enlightenment of the Immortal Heart, Little Girl. No more running! It's true. Haven't you seen those little kids whose spiritual roots were discovered? Each of them was beaming with joy, holding a handful of sparkling spiritual stones in their hands. Any one of them could be exchanged for a huge sum of 100 taels of silver. Let the family live without worries about food and clothing for half of their lives. There is nothing more immediate than this kind of stimulation. Then, the next day, the number of people coming to the Ascension Conference has obviously increased several times compared to yesterday. There was a huge crowd of at least 10,000 people participating in the test. Dai Gang Men, low-grade Earth Spirit Root. 10 low-grade Spirit Stones as a reward. Ji Bai Chang, low-grade Water Spirit Root. 10 low-grade Spirit Stones as a reward. Liao Bushi, a mid-grade Wood Spirit Root. A mid-grade Spirit Stone as reward. The testing process proceeded in an orderly manner. At the end of the day, more than 400 people with low-grade spiritual roots and 3 with medium-grade spiritual roots were discovered. As usual, Wang Mu gave everyone skills with corresponding attributes. Immediately following. Day 3. Day 4. There are more and more people. People were talking about this matter everywhere in the streets and alleys. Hey Lao Lu, did you test it? I tested it, but mine doesn't work, nothing. How about you? Haha, my daughter was found to have a low-grade water spirit root, and has been taken away by an immortal master. He even gave us a large sum of money before leaving. Really? Oh my, I really envy you. You don't have to worry about the rest of your life, you can enjoy life. No way, the granddaughter of the old manor in the south of the city is really amazing, she has a mid-level spiritual root. Oh really? Similar conversations occur frequently. These conversations related to the spiritual world have rarely been so heated among ordinary mortals in the past. Because there are very few people like Wang Mu. Regardless of the cost, they are testing the spiritual roots of mortals on a large scale to find the seeds of immortality. For a while, it actually gives people an illusion. Spiritual roots seem to be becoming worthless? Besides, these days are the biggest gain. The most popular ones are the sects near the Daliang royal city, which are so busy recruiting disciples that they are overwhelmed. In the past, they basically only recruited those true cultivators who had worked hard in the cultivation world. Because the fairy seedlings are hard to find. Those who can tell at a glance whether others have spiritual roots are all big shots. Most of them require the use of spirit testing stones or spirit testing formations. So, occasionally, the elders or the head of the sect would go out, and occasionally they would meet a young person whose spiritual roots had not been detected, and occasionally they would be kind enough to point out a clear path. This is called immortal fate. This is the only way to recruit real newcomers. But it's different now. Wang Mu directly let those immortal seedlings show their true colors, completely exposing them in front of them. He also bestowed upon me a powerful technique. Aggressively now, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for newcomers from the hostile forces to rise up and destroy you? So, the competition among the major sects to recruit talents is also very fierce. Especially those geniuses with middle-grade spiritual roots. Even more so. That person has the potential to become a great foundation builder. Lu Jiao, low-grade gold spiritual root! On the palace square. The monk in charge suddenly stopped and looked towards the thin figure standing in the center of the spirit testing formation. It can be vaguely seen that it is a little girl. He was dirty all over, just like a little beggar. The faint blue light rising around the formation revealed her aptitude, a low-grade water spiritual root. Such qualifications are not surprising. What really gave him pause was the other person's name. Nan, low-grade water spirit roots! 10 low-grade spirit stones as a reward. Nan. Strictly speaking, this is not a real name. It is a nickname for daughters in many families. It means the same thing as son. Who would have a name like that? What is your real name? The monk who was conducting the test frowned. My name is Nan. The girl's voice was hard, like dry and cold stone in winter, with a sense of stiffness that comes from not often speaking to people. That's what my family calls me. The sudden episode attracted a lot of people's attention. Wang Mu was originally resting with his eyes closed, but when he heard the noise, he opened his eyes and glanced down. Name Nan. Race human. Qualification low grade. Features enlightened immortal heart, not awakened, highly intelligent, good at creating impossible miracles. Investing in natural treasures that can inspire spiritual wisdom and enhance the connection between heaven and man has a chance to awaken the physique. Investment evaluation. The fortune is prosperous. Investment is strongly recommended. Wang Mu slowly sat up from his lying position, staring at the little girl below with sparkling eyes. The qualifications of inferior spiritual roots. But possessing great fortune? Really the lucky son of a loser? Wang Mu pursed his lips. As expected, people should do more good deeds and they will be blessed. The Ascension Conference has only been held for a few days. The son of luck has come to your doorstep. Moreover, He was a completely new son of fortune who had never been offended by his predecessor. God really favors good people. Young master, is there something wrong with this little beggar? Li Yuanhua was always paying attention to Wang Mu's reaction and asked questions quickly. Wang Mu did not respond to this question, but just said, "Bring her up." "Yes." After a moment, the little beggar was brought in front of Wang Mu. He clenched his fists tightly, looked at Wang Mu vigilantly, his body trembling slightly, and seemed quite nervous. Wang Mu said softly, "Don't be nervous, I have no ill intentions." Little Nan pursed her lips and remained silent. Wang Mu asked softly, "How old are you, little sister?" 10 years old." "Where are your family members?" "I have no family." Little Nan bit her lip, staring straight at the pastries and fruits in front of Wang Mu. Wang Mu smiled, picked up a piece of cake, and waved to her. Come here." The little girl hesitated for a moment, but couldn't bear the sense of crisis in her stomach, so she walked over step by step, took the pastry from Wang Mu's hand, stuffed it into her mouth, and gobbled it up. "Eat slowly, there's more here, all yours." Little Nan was concentrating on eating and didn't say anything, but Wang Mu could clearly feel that she was less wary of him. Wang Mu tilted his head and ordered, "Take her downstairs, give her a bath, change into clean clothes, and prepare a good meal." Xia responded respectfully, "Yes, young master." This is just an episode. Wang Mu was in a high place and there was a barrier around him. Unless he showed up on his own initiative, others would not be able to see clearly what Wang Mu was doing. Only Li Yuanhua and others were puzzled as to why the young master cared so much about an ordinary little beggar. But I didn't dare to ask. At the same time, a jade slip shot out from the barrier of Tianjua Island, sink into the void and disappear. Langya Chamber of Commerce Headquarters. It was late autumn, and the ground in Wutong Garden was covered with golden leaves, creating a beautiful scene. A woman with a noble temperament and silver hair like a waterfall was leaning leisurely under the largest sycamore tree. In front of her, 10 figures stood respectfully. If anyone knows them here, you will be surprised to find out. These people are the 10 most famous heads of the Langya Chamber of Commerce. Each of them holds great power, and the wealth that passes through their hands every day is an astronomical figure. Even if they were the prime ministers or dukes of the Great Xia Dynasty, they would take the initiative to greet them when they met them. But in front of the silver-threaded woman, they were extremely respectful. She is the founder of Langya Chamber of Commerce. A remarkable woman of her generation. Nailin Rongyun. Chapter 16. My grandson can even ruin the Chamber of Commerce. President, these days, the Beihai Chamber of Commerce has been targeting us more and more excessively. Among the 10 leaders, Ren Pingxing, who has the most seniority, said with a serious expression. Yes, not only did they use despicable means and maliciously cut prices, they also teamed up with other small chambers of commerce to suppress us. We are doing business, so peace is the most important thing. Do you think we should write a letter and have a good talk with the Beihai Chamber of Commerce? All the leaders echoed. Nailin Rongyun's expression was calm. Time has left no trace on her. She has fair skin and a graceful and beautiful appearance. At first glance, she looks like a young woman in her 20s or 30s. But that temperament, like the depths of the ocean, does not make people feel any contempt. Anyone who knows her knows that. Back then, she started from scratch and founded the Langya Chamber of Commerce. She has been active in the business world, eliminating countless opponents until today. This is something that not everyone can do. Faced with the slightly noisy voices of a group of people in charge, she simply tapped the armrest twice, and everyone fell silent. In business, profit is the most important thing. How can you not fight for it? The business world is like a battlefield. Is it okay to just surrender when you encounter the enemy? Nailin Rongyun said in neither light nor heavy voice. Everyone was silent. I feel that things are different now than they were in the past. Our opponent is Beihai, one of the 4 major chambers of commerce in the Northern Territory. Whether in terms of financial or material resources, it is no weaker than us. We are now a wealthy family. It would be unwise to rashly go to war with the other side. Moreover, everyone knows why the Beihai Chamber of Commerce targets the Langya Chamber of Commerce. President, have you heard about the Ascension Conference held by the young master on Tianjia Island? Ren Pingxing suddenly said. What do you want to say? Nalin Rongyan still did not open his eyes. Just a few simple words doubled Ren Pingxing's pressure. It felt like a mountain was pressing down on my back. Ren Pingxing held on, cupped his hands and said, At this critical moment, if young master spends lavishly, it may be detrimental to our Chamber of Commerce. As soon as the words were spoken, the whole yard fell silent. The ground was covered with golden sycamore leaves, like burning golden flames. Now, the fire is out. Only desolation remains. A thick chill enveloped everyone. All the leaders broke out in cold sweats, and their hearts beat in their throats. Everyone knows. The president is open-minded and can accept any suggestion, no matter how unreasonable it is. But there is only one thing that I cannot accept. That is, someone said something bad about her grandson. There is no doubt that this is Nalin Rongyan's Achilles' heel. Go on! Nalin Rongyan slowly opened her eyes, with a hint of mockery and coldness in her beautiful eyes, as she looked at Ren Pingxing. I suggest that the young master's authority to use the Chamber of Commerce's spirit stones and resources be temporarily restricted until the situation improves, Ren Pingxing said stiffly. Nalin Rongyan slowly sat up from the rocking chair, picked up a piece of fallen leaves on her body and flicked it away. First of all, Muir did not use the Chamber of Commerce's spiritual stones to hold the Ascension Conference. He used his own pocket money. Secondly, even if he really used the Chamber of Commerce's spiritual stones and resources, so what? Ren Pingxing said seriously. The Chamber of Commerce is now at a critical period. So what? Nalin Rongyan's voice was still soft, but it was like a hammer, striking into everyone's heart. She stood up. She was not very tall. The overwhelming momentum was like Mount Tai, pressing everyone down so hard that they bent over and dared not raise their heads. The Chamber of Commerce was founded by me. Don't say that the spiritual stones that Muir is spending now are just a drop in the ocean for the entire Chamber of Commerce. Even if one day, he really squanders all the money in the Chamber of Commerce, as long as my precious grandson is happy. I'm happy with it. Nalin Rongyan looked around at everyone. Is it clear enough? Clear, clear! This is the last time. From now on, if I hear someone say something similar, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ren Pingxing lowered his head, his face flushed red, and he gritted his teeth, but he couldn't utter a word. Just at this moment, a jade slip broke through the air and came in front of Nalin Rongyan. Nalin Rongyan's eyebrows suddenly raised. The jade slips that Wang Mu used to communicate with them were all specially made and easy to identify. She took off the jade slip, scanned it with her spiritual sense, and saw the contents clearly. Then he looked at Ren Pingxing and said, Go to the warehouse and get 2 kilograms of this year's newest woodao tea leaves. Send them to Tianjia Island immediately. Muir needs them urgently. Enlightenment, tea leaves? Everyone's mouth corners twitched. This is a treasure famous throughout the world of immortal cultivation. It can help people gain enlightenment and comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Even though the Langya Chamber of Commerce is as rich as a country, there are very few such things. Besides, treasures like this can't be measured by kilograms. Every ounce is priceless, okay? But after that exchange just now, Ren Pingxing and the others no longer dared to question anything. They just sighed in their hearts and left. Tianjia Island. In the palace, there was a whole table filled with delicacies from land and sea. The little girl sat at the table, wolfing down her food like a starving ghost. After some cleaning, she no longer looked like the little beggar. She is a very cute little girl with picturesque eyebrows and delicate features. She is a real beauty. After a while, little Nanan finally couldn't eat anymore, so she collapsed on the seat, touching her round belly. Suddenly, she noticed that Wang Mu had been sitting beside her, looking at her quietly with a faint smile. Sudden sense of discomfort in his expression. She gritted her teeth and whispered, Can you sleep with me later? Wang Mu. Little Nanan said a little embarrassedly. I'm too full, it's hard to deal with. Wang Mu. What nonsense are you talking about? Wang Mu's mouth twitched slightly. What do you mean by sleep or not? Where did a child learn such a mess? Little Nan Nan stared at Wang Mu. Everyone says that you are the most lustful man in the world. No matter if they are young or old, or even non-human, you will not let them go. I have poor qualifications and nothing. Why are you so nice to me? A hint of resignation in little Nanan's voice. Although she was young, she had obviously experienced enough and was smart enough not to be treated as a normal 10-year-old girl. Rumors, all rumors, Wang Mu said righteously. I am a good person. Oh, little Nanan blinked her big eyes. This doesn't conflict with your lust. Wang Mu. Makes sense. Who says good people can't be lustful? Wang Mu decided not to continue on this topic and said, I heard that you have a sister. As soon as these words came out, little Nanan's expression changed drastically, with deep fear and a flash of hatred in her eyes. She shook her head and said, No. No. Wang Mu approached and gently stroked the other person's head. Don't be afraid, I have no ill intentions. No one can hurt you here. Not even that person. Little Nanan's petite body trembled. The stiff body slowly calmed down. Chapter 17 Tang Qian's Past. Karma and Reincarnation. Sister is gone. Father and mother are gone too, killed by bad guys. Little Nanan pouted and tears welled up in her eyes. Wang Mu had a complicated expression and gently patted the little girl's shoulder to comfort her. Little Nanan originally had a relatively happy family. I have a sister and parents. Make a living by fishing on a small island. Until one day, suddenly the whole family was wiped out, and all the members of the family died tragically. And the death was miserable. Even the soul was sucked out and wiped out completely. That island is very remote. So Li Yuanhua could only find out that much. When he reported to Wang Mu, he suspected that it was an evil cultivator who was at work. Because the brutal method of not only killing people but also wiping out their souls is really not something that an ordinary cultivator would do. After all, justice is clear and there will be retribution in the dark. People who practice spiritual cultivation especially value this point. At the same time, Li Yuanhua was also surprised that little Nanan was able to escape, and said that the little girl was very lucky. Can you not be lucky? Wang Mu sighed secretly. This is definitely the fate of a protagonist, but it's a rather miserable kind. With Wang Mu's comfort, little girl's emotions gradually stabilized. Start talking about what happened back then. It all started when her sister picked up a man on the beach. The man was seriously injured and washed onto an unknown island by the waves. The elder sister took good care of him, and they fell in love with each other. They got married and the elder sister became pregnant. Later the man left, saying that he was going to seek the immortals and would come back to lead his family to live a good life. However, the day he returned brought disaster to the family. Overnight, the entire family was wiped out. The sister who was about to give birth had her head and body separated, and her body shattered. Only the little girl escaped by luck. Do you remember what that person's name was? Remember. Little Nanan gritted her teeth and said, His name is Tang Qian. Wang Mu couldn't help smacking his lips. There are always such coincidences in the world. In the past, his mother Luo Xuanxuan went to kill a peerless demon fairy. The demon fairy and the human conceived a child. Later, by chance, he married into the Beihai Chamber of Commerce. His name is Tang Qian. Wang Mu snapped his fingers and a portrait appeared in front of him, depicting a man with high spirits. Is it him? Yes, it's him. Little Nanan gritted her teeth, hatred gushing from her eyes. She could never forget this face even if she turned into ashes. Sure enough, it's not a duplicate name. Calculate the time. At that time, Tang Qian should have just escaped to the Northern Territory. Haven't joined the Beihai Chamber of Commerce yet. Then things gradually became clear. Tang Qian was filled with hatred, and in order to overthrow the Wang family, it was impossible for him to waste his life on that nameless island. He left the island originally to improve his own strength, but unexpectedly he met the daughter of Beihai Chamber of Commerce, which saved him countless years of hard work and practice. However, his wife, who had been with him through thick and thin, became his fatal weakness. If the daughter of the Beihai Chamber of Commerce knew that he was married and his wife was pregnant, even if the young lady didn't care, the people in the Chamber of Commerce would not agree. Therefore, silencing him became a natural thing. Wang Mu touched his chin and felt that this matter suddenly became absurd and interesting. Back then, his mother accidentally let go of a son of destiny. Now it has become a major threat to the Langya Chamber of Commerce. And he, Tang Qian, became the modern-day Qin Shimi, who abandoned his wife after having sex with her. When he did bad things, he actually let a son of fortune go. Sure enough, people still have to do good things. If you do evil, you will be punished sooner or later. I didn't expect that the new son-in-law of Penglai Chamber of Commerce would be this kind of person. TSK, you can only judge a person by his appearance but not his heart. That Tang Qian is so much worse than our young master. On the side, Zixia, Li Yuanhua and others shook their heads and sighed. What a beast! What a beast! Wang Mu pointed at Tang Qian's portrait and cursed. A man of great stature, but for the sake of wealth and fame, he abandoned his wife and even killed her when she was pregnant. I, Wang Mu, will never coexist with such beasts and scums. Little Nan stared at Wang Mu, a little hesitant. But that person is very powerful now. Wang Mu sneered. There are always people who are better than you. No matter how strong Tang Qian is, there will always be a stronger genius than him. Li Yuanhua clapped his hands and shouted. Great! Young master, you have great ambitions. I admire you as much as the ocean, boundless and endless. The little girl's eyes turned bright as she looked at Wang Mu. Wang Mu said, I didn't say me, I was talking about you. Little girl. Zixia. Li Yuanhua. Me? Can I do it? Little Nanan's eyes dimmed and she lowered her head somewhat unconfidently. Originally, she came to test her spiritual roots in the hope that she would have a chance to practice and seek revenge one day in the future. But after the test results came out, I was inevitably disappointed. Inferior spiritual roots are destined to have limited achievements, and revenge is unlikely to happen. Wang Mu smiled slightly. Aren't you very curious about why I should take special care of you? Little Nanan asked seriously. Isn't it because you are lustful? Wang Mu said righteously. Of course not. It's because I see that you are extraordinary. Although you only have low-grade spiritual roots, you have a heart of enlightenment. With just a little guidance and some opportunities, you can become a dragon overnight. But if you give up hope, you will be no different from a walking corpse. Little Nanan looked at him suspiciously. You are not lying to me, are you? Wang Mu chuckled and pointed at Zixia. She is my personal maid. She has been with me since she was young and knows me best. Zixia, tell her honestly, have I ever lied to anyone? Zixia. She looked at Xiao Nanan, then at Wang Mu, the corners of her mouth twitched for a long time, and said, No, the young master is the most honest person in the world. After saying this, Zixia slowly turned her back and covered her heart. It's bad, I can't find my conscience anymore. Just at this moment, a guard walked in quickly. Young master, the things sent by the Chamber of Commerce have arrived. So soon? Bring it here. Wang Mu's eyes lit up, and he took a space ring from the other party. The next second, a copper jar appeared in his hand. He opened the seal of the copper jar, and a faint, refreshing fragrance instantly spread out, filling the entire room. Li Yuanhua's nose twitched slightly, his pupils shrank, and he stared at the pottery jar in Wang Mu's hand. Then, could it be? Wang Mu reached into the jar with one hand, took out a dozen tiny golden tea leaves, put them into the cup, and brewed them directly with boiling water. The aroma is stronger. Li Yuanhua and Zixia felt that their brains were empty at this moment, and they felt as if their souls were gently caressed. It can't be wrong, it can't be wrong! Li Yuanhua's breathing quickened. It is indeed the enlightenment tea! Come, drink it! Wang Mu handed the teacup to the little girl. What is this? Little Nanan smelled it, and her eyes lit up. It smelled so good. Good stuff, very nutritious, drinking it will make you smarter. Hearing this, little Nana looked at him suspiciously. Wang Mu, are you lying to the kids? Wang Mu. Chapter 18, The Immortal Heart Awakens. Terrifying comprehension. Should I say it or not? These words do seem to be intended to deceive children. But God bless you, Wang Mu didn't lie this time. Therefore, he did not feel guilty at all. How could it be? It's really a good thing? If you drink it, your enlightenment and immortal heart may awaken. Few children like to drink tea. The same is true for little Nan. But when Wang Mu said that after drinking this thing, there is a chance to awaken the immortal heart of enlightenment, and you can practice and become very strong. Little Nan drank the tea without hesitation, frowning. It's so bitter. Of course it's bitter. Without tea is much heavier than ordinary tea. Wang Mu just put in a dozen slices, about 1/3 of an ounce. Just used a small teacup to brew it. It would be strange if it wasn't bitter. It's a little bitter at first, but then it becomes sweeter. You'll get used to it. Come on, drink more! Wang Mu poured another glass of wine for little Nan and urged her to drink it immediately. She drank 5 or 6 cups in a row, and later Wang Mu even asked her to chew and swallow the tea leaves. Then he took out new tea leaves and continued brewing. Less, it's too bitter. The little girl had a bitter face and her brows were furrowed all the time. Watching this scene, Li Yuanhua, who was standing aside, felt his heart bleeding. What an ignorant little girl. You really don't know how lucky you are. That's the enlightenment tea. I have lived for more than 1,000 years, and I have only heard of it, but never even smelled it. You, on the other hand, keep drinking 1 cup after another. You actually think tea is bitter? That's too much. Moreover, isn't this brewing method of the young master too wasteful? Besides, how could a little girl like her, who hasn't even reached the Qi training stage, drink the kind of enlightenment tea? Does she have the truth to realize it? What a waste! Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully invested in Nan Wudao tea, and the investment progress has reached 10%. You will receive 10% of Nanan's subsequent training effect benefits as a reward. Congratulations, you have successfully invested in Nan Wudao tea, and the investment progress has reached 20%. You will receive 20% of Nanan's subsequent training effect benefits as a refund. I don't know how many cups of tea I drank. Finally. I want to pee. Little Nanan looked at Wang Mu embarrassedly. Take her there! Wang Mu's mouth twitched slightly. After a while, Xia ran back holding little Nanan. Master, little Nanan has fallen asleep. Wang Mu, let her sleep first, and continue when she wakes up. Yes. The energy contained in Wudao tea is too abundant. The little girl is still weak. Some people are too weak to be nourished. This sleep lasted for a whole day and a night. Fortunately, after waking up, she became energetic, and her eyes became brighter. Wang Mu continued to feed her the Wudao tea. Congratulations, you have successfully invested in Nan Wudao tea, and the investment progress has reached 50%. You will receive 50% of Nanan's subsequent training effect benefits back. Congratulations, you have successfully invested in Nan Wudao tea, and the investment progress has reached 100%. You will receive 100% of Nanan's subsequent training effect benefits back. Congratulations to the host, your invested girl has absorbed and refined the enlightenment tea leaves and awakened her innate characteristics, the enlightenment immortal heart. Congratulations, you have received a reward for your cultivation effect from Nanan. Congratulations on obtaining the enlightenment heart, your comprehension has been enhanced beyond belief. As a series of prompt sounds rang out from the system, Wang Mu's mind was shaken. He just felt the clouds and fog dissipate, and the whole world became clearer in his eyes. My thoughts raced, and my entire sea of consciousness became clear. He closed his eyes and thought for a moment. The incomplete version of 8 Extremes Collapsing Heaven Fist, obtained from Lin Yen, seemed to come alive and automatically began to supplement and improve the following content. It was as if there were thousands of little people in his mind, helping him to deduce and perfect his ideas. Just a moment. The Baji Benkian Quan, which originally had only 30% of its power, was derived to 50%. Is this the mind of enlightenment? My brain is comparable to a super-quantum computer. In fact, the predecessor's qualifications were not bad. After all, he is the offspring of 2 earthly immortals. Both his bloodline and talent are top-notch. He is just cursed and cannot practice cultivation. Compare it to who I am now. The qualifications of the predecessor were no different from those of a block of wood. The gap is really too big. Only those who have experienced it can understand. With this kind of understanding, Wang Mu felt that even deducing the level of the Sun Emperor Sutra was possible. However, if you want to achieve that step, you still need to supplement a lot of knowledge related to cultivation as a foundation. It cannot be created out of thin air. Of course, Wang Mu was just thinking about it. He couldn't possibly spend so much time on such things. After all, he doesn't need to practice himself, so the skills are not important. Moreover, things like improving one's cultivation foundation can be taught to a girl like Xiao Nan who has great ambitions. If she understood, it meant that Wang Mu understood. At the same time, little Nan fell asleep again. Wait for her to wake up. She will also realize the tremendous changes that enlightenment of the immortal mind has brought to her. Of the immortal heart of enlightenment is not like some powerful holy bodies and divine bodies, which can cause huge visions in heaven and earth. On the contrary, he is unusually low-key and restrained. Apart from Wang Mu, even Li Yuanhua, who was in the spirit transformation stage, failed to notice Nanan's changes. At most, it felt like the little girl's eyes seemed to become clearer and more lively. But this is well explained. After all, if you drink so much enlightenment tea, even a pig can speak human language on the spot. Young master, today's Ascension Conference has begun, Li Yuanhua reminded respectfully. Well, go and have a look. Wang Mu took a step and walked out of the room. The Ascension Conference is already on its 7th day. After these days of rendering, Wang Mu's impression in the minds of the people of Tianjia Island has greatly improved. At least, in Daliang City and the surrounding cities, everyone agrees that young Master Wang Mu is the best person in the world. There is an endless stream of people coming to test their spiritual root qualifications. There were only 3,000 people on the first day. But in the past 2 days, the number has exceeded 100,000. Because there are too many people. Li Yuanhua specially arranged 7 or 8 venues to disperse the flow of people and surrounded the royal palace. The larger the base number, the higher the probability of a genius appearing. On the 4th day, a talented girl with superior grade thunder spiritual roots was detected, causing a great sensation. This is a fairy seedling that has the potential to become a golden elixir true lord. Moreover, it is an extremely rare thunder spirit root that is best at killing. The major sects were fighting so hard that their brains were about to burst out. Eventually, he was recruited into the Yenri sect, one of the 3 major sects on Tianjia Island. Wang Mu came to the high platform in the center of the palace. Li Yuanhua respectfully took out a specially made recliner and placed it behind Wang Mu. Wang Mu lay down slowly and found that this position was excellent. Even lying on his side, he could clearly overlook the situation at every test site. It seemed that there was no such platform before? Wang Mu asked. Oh yes. Our ancestors saw that you like to quietly observe the test site from a high place, so they specially asked us to build such a place. Lian Wang Li Changhe replied respectfully. Wang Mu glanced at Li Yuanhua and said with satisfaction, That's thoughtful. Li Yuanhua instantly held his head high, with his hair full of silver hair flying. It is an honor for this old slave to be able to share the worries of the young master. Wang Mu took out a small package from his arms and threw it over. Li Yuanhua took it carefully, and as soon as he got it, he smelled a familiar fragrance. Suddenly his whole body began to tremble. Is this the enlightenment tea? For this old slave? Wang Mu waved his hand. Take it, you should be able to use it. Li Yuanhua instantly fell to his knees, tears welling up in his eyes. I thank you, young master, for your grace. Chapter 19 Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Foundation building is successful. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully invested in the Yuanhua Wudao tea, and the investment progress has reached 30%. You will receive 30% of Li Yuanhua's subsequent training effect benefits back. The difficulty of system investment is determined by a combination of factors such as the target's strength, potential, and worth. The little girl is still weak, but has amazing potential and will have great room for development in the future, which means a huge rate of return. Therefore, it will be relatively more difficult to invest. Wang Mu consumed more than a pound of Wudao tea. In fact, all the children of destiny are like this. The same level of natural resources and treasures in others, The progress may be accelerated, but if you invest in them, the effect will be much smaller. For example, in the case of Lin Yen before, one sea spirit flame only increased the progress to 30%. That is a rare item on the spirit fire list. In some ways, it is more rare than woodao tea. Because there are only a few woodao tea trees, although they are controlled by major forces, they can still produce a stable amount, just not in large quantities. But if you want to obtain a treasure like the sea spirit flame, you really need a great opportunity. If the time and place are not right, it is common for not a single flower to be born for hundreds or thousands of years. Although Li Yuanhua has powerful cultivation, he is old and his potential has been mostly exhausted. If there is no great opportunity in the future, the probability of him making another breakthrough will be very small. This means the rate of return is not great. Therefore, Wang Mu only used less than 1 or 2 ounces of woodao tea to increase his investment progress to 30%. After this comparison, Wang Mu increasingly felt that his strategy of casting a wide net was correct. After all, even if he was given a bunch of Sons of Luck, Wang Mu had no idea whether he could fully invest them with the financial resources of the Langya Chamber of Commerce. Wow! The crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. Wake Wang Mu up from his thoughts. His eyes fell on the testing site where the noise came from. It turned out that a genius with an excellent fire spiritual root was discovered over there. A top-grade spiritual root means having the potential to become a nascent soul stage master. This is already amazing. You must know that even if the Li Liang royal family has the ancestor of Huashan in charge, they cannot guarantee that every king of Liang will have the cultivation level of the nascent soul stage. How many people have been tested these days? Wang Mu suddenly asked. Young master, in the past 7 days, a total of more than 500,800 people have been tested. Li Yuanhua responded without hesitation. A full 500,000 people, is this just the first top-grade spiritual root? Wang Mu touched his chin, feeling that this ratio seemed too exaggerated. But Li Yuanhua was optimistic. It's already pretty good. In the past, even if we searched the entire Tianjua Island for decades, we might not find a top-grade spiritual root. This is all thanks to your great blessing, young master. Wang Mu smiled lightly and said nothing. He knew that when Li Yuanhua mentioned searching all over Tianjua Island, it would definitely not be possible to search door to door like he was doing. The probability of missing is still relatively high. At most, we can only count those who, by chance, entered the immortal gate and displayed their talents as top-grade spiritual roots. However, Li Yuanhua was right in one thing. If it weren't for Wang Mu's determination to test the spiritual roots of all the people at all costs, 9 out of 10 of the immortal seedlings below cannot be discovered, and most of them will have to live a mediocre life as mortals. In cultivating immortals, not only talent is important, luck is also very important. Wang Mu is the luck of those immortal seedlings from poor families. It's strange. When the top-grade spiritual roots were discovered before, all the major sects fought tooth and nail for them. But now he has discovered a genius with top-grade spiritual roots. These forces did not move. What's going on? Why don't they rob? Some curious people in the crowd were surprised and puzzled. What are you fighting for? It's okay to fight for ordinary high-grade and medium-grade spiritual roots. A genius with top-grade spiritual roots can have a place even among the disciples of the Holy Land. The young master of the Wang family has spent so much manpower and material resources to organize such an ascension conference. It is impossible that in the end, he will come away empty-handed? That would make us look so immature. Not bad, not bad. My sect has already accepted a genius with a top-grade spiritual root. That's enough. A top-grade spiritual root, too dazzling. This person should also return to the Wang family. Everyone was talking about it. All eyes turned to the platform where Wang Mu was. Wang Mu took those small words into his ears and couldn't help laughing. Spread the word, let them fight for it. I, Wang Mu, keep my word. This immortal ascension conference is only to let all the talented people with spiritual roots in the world get the opportunity to practice. It is definitely not for the personal gain of my Wang family. Li Yuanhua blinked. Really, really? Wang Mu said calmly. Let go. Li Yuanhua agreed, also somewhat surprised. Is the young master's vision really so high? Even a genius with top-grade spiritual roots looks down on you? Then why did you fall for a little beggar? The young master is worthy of being the young master. His mind is as deep as the ocean, unpredictable. The news got out. The place was instantly boiling with excitement. Really? Did the young master of the Wang family really say that? The Li family's ancestor personally delivered the message. How could it be false? What a good man! Young Master Wang is truly a great man! Damn it, this is so weird. Has the young master of the Wang family really changed his personality? I, the Leiji sect, am willing to invite the top-grade spiritual root immortal seedlings to join our immortal sect as the young sect master. What's a young sect leader? My Taiwa sect's nascent soul patriarch can accept him as a true disciple and teach him everything he knows. All the major sects began to compete for it, offering their own conditions, which made the geniuses with upper and middle grade spiritual roots extremely jealous. In the world of cultivating immortals, a difference of one level in aptitude can make a huge difference. This is indeed true. Why, your Li family has no interest in this immortal seedling of top-grade spiritual roots? Wang Mu looked at Li Yuanhua, who had been guarding him, and smiled. Of course I am interested. But since the young master has said that he wants all the major sects to fight for it, he must have his own considerations. Li Yuanhua said thoughtfully, I am worried that if I ruin young master's plan, it will be bad. How could he not be interested in a genius with top-grade spiritual roots? It should be noted that among the current young generation of the Li family, there has not yet been any top-grade spiritual roots. The next successor to the throne is still unknown. Fortunately, those who practice Taoism have long lifespans. King Liang Li Changhe can still live for a few hundred more years and have a chance to continue living. Moreover, the real pillar of the Li family lies in the Yuanhua. If not, the Li family couldn't hold back any longer. Wang Mu smiled but said nothing. In fact, he didn't mind the Li family fighting for it. To him, it was all the same and there was no difference. But to outsiders, today, the Li family completely obeys the Wang family. If the Li family took the person away, some people would inevitably speculate that this was Wang Mu's intention. If the time comes, it would be counterproductive to say that he said one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. Now is the critical moment for Wang Mu to rebuild his reputation. Some details cannot be neglected. Although Li Yuanhua didn't know Wang Mu's exact intention, Wang Mu was quite satisfied with his meticulous thinking. Finally, the 7th day of the Ascension Conference ended. Wang Mu returned to the depths of the palace. Suddenly I felt a heat in my dantian. A powerful energy suddenly burst out from his body. Li Yuanhua and Xia, who were beside him. Chapter 20 The Stunned Northern Ocean's Saint Lord. Chapter 20 The Stunned Holy Lord of Beiming. This is, the foundation has been established. Wang Mu was also stunned. He looked down at his hands and felt the vast magic power in his body, which was 10 times greater than before. It feels like a complete transformation. The Ascension Conference lasts for 7 days. He invested a total of more than 500,000 people. The number of monks born is about 20,000. The cultivation results of these people will be returned to Wang Mu in the same proportion. Even if the amount of cultivation each person provided to Wang Mu was very little. But taken together, it is an extremely considerable amount. Certainly. The most important thing is that Wang Mu himself is not far from building his foundation. And the foundation is extremely solid. The breakthrough was a natural outcome. It's just a matter of shivering. On the side, Xia and Li Yuanhua were stunned. Young master, isn't it impossible to practice cultivation? Where does this mysterious and powerful aura come from? Wang Mu said. I'm going back to my room. Don't disturb me if nothing happens. Yes, yes, sir, they both said in unison. Li Yuanhua buried his head tightly, not daring to raise it, and felt a terrifying chill enveloping him. His head was buzzing. Could it be that the rumor is false? The young master actually practiced cultivation? The reason why the Wang family publicized this way was to let the young master keep a low profile? When I think about what the young master has been doing these days, it is completely different from what has been rumored. Li Yuanhua's heart suddenly sank, feeling like he had uncovered some huge secret. Cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. Wang Mu returned to the house, sat cross-legged on the couch, and checked his own changes. There is a very obvious difference between the foundation establishment stage and the qi refining stage. That is, qi refining cultivators need to use magical tools to fly, such as flying swords, flying gourds, flying sisters. But foundation building monks don't need it. It is possible to walk in the air, and one's own magic power is enough to support flight. Wang Mu held a blood-red jade pendant around his neck. This item is called Hanging Ban. It can detect any form of spying and perception below the level of Earth Immortals. It can take effect automatically without the need for mana, and the effect will be even stronger when mana is injected. At the same time, several powerful spells are hidden. The magic weapon for protection given to him by his mother Luo Xuanchuang. With the infusion of magic power, a red transparent barrier spread out and covered the courtyard. Wang Mu came to the yard and practiced the secret skills and magical powers in his mind. Tianping Fighting Dragon Technique. The Golden Afterimage Escapes. Baji Collapsing Heaven Fist. As it was performed over and over again, the courtyard was filled with bright spiritual light, which sometimes transformed into a rock soaring into the sky with a terrifying momentum. Sometimes it is like the setting sun on the river and the sea, blending into the afterglow of dusk and disappearing. Sometimes he is domineering and fierce, like an ancient giant, shaking the earth and making the sky sway. Carefree. So refreshing. Wang Mu performed the incomplete Baji Benkian fist over and over again. His mind was full of ideas and his thoughts were running fast. Of the enlightened immortal heart is once again demonstrated. Continue to supplement and expand it. From 50% to 70% and then to 95%. Until it is fully completed. Wang Mu threw a punch, and the void seemed to be shaking. All the fallen flowers in the yard flew into the air, turned into a tornado, gathered on the tip of Wang Mu's fist, and then exploded with a loud bang. The sky is filled with fallen leaves, fluttering down in the wind. Wang Mu stood under the old poplar tree in the yard and slowly exhaled. Looking up, the golden morning sun comes into view. It turned out that a night had passed. Mu. A familiar and gentle female voice suddenly sounded behind Wang Mu. Wang Mu was stunned and turned around. A dignified and graceful figure was standing at the intersection of sunlight and darkness, looking at him with a complicated expression. Mom? Why are you here? Wang Mu was very surprised. The person who came was the Holy Lord of Beiming, Luo Xuanchuang. I heard from Xia about what you did on Tianjia Island. It was quite a big deal. I happened to have nothing to do these 2 days, so I thought of coming to see you. Luo Xuanchuang slowly walked up to Wang Mu, her eyes still filled with incredible shock and complexity. I didn't expect that you gave me such a big surprise. Call it a surprise. In fact, it was more of a shock. Over the years, the Wang family, Beiming Holy Land, and Langya Chamber of Commerce, 3 giant organizations, have tried every possible way to resolve the curse on Wang Mu. But it still doesn't help. But unexpectedly, Wang Mu was able to practice at some point. Moreover, he succeeded in building the foundation quietly. Wang Mu scratched his head, feeling a little guilty. Mom, I didn't hide it from you on purpose, I just haven't figured out how to tell you. Luo Xuanchuang raised her hand and gently brushed away the fallen leaves on Wang Mu's shoulders. She said softly, It's right not to say anything. People in this cultivation world are treacherous. Not everyone can see you as well. Mu has grown up and has a secret. Listen to the hint of resentment in the voice. Wang Mu's scalp felt numb, and he couldn't help coughing twice. Mom, that's not what I meant. Luo Xuanchuang chuckled. Alright, I was just kidding you. I'm happy that you can practice, really happy. As he laughed, Luo Xuanchuang, the #1 swordsman in the North Ming Dynasty who had suppressed the geniuses of the Holy Land with one sword for a whole 1,000 years, actually had tears in his eyes and his voice became more choked. Wang Mu integrated the memories of his previous life and understood how hard it was for his mother. He was silent for a long time, then said, Actually, I had a dream one day. I dreamed that an old immortal told me that the curse on me could only be broken by doing good deeds. So I'm going to give it a try. Luo Xuanchuang opened her mouth and said, Mu, if you don't have a good reason, you don't have to make it up. Wang Mu. Give me your hand. Oh. Luo Xuanchuang held Wang Mu's hand and felt it carefully. It is certainly a good thing that Wang Mu can practice now. But it happened suddenly. Luo Xuanchuang still needed to check it out carefully, just in case it was a last gasp or something. In short, she was worried. However, during this inspection, Luo Xuanchuang's eyes were suddenly filled with shock. Such pure mana! As an earthly immortal and the holy master of the binding Holy Land, she naturally practiced the most supreme martial arts in the world. However, even she, in terms of the purity of her magic power, is not as good as her own son. You know, Wang Mu is only in the foundation building stage now. This is not metaphysical at all. Could it be that Mu really turned a disaster into a blessing and awakened some special physical condition that had never been recorded? Suddenly, she remembered something and asked, By the way, Mu, I just saw you display those magical powers, two of which don't seem to be human skills, and the last boxing technique doesn't seem to be complete? Wang Mu couldn't help but sigh at his mother's vision and nodded. Mom, you have good vision! The first two moves were deduced by the child from watching Fugui fight sea beasts. As for the last one, it was discovered by chance by the child, and I am trying to complete it now. It's really inconvenient to tell my mother about the system. Wang Mu could only make up for it on his own. Hearing this, Luo Xuanchuang was even more shocked. With her keen eyesight, she could naturally see that whether it was the Sky Ping fighting dragon technique, or the Sky Light afterimage escape, they both captured the essence of the Ping clan's magical powers and were quite magical. Theoretically, given the human body structure and meridian structure, it is difficult to imitate the spirit no matter how hard you try. But Wang Mu did it. As for the last type of boxing, although Luo Xuanchuang had never seen it before, he could be sure that it was a top-level magical power from ancient times. With the help of the fragments, Wang Mu was able to complete it almost perfectly. What a terrifying understanding this is. Even if the ancient sages were still alive, it would probably be difficult to do so. Chapter 21 My son Wang Mu has the potential to be an emperor. Great! I knew that my child is definitely not an ordinary person. He has the potential to become an emperor. Luo Xuanchuang cried with joy and nodded repeatedly. Wang Mu's eyes jumped. No, mother, don't say that, don't say it. Luo Xuanchuang was puzzled. What's wrong? Well, Wang Mu rolled his eyes and said, What I mean is that I have just started practicing, so I should keep a low profile. Luo Xuanchuang immediately calmed down and said calmly, Mu, you are right. You have a special physique and extraordinary talent. Once people know about it, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble. In the future, try not to use your magical powers in front of others. Wang Mu nodded and said, Don't worry, mother, I know what's going on. By the way, I'll take some of your blood. Ah? Why? Silly child, now that you are able to practice, all those magical instruments and treasures that our family has prepared for you need to be refined a little bit. Combined with magic power, they will be more powerful. Oh! The earthly immortals have extraordinary means. Wang Mu didn't wait to react. Luo Xuanchuang's fingers gently stroked the palm of Wang Mu's hand, and a few drops of blood were taken away. And there wasn't even a scratch on his hand. Luo Xuanchuang nodded and patted Wang Mu on the shoulder. Okay, good boy. I'll go back and tell your father about this, he will definitely be happy. After saying that, she turned and left, tearing through the void and disappearing. Daoliang Palace. Inside another palace. Li Yuanhua was so anxious that he paced back and forth. The core principle of Tongtian Avenue is that you cannot ask about things you shouldn't know. This is a taboo. The fact that the young master can practice cultivation is definitely the most core secret of the Wang family. Now that an outsider like me knows about it, if this matter is not handled properly, my Li family will surely suffer a devastating disaster. What should I do? What should I do? At this moment, an indescribable aura of terror completely enveloped the palace. Li Yuanhua's expression changed drastically. Look up. Faintly seen in the void, an unfathomable majestic figure was standing there. Like the dark moon hanging high in the sky. It exudes a bone-chilling chill. Even a cultivator like Li Yuanhua, who had reached the state of spiritual enlightenment, was like an ant in front of that figure, and could not muster the slightest thought of resisting. Like a boat in the sea. It could be shattered at any time. That is, an earthly immortal in the tribulation period. Almost instantly, Li Yuanhua recognized the person. With a thud, he knelt down without hesitation. Old slave, I bow to the Holy Lord of the North Sea, the mysterious frost sword immortal. Luo Xuanchuang had no expression on his face. Do you know me? Li Yuanhua said loudly. I work under the young master, so I naturally remember your honorable face in my heart, and I kowtow to you day and night, and I dare not be disrespectful in the slightest. Luo Xuanchuang looked down and said, Since you regard Mu as your master, why do you kowtow to me? Li Yuanhua reacted quickly. With a wave of his hand, he opened the mechanism on the wall, and several portraits appeared. They were the appearances of Wang Mu, Luo Xuanchuang, and others. Yes, yes! My Li family is loyal to the Wang family, and the sun and the moon can testify to that. Whether it's the young master, the sword fairy, or the King of Wei, I bow to them 3 times a day, and I have never stopped for many years. Luo Xuanchuang nodded slightly. You are a smart person. Thank you for your praise, Lord. I am ashamed to accept it. I don't want you to let anyone know that Mu can practice cultivation. Li Yuanhua understood what the other party meant and did not hesitate. He immediately clasped his hands together, his brows lit up, and a 3-foot-tall spirit floated out from above his head, kneeling in a worshipping posture. I am willing to sign a master-servant contract with you, young master, to show my loyalty. Master-servant contract. This was a contract that was only concluded between a monk and his pet beast. The status of the 2 parties signing the contract is absolutely unfair. With just one thought, the person under the contract will suffer a fate worse than death and will perish. Luo Xuanchuang snapped his fingers, and a drop of blood containing immortal light fell and merged into Li Yuanhua's soul. As the light grew, the contract is done. Since you are working for Mu, it will be enough to worship him alone in the future. What's the point of hanging so many portraits? Luo Xuanchuang's voice fell lightly. Li Yuanhua put his head on the ground and said, I understand. After a long time, there was no response. There was the sound of footsteps, followed by Li Changhe's surprised voice. Old ancestor, what are you doing kneeling on the ground? Get up quickly! Li Yuanhua raised his head and looked around, but there was no sign of Luo Xuanchuang. He finally let go of the worry in his heart. Is this the Holy Lord of the North Sea? Li Yuanhua sighed in his heart. He knew that the gap between himself and the earthly immortal realm was quite large, but he had not expected it to be so huge. In front of him, he didn't even have the courage to take action. Just like a mortal facing the supreme god. On the path of cultivation, the difference of one realm is like a chasm. This is especially true in the later stages of development. Take all those paintings and only keep the young masters, Li Yuanhua said, looking at the wall. Ah, why? Li Changhe was confused. Li Yuanhua looked at him dimly. From now on, our Li family only needs to worship one person, that's enough. This is… Wang Mu's expression suddenly startled, and he realized that there was something new in his sea of consciousness. That is a seal of contract. Wang Mu was not unfamiliar with this. He had 2 similar marks, one belonging to the golden-winged rock and the other one belonging to the golden lion. But this time, the other end of the contract was clearly connected to a human cultivator. Li Yuanhua. Wang Mu was slightly stunned and laughed randomly. It feels like I took his blood to do this. Ginger is still spicy with age. Mom, you have considered everything. The sun is at noon. A new day has begun. The Ascension Conference continues. But the number of people coming for testing today has dropped significantly. Wang Mu sat on the high platform, watching this scene, frowning slightly. What's going on? There are so few people today? Li Yuanhua bowed and said, Young master, in the past 7 days, most of those who meet the requirements near the royal city have come to take the test. As for the rest of the mortals, it will take some time to get to the royal city due to the long journey. Wang Mu suddenly realized. Tianjue Island is still very big. With the strength of ordinary mortals, they want to rush to the Dalian King's city from some remote areas by taking an ox cart or a horse cart. It will take at least 2 or 3 months. For longer journeys, it may take a year or 2. But Wang Mu doesn't have that long to wait. Starting from tomorrow, testing points will be set up in all major cities on Tianjue Island. We must ensure that all those who need to test their spiritual roots are tested in the shortest possible time. Wang Mu made the final decision. Li Yuanhua agreed immediately and left to make the arrangements. The news came out. Entire Tianjue Island was in an uproar. Somewhere in a remote mountain town. In the tea house. What? The young master of the Wang family is here in our city to test his qualifications? That would be great. No need to walk so far. Young Master Wang is such a good person. My child has difficulty walking and can't even walk to the royal city. Now it's all right, we can get the test right at our doorstep. Hey, old manly, why are you running so fast? The tea house owner stopped an old farmer who had hurried out and asked. Nonsense, my son just set out for the royal city this morning. If I'd borrow a carriage now, maybe I can catch up with him. Chapter 22. What? The young master is not a human? Next half a month passed. In various places of Tianjue Island, the Ascension Conference was held with great fanfare. Wang Mu set up 20 monitoring points across the entire Tianjue Island, covering almost all remote areas. Greatly saves efficiency. The population density in other areas is not as concentrated as that in the royal city. But when added together, it is still a considerable amount. Currently, on the entire Tianjue Island, there are more than 4 million people who have undergone the aptitude test arranged by the young master. There are more than 147,000 people whose spiritual roots have been detected. Among them, there are more than 13,000 people with medium-grade spiritual roots, 108 people with high-grade spiritual roots, and 3 people with top-grade spiritual roots. In the palace, Li Yuanhua was respectfully reporting the test results to Wang Mu. Wang Mu nodded and said, You have worked hard these days. Li Yuanhua's face was filled with fear. Young master, what are you talking about? Being able to work for you is a blessing that I have never wished for. Pause. Li Yuanhua continued. It's interesting to say that after the news of the young master holding the Ascension Conference on Tianjue Island spread, the island owners of many surrounding islands began to contact me, asking indirectly when the young master would go to their places to bestow his grace. Scolded back by the old slave, Wang Mu looked at Li Yuanhua with a half-smile. How did you curse? Li Yuanhua acted out the scene vividly. I pointed my finger at their noses and cursed them, a bunch of greedy parasites with wild ideas. The young master's grace is better than a gift from heaven. How can it be so easy to be bestowed? Why don't you take a piss and see what kind of virtue you have? Wang Mu laughed twice. All right, you don't have to test me. Since I want to do a righteous act, I will not be partial to one and ignore the other. Tell them, in 2 days I will fulfill their wish. Li Yuanhua immediately knelt down and said, Young master is kind-hearted and compassionate, and is truly a sage of our time. It is because I am narrow-minded that I cannot fathom your broad mind. Wang Mu stretched out his finger, tapped Li Yuanhua twice, and smiled without saying anything. People really become more sophisticated as they age. Li Yuanhua guessed Wang Mu's next plan, but deliberately kept silent, establishing his own harsh personality and letting Wang Mu speak out himself. This not only demonstrated Wang Mu's height, but also allowed him to flatter Wang Mu again. If this old guy goes to another world, whether in the workplace or in the government, he can thrive like a fish in water. Just like now, although Wang Mu saw through the other party's tricks, he still didn't feel disgusted, and was even a little happy. Suddenly, the guard reported. Young master, the leader of the Nine Yang sect, the leader of the Wanshui Tower, and the leader of the Taiyin sect are here with their people to see you. Wang Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. Li Yuanhua said in a timely manner, Young master, the Jiuyang sect, Wanshui Tower, and Taiyin sect are the 3 most powerful sects on Tianjue Island. There are nascent souls in each sect. Oh? Wang Mu thought for a moment and said, Please let them in. After a moment, the group came to the front of the hall respectfully. We are here to pay our respects to the young master. Everyone knelt down and saluted respectfully. Get up! Wang Mu spoke calmly, leaning on the dragon bed, looking down calmly. I heard that you want to see me? Yes. The leader of the Nine-Yang sect, Yang Juzi, bowed and said, We are fortunate to have received the great kindness of the young master and have recruited many talented people. We have been thinking about it and couldn't sleep all night. It is difficult for us to sit back and enjoy the young master's kindness. Therefore, today, I bring some small gifts to express my gratitude. After saying that, he performed a brief spell. There was a flash of light in front of him, and a large area of bright light appeared. At a glance, there are dozens of top-grade spirit stones alone. In addition, there are other treasures. Once you had Tower, Taiyin sect, and some other small sects. Among these people, even among the three most powerful sects, the cultivation level of their sect leaders is only that of a golden core true lord. It is not easy for a force of this level to come up with such a huge sum of money. It's impossible to say that I don't feel heartbroken. However, since Wang Mu held the Ascension Conference on Tianjia Island, a large number of cultivators with spiritual roots have been detected. Among them, those with the highest talents were almost completely divided up by the three major sects. It can be said that his mouth was full of oil. The number of geniuses recruited this year is more than in the previous 10 years. They are all old foxes who have lived for hundreds of years. Got such benefits. How can I not express my opinion? What's more, the other party is the young master of the Wang family, who is extremely wealthy and would not even look down upon ordinary treasures. They can only do their best. I hope the other party will be satisfied. Otherwise, even if people don't say it out loud, they will inevitably think that they are ignorant behind their backs. Moreover, those geniuses who were detected to have spiritual roots were also grateful to Wang Mu. It can be said that without Wang Mu, there would be no them. They wholeheartedly approved of the sect's move, and their sense of belonging increased instantly. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Wang Mu smiled faintly and said, I have received your kindness. But you should take the things back. Yang Juzi panicked. We know that this gift is a little small, we can add more. Wang Mu waved his hands. You all misunderstood. I have already said that the purpose of holding the Ascension Conference is to ensure that people with spiritual roots will not be buried. If you give me money now and this gets out, how will people in the world look at me? You said that I, Wang Mu, was doing something to make money in the name of doing good deeds? Everyone was suddenly terrified. No, that's not what we meant. We just want to repay the young master's kindness. Yes. Wang Mu waved his hand, interrupting everyone's words, and said with a smile, As long as you treat the recruited disciples well, train the backbone of our human race, and support the people in the future, it will be the best reward for me. Hearing this, everyone in the hall froze in place, their bodies trembling slightly, and they looked at each other. Then, with complicated eyes, he saluted respectfully. We will remember the young master's teachings. Wang Mu waved his sleeves and said, Mr. Li, please show me around. Yes, young master. Li Yuanhua escorted the group to the outside of the palace. Everyone, please go back. Li Yuanhua turned around and was about to leave. Ancestor, please stay. Yang Juzi suddenly asked to stay. What else? Li Yuanhua frowned slightly. Yang Juzi said, Old ancestor, the young master is kind and refuses to accept our thank you gift. But if so, wouldn't we be considered as people who know how to be grateful but don't repay it? Yes. The master of Wanxue Tower, Chu Yichang, was worried. If this continues, this matter may become a demon in our hearts and will never go away. Please, ancestor, show us a way out. We would like to thank our ancestor in advance. Taiyin sect leader Shui Zilia bowed respectfully. Other small sects also saluted. Well, since you are asking sincerely, I will show you a way. Li Yuanhua sighed, and then transmitted his voice. First of all, you must know that the young master is not alone. Hearing this, Yang Juzi was shocked. What? The young master is not a human? Li Yuanhua. Chapter 23 Nanan. These techniques don't work, I want to create my own. Shut up! Li Yuanhua was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, and almost couldn't help but tear Yang Juzi's mouth apart. What I mean is that the young master is not alone. Behind him, there is the Wei Palace, the Beiming Holy Land, and the Langya Chamber of Commerce. If you want to repay the favor, you can start from these aspects. Idiot! Chu Yichan seemed to be thinking. You mean, we can go to Langya Chamber of Commerce to buy things? Li Yuanhua looked at him with satisfaction and said, Finally there is a smart one. Good. The young master is the young master of the Langya Chamber of Commerce and is very wealthy. If you give him money, it would be like flattering the wrong person. However, if you go to the Langya Chamber of Commerce and buy what you need, you don't have to spend money for nothing, and the young master feels like he owes you. At the same time, it can also make the young master aware of your intentions. That's enough. Hiss! That makes sense. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they felt as if the clouds had cleared away and the blue sky was revealed. Senior, you are worthy of being a senior. With just a little guidance, I have suddenly understood everything. Indeed! The ancestor is wise! Li Yuanhua raised his neck proudly. Joke. This old man has studied the way to the heavens for hundreds of years, but where can I go now? Just learn it. Remember, when you go shopping, you must let the store owner know that you are buying it because of the young master. Otherwise, the things you bought will be in vain, you know? Yes. Understood. It just so happens that we have recently recruited a large number of disciples, and there are indeed a lot of supplies that need to be purchased. Let's go together. At the same time, deep inside the palace, Sutra Repository, a petite figure was lying on a mountain of ancient books, flipping through them carefully. How's it going, Nanan? Wang Mu walked in and said with a smile. Haven't you found a technique that suits you yet? Nanan jumped down from the pile of books, walked barefoot to Wang Mu, and shook her head, saying, Although you have given me many and profound skills, none of them are suitable for me. Wang Mu asked curiously, Why not? Haven't you understood everything? In just half a month, Nanan not only read all the classics collected in Prince Liang's palace, he had even read the hundreds of profound secret books that Wang Mu had specially sent to him. Of enlightenment is indeed powerful. For ordinary skills, the little girl can surpass her teacher just by taking a look at them. For some skills that only have the 9th level, she can easily make up the 10th level. As for the more advanced ones, she only needs to spend a little time to fully understand them. With a little mental rehearsal, he knew exactly what the state would be like after reaching the peak of practice. But after going over it in my mind, I realized that it was not real practice after all. Until now. Little girl still hasn't even reached the first level of Qi training. It is because I have almost understood it that I know that if I practice these techniques, the speed will be very slow and the achievements will be limited. Nanan was very serious. When she said this, she couldn't help but sigh. Because my qualifications are too poor. Wang Mu suddenly realized. The importance of qualifications to cultivation is self-evident. Advanced skills not only require understanding, but aptitude is also a major factor in determining the upper limit. Little Nanan's qualifications are only of low quality. Even if she could see through the Emperor's scripture at a glance, it would be of no avail unless she could cultivate it to perfection. What should we do then? I think I need a very powerful martial art that is not restricted by qualifications, Little Nanan said seriously. Is there such a martial art in the world? Wang Mu felt a little difficult. Maybe not. Little Nanan took a deep breath and seemed to have made a big decision. So I decided to create one myself. Self-created. Wang Mu said that he had not been a genius for very long, and could not understand the thought process of such a person. A little girl who hasn't even reached the Qi training stage. He always said that he wanted to create a martial arts method that would be invincible in the world. If you tell others, only a fool will believe it. I believe in you. Wang Mu patted the little girl on the shoulder with sincerity in his eyes. Come on, if you need anything, just tell me, I will use my hands to make your dream come true. Little Nanan's eyes sparkled. Wang Mu, you are a good person. Wang Mu. I am so much older than you, can you please call me brother? It's rude. No way. The little girl pouted and ran back to the desk barefoot, muttering. Calling me brother will remind me of sister. Wang Mu. At the same time, as the Ascension conferences in various places on Tianjua Island gradually came to an end, The news about the Ascension Conference also spread inadvertently to more distant islands. On a remote island, several monks were discussing at the wine table. Who would have thought at the beginning that the young master of the Wang family would actually do this for real? In the past month or so, he has tested the qualifications of millions of mortals, right? The cost of testing a low-grade spirit stone for each mortal is incredible. They are really rich. More than that, as long as the aptitude is detected, the young master of the Wang family will give spiritual stones. Low-grade spiritual roots will be given low-grade spiritual stones, and high-grade spiritual roots will be given high-grade spiritual stones directly. The most important thing is that the young master of the Wang family found out your qualifications, but he didn't force you to work for the Wang family. You can choose any sect you want to join. This is simply charity. What do you think the young master of the Wang family wants by doing this? No matter what he wants, those who have been detected to have spiritual roots will have to thank him for the rest of their lives. This is almost an opportunity to change their fate. I wish I had such a good thing back then. My family wouldn't have to sell all the cattle and sheep, and even the old house, to send me for qualification testing. Later, when I got sick, I had no money to see a doctor, and when I got the news, it was too late. In the corner, a hooded young man in black remained silent. Teacher, is the catastrophe that Wang Mu talked about real? He seems to be really working hard to prepare for it. Spending so much wealth on a group of mortals without asking for anything in return. This is indeed somewhat believable. Lin Yen looked down at the liquid in the wine glass, his eyes fluctuating, and it was unknown what he was thinking. However, even if it is true, it is meaningless to you now. What you need to do now is to become stronger, and pursue the Great Way without distraction. Only in this way can you handle the great calamity with ease when it comes. Yes, teacher. The other side. On Tianjia Island. Langya Chamber of Commerce Daliang Wangqing branch. Suddenly, a large number of practitioners poured in. Is this the Langya Chamber of Commerce? Yes. The shopkeeper of Semicolon was confused by this scene. I'd like to ask if the young master of the Wang family can get a share of the money when we buy things here? A cultivator who looked very honest stepped forward and asked. Shopkeeper. Chapter 24. The fight is going crazy. The fight is going crazy. The shopkeeper was stunned. I thought to myself, everyone knows that the young master of the Wang family is also the young master of the Langya Chamber of Commerce. Everyone in the world knows that the president dotes on the young master. Give me what you want. The money of Langya Chamber of Commerce is naturally the young master's money. Need to share the money? But out of sensitivity as a businessman, he observed the expression of the visitor and felt that the other party did not seem to be here to cause trouble. So he nodded and said, Yes, of course. Really? As soon as these words came out, everyone on the opposite side cheered. Sure enough, then we will buy it from you. Boss, give me 3 Taoist robes and 2 pairs of low-grade magic boots. I'll wear them alternately. I want 20 low-grade magic weapons. The sect has just recruited a group of new people, and this is the perfect time to equip them. I also want 20 lower-grade magic weapons. For a while, the store was in a frenzy, and all kinds of magical instruments, Taoist robes, elixirs, etc. were snapped up. There aren't enough of some things. The two groups of people almost came into direct combat. The shopkeeper was just about to ask the store's waiter to stop it. But then someone in the crowd said, This is the shop of the young master of the Wang family, don't destroy the shop. And then a battle that was about to take place came to an abrupt end. A crowd of people came. They walked away in a crowd. The shopkeeper was lamenting that he didn't know which god of wealth he had welcomed today. Suddenly, there was another commotion at the door. Dozens of monks squeezed in and asked, Is this place under the charge of the young master of the Wang family? The shopkeeper nodded quickly. It's back. Then the leading monk said to the people behind him, Taoists, that's it, let's do it. I think this talisman is pretty good, give me a stack. Do you have any communication jade talismans for sale? I want. Soon. The buying spree is over for this gang. The whole store looked as if it had been looted, and there wasn't much left. The shopkeeper was surprised and delighted when he saw the mountain of spirit stones in front of him. I wondered, when did business become so good? There is no need to waste any words at all. Customers come in, take their things, put down their spirit stones and leave. No nonsense at all. Not long. Another wave of people is coming. Several burly men walked in. When buying things from you, young Master Wang will get a share of the money, right? Yes, yes. That's fine. Give us brothers some Taoist robes. The shopkeeper apologized. I'm sorry, dear guests, the male Taoist robes are sold out today. Only the female ones are left. The leading man frowned and asked, Sold out? The shopkeeper apologized repeatedly. Sorry, there are too many customers today. The man asked, What about the other things? Magical weapons, elixirs? The shopkeeper apologized even more. All gone. The man was annoyed. You have such a big store, how come you don't have everything you want? The shopkeeper still apologized. The man waved his hands and said, forget it, it's women's, bring it to me. The shopkeeper. Behind him, two younger brothers spoke up. Brother, why do we need women's Taoist robes? The man said, Our master has accepted several new disciples this year. What if there is a junior sister? Give her as a gift. One of the younger brothers shook his head very confidently and said, No, absolutely not, I've asked around. The man hesitated for a moment, then said, That's fine, take it back and let your sister-in-law wear it. The two younger brothers were shocked. Brother, you don't have a Taoist partner either. A few black lines appeared on the man's forehead. So what if I don't have it? For these clothes, I have to find a Taoist partner. What can he do? His master gave him a strict order that he must spend all the hundreds of spirit stones he was given at the Langya Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, go back and break his legs. At the same time, there is also a Chamber of Commerce opposite the Langya Chamber of Commerce in Daliang Royal City. It is the branch of Penlai Chamber of Commerce in this city. This branch is newly opened. The original semicolon in this city was not in this position. It was because of a sudden order from above that the Penlai Chamber of Commerce mobilized all its forces to compete with the Langya Chamber of Commerce for business, and they moved here temporarily. After moving in, the shopkeeper of semicolon actively responded to the orders from above. They cut prices in various ways, organized promotions, and were not afraid to lose money in order to seize the market share of the Langya Chamber of Commerce. You know what, the effect is very good. Many of the old customers of Langya Chamber of Commerce gradually moved to Penlai Chamber of Commerce. Because of this matter, the shopkeeper Lu of this branch was also commended by his superiors. But today, I don't know what's going on. The business of the Langya Chamber of Commerce across the street suddenly became booming. No, it cannot be described as simply explosive. It's just brutal. Those customers be buying things? It's just robbery. No matter what I catch, I buy 5 or 10 of them. It's even crueler than ordinary people going to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. How can monks do business like this? It's not polite at all. However, people always have a herd mentality. Seeing that Langya Chamber of Commerce's business is so booming, customers who were originally shopping in the Penlai Chamber of Commerce store also put down their things and joined the rush to buy across the street. Although I don't know why they grabbed it. But since someone is robbing it, it means it's good stuff. For a moment, Manager Lu's mentality collapsed. Looking at the deserted scene in his own store, he looked across. People are almost going crazy. No, I haven't heard that the other side is doing any new tricks. First, there is no price reduction, and second, there are no new treasures. Why are there so many people going there? Suddenly, Shopkeeper Lu heard a fierce quarrel coming from the opposite side. His expression lit up with joy, and he hurried out to take a look. But when he saw this, he was dumbfounded again. The two monks, each holding one end of a bench, were fighting back and forth for it. Monk 1. Give it to me! Monk 2. I saw it first! Monk 1. See what happened first, I got it first! Monk 2. I left my spiritual aura on it first, it's mine! The shopkeeper of the Langya branch tried to stop the fight. You two, this is just an ordinary bench. It's not made of any spiritual wood, nor is it a magic weapon. It's not worth stealing. Monk 1. Do you have anything else for sale in your store? Bring it out, I want it all. The shopkeeper of the Langya branch was about to cry. It's gone, it's really gone. The longevity lock that I wore since I was a child has been bought by a guest. The second monk. I think your calligraphy and painting is good, sell it to me, I will give you 50 spirit stones. The shopkeeper of the Langya branch followed the other person's gaze and twitched his lips slightly. Sir, that is the plaque of our Chamber of Commerce. We are not selling it. If you two really want to buy something, why don't you go to other chambers of commerce? Hearing this, Manager Liu of the Penlai branch was so moved that he almost cried. He hurriedly went over to them and said, Yes, you two. We at Penlai Chamber of Commerce also have many treasures. There is nothing we don't have, only things you can't imagine. Come on, come into the store and take a look. The two cultivators looked at him, then glanced at the sign of the Penlai Chamber of Commerce across the street, and asked suspiciously, If I buy something from you, can the young master of the Wang family also get a share of the money? Shopkeeper Liu was stunned. Who is the young master of the Wang family? Why do you want to share my money? Then why are you here? Get lost! The two monks spat in his face without any hesitation. Chapter 25. Flowers bloom everywhere. Ascension conferences are held one after another. Similar scenes continue to occur in major cities on Tianjua Island. One day, on Tianjua Island, almost all the goods of the Langya branch were snapped up. Some passers-by who didn't know what was going on were amazed. At the same time, Wang Mu brought Li Yuanhua and others to Wanchong Island. This is another large island in the inner waters. Only slightly smaller than Tianjua Island, but the population and number of monks are almost the same. The Huang family, the owner of the island, also has an ancestor in the spirit transformation stage. When Wang Mu rode on the Golden Lion and brought a group of people to the sky above Wanchong Island, Huang family ancestor Huang Xiao and his clansmen are already waiting here respectfully. I, along with the Huang clan members, come to see the young master. No need to be polite. Wang Mu calmly descended from the back of the Golden Lion, his green clothes moving slightly, his face as white as jade, like a young banished immortal walking out of a scroll. Many members of the Huang clan raised their heads secretly in the crowd and peeked. Seeing this scene, one could not help but sigh that although the young master of the Wang family had a very bad reputation, he did have the demeanor of a young master of a great immortal clan. Huang Xiao stepped forward very politely. I have prepared a banquet, please come over, young master. Wang Mu waved his hand and said, No hurry. Let's do business first. Huang Xiao was a little stunned. Li Yuanhua said at the right time, Young master came to Wanchong Island this time for the Ascension Conference. Huang Xiao reacted immediately and said hurriedly, Young master, don't worry. I have already given instructions in advance. We are just waiting for your order. The Ascension Conference can start at any time. As he spoke, Huang Xiao respectfully handed over a jade slip. It clearly records more than 30 best locations for testing qualifications on Wanchong Island. Wang Mu took it, read it carefully, but his brows suddenly frowned. The location of this Wuzhuang city test point is a bad choice. How? Huang Xiao took a look and found nothing wrong. This is the most prosperous city within 100 miles. Wang Mu said. As a test point, prosperity is not a necessary element. Ah? Huang Xiao still didn't understand. At this time, Li Yuanhua coughed twice and said, Young master, what you mean is that Wuzhuang city is surrounded by deep mountains on 3 sides and faces a big river on 1 side. Most of the families that need to test their spiritual roots are mortals. They want to go to Wuzhuang city, they have to travel through mountains and rivers, which is not only tiring, but also takes a long time and is too inefficient. Huang Xiao finally reacted. The old face turned red. I didn't even think of such a simple question. Wang Mu said slowly, Mr. Huang has not been immortal for many years. It is normal for him to ignore these things. As a practitioner in the spirit transformation stage, I haven't traveled on foot for at least 1,000 years, so how could I consider things from a mortal's perspective? The city he chose was originally a city built by immortal cultivators. Although prosperous. But for the mortals around, it is almost out of reach. To get there, you have to pass through a large area of mountains, be wary of the risk of being eaten by wild beasts, and cross a large river. As a test point, it naturally fails completely. What surprised Huang Xiao was, although the young master of the Wang family is unable to practice cultivation, he has a mortal body. However, when he traveled, he had a mount of the god transformation stage and was accompanied by a large number of powerful men, and his ceremony was even grander than that of these god transformation stage cultivators. I can actually look at things from the same perspective as ordinary people. Could the rumors be true? Young Master Wang is hosting this Immortal Ascension conference for real, isn't it just for fun? In addition to Wuzhuang City, there are also Ximia City, Dafeng City. All these places must be re-elected. Yes. Looking at Wang Mu's meticulous expression, Huang Xiao nodded in response, feeling a little complicated. Wang Mu ordered, "Mr. Li, please help prepare it, quickly." Li Yuanhua said respectfully, "Yes." Finished giving the order, Wang Mu turned over and sat on the back of the golden lion. Huang Xiao hurriedly asked, "Young master is leaving now? We haven't even had our meal yet." "No more eating. The Ascension conferences for the other 3 islands are about to be held. I have to go and take a look." As soon as the words fell, the golden lion roared, and its body grew taller in the wind, becoming several feet long. It walked away into the void and disappeared among the sea of clouds. Looking at the figure gradually moving away, Huang Xiao stood there in a daze, unable to react for a moment. Li Yuanhua bumped his shoulder and said, "Stop being in a daze and get to work, Mr. Huang." Huang Xiao was puzzled and asked, "Fellow Taoist Li, young master is going to hold the Immortal Ascension Conference somewhere else?" Li Yuanhua nodded. "Yes, including my Tianjia Island, there are 5 islands in total, all of the same size." Huang Xiao smacked his lips and said, "Holding the Immortal Ascension Conference on 5 islands at the same time, this is not a small expense, right? I don't know the exact amount, but young master has spent at least tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones on my Tianjia Island." The god transformation stage, tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones are not impossible to come up with. Rare treasure that you like at an auction. Even if it doubles several times, they can afford it too. But the problem is, the money has to be spent wisely. It's all thrown down the drain. No matter how rich you are, you shouldn't waste it like this. No matter how hard Huang Xiao racked his brains, he still couldn't figure out why this Grand Ascension Conference brought such benefits to the Wang family. He also heard that even if they found good talents, Wang Mu would not accept them and would give them all to other small sects. What is the purpose of this? Just for a good reputation? Young master is standing in a different position than us. Our perspectives and realms are different. We just need to do our job. Li Yuanhua's eyes suddenly became serious. But there is one thing I can tell you, the young master is serious about this Ascension Conference. Don't mess it up, otherwise don't blame me for not warning you, the consequences will be serious. Huang Xiao. The next period of time. Wang Mu also went to Yizhu Island, Qingya Island and Jiaxing Island. He personally inquired about the preparations for the Ascension Conference. From the big things like the location of each test point to the small details of the Ascension Conference process, Wang Mu gave instructions one by one. Whenever there was a slight problem, Wang Mu demanded immediate rectification. Wang Mu will definitely continue to work on the Ascension Conference, and its scope of influence will become larger and larger in the future. With these 5 islands as the center, it radiates out to the entire northern region. The entire Tsingyuan. Even a wider world. So the foundation must be laid well. There can be no deviation. Although people from various major forces scoffed at Wang Mu's actions, they believed that this was another act of dissolute and wasteful behavior by the young master of the Wang family. But it was not their family that Wang Mu defeated. What's more, judging from what Wang Mu did on Tianjia Island, this Ascension Conference is simply providing benefits to all major forces. Almost all the geniuses detected were divided up by the major forces on the island. This is almost a blessing from heaven. Why not? Therefore, all parties cooperated sincerely. Chapter 26 Amazing Profits. Tianjia Island made a huge profit. That's all. 3 days later, a Grand Ascension Conference was launched simultaneously on the 4 major islands except Tianjua Island. Had the first experience. This time's Ascension Conference was much more efficient and saved a lot of time. It was all over in just 7 days. This time, Wang Mu tested the qualifications of more than 20 million mortals. Nearly 500,000 immortal seedlings with spiritual roots were successfully discovered. This is an extremely terrifying number. The knowledgeable Li Yuanhua, Huang Xiao and other ancestors in the God transformation stage were deeply shocked when they learned about it. Of course, this also means that Wang Mu did it in just 10 days. An astronomical amount of spirit stones was spent. This amount of money also exceeds the scope of Wang Mu's own pocket money. He used his authority as the young master of the Langya Chamber of Commerce to allocate part of the funds. This is also because Wang Mu does not use spirit stones very often, and his pocket money is less than 100 million. The truly valuable things on you. None of them can be valued with spirit stones. For example, dragon balls, the defensive magic weapon around the neck, etc. Of course, Wang Mu never thought about selling these things for cash. If you are short of money, just ask your family for it. I never thought about investing at all. I wanted to do it on my own without relying on my family's support. Now is not the time to be pretentious. If you don't lend your strength, not only will you lose your dignity, you will also lose your life. However, if you just spend money blindly, you will eventually run out of money. It's time to make some preparations to make some money. Only with a virtuous cycle can investment last long. In the Sutra Library of the Daliang Palace, the little girl immersed herself in studying the vast amount of martial arts books. Wang Mu sat at the table nearby, took out paper and pen, and began to write and draw seriously. The two of them got along peacefully, and the atmosphere was quiet. No, I can't stand it anymore. Langya Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Ren Pingxing, one of the 10 responsible persons, looked at the bills one after another and became furious. For hundreds of years, I have worked diligently and wholeheartedly for the Chamber of Commerce. I get up earlier than the chickens and sleep later than the dogs. The Chamber of Commerce's business is not doing well. I am so sad that I can't even eat. I don't even have the energy to practice. I regard the Chamber of Commerce as my second home. I have devoted almost all of my energy to the Chamber of Commerce. I have shed blood for the Chamber of Commerce, and I have fought for the Chamber of Commerce with my life. We worked so hard to earn this money. But he spent more than 100 million yuan in one go. He really doesn't care. Does he know how long it will take us to earn back this much money? Ren Pingxing slammed the table and stood up, his hair and beard standing wildly, like an angry old lion, his eyes full of fearlessness. I want to make a suggestion to the president. Even if the president is dissatisfied, even if the president fires me, I can't just sit there and watch that dandy prodigal son squander our Chamber of Commerce. At worst, I'll fight him. Another person in charge, Sima Yuan, reached out and grabbed him. Old Ren, calm down first and sit down. Ren Pingxing shook his hand off and said, I can't calm down. Sima Yuan said, first take a look at Tianjua Island's account book from last month. Ren Pingxing, what are you looking at? I'm not looking. Sima Yuan said, I made a lot of money last month. Ren Pingxing sat down and stretched out his hand, saying, Is this true? Let me see. Sima Yuan's mouth twitched slightly and he handed over the account book. Ren Pingxing looked through it carefully and his face turned shocked. Why are there so many? Sima Yuan took out another booklet and flipped through it, saying, This is the purchase record of many branches of Tianjua Island last month. In the past, they only replenished the stock once every 3 months. But last month, almost every branch had to make up for it more than 3 times. And each time the quantity is bigger than the previous one, almost all of them are sold out. Ren Pingxing was a little bit unbelievable. How is this possible? How could those monks on Tianjua Island eat such a large batch of goods? This is unreasonable. Sima Yuan curled his lips and said, Tianjua Island is under your jurisdiction. If you don't know, how can we know? Ren Pingxing. Sima Yuan continued, But I did hear some things. What? Young Master held a Grand Ascension Conference on Tianjua Island, and detected a large number of cultivators with spiritual roots. And those cultivators were swallowed up by the major cultivation forces on Tianjia Island. Out of gratitude, they will give priority to our Langya Chamber of Commerce when purchasing cultivation resources. Just because of this? Ren Pingxing raised his eyebrows, feeling a little strange. Do you think it's an exaggeration? Sima Yuan asked back. Ren Pingxing opened his mouth, then pursed his lips and could not speak. He holds a high position and has been away from the grassroots for many years. But he has not forgotten what he has seen. Longevity and becoming an immortal. For monks, these are all irresistible temptations. What's more, what about those mortals who are struggling at the bottom of the world? Put yourself in their shoes. If someone is willing to show mercy and give oneself a chance to enter the immortal path, what kind of kindness would that be? Working like a slave is a small reward. I swear to use reincarnation and all my past lives as collateral. As for the Taoist sects, being able to recruit satisfied disciples, ensure orderly inheritance, continuous incense, and make the sect grow stronger and stronger is the most important thing in the world. For this, what does it matter if I spend some spirit stones? Come to think of it, is this all an exaggeration? It's still a bit exaggerated. But is it reasonable? Totally makes sense. Although Wang Mu spent a lot of money on Tianjia Island. But this goes back and forth. Not only did I not lose money, I even made some money. It's quite a lively conversation. Naylan Rongyan walked in from the door, wearing a fox fur cloak, dignified and luxurious, with a hint of majesty. Everyone stood up and saluted. Sima Yuan respectfully handed the account book to Naylan Rongyan. Naylan Rongyan took a quick look and a hint of emotion appeared on his face. We who do business all know the importance of word of mouth. But in the past, we only focused on the quality of the goods. I always feel that as long as the things sold are good enough and fair, word of mouth will naturally improve. But now, Muir has taught us a solid lesson. I am also deeply inspired. Everyone sighed and nodded in agreement. Regardless of whether Wang Mu's action was a coincidence or not, the result before them was indeed unexpected. If I remember correctly, Tianjia Island is under the jurisdiction of Chief Ren, right? Naylan Rongyan suddenly asked. Ren Pingxing stood up and nodded respectfully. Yes. Naylan Rongyan closed the account book, gently placed it on the table, and said with a smile. Last month, the surplus of Tianjia Island broke the previous record. According to the rules of the association, there should be a generous reward. Ren Pingxing felt his face getting hot, and he quickly shook his head and said, This matter has nothing to do with me at all. I dare not take credit for it. Naylan Rongyan insisted. Rules are rules. Although you didn't do anything, you didn't obstruct it either. Isn't doing nothing a kind of merit? Okay, it's not a big deal, I'll make the decision. Naylan Rongyan made the final decision. The matter has been finalized. Ren Pingxing clasped his hands and respectfully watched Naylan Rongyan leave. I just felt my face was still very hot. He looked at the account book belonging to Tianjia Island on the table with a complicated look, and no one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 27 Ingzone. This customer is so rude. There is a plum forest in front of the yard. The wind blew. Flowers fall like rain. Two figures walked hand in hand on the soft soil covered with flower petals. The man was graceful and the woman was beautiful and charming. Anyone who sees this will sigh, they are truly a rare couple from heaven. I'm so lucky today that I can see such a scenery when I go out. The woman looked at the fallen plum blossoms in the forest. Her eyes seemed to be shining. I think this mountain full of plum blossoms is luckier. When they are withering, we can still see a beauty like you, madam. It makes our life in this world worthwhile. Tang Qian smiled, and his eyes as he looked at the woman were as warm as winter. Qiu Shanua's cheeks showed a touching shyness. My husband is teasing me again. Tang Qian's eyes were still gentle. Every word my husband said is true. You know, I have never lied to you. Qiu Shanhua felt his heart filled with happiness, and immediately threw himself into his lover's arms. Suddenly, she remembered something and looked up at Tang Qian's face. Oh, my dear, I heard that there are some problems with the business on Tianjia Island. Is it the work of the young master of Langya Chamber of Commerce? Tang Qian's smile faded slightly, and his eyes twitched for a moment, but he still pretended to be calm. That's right. Wang Mu spent a lot of money on Tianjia Island, and it turned out that by accident, the business of Langya Chamber of Commerce on that island increased several times. But don't worry, ma'am, this won't last long. Qiu Shanwen nodded and said, I trust my husband's ability. However, since you and I are husband and wife, we should face the revenge for your family together. If you encounter any difficulties, remember to tell me and I will tell Dad. Tang Qian held Qiu Shanyue's hand, his eyes full of emotion. With a wife like this, what else could a husband ask for? The two hugged each other tightly again. A communication jade talisman on Tang Qian's waist suddenly emitted a faint light. He remained calm and continued to appreciate the plum blossoms with Qiu Shanwei. After a long time. Madam, let's stop here today. There are still many things in the Chamber of Commerce that need my attention, Tang Qian said to Qiu Shanwei. Well, husband, you should also pay attention to rest and don't get too tired. Qiu Shanwei gave some instructions and turned to leave. Tang Qian looked at Qiu Shanwei's back as he walked away, and the warmth in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by extreme coldness and indifference. He returned to the room and with a wave of his hand, a magical power penetrated into a landscape painting hanging on the wall. Ripples appeared on the wall, like a passage. He walked in and passed through a long, narrow and dim passage. Every time he walked a certain distance, a formation rose behind him, completely isolating his breath. Final. He came to an ancient altar, practiced some magic, and a ray of light fell on the altar. Buzz. Runes were lit up, emitting light and smoke, and converged into a blurry human figure. I've found the person you want. The blurry figure spoke slowly, his voice dry and cold, like the wind in the desert. Speak. There was a slight change on Tang Qian's indifferent face. She once appeared at the Ascension Conference on Tianjia Island and was taken away by the young master of the Wang family. She should be hiding in the Daliang Palace now. Tang Qian frowned, his voice getting colder. Are you sure? Although intelligence is not the main business of our shadow sect, we have never had the habit of telling customers false information. Tang Qian's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. How dare you say that? If you weren't incompetent, how could you let that stinky girl go? As one of the three major assassin forces in the Northern Territory, they couldn't even catch a little girl who hadn't practiced yet. I think the reputation of the shadow sect is nothing more than this. The figure opposite was silent for a moment. Sir, your curse is a bit harsh. But he couldn't refute it. Not to mention Tang Qian, even the people within the shadow sect felt that this matter was weird from beginning to end. They still haven't figured out how a little girl who was only 7 or 8 years old escaped from the assassins sent by the shadow sect. It was as if there was an invisible hand controlling everything. That girl must die! A fierce look flashed in Tang Qian's eyes. In view of the mistake we made last time, after internal discussion, we can give you a discount. Make an offer. 80 million, high-grade spirit stones. Tang Qian's eyes couldn't help but twitch. Are you crazy or am I crazy? I only spent 100,000 low-grade spirit stones to kill that girl's family last time. 80 million high-grade spirit stones are enough to buy my life. Guest, you are joking. Things are different now. That girl is now with the young master of the Wang family. It is not much easier to kill her than to kill the young master of the Wang family directly. That young master of the Wang family has 2 powerful masters of the God transformation stage protecting him in public. There is no need to say more about what happens in secret. This price is already very humane. Tang Qian. I'm your percent you in at. If that's the case, why don't I just add a little more and let you kill Wang Mu directly? Wouldn't that be better? Well, there is still a difference. The Shadow Sect member hesitated for a moment and said, If the guest issues a mission for us to assassinate the young master of the Wang family, then we will not accept this mission at all. Tang Qian. He did not communicate with the other party anymore. With a flick of his sleeve, the light from the altar dissipated and the figure disappeared without a trace. The secret room fell into darkness. Tang Qian took out a human-shaped puppet from the space ring, which looked very lifelike. If Wang Mu were here, he would find that this puppet looked exactly like him. Wang Mu! Wang Mu! It's you again! Brace! Blanche! Blanche! Tang Qian swung his fist, gathered his magic power, and smashed it hard on the puppet's face. The puppet screamed at the right time. After venting, Tang Qian calmed down and his pupils became cold again. He took out a new communication jade talisman, lit it up with his magic power, and said slowly, "I wonder what you think of my previous suggestion? If we join forces, we can make the Langya Chamber of Commerce fall apart and be divided up in an instant. Northern territory. Somewhere secret." "What did he say?" "The other party was very rude, scolded us, and then directly interrupted the communication array." "Have you paid the final payment?" "It's over." "Then forget about it. I've seen a lot of people like this. They want to accomplish great things with little money, and they don't treat us assassins as human beings at all. They don't even think about the life-threatening situation our assassins will face if they kill someone close to the young master of the Wang family. Alas, it is so hard to find a customer with a conscience these days." Tianjia Island. Daliang Royal City. Inside the palace hall. Ren Pingxing looked at the young man who was carefully looking through the account book, and felt an indescribable complexity in his heart. He always felt that this young master was a little different from before, but he couldn't tell exactly what was different. "Good." Wang Mu put down the account book, feeling very happy. "Business on this island is so good, Mr. Ren has made a great contribution." Ren Pingxing said in shame, "Young master, you are joking. This incident has nothing to do with me. It is all the reward for your kindness." As he spoke, he presented a space ring. "This is a reward bestowed by the president. I feel that it should belong to you, young master." Wang Mu looked at Ren Pingxing for a while before he smiled and said, "Boss Ren, you don't look like a businessman." "No," Ren Pingxing said seriously. "Ren only makes money that belongs to Ren, and only when he holds it can he feel at ease." Chapter 28 Langya Charity Foundation. This time, Ren Pingxing came to Tianjia Island from the Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Mainly as the person in charge of this area, he expressed his commendation to the shopkeepers and clerks of the major Langya branches on Tianjia Island. In his opinion, even if those guests developed a favorable impression of the Langya Chamber of Commerce because of the Ascension Conference hosted by Wang Mu, but the revenue surged to such a level last month, probably due to the hard work of the shop owners and their employees. However, when he actually came into contact with those semicolon shopkeepers, he found that everyone's attitude towards the matter was surprisingly similar. It has nothing to do with them, it's all thanks to the young master. Ren Pingxing was still a little skeptical at first. "I think these shopkeepers are trying to curry favor with the young master." However, after he witnessed a buying spree, with his own eyes he fell silent. He also climbed up step by step from the bottom. Never thought that business could be so good? Why are those customers here to buy things? They are here just to sweep. No matter whether it is useful to you or not, buy it first. Ren Pingxing suddenly remembered what Nalin Rongyan said. Young master, taught them a lesson? When these words were spoken, many of the people in charge at the scene just smiled and nodded, but few actually listened. Including Ren Pingxing. Everyone thinks that Wang Mu just had some luck, and it was an accident, and it would be difficult to replicate. But now, Ren Pingxing's thoughts have changed. The purpose of his coming this time was, as he said, to hand over the reward given to him by the Chamber of Commerce to Wang Mu. The second is to take the opportunity to meet Wang Mu. I couldn't really explain why I wanted to meet him, but I just wanted to see him. This money comes quickly, but unfortunately it doesn't last long. Wang Mu sighed as he looked at the huge amounts in the account book. Ren Pingxing narrowed his eyes and asked, "Oh, why? Even if the major sects are grateful to me for finding many immortal seedlings for them and spend a lot of money, this is a one-time deal. After this purchase, they won't need to purchase similar supplies for a few years. Even if Wang Mu holds another Ascension conference next year. But where do all these immortal seedlings come from for him to discover? When doing business, you need to be steady and sustainable. This kind of thing is nice to happen once in a while, but you can't expect it to happen all the time. Besides, there is another disadvantage to this." "What are the disadvantages?" Ren Pingxing asked. "In the beginning, those who took the lead in purchasing, partly out of gratitude and partly out of fear, did not dare to take advantage of me for no reason. But as the momentum grows, those who follow to buy things will feel less and less grateful, and instead feel a sense of crisis of being coerced. They would think that if everyone else went to support the Langya Chamber of Commerce and they didn't go, wouldn't that be the same as offending the young master of the Wang family? As a result, some people who originally didn't have much spare money also followed the crowd and bought things they didn't need at all. If this continues for a long time, there won't be much gratitude left, but instead a lot of hatred will accumulate. This is not good for the Chamber of Commerce. As the saying goes, the butt determines the head. From Wang Mu's perspective, he simply didn't have the time to care about which of those lower-level cultivators was disrespectful to him, and which one was more respectful to him. But you can stand from the perspective of a low-level cultivator. A towering mountain was right before their eyes and could not be ignored. Even if a rock rolled down the mountain and hit them on the head, they would be doomed to suffer a bloody blow. Naturally, I was trembling with fear. Ren Pingxing's eyes lit up, as if turbid dark clouds were penetrated by the sunlight. As one of the 10 managers of the Langya Chamber of Commerce, it was natural for him to have thought of these things. But after all, he has been in the business world for hundreds of years. It's no surprise that he has such vision and foresight. And what about Wang Mu? Only a teenager this year. I have never been involved in the Chamber of Commerce's business, and have never had any experience at all. After seeing how much I had achieved, I was not blinded, but could see things so clearly. This surprised Ren Pingxing very much. This trip was indeed not in vain. The young master really hid his abilities in the past. Young master, there is no need to worry too much. After all, the Ascension Conference cannot be held every year. As time goes by, the idea will fade in those people's minds, Ren Pingxing said. Wang Mu shook his head and said, I think this is an opportunity that can be used. Ren Pingxing was stunned. What opportunity? Wang Mu said. We can take this opportunity to establish the Langya Foundation. Promise the public that for every 100 spirit stones that guests spend at the Langya Chamber of Commerce, 1 spirit stone will be donated to the Langya Charity Fund. Charitable fund? Ren Pingxing was a little confused. It was the first time he heard this word. To put it simply, it is an organization that provides the most basic material assistance to those miserable people who have encountered great disasters. For example, providing supplies, spirit stones, elixirs, and other subsidies to areas that have been harmed by monsters, or natural disasters or man-made disasters. Wang Mu explained with a smile. Ren Pingxing tried to understand, thought for a moment, and said, Then does the Ascension Conference also fall within the scope of assistance provided by this charity fund? Wang Mu gave a thumbs up. Mr. Rin is indeed worthy of being the pillar of the Chamber of Commerce. He understands things at once. Ren Pingxing's originally hunched figure suddenly straightened up, and his figure became a little taller, but he said, Young master, you are too kind, it's not worth mentioning. He understood. To put it bluntly, it means taking from the monks and using it for the monks. Take out 1% of the money you earn from the monks and donate it to charity and build your reputation. This will greatly enhance the reputation of the Chamber of Commerce. Over time, the benefits will increase. Ren Pingxing's eyes lit up, and he bowed and said, Young master, this is a brilliant plan. I admire you. After a pause, he said seriously, However, this matter is of great importance, and it is difficult for me to make the decision alone. I need to go back and ask the president to gather the 10 leaders to discuss and decide together. Wang Mu waved his hand and said, In that case, I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Ren. Young master, you are too polite. As long as it is for the Chamber of Commerce, it is my job. Immediately following, the two began to discuss some details. Most of the day passed by in this chat. It was not until late at night that Ren Pingxing left with a complicated expression on his face. When he left, he looked dazed, as if his worldview had suffered a great shock. In a blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Ren Pingxing returned to Tianjua Island, exhausted, with fatigue and excitement in his eyes. When Wang Mu saw him like this, he knew that everything should be fine. The next day, the news spread throughout Tianjua Island. Langya Charity Foundation will be officially established in Daliang Royal City, and all major forces are welcome to attend the ceremony. For a time, there was an uproar everywhere. Charity fund, what is that? I haven't heard of it. What does it have to do with us? At the same time, In a luxurious room. Langya Chamber of Commerce on Tianjia Island, the heads of many other large chambers of commerce such as Beihai and Beihai all gathered here. When they heard the news, they all became alert. What's up with this Wang family young master? Before, he organized the Ascension conference, which caused us to lose all our business. Now what is this charity foundation for? If an enemy comes, we will stop him. If a flood comes, we will block it with earth. Manager Liu of the Beihai Chamber of Commerce had a gloomy look in his eyes, and he was extremely confident. If we, the major chambers of commerce, join forces, we will have no rivals in the entire northern territory. What can we do if we let the young master of the Wang family do whatever he wants? Good. Let's go and take a look. Chapter 29 Lin Yen, let the 10 masters dance to liven up the fun. A broad platform was built in front of the Daliang Palace. There were huge crowds of people below. There were crowds of onlookers coming from all directions. On the platform, there was a conspicuous huge banner with the words, Langya Charity Foundation Establishment Ceremony, written in large letters. High place. 12 chairs were arranged in an arc. There was a person sitting on each chair. Who's that person in the middle? The founder of Langya Chamber of Commerce. The princess of King Wei. The old patriarch of the Lin family. Lin Yen. This person hasn't appeared in public for over 100 years. He has been manipulating the situation behind the scenes. Why is he showing up now for some charity foundation? It is said that the young master of the Wang family is the apple of everyone's eye. Now it seems to be true. There are also the 10 leaders of the Langya Chamber of Commerce. Each of them is a figure comparable to a provincial governor, and the amount of spirit stones flowing through their hands every day is comparable to an astronomical number. See Lin Yen and others sitting there. In the crowd of onlookers, the people from the 3 major chambers of commerce all look solemn, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. I thought that this foundation was just a little thing that the young master of the Wang family tinkered with for himself. But now, the president and 10 leaders of the Langya Chamber of Commerce all showed up, and the nature of the situation was completely different. Could it be that this is another important strategy of the Langya Chamber of Commerce? Think of this. They felt their scalps tingling and silently opened the photo stone to record everything in front of them, preparing to hand it in later. Grandma, thank you for your hard work. Wang Mu sat next to Lin Yen, holding Lin Yen's hand, and said gratefully. A charitable foundation is no small matter. If someone with enough influence comes forward to endorse it, the effect can be increased several times, or even 10 times. Wang Mu now pays attention to efficiency in doing things. He wants to achieve the expected goals in the shortest time, so it is impossible to take things slowly. You must borrow any strength you can. Lin Yen gently patted the back of Wang Mu's hand, eyes full of love. Mu, you finally want to do something. Grandma will definitely support you with all my strength. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered something and said eagerly, Is it enough for us to just sit here? Do you need me to ask the 10 leaders to go up and dance to liven up the atmosphere? Wang Mu, Ren Pingxing, Sima Yuan, everyone. Wang Mu waved his hands quickly. This is totally unnecessary. Lin Yen nodded. That's right, their dancing is not pretty. Why don't we let them go up and fight? A fight of magic or something is no problem. All the leaders. Wang Mu took a deep breath and said, That's really not necessary, Grandma. Just sitting here is already a great help to me. After all, this matter of ours is quite serious. Okay. A hint of disappointment flashed across Lin Yen's eyes. It's a pity that I couldn't do more for my eldest grandson. President, young master, the auspicious time has arrived. Li Yuanhua walked over and said respectfully. Well, I'll go first, Grandma. Wang Mu slowly stood up and walked to the front of the stage. He didn't dress up specially today, but it was still considered a formal attire. He was wearing an elegant blue and white country gown, with golden dragon scales embroidered on the surface. His waist was tied with a purple gold and white jade belt, which was inlaid with some broken spirit crystals. Wearing lotus-patterned boots. He has a handsome face and eyebrows as sharp as swords. Standing in the sun, the whole person seems to be glowing. He stood in everyone's sight, and the noisy discussions below suddenly quieted down, and countless eyes were focused on him. "My eldest grandson is so handsome!" Nalen Rongyun, who was in the middle, had sparkling eyes. "I wonder which girl will marry him in the future?" Wang Mu didn't say any more polite words and went straight to the point. "Everyone should know that these days, my Langya Chamber of Commerce has made some money. The revenue of Tianjua Island Langya branch increased slightly last month." Hearing this, in the crowd, people from the 3 major chambers of commerce all had their mouths twitching. "Small amount? A little? Do you have any shame? Almost numb from counting money? Blanche. Making money is a good thing. I should be happy, but this time I feel a little scared." Wang Mu had a somewhat sad expression on his face. Because this money, in addition to the value of the goods themselves, is more, the trust and support of the cultivation world for our Langya Chamber of Commerce. We know we are deeply ashamed of this trust, but we are determined to work harder and strive to live up to this support. For a long time, our Langya Chamber of Commerce has been determined to build a responsible and public-spirited Chamber of Commerce, to work for the welfare of fellow Taoists all over the world. Hearing this, Ren Pingxing looked at Nalen Rongyun strangely. "President? Do we have it?" Sima Yuan was also confused. "That's right, isn't our original purpose to make money?" Nalen Rongyun rolled her eyes at them and said, "If my grandson says there is, there is. Even if there wasn't before, there will be in the future. But due to the lack of some foundation and accumulation, we don't have the confidence to do this. But this time, we felt everyone's trust and support, and we realized that it's time for this." Wang Mu looked at everyone and spoke eloquently. "We have decided to establish the Langya Charity Foundation from today. For every 100 spirit stones that guests spend at our Langya Chamber of Commerce, 1 spirit stone will be donated to the fund. We will use this fund to try our best to fulfill our responsibilities as a conscientious Chamber of Commerce in the cultivation world, including but not limited to holding the Ascension Conference, helping the needy, and providing disaster relief." Why does it sound to me like this foundation is just a way of throwing money around? That's right. Did the young master of the Wang family get a taste of success from hosting the Ascension Conference? Did he feel that the money he gave out wasn't good enough? Did he want to give out more? "You're still too young," Manager Liu of the Penlai Chamber of Commerce sneered. Although they made a lot of money by boosting the business of the Tianjua Island Langya branch through the Ascension Conference. But after deducting the expenses of the Ascension Conference itself, the profit is actually just that. Now, he has expanded his stall so much, throwing money everywhere, and speaking shamelessly to the entire world of immortal cultivation. If he plays like this, no matter how much the Langya Chamber of Commerce earns, it won't be enough for him to spend. They are all businessmen, and this account can be easily settled. That's right. Most cultivators are heartless and ungrateful. Why should they care about other people's suffering? You want to use the name of so-called charity to kidnap those cultivators to buy things for the Langya Chamber of Commerce? It's simply a fantasy. Shopkeeper Zhang from the Beihai Chamber of Commerce echoed this. At this moment, Wang Mu on the stage spoke loudly. To thank you all for supporting our Langya Charity Foundation. We have invited several Taoist friends who helped us the most when the foundation was first established. And the president of our Langya Chamber of Commerce personally presented them with certificates of honor to express his gratitude. First of all, let's applaud the leader of the Nine Yang sect, Master Yang Zhuzi. Chapter 30. We are the most charitable sect in the world of immortal cultivation. Hear Wang Mu's voice. The whole place suddenly fell silent. All eyes were simultaneously focused on the direction of the Nine Yang sect. Confused like them. Me? Are you calling me? When Wang Mu invited them before, he only asked them to come and watch the ceremony, but did not mention this part. On the cloud platform, Wang Mu continued with a smile on his face. Senior Yang Zhuzi has a kind heart. When the charity foundation was first established, he injected a total of 8,400 spirit stones into the foundation. Ranked first. Received the honor of being ranked first on the merit list of our Langya Charity Foundation. Let us congratulate him. After saying this, Wang Mu led the applause. As everyone in the crowd applauded, they saw a golden list hanging from the void on the high platform. The list was originally blank. There are only 3 words at the top: merit list. Lin Yen, president of the Langya Chamber of Commerce, took a golden pen from Li Yuanhua and wrote a line of words himself. Head armor, 9 Yang sect, Master Yang, donation 8,400 spirit stones. Then she turned around, glanced at the crowd, and said with a faint smile, Who is Brother Yang Juzi from the 9 Yang sect? Come up and receive your award? Hearing this, Yang Juzi's brain buzzed and exploded. I blanch. What do I hear? President of Langya Chamber of Commerce. Princess Wei. The mistress of the Wang family. A very powerful figure in the earthly fairyland. He actually called himself a mere gene and stage cultivator. Fellow Taoist? Damn it, my ancestral grave exploded. Sect Master, President Lin is calling you. Seeing that Master Yang was standing there in a daze, the elder of the 9 Yang sect nearby almost went crazy. Oh. Here, it's me. Yang Juzi raised his arms and responded loudly. Then he flew into the air and landed on the cloud platform. Holding up the hem of his robe, he took small steps and ran towards where Lin Yen and Wang Mu were. He fell down halfway and then got up hurriedly. He rolled and crawled to Lin Yen, bowed his body, and spoke with a stutter. Junior 9 Yang sect master, Yang Juzi, greets the president, greets the young master. Lin Yen nodded calmly, took a certificate from Li Yuanhua and handed it over with both hands. Yang Juzi bent over and took it carefully. Thank you, fellow Taoist Yang Juzi, for your contribution to charity, Lin Yen said with a smile. I don't deserve it, it's just a small favor. Yang Juzi said this in panic, but in fact he could hardly hide his excitement. My chest felt like it was going to explode. Oh my God! President Lin presented the awards in person. This honor is simply amazing. The crowd immediately exploded. Aijua, is this true or false? A powerful person from the earthly immortal realm personally presents the award? Will this shorten his life? No. With 8,000 spirit stones, can I get such treatment? Fuck you. Didn't you hear what the young master of the Wang family said? Only 1% of the money spent at the Langya Chamber of Commerce will be included in the fund. Yang Juzi donated 8,000, which means he spent more than 800,000 spirit stones at the Langya Chamber of Commerce. More than 800,000 spirit stones, so what? That's not even worth it. Everyone was speechless. That person is right. So what if it's 800,000 spirit stones? What kind of person is Lin Yen? Not to mention 800,000, even if it's 800 million, it may not necessarily make others look at you a second time. Not to mention letting her thank you like this with a smile. What kind of honor is this? It's enough to be written into a book or biography, and to be used by future generations to brag about for thousands of years. What the hell, what right does he have? Wang Sulu and Taiyin's sect had red eyes as they stared at Yang Juzi on the cloud platform, who seemed to be trembling with fear but was actually secretly delighted. They wished they could rush up and kill him. Put yourself in their shoes. If they were put in Yang Juzi's current position. Everyone is watching the Earthly Immortal Awards ceremony. Then, how cool would that be? Hiss. Just thinking about it makes my body tremble uncontrollably. Isn't it just that you spent a little more money than me? Ciao! The two of them were regretting their decision so much. They had spent a lot in the past period of time, just a little less than the 9 Yang sect. If they had known this treatment would happen, they would have been willing to sell the mountain gate. The words haven't finished yet. Then I heard a voice coming from the cloud platform. Next, the second place on the Ascension merit list, the owner of Wanshuo Tower, Senior Chu Yuchang. The top 3 on the merit list, the Taiyin sect master, Senior Shui Ziliu. As soon as these words came out, the two of them looked pleased. It's their turn. It's really their turn. The two men tumbled and crawled up to the platform and received the award respectfully. Watching Lin Yen write their names on the merit list, the sense of satisfaction and pleasure in his heart instantly reached its peak. So fucking good. Thank you all 3 for your great contribution to the peace, prosperity and common development of the Northern Territories cultivation world. Wang Mu smiled and came to the three people. I wonder what you three are thinking at the moment. What do you want to say to fellow Taoists? I am ashamed to say that I have only made a small contribution to charity. Compared with the young master's compassion for the world, it is really not worth mentioning. Yang Zhizi said with emotion. In the future, I will definitely work harder and make my own contribution to the peace of the Northern Territory's immortal cultivation world. Chu Yuchang said in a trembling voice. Thank you, young master, thank you, President, and thank you, Langya Chamber of Commerce, for giving us this opportunity. Upright and benevolent when we are out in public. This has been the case in the past and will remain the case in the future. At the same time, below, the disciples and elders from the three major sects who were watching the ceremony were also extremely excited at this moment. Did you see that? This is the style of our 9 Yang sect. The top of the merit list appointed by President Langya. Yuan Shui Tower and Taiyin sect are still a step behind. Bullshit. You, the 9 Yang sect, only spent tens of thousands more spirit stones than us. If those Langya branches hadn't run out of stock some time ago, the head armor would definitely belong to our Wanshui Tower. We in the Taiyin sect are the most charitable, so there's no need to fight over it. Hey, take the money and go to the Langya Chamber of Commerce to buy as many chi-boosting pills and yuan-recovering pills as you can. We will buy some too. Not to compete for first place, but to prove that we are worthy of the title of the 9 Yang sect's number 1 on the merit list. We just want to do our part to contribute to the peace and prosperity of the immortal cultivation world. Who's afraid of who? Buy as much as you can. Is it reasonable to buy chi-boosting pills by the bottle? If the neighboring sect sees us, they will think we can't afford it. Buy by the kilogram, 1 kilogram per person. The three major sects of Tianjue Island compete with each other on a daily basis. This moment, the desire to win was ignited to the extreme, and no one was willing to admit defeat. Before the founding ceremony of the Langya Charity Foundation was over, disciples from the three major sects rushed towards the Langya branch in the city with money and great momentum. At the same time, the people from the three major chambers of commerce who saw this scene turned green in the face. Chapter 31. The young master must have a grand plan in mind. No, how could they do that? Lu, the shopkeeper of Beihai Chamber of Commerce, was stunned. This is too much. The development of the matter was completely beyond their expectations. I thought this damn foundation was another big waste of money by the young master of the Wang family. As a result, the opponent used a series of combined punches and they were completely defeated. How to fight this? The president of the other Chamber of Commerce has even come out in person. How do they play? Manager Zhang of the Beihai Chamber of Commerce sighed and whispered. Go back first and report this to the higher-ups. Let's see what they say. The young master of the Wang family attacked quickly and fiercely. From the very beginning, this matter was no longer something they could participate in at their level. We can only see how the people above deal with it. The foundation's inauguration ceremony is still ongoing. A bunch of names appeared on the merit list one after another. But after the top 3, it was not Lin Yen who presented the awards personally, but the major officials instead. Certainly, no one dared to complain, but instead felt it was natural. At the same time, it further stimulated their determination to strive for the top 3 in the merit list. They sent out their disciples one after another. Tianjue Island's Langya branch like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. In short, stick to one principle. As long as the sect is not bankrupt, buy as if it is bankrupt. Anyway, the things I buy are for my own use, so it's no loss. The ceremony ended perfectly. Lin Yen also left Tianjue Island. Before leaving, he explained that all matters concerning the foundation would be under the charge of Wang Mu. Young master! Ren Pingxing brought a tall and sexy woman to Wang Mu and said respectfully, This is a junior of mine. You can also be considered as a half-apprentice. You have been training with me for many years. He is also very familiar with the internal affairs of the Chamber of Commerce. Do you think I should stay by your side and help you? Wang Mu took a look. The woman had long, slightly curly wine-red hair, a broad mind, skin as white as snow, and was very tall. She was wearing a red and white robe, with her long, slender legs exposed. He walked with swift and decisive steps, with a gleam of light in his eyes. Although she looks charming, she gives people a strong sense of competence. Okay, stay. Tingting, come on, why don't you thank the young master? Ren Pingxing urged happily. Thank you, young master! Nye Tingting responded obediently, with no emotion in her eyes. Wang Mu understood what Ren Pingxing meant. After all, Ren Pingxing is one of the 10 leaders of the Chamber of Commerce. He has a lot of things to be responsible for, and Tianjue Island is only a part of it. It is impossible for him to be with Wang Mu all day long. He sent the younger generation whom he had carefully trained to serve as a bridge. Although Grandma is very supportive of him. But it was impossible for him to go to her for such a trivial matter. There is no harm in having someone who is familiar with the internal situation of the Chamber of Commerce around, as it can improve efficiency in many things. Then you go ahead and do your work, young master. I'll talk to her a little bit. As Ren Pingxing said this, he pulled Nye Tingting outside the hall and scolded her with a frown. What's wrong with you? Why are you so sullen? Nye Tingting had a blank expression on her face. Tingting doesn't dare! Ren Pingxing bared his teeth, pointed at Nye Tingting, and wanted to scold her but didn't. Do you think I am harming you by sending you to the young master? Nye Tingting took a deep breath, her curled eyelashes trembling slightly. I lost my parents when I was young, and it was you, my uncle, who raised me. Of course you wouldn't hurt me. I just don't understand why. Ren Pingxing sighed. What a silly girl. Do you know how many people want to follow the young master but don't have the blessing? Nye Tingting said firmly. Even if I don't have this blessing, I can live a good life with my own efforts. Uncle, you were not like this before. Why did your attitude towards this playboy suddenly change so much? Ren Pingxing was startled. Keep your voice down. After making sure that Wang Mu, who was deep inside the hall, hadn't heard it, Ren Pingxing transmitted his voice. I used to think the same as you, thinking that the young master could do nothing but live a life of debauchery. But after this incident, I realized I was wrong. Nye Tingting was puzzled. Just because of a foundation? Isn't this just an idea to lose money and gain publicity? How rare is it? Just throw money at it. It's shallow, isn't it? Ren Pingxing taught earnestly. It's not difficult to spend money. But look at the attitude of those people from the sect at the ceremony today. Originally, they spent money on our Langya Chamber of Commerce out of fear and helplessness. But after the young master's arrangements, who of them is not sincere and would like to spend all their wealth to buy out all the branches of our Langya Chamber of Commerce? Not only did they spend money, but they also expressed their gratitude to our Langya Chamber of Commerce. That's the skill. Nye Tingting bit her lips slightly, and said unwillingly, Maybe it's just a coincidence. Ren Pingxing said sternly, Tingting, I'm going to criticize you for this. You've been with me for so many years, do I need to explain all these things? For businessmen, the most taboo thing is to act on emotion. Because of your previous prejudice against the young master, you have overlooked the real strengths of the young master. This is a big taboo. If the young master is now the enemy of other chambers of commerce, do you know how fatal your idea is? The harsh reprimand echoed in Nye Tingting's mind. Her eyes suddenly became clear. A trace of shame appeared on his face. I'm sorry, uncle, I know I was wrong, Ren Pingxing said. At today's ceremony, the young master's arrangements were linked one after another, and he has grasped those people's minds to the extreme. Just from this point, I can be sure that the young master is definitely not some unlearned playboy. He has been hiding his prowess for more than 10 years, and is beginning to show it today. He must have some grand plans in mind. I asked you to follow him, not only to find a good future for you, but also to see more and learn more, do you understand? Yes. Okay, that's all I have to say. You can take care of yourself. Go in. Ren Pingxing waved his sleeves lightly, asked Nye Tingting to go back, then turned around and left Tianjue Island. The hall was very quiet. You can clearly hear the sound of the brush hitting the paper. Wang Mu sat alone on a high place, writing something at his desk. Nye Tingting looked at the figure, thinking about Ren Pingxing's instructions, quickly calmed down, and walked over quickly with her slender legs. Young master! She bowed respectfully. Wang Mu didn't look up and continued writing furiously. Nye Tingting waited quietly. After a while, Wang Mu raised his head and looked at her. Tingting, right? My last name is Nye. Nye Tingting introduced hurriedly. Wang Mu nodded and waved. Come! Nye Tingting was startled for a moment, then quickly stepped onto the steps, stood beside Wang Mu, and followed his gaze to the densely written paper on the table. Langya Fund's Early Development Plan. When she saw the first few words, Nye Tingting pursed her red lips slightly. What my uncle said is indeed right. Having just finished the grand ceremony, he is now thinking about the subsequent development of the foundation. How can this be something a playboy would do? Chapter 32. Disasters are ruthless, but people are kind. Today's foundation inauguration ceremony was very well organized and a complete success. It's a good start for the future. But it's just a beginning. Subsequent development is also a top priority. In the early stages, our primary task is actually just one thing, Wang Mu said seriously. Nye Tingting asked. What? Wang Mu said. Ascension Conference. Nye Tingting was a little puzzled. Haven't you already held the Ascension Conference on the 5 surrounding islands? Where are we going now? Wang Mu chuckled and shook his head. The islands in the Northern Territory are as numerous as the stars. These 5 islands are just the beginning. Wang Mu has already tasted the sweetness of investing in mortals. To outsiders, this is a massive waste of money, a complete waste, and not worth it at all. But only Wang Mu himself knows. He spent his money wisely. Right now, the 5 islands he invested in have a total of 400,000 or 500,000 monks who are helping him practice and providing him with income almost every moment. It only took Wang Mu half a month to break through the foundation building stage. It's already been clearly felt. It's not far from the middle stage of foundation building. It should be noted that for an ordinary cultivator to break through from the early stage to the middle stage, it would take 3 to 5 years at the shortest, or 10 to 8 years at the longest. Some may even stop there for their entire lives. What's more, the quality of Wang Mu's magic power exceeds that of an earthly immortal. The difficulty of breaking through is extremely high. But his cultivation speed is still so rapid. This is the benefit of eating large quantities until you are full. However, Wang Mu still didn't dare to relax. After all, those who were racing with him were not ordinary cultivators, but sons of destiny with a destiny in their bodies. Those guys never follow common sense. It's all cheating. Therefore, 5 islands are far from enough. Hearing Wang Mu's words, Nye Tingting opened her beautiful eyes wide. Young master, you don't really want to hold the Ascension Conference throughout the entire Northern Territory, do you? Wang Mu asked back. Why not? Nye Tingting found it a little unbelievable. Even with the wealth of the Langya Chamber of Commerce, it is impossible to support you to achieve this step. You are wrong. Wang Mu looked at Nye Tingting calmly and smiled. It's not the Langya Chamber of Commerce. What we need to do is to collect the wealth of the world and use it for the world. As long as the wealth of the world is endless, the Ascension Conference will continue. Take all the wealth in the world and use it for the world? What a big tone. Nye Tingting opened her red lips slightly, shocked by these words. Is this the grand plan he has in mind? Don't you take other chambers of commerce seriously at all? I'm tired after a busy day. Please take a good look at the contents of this paper and ask me if you have any questions. Wang Mu put his hands behind his back and slowly walked down the stairs. Young master! Nye Tingting's voice suddenly came from behind. Can I ask why you are so insistent on holding the Ascension Conference? Wang Mu looked back and looked upwards. The girl was dressed in a fiery red dress, standing on the steps, her autumn water eyes full of water as she stared straight into Wang Mu's eyes. It seems that he is looking forward to the answer he will hear next. This situation. Wang Mu knew that he had to pretend to be this powerful. He turned around, went back to the desk, picked up a pen, and wrote a line of words casually on a blank piece of paper. Establish a mind for heaven and earth, establish a destiny for the people, inherit the lost knowledge of the ancient sages, and bring peace to the world for all eternity. See this line of words. Nye Tingting took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes sparkling with countless ripples, and her whole heart seemed as if 10,000 sea beasts were colliding. Her full breasts rose and fell violently, as if they would burst out of her clothes in the next second. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Wang Mu raised his head, looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and sighed. Perhaps this is my responsibility as the young master of the Wang family. After saying, he slowly walked down the steps, waved his sleeves, and walked out of the hall. Only the slightly dim hall was left. The girl stood alone on a high place, looking in the direction he left, lost in thought for a long time. It was as if my heart was hit by something. Changlan Island. Seaside Pier. Merchant ships were docked at the shore, and a large number of mortals were busy going up and down, loading and unloading cargo. There are also many fishermen returning from the sea. Dragging the heavy fishing nets to the shore, everyone's face was filled with joy. It was obvious that the harvest was good, and the whole family, young and old, would not have to worry about food and drink for half a year. Suddenly, a muffled thunder sounded in the clear sky. Several fishermen looked up in confusion. There was not even a dark cloud in the sky, so where did the thunder come from? It seemed as if it could sense their thoughts. The sky darkened the next moment. A huge dark cloud floated in from afar, blocking the sunlight. The sky and the sea were dark, and a suffocating pressure filled the air. Waves, waves! A young, dark-skinned man suddenly pointed at the dark cloud in the distance, his expression terrified and his words unclear. What waves? The person next to him put his hand in front of his forehead and squinted his eyes to look into the distance. I looked at it carefully several times. His expression changed instantly. That dark cloud covering half the sky is not really any kind of cloud. It was clearly a huge wave of who knows how many miles high, connecting the sky and the earth, flooding in from afar. The huge wave was dark. Like ink, there seemed to be countless huge black shadows moving around in it, giving people an indescribable sense of oppression. Everyone's expression became terrified. Those were no ordinary waves. There are countless huge creatures hidden in the sea. It's a siren. The siren is attacking the island. I don't know who shouted. The whole beach was in chaos, with people running, shouting, and falling down. But they were too slow. How could they catch up with the huge waves that connected the sky and the earth? Time flies. Waves weighing countless pounds fell from the sky, shattering the formation on the island, and unimaginable amounts of sea water fell into the island. A large number of sirens followed the sea water and landed on the island. The disaster has begun. There are numerous islands in the Northern Territory, like stars. There are also a large number of monks. But except for a few areas such as the Beihai Holy Land and the Langya Chamber of Commerce, other places are not the territory of the human race after all. In this endless sea, the real protagonist has always been under the water from ancient times to the present. Force sirens to attack human islands in the Northern Territory. There are countless cases every year. This time is no exception. Apart from the fact that the monsters that landed on the island were a little stronger, there was nothing special about it. The monks on the island fought for a whole day and night. Finally, the siren was driven back and the tide receded, leaving behind devastated ruins. The remaining mortals cried loudly as they looked at the mutilated bodies of their relatives around them. After much difficulty, we found 2 surviving relatives, but discovered that they were severely injured and only had 1 breath left, which was no different from being dead. A small sect. Now it is in ruins. A young monk struggled to get up and looked at the devastation, his eyes filled with disbelief and sadness. Brother! Sister! Master? Where are you? You guys answer me? He had just entered the world of cultivation and joined this small sect. The sect is not big, and including the master, there are only about 20 people in total. But it's very warm. All his senior brothers and sisters took good care of him, taught him how to practice, how to hunt monsters, and even paid for him to buy Taoist robes and elixirs out of their own pockets. But now, all of it is gone. He was covered in blood, and he rolled and crawled in the collapsed mountain gate, his voice hoarse. Finally, I found a familiar figure. That was the senior brother who worried him the most. He used to be a handsome and elegant man, but now he had a broken arm, his dantian was torn apart by something unknown, and he was dying. He wanted to save his brother. But there is no way. Several streaks of light flew across the sky. They were the cultivators from the most powerful force on the island, with high levels of cultivation. He seemed to see hope, his eyes lit up, he knelt on the ground and shouted loudly. But the other party just glanced at them indifferently without stopping at all. Several times in a row. He was in despair, and the light in his eyes dimmed. "Don't waste your energy," the senior brother said with his dying breath. "In the cultivation world, life and death are determined by fate, and have nothing to do with anyone." "No!" the young monk cried bitterly, hammered the ruins, and shouted to the sky. "I beg you, someone can come and save us, save us!" Boom! There was a low roar in the sky. Like a roaring beast. From far to near. The young monk looked up in astonishment, only to see huge flying boats breaking through the clouds from afar. There is a banner hanging on each flying boat. Langya Charity Foundation, together with all the Taoist friends from Tianju Island, is willing to help the brothers in the disaster area overcome the difficulties together. We will stand together through thick and thin and build our home together. Disasters are ruthless, but people are kind. Chapter 33, Disaster Relief is like putting out a fire. Have you heard of the Foundation? See those flying boats and read the words written on them. The young monk was stunned. Without waiting for the flying boats to come to a complete stop. One after another, figures landed from the flying boat, walking in a hurry with serious expressions. He kept shouting, "Hurry, hurry, hurry! Rescuing a disaster is like putting out a fire, fly up! Hurry, hurry, hurry! Where's the recovery pill? Where's the blood-dissolving grass? There are wounded people here. Where are the people from the demolition team? I see someone trapped under a broken hill over here. Send some people to move this hill away. Guards, follow me. There are still a few monsters that haven't died out yet. Kill them first." The group of people had a clear division of labor, and after a brief communication, they flew towards various directions with precision. A woman in a white dress fell from the sky, came to the young monk, and asked with concern, "Dao Yu, are you okay?" The young monk shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Please save my brothers and sisters. I will be your slave from now on. Please." As he said this, he knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly until his head turned red. The woman quickly helped him up and said, "Hurry up, don't worry, we will do our best." She carefully checked the condition of the senior brother, took out a pill with an unusually strong fragrance, and fed it to him. Then he used his magic power to help refine it. Soon beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Fortunately, the treatment was very effective. Demonic power in the wound was dispelled by the medicinal properties of the elixir, and his breath gradually stabilized. At the same time, more than one person discovered this small mountain gate. Several more figures wearing the same style of white robes fell from the sky, found the survivors and began to provide treatment. I saw familiar faces being dug out one by one. Many people who were on the verge of death were saved. The young monk was so moved that he burst into tears and kowtowed repeatedly to express his gratitude. "Thank you, thank you, thank you. My name is Wang Xiaohu. I will definitely repay you, I will." Upon hearing this, many people in white smiled at each other, turned around and left to go to the next area to rescue people. Wang Xiaohu hurriedly shouted, "Wait!" Several people turned around, looking puzzled. Wang Xiaohu said, "I don't know the names of all the benefactors yet, or where the immortal land is. When my master and the others wake up and ask me about it, I will have an explanation and know how to repay them." A man pointed to the words embroidered in gold thread on his collar and said with a smile, "We are from the Tianju Island Langya Charity Foundation. Helping those in need is the foundation of our foundation. No repayment is required." After saying that, they left in a hurry. Wang Xiaohu stood there, stunned. Help those in need without asking for anything in return. Didn't senior brother say that in the cultivation world, life and death are determined by fate and have nothing to do with others? These people in front of me seem to be a little different from others? With this thought in mind, Wang Xiaohu looked back at his master and fellow disciples who had not yet woken up, and his heart suddenly moved. Chased after those people from the foundation. On the shallows. A monk in the disaster area finally survived the disaster. His spiritual power was exhausted, but he encountered a few sea monsters that had not retreated. Struggling desperately, but surrounded by danger. Critical moment. Several monks in white robes fell down together and protected him behind them. These people's cultivation is not very high. They were basically all in the Qi training stage, but they worked together and quickly drove away the sea monster. Thank you all for saving my life. This is my savings. Although it's not much, I hope you won't despise it. This casual cultivator is very sensible and understands the rules of the cultivation world. The other party saved his life. It's impossible to let the other party attack in vain. So he decisively handed over the only storage bag he had. However, the person on the other side just smiled and said, "You are too polite, but our charity foundation does not charge any compensation for disaster relief. Otherwise, you will be punished when you go back." Hearing this, the casual cultivator was stunned. Only then did he notice the patterns and words on the chests of the people opposite him. It is not a certain sect or school, but it's the Langya Charity Foundation. What sect is this? Never heard of it? Perhaps I am ignorant and don't know that there is such a force in the Northern Territory? But I can't let you all work in vain. The casual cultivator still felt a little uncomfortable. The guild has already paid the wages that should be paid. After saying this, the people from the foundation took their people away and rushed to other places. Charity Foundation. The wandering cultivator looked in the direction they left, muttering to himself with a complicated look. In the Northern Territory, when did such a force emerge? Somewhere, a collapsed mountain crushed a large area of buildings. Each of those huge rocks weighs tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of pounds. It is piled up one after another, like a stone mountain. Being pressed under the mountain like this, there is absolutely no chance for a mortal to survive. Even for a cultivator, unless he is a real person above the Jindan stage, it would be difficult to break free. Not to mention that those who were suppressed were basically some young cultivators in the Qi training stage. They were already injured in the battle with the siren. Being pressed like this again. Even if you don't die on the spot, it's difficult to escape. Lin Wei is one of the persons in charge of this disaster relief operation and is at the foundation establishment stage. She looked at the scene in front of her, frowned slightly, and spread her consciousness. There are at least hundreds of people trapped down here, and there is still a chance of survival. Bring me the treasure. Not long. Someone came with a long, round pestle. Lin Wei took it and threw it into the air. The small round pestle grew in the wind and became dozens of feet tall, shining with dazzling golden light. As her magic power operates, the huge iron pestle rushed across the air. One time. Twice. Until the top half of the mountain was shaken and made totter. For such a huge stone mountain, Lin Wei's strength alone is not enough. Hundreds of foundation members accompanying them worked together. When Lin Wei's spiritual power was almost exhausted, he took over the work, giving the other party time to hold the spirit stone and frantically recover her magic power. For a while, everyone was working very hard, attracting countless people to watch. Wow, such a big commotion! Is it which clan leader's wife who is being suppressed? People who didn't know the situation said while watching. How could that be? They don't even know the people down there. You don't know him? Then why bother? You don't know? They are from the Langya Charity Foundation, whose purpose is to help those in need. They have been here for quite a while, saved quite a few people, and didn't even take the money. No money? Are there any kind-hearted people like this in the world? It is said that the president of this charity foundation is the young master of the Wang family of the Langya Chamber of Commerce. He is the one who held the Ascension conference and caused a lot of noise before. I didn't believe that a playboy could do good things before, but now, I'm really not sure. Chapter 34. Seeds sown by the Foundation. The entire Changlan Island. Deacons of the Langya Charity Foundation can be seen everywhere. Looking around, the whole island is covered with white clothes. More than 20 flying boats from the Foundation have arrived. A large amount of relief supplies were continuously sent from the direction of Tianjue Island. Let the monks in the disaster-stricken areas receive treatment in the shortest possible time. Even if they cannot be cured immediately, at least they can save their lives. At the beginning, many monks are still skeptical, thinking that there is no free lunch in this world. Some even suspect that this foundation is an evil cult and dare not ask for help from the foundation. Especially when he heard that this foundation was related to the young master of the Wang family, he became extremely vigilant. But as more and more people were rescued, the pills that the foundation moved down from the flying boat were used up box after box. Many deacons of the foundation were so tired that their spiritual energy was exhausted. They were unable to even use spirit stones to absorb mana and simply fell into a deep sleep. Those who were skeptical suddenly fell silent. This is fucking evil. There are no good people in the world. Girls, where are you all from? An old female monk who was rescued held the hand of a female deacon of the foundation and said gratefully, "When we get better, we will definitely come to thank you. By the way, the healing medicine you just gave us is not cheap. How much spiritual stones do you need? We will give it to you." The female deacon smiled slightly. "Our foundation has just been established, and the current members are basically all from Tianjua Island. The funds for disaster relief are also donated by the monks and sects on the island, not by us, so you don't have to spend any money." The deaconess leaves. There were voices of surprise and whispers behind him. The relief work lasted for several days. Chiuya Island is not far from Chanlan Island, for producing a magical fish called autumn leaf fish. It is said that this fish is delicious and can be cooked into autumn leaf fish soup using a unique method, which is very beneficial for spiritual practice. Yishan is a cultivator from Wenxue Tower on Tianjua Island. My master is about to celebrate his 280th birthday, and he loves to eat all kinds of spiritual fish. He came here specifically to buy a bowl of autumn leaf fish soup to take back to show his filial piety. Fellow Taoist Yi, I'm not bragging, the Chiuya fish soup from Fang is famous for its delicious taste, and is one of the best in the entire Chiuya Island. If you take it back, the master will definitely be satisfied. Yishan's friend Zhou Yan praised it highly. Thank you, Brother Zhou, for the recommendation. The two walked into Fang and after asking some questions, Yishan felt as if struck by lightning. Sold out? Yes. The shopkeeper behind the counter said with his signature fake smile. Our autumn leaf fish soup has always been very popular, and we only sell 30 servings a day. You came at an unfortunate time, the last serving of fish soup today has just been sold out. Yishan was unwilling to give up, and pleaded. My master's birthday is coming up, and he loves fish soup the most. I wonder if you can be flexible and ask the chef to make another portion? The shopkeeper said with a fake smile. Rules are rules. How can they be easily changed? Sir, why don't you try our other dishes? They are also very good. Yishan said. I am willing to pay more, double the amount. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a burst of laughter all around. The smile on the shopkeeper's face became more and more intense. If I can buy Fang's autumn leaf fish soup with extra money, I'd pay 10 times the price and eat it every day. In the restaurant, a man in fancy clothes and with a big belly sneered, obviously a regular here. Yishan was unwilling to give up. He looked around and saw a table of guests sitting next to him. The autumn leaf fish soup on the table was still untouched. He immediately pleaded. Fellow Taoists, can you give me your autumn leaf fish soup? It's my master's birthday and he loves to eat this fish soup the most. I really can't help it. Before he could finish his words, he was rejected. What does your master's birthday have to do with me? Come on, don't ruin my fun. None of the methods worked. Yishan sighed heavily, his face full of disappointment. His good friend Zhou Yan blamed himself very much. Fellow Taoist Yi, it's all my fault for not finding out clearly. You came all the way from Tianjua Island in vain. Yishan smiled bitterly and was about to say something to comfort his friend. But then a strange cry was heard from behind. Tianjua Island? Who comes from Tianjua Island? From the direction of the kitchen, a burly man lifted the curtain and walked out quickly, holding a spatula in his hand, and glanced at everyone. Then he locked onto Yishan directly. Are you from Tianjua Island? The chef asked, staring at him. That's right. Yishan didn't understand, but nodded in agreement. Then do you know about the Langya Charity Foundation? The chef continued to ask. Of course. Yishan nodded and said. Not only does he know, but my master was also selected by President Langya to be the second on the foundation's merit list. Hearing this, The chef seemed extremely excited. He put down the spatula, rubbed his hands on his clothes again and again, and directly held Yishan's hand. Benefactor, benefactor! The chef knelt down, his eyes full of gratitude. Yishan was confused. Why do you say that? The chef's eyes were already filled with tears. My brother went to Changwon Island to buy some things a few days ago. Unfortunately, he encountered a monster and was seriously injured. He was buried under the mountain. If it weren't for the heroes of the Foundation who helped me, spent a day and a night to move the rock mountain, and used up all the elixirs to save me, I'm afraid my brother and I would have died. Thank you very much, benefactor. Yishan was a little absent-minded, and waved his hands hurriedly, saying, To be honest, I didn't participate in the rescue. I don't dare to accept the title of benefactor. The chef shook his head and said, I have already inquired about it. All the cultivators on Tianjia Island have donated to the Foundation, more or less. Since the master is the second on the merit list selected by the president, the donation must be huge. My brother was able to survive thanks to the generous donations from the heroes of Tianjia Island. Without you, it would be difficult to raise the healing pills and disaster relief magic weapons. As long as they are righteous men from Tianjia Island, they are all my benefactors. As he said this, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times in a row, which made people feel shocked. My benefactor, please sit for a moment. I will make a portion of fish soup, no, 3 portions. You can take them back and say hello to our teacher on my behalf. May he live a long life, the chef said, then picked up the spoon and walked towards the kitchen. When the shopkeeper saw this, he immediately became anxious. Chef Wu, this is against the rules. Chef Wu glanced at him and said confidently, I am sending a few dishes to my benefactor. What's wrong with that? If you are dissatisfied, just ask the boss to fire me. The shopkeeper choked. Chef in front of him accounted for more than 70% of the credit for the popularity of his autumn leaf fish soup. However, before he finished speaking, several voices were heard in the restaurant. No need to bother with this. If you want to eat fish, I'll take my portion without even taking a bite. The cultivator who had rejected Yishan earlier now had a red face and bowed to Yishan, saying, I didn't know your identity before and said a few things I shouldn't have said. I hope my benefactor will not blame me. My family was also on Changwon Island a few days ago. If it weren't for the help of the volunteers from the Foundation, I would never see them again. And me, I'm different from them. I was on the island at the time and I thought I was going to die. Fortunately, the benefactors of the Foundation took out all kinds of precious medicines to save my life, but unfortunately they left in such a hurry that I didn't even have time to ask their names. Boss, please serve 10 tables of your best food to me. Put it in this space ring and let your benefactor take it away. More and more people gathered around. Yishan looked at those grateful faces and felt like his heart was blocked by something. Chapter 35 I am from the Foundation, and I am proud. Qingyan Islands. It is composed of more than 30 small islands, which are connected together and are not far from each other. Not to mention the monks on the major islands, even mortals often travel between these archipelagos for trade and visits, and a trip only takes 4 or 5 days. Changwon Island and Xiuye Island are among them, located on the edge. Now, on one of the small islands, Jiang Shaoqing dragged her tired body and walked on the street. He had just finished participating in the disaster relief operation on Changwon Island and had not had time to change into the Foundation's uniform. He just felt tired all over, as if he had been hollowed out. I just want to find a nearby inn, or rent a cave, and have a good rest for 2 days. My fellow Taoists, may I ask in which direction is the nearest cave rental place on this island? He stopped a passing monk and asked politely. The monk seemed to be in a hurry, so he pushed his hand away and tried to leave. Jiang Shaoqing was just about to find the next person to ask when she suddenly saw the monk who had left in a hurry just now come back and take a closer look at Jiang Shaoqing's clothes. Finally, his eyes stopped on the words, Langya Charity Foundation, on his chest. You are from the Langya Foundation? The monk's eyes changed. Yes, that's right. Jiang Shaoqing nodded. Hey, why didn't you say so earlier? The monk asked hurriedly. Are you looking for a cave? Right. Come on, I'll take you there. Jiang Shaoqing was flattered. How can I be so embarrassed? I would be very grateful if you can point me in a direction. The monk was very persistent. As he walked, he said, My wife's family all live on Chanlan Island. Fortunately, we have your foundation this time, otherwise my wife would be heartbroken. Isn't it just to lead the way? It's my duty. Soon. The monk took Jiang Shaoqing to the cave rental office. When he arrived at the place, the manager in charge of cave rentals came out to meet him personally and gave him a big discount. I have great respect for the righteous deeds of all the righteous men in the foundation. It is my honor to meet you today. The manager was very sincere and personally brought Jiang Shaoqing to the front of the cave. After giving him some more instructions and telling him that he could be contacted any time if he had any problems, he finally left. Jiang Shaoqing entered the cave, took off the foundation's clothes, and hung them neatly on the wall, looking a little dazed. Originally, I joined the foundation and became a deacon. It's just because his cultivation level is low that the better sects don't want him. Plus, the foundation's treatment is pretty good. The monthly salary is above average among the monthly salaries of many sect disciples. Just looking for a source of income. After finishing a job, I feel really tired. But thinking about everything he had experienced today, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Being a member of the foundation seems to be something to be proud of. At the same time, similar scenes are happening in many places. All the cultivators from the foundation or Tianjua Island reveal their identities. Even some passers-by whose families have never been saved by the foundation can't help but take a second look and cast a kind gaze. There are many treacherous and cunning people in the world of cultivation. An organization like the foundation, which saves lives without asking for anything in return, is like a breath of fresh air in this muddy world. And in a place like the Northern Territory, sirens attacking islands happens almost every day. No one can guarantee that something similar will not happen to them. Just in case you meet me one day. They would definitely prefer to meet someone from the foundation rather than those aloof monks who left indifferently. Let me explain this on two sides. Located on Feixian Island in the core of Qingyun Islands. Langya before the semicolon. A large number of people showed up, queuing up, holding money, and looking excited. Just wait for the door of the Chamber of Commerce to open. They were about to rush in. What's going on? Has the Langya Chamber of Commerce produced something good? Why are they all rushing to buy it? Asked the uninformed person curiously. What are you buying? They are all here to give away their money. Send money? To the Chamber of Commerce? Are you crazy? It's not given to the Chamber of Commerce, it's donated to the Langya Charity Foundation. What's the difference? It's a huge difference. If you can get a top 3 position on the Foundation's merit list, the president of the Langya Chamber of Commerce will personally present the award to you. President? Could it be the legendary Princess Wei? She is a terrestrial immortal. Who says it's not? No wonder, if I could spend money to get in touch with such a person, I would be willing to spend any amount. Not only that, this foundation is a really good place. Have you heard about what happened on Chanlan Island a few days ago? The formation was broken by the sea monster, and there were heavy casualties. It was almost a deserted island. As a result, people from the foundation went there, saved the dying and the wounded, and saved countless lives. I wonder how many people owe them a favor. If I can rank at the top of this merit list, I will definitely have a huge network of contacts in the future. The spiritual world. Judging from what happened on the islands in the past 2 days, if this foundation continues to operate, one day, all the cultivators in the entire Northern Territory will have to give face to the people of the foundation. And you have to give face sincerely. The higher a person ranks on the merit list, the easier it is for him to be remembered. When the time came, the door of the Chamber of Commerce opened on time. Manager Su of Feixian Island's Langya branch was almost frightened when he saw the huge crowd at the door. It took a while before I could hear what these people were shouting. The Foundation saved my brothers and sisters. I have nothing to repay you with, but I have a few spirit stones. Please accept them. I have always loved peace and often helped the people in my hometown, but the power of one person is really meager. I would like to donate these thousands of spirit stones to the Foundation and make a contribution to charity. Shopkeeper Su said in a loud voice. Everyone, I know why you are here. But the young master has instructed that the Foundation will not accept any direct donations or material thanks. As long as you buy the items you need at the Langya Chamber of Commerce, we will naturally count 1% of the total consumption into the Foundation. Hearing this, the crowd was quiet for a moment. What? Not accepting direct donations and materials? You mean, we can only donate to the Foundation by buying things? Why? The Langya Chamber of Commerce has taken this opportunity to do good deeds for itself? Someone complained. Are you stupid? This is a good thing. You just donated the money and you didn't even know where it went. But now, you have bought what you need and done a good deed at the same time, so you won't lose anything. Hiss, that seems to be the case. Young Master Langya is very thoughtful and really cares about us. So what are you waiting for? Buy it! A group of people rushed into the Langya branch, like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, buying whatever they saw. Chapter 36. All expenses will be paid by this young master. A Taoist couple walked between two shops. There are so many people here. How long do we have to wait? Come over here and buy it. The male cultivator looked at the Langya Chamber of Commerce on the left, which was crowded with people and required queuing to buy things, and then looked at the Penlai Chamber of Commerce on the right, which was empty and deserted, and walked towards the Penlai Chamber of Commerce. The shopkeeper of the Penlai branch was delighted when he saw this. The first transaction of the day is coming in. He put on a smile, and before he could finish his greeting, he saw the male cultivator being dragged out. Why go there? If you come to Langya Chamber of Commerce to buy, the price is the same, and you can donate some, do charity, and accumulate merits. Wouldn't it be a waste if you go there? The female cultivator said seriously. The male cultivator touched the back of his head, thinking that this was the truth, and ran over obediently to line up. When the shopkeeper of the Penlai branch saw that the customer who was about to come to him flew to the Langya Chamber of Commerce, he was so angry that his face twisted. How can it be said to be a waste of money? You pay and I give you stuff? Can this be considered a free purchase? Isn't it just a little bit less merit? Spirit stone for every 100 spirit stones, why are you so concerned? Even if you spend half a month shopping, you may not be able to collect enough medicine for a bottle. But how would he know? For guests. Although he bought something for 100 spirit stones, he only donated 1 spirit stone to the Foundation. But this spirit stone was donated by the Chamber of Commerce in the name of a customer, which is equivalent to giving it for free. Things given for free naturally smell good. Not to mention the idea of being generous to others. By spending other people's money to do good deeds, you can also enjoy the happiness of helping others. That taste. Once you experience it once, you'll never be able to quit it again. It's impossible to do this business. The Penlai Chamber of Commerce is not the only one that is feeling uncomfortable. The same situation applies to the branches of Beihai Chamber of Commerce and Yangong Chamber of Commerce, 2 of the 4 major chambers of commerce in the Northern Territory, on this island. No customers came for most of the day. Anyone who needs to buy something on the island, without exception, goes to the Langya Chamber of Commerce. Why? Because you can earn merit by buying things at Langya Chamber of Commerce. In other chambers of commerce, it is simply a matter of spending money. What a loss! Every time you spend 100 spirit stones, you waste 1 spirit stone. Based on an average monthly consumption of 500 lingshire, a loss of 5 lingshire. 50 lingshire in 10 months. 500 lingshire in 1 year. 500 lingshire in 10 years. 500,000 lingshire in 10 years. 500 million lingshire in 100 years. Whose cultivator is so wasteful? Don't buy. I will never go to other chambers of commerce to spend a single spirit stone. Soon. A jade plaque was hung at the entrance of the Langya branch. As the shopkeeper's magic power was absorbed into it, the words on it kept changing. August 21st, Merit List Top Achiever, Zhang Yunyi, 3 spiritual stones. But soon, the name was brushed off, replaced by the name of a female monk with 5 spirit stones. But she didn't stay there for long before she was pushed down by another person. After a while, hundreds of names appeared densely packed on the jade plaque. No, I can't do that. By the time it's my turn, all the goods in the store will be sold out. What am I going to buy? A young man in gorgeous clothes waved his folding fan, frowning. No, I want to cut in line. As soon as he finished speaking, he was stopped by the servant beside him. No, master, this is the Langya Chamber of Commerce, not some small chamber of commerce. You can't get in. If you break the rules, you may not even be allowed in. Master Yen frowned even more tightly. What should we do then? The servant rolled his eyes and whispered something. Master Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. You are a really talented kid, go quickly. The servant left quickly. After a while, several huge boxes were brought back, filled with spirit stones. They were sparkling and particularly eye-catching. Ahem, ahem. Master Yen folded his fan and said loudly, Fellow Taoists present here, listen carefully. All your expenses at the Langya Chamber of Commerce today will be paid for by me. Whatever you want to buy, just come and get the money. Mr. Yan's request was very simple. If his money was used, the merit of the donation should be counted as his. After a slight hesitation, everyone agreed. After all, it's nice to be able to gain merit for free without spending your own money. But what could be better than spending other people's money to buy your own things? Besides, the money you save can be exchanged for merits. For a while. Although Master Yen has not yet queued up, his name is already at the top of the merit list. It made him smile with joy. If he gets the top spot on the merit list today, his grandfather will be extremely happy and will definitely reward him greatly. Fuck, so shameless? The young master of the Lu family, who was also queuing up on the side, saw this and immediately refused to do it. Is your Yen family the only one rich? Who doesn't have it? After a while, a similar box appeared in front of the young master of the Lu family. He stepped on the stool and shouted proudly, Everyone, we are all brothers, you can spend this money as you like. Wow! Another scream. Not long. Young Master Lu's ranking has also caught up, and is showing a trend of surpassing young Master Yen. Fuck! Mr. Lu, you are always at odds with me, and now you are trying to snatch my good deed from me? Oh, what do you mean by robbing? It's just that my Lu family is a little more kind-hearted than your Yen family. Bah! Master Yen spat in the face of the man opposite him, waved his hand, and asked his men to bring 2 boxes of low-grade spirit stones, about several thousand in total. Keep going. Tianjua Island. Young Master, the revenue of the branch offices in Qinyun Islands and surrounding islands has been calculated in the past 2 days. Would you like to take a look? Nie Tingting walked quickly to Wang Mu with her long legs. Her cheeks were flushed, her towering breasts heaving violently, and the excitement in her eyes was almost overflowing. Wang Mu smiled and said, No need, send it to the Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Nie Tingting asked in surprise, Don't you want to take a look? Wang Mu said, I already have confidence. Now seeing your expression, I already have an idea in my mind. As for the specific amount, there is no need to know. Nie Tingting was shocked and said, You expected that those people would go crazy to our Chamber of Commerce to buy things just to donate money? In fact, I always thought that cultivators were quite indifferent. Not many people were interested in charity. I didn't expect that I was wrong. Wang Mu smiled slightly. Immortal cultivators are indeed quite cold. But no matter how cold a cultivator is, he is still a human being, not a real immortal. As a human being, it is inevitable that he cannot escape the scope of human nature. He likes to compare with others and take advantage of others. Even those who are at the earth immortal level are no exception. If you think a person has no desires, it must be because nothing has appeared that can impress him. Nie Tingting's eyes were bright. She took out a small notebook and took notes while listening. That makes sense. Young Master, what you said is absolutely right. I'll remember this. Wang Mu. Langya headquarters. Ren Pingxing was looking through the bills. Suddenly he took out one. A look of satisfaction appeared on his face. This month, the income of Qinyun Islands is very good. It has doubled compared to the past. A deacon on the side said with a strange look on his face. Master Ren, this is not a month. It's 3 days. Oh, 3 days. Ren Pingxing nodded, then suddenly remembered something. With a look of horror on his face, he picked up the bill again. 3 days? His voice instantly rose several decibels. It startled the rest of the people in the room. They gathered around. What 3 days? What happened in Qingyun Islands in the past 3 days? The profit in 3 days is equal to the profit in the past 2 months. What did I think? Just 2 months, 2 months? What the hell? 2 months? Fuck! The room was filled with exclamations of, fuck! No, I have to take it and let old lady Gao Xing also be the president. When Pingxing's face turned red, he picked up the bill and ran out. Everyone. At the same time. Panlai Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Tang Qian and the heads of Beihai Chamber of Commerce and Yangong Chamber of Commerce looked at the hot intelligence they had just received, their faces darker than the inky sea water. Chapter 37. We can also run this foundation. How could this happen? Can anyone tell me what's going on? Tang Qian stood with his hands on the table, his face grim and his voice a little cold. In the room. The others said nothing, and the managers of the Panlai Chamber of Commerce were so frightened that they didn't even dare to raise their heads. Ever since their son-in-law married into their family, and took charge of the affairs of the Panlai Chamber of Commerce. He always looks calm and composed. But he acted quickly and ruthlessly, snatching several pieces of fat meat from the Langya Chamber of Commerce in a row, making the entire Panlai Chamber of Commerce full of confidence, and very convinced of him. I've never seen him like this before. It's not that Tang Qian can't accept failure. Besides, this can't be considered a failure. The business of Qingyun Islands accounts for a small proportion of the Panlai Chamber of Commerce, and can only be regarded as a small corner of the bigger market. When doing business, there are losses and gains, which is normal. Short-term performance proves nothing. Forces of the level of the 4 major chambers of commerce always value long-term interests. But what he couldn't stand was that he was repeatedly frustrated by Wang Mu. He was suppressed twice in a row by that good-for-nothing second-generation rich kid. The damage isn't great though. But it is extremely insulting. The most important thing is his misjudgment. First time. Wang Mu held an ascension conference, but Tang Qian scoffed at it. As a result, all the business on Tianjia Island was snatched away by the Langya Chamber of Commerce, and there was not much left. This time. Wang Mu established a charitable foundation, but Tang Qian still sneered at it, thinking that it was the same wasteful act of that dude who wasted money. As a result, all the business on the Qingyun Islands was eaten up by the Langya Chamber of Commerce, leaving no soup for other chambers of commerce. What does this equate to? It was equivalent to Wang Mu slapping Tang Qian twice in the face. And the force is just right, it makes you feel confused but doesn't hurt your brain. Tang Qian never regarded Wang Mu as an opponent. He felt that Wang Mu was not worthy. But in his revenge plan, Wang Mu is an unavoidable link. After all, the Lord of the North Sea went to the southern region and killed his mother just to lift the curse on Wang Mu. He had screamed and roared in his heart countless times, imagining the day when the Wang family would fall from the clouds, and he would step on Wang Mu's face and say, "Without the Wang family, you are nothing!" Just thinking about that scene made Tang Qian tremble. But now, he was slapped in the face by Wang Mu, twice. How abstract. Mr. Tang, please be patient. The person in charge sent by the Beihai Chamber of Commerce is called Go Engshi. He has elegant manners and looks like a scholar. But everyone in the circle knows it. This guy is notoriously insidious. In order to seize a small country's mineral vein, he once drove up the price of that country's ore to the sky. Later, more than 90% of the people in that small country went into the mineral business, and no one wanted to farm anymore. Food can only be purchased from outside. He also mobilized the resources of the Beihai Chamber of Commerce to block all food purchasing routes for that small country. This forced the people of that small country to be unable to afford food, and finally the entire mine was taken away at an extremely low price. He has done many similar things. He is one of the 5 supervisors of the Beihai Chamber of Commerce, and his status is equivalent to the 10 directors of the Langya Chamber of Commerce. In my opinion, this is not a bad thing. Go Engshi smiled lightly. Oh? Tang Qian looked at him and said, "Why did Supervisor Go say that?" Although the young master of the Wang family's move may have hit the mark unexpectedly, it does provide us with an idea. If he can do this charity foundation, so can we. I have carefully analyzed the course of this incident. The reason why the Langya Chamber of Commerce Foundation attracts so many people is simply because of one thing. Tang Qian narrowed his eyes. What? Go Unshi said confidently. Merit list. They have successfully exploited the human desire to compare with others, causing those people to spend a fortune just to pursue the false reputation on the merit list. Of course, there is a reason why the empty names on the list are valuable. The first is that the top 3 on the merit list are said to receive awards personally from the president of the Langya Chamber of Commerce. For the world, this is a supreme honor. We can completely copy this. Although the president of Langya has more than one identity, she is also the Princess of Wei and the mother-in-law of the Saint Lord of Baiming. But if the presidents of our 3 chambers of commerce come forward together, the effect may not be worse than his. As for the second point, it's also simple. When Changwon Island was hit by a disaster, the Langya Foundation sent people to rescue it, which made those who were rescued feel grateful and greatly improved the reputation of the foundation. We can still do this. We can even do it in a more spectacular way, so that everyone will know about it. Go Unshi was very confident that with the tremendous financial resources of the 3 major chambers of commerce, this was not a problem at all. The Yungong Chamber of Commerce was a woman who was very serious. When she heard Go Unshi's words, she frowned and said, If this is the case, aren't we just throwing money away like the young master of the Wang family? If something unexpected happens later, and we can't make back the money, that would be a big surprise. No one is sure whether something like what happened in Xingyan Islands will happen a second time. What if it's just a coincidence? What if the people in the target area they set are unmoved or have no conscience? This is all very possible. Although they are senior executives of a chamber of commerce, have high positions of power and influence, and have the final say, they must be extremely careful on such major matters. After all, they are not like Wang Mu, the young master of the Langya Chamber of Commerce, who is spoiled by his elders. No matter what they do, no one will blame them even if they mess up. If they don't do their job well, people may die. Good question. Go Unshi raised his lips slightly. This is the point I am going to talk about next, and it is also completely different from the foundation of Langya Chamber of Commerce. Tang Qian raised his eyebrows slightly and said, Donate! Go Unshi's eyes were slightly different, a little surprised. Master Tang guessed it? Tang Qian smiled and said, Langya and the others chose to convert 1% of their profits into a charity fund. This not only seems stingy, but also makes it inconvenient for those who are comparing themselves to others to impact the merit list. This is also the narrow-mindedness of the young master of the Wang family. Go Unshi's smile gradually deepened. Young Master Wang is used to being high and mighty, and is used to looking down on others. He always thinks that if others can just pick up something from him, they should be grateful. If others want to do something good, they have to spend money to buy things first. Little do they know that the most taboo thing in doing business is to let others think you are stingy. We can just cancel this process and let everyone donate directly. The amount you donate is the amount that will be in the foundation. Compared to Langya and the others, who only give a little merit for buying something with 100 spirit stones, I think everyone knows what they will choose. Hearing this, Tang Qian and the head of the Yungong Chamber of Commerce both had smiles on their faces. It was as if he had seen the scene of countless people lining up to give them money. As for the money everyone donated, where is it used? If you don't tell me and I don't tell you, who will know? At worst, when something happens, we can just send a few teams to pretend to do it. Who knows how much money it cost? Chapter 38, Heaven Seizing Creation Skill. Just thinking about it makes me tremble with excitement. Don't say. The young master of the Wang family is a playboy, although he is good for nothing. But the inspiration it provided them was surprisingly good. After all, if things sell well, you can certainly make more money. But how can you make a lot of money by not selling anything? This is a huge profit with no investment. This matter is serious. I need to report it to my superiors, said the female head of the Yungong Chamber of Commerce. I also need to talk to the president about the situation. Of course. Please, Tang Qian said with a smile. This is necessary. But they all knew that reporting was basically just a formality, and the 2 major chambers of commerce could not refuse such a good thing. Go Engshi and the other person left the room and contacted the Chamber of Commerce using the communication jade talisman. After a while, they came back in. No problem. Our president also said that we can start this right away. Okay. Tang Qian stood up, his eyes sparkling. First, let someone spread the news. 10 days later, we will hold a ceremony to establish the foundation. Several people discussed it. It was decided to name this foundation Penglai Sea of Clouds. Penglai Chamber of Commerce is the leader, and the other chambers of commerce have no objection to the name of the foundation. The parties dispersed and everyone made their own preparations. Tang Qian stood in front of the window, watching the pear blossoms falling in the yard, his eyes sharp. Wang Mu! Just wait, this time I will use what you have invented to trample you under my feet. The three major chambers of commerce acted quickly. In just a few days, the news that they were going to jointly establish the Penglai Foundation spread throughout most of the Northern Territory. We also invite caring people from all walks of life to donate. Make contributions to the peace and prosperity of the world of immortal cultivation. Although there is no concept of promotional slogans when doing business in this era, the specific form actually already exists. Tang Qian, the head of Penglai Chamber of Commerce, once said in public. The charity of Langya Foundation is fake charity. Our charity is the real charity. Here, the amount of merit you accumulate is equal to the amount of money you give. The subtext is: there is no need to be like the Langya Chamber of Commerce, paying 100 spirit stones, and only getting a little merit in the end. The Langya Chamber of Commerce is too stingy. In addition, every kind-hearted person who makes a donation will be listed on the infinite merit list. The top 3 will also receive awards personally from the presidents of the 3 major chambers of commerce, Penglai, Beihai, and Yagong. Everyone knows. Although these 3 presidents are slightly inferior to the president of Langya Chamber of Commerce in terms of status and position, they are not much different. Behind them are the shadows of the major holy places in the Northern Territory. After all, in this world, if you can do such a big business, you must have a powerful background. Because there is the Langya Foundation as a good example. This time, the Penglai Foundation has attracted widespread attention. In addition, the 3 major chambers of commerce have been promoting it vigorously. For a while, almost everyone in the entire Northern Territory knows about it. This is too shameless! On Tianjia Island, Nie Tingting's eyes were filled with anger, and her full chest rose and fell violently. Aren't they just copying it? Hearing this, Wang Mu was very calm. He continued to write and draw on the paper, and smiled without looking up. It's normal. We haven't applied for a patent. If others want to copy it, they can copy it. Nie Tingting was puzzled. What is a patent? Forehead. I mean, no one has stipulated that they can't copy ours. But for the 3 major chambers of commerce to plagiarize so blatantly, isn't it too shameless? When doing business, sometimes the most important thing is face. But the least important thing is often also face. As long as you can make money, what does face matter? Nie Tingting said unwillingly. Young master, are we just going to watch like this? Wang Mu raised his eyebrows. Watching? How is that possible? Nie Tingting's eyes sparkled. Sure enough, who is the young master? When has he ever suffered a loss? Tell me, how do we fight back? What counterattack? Wang Mu rolled his eyes at her and said, prepare 10,000 spirit stones and donate them to their, oh yes, Penglai Foundation. Nie Tingting was completely stunned. No? Did you hear that right? What did you say? You want to give them money? Of course. Wang Mu said as a matter of course. I founded the Langya Charity Foundation to contribute to charity. At this time, of course I have to contribute my own strength. Something is wrong. Something is extremely wrong. Nie Tingting looked at Wang Mu's face suspiciously, but it was not that she doubted Wang Mu's charity work. But, even if we want to do it, our family has our own foundation, and the young master has done enough, so why does he still need to donate money to the 3 major chambers of commerce? There must be something fishy here. But Nie Tingting thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what the young master was thinking. With Wang Mu's order, looking puzzled, the hall fell silent. Wang Mu slowly put down the writing in his hand, looked outside the house, and let out a long breath. To be honest, if it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to provoke those lucky guys. If his anger piles up, it will be of no good to him. But looking at the current situation, there is an irreconcilable hatred between Tang Qian and him. No matter whether Wang Mu fights hard or retreats, the opponent will never let him go. In this case, he had no choice but to accept the challenge. Ding! The little girl you invested in created the heaven-defying creation technique, beginner. Congratulations to the host for receiving the return of the training effect from Xiao Nanan. As the system voice sounded, a brand new technique suddenly emerged in Wang Mu's mind. It instantly brightened his eyes. Oh shit, the martial arts that little Nanan created herself worked. According to Xiao Nanan, she felt that she lacked aptitude and most of the advanced skills in the world were not suitable for her, so she wanted to create her own. Wang Mu didn't bother her these days. She just stayed in the sutra library without leaving. I have finished reading a batch of exercises. Just let someone tell Wang Mu, and Wang Mu will prepare another batch for her. And so, nearly a month passed. Wang Mu had no idea how many martial arts techniques the little girl had read or how much she had in her head. Until today. He quickly closed his eyes and looked around. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, and a chaotic light flashed in his eyes. What a great skill to take advantage of the heavens! As the name suggests, Xiao Nanan's idea is that since her own talent is not enough, she will make use of the talents of other things. It is said that everything is created by nature. Creation is the unity of spirituality and destiny. If one could plunder and devour the luck and spirituality of other spiritual beings and take them into oneself, it would be enough to make up for the lack of one's bones and allow one's cultivation to proceed smoothly without any obstacles. Under ideal circumstances, by the end of this technique, nothing can be unrefined and nothing can be taken away. Whether it is strange water, strange fire, or strange soil. Or perhaps the 9 scorching suns in the sky, or even this bright sky and earth, are also included in the recipe of this technique. Well, quite domineering. However, at present, this technique is only the elementary version. You can only refine and seize some lower grade things, probably at the chi refining level. It fits the little girl's current situation very well. Chapter 39 Young Master Langya donates 10,000? How much do you dare to donate? In short, this heaven-struck creation technique is currently still a technique for the chi training stage. For Wang Mu, the effect is average. But its huge potential is completely foreseeable. Moreover, all things are difficult at the beginning. Now that the initial technique has been formed, it will not take too long for a little girl to perfect it step by step with her talent. A few days later, the Beihai Foundation, jointly established by 3 major chambers of commerce, held its founding ceremony on Tianyu Island. 3 of the 4 largest chambers of commerce in the Northern Territory have joined forces. The commotion caused was naturally extraordinary. At that time, the island was crowded with people, and many of them were powerful figures from sects that were friendly with the 3 major chambers of commerce. Almost all of them gathered here, and the momentum was extremely mighty, even more spectacular than the day when the Langya Foundation was established. After all, on that day, Wang Mu only invited various forces on Tianjue Island. This is what Tang Qian meant. Since we are going to do it, we must do our best in every aspect and crush Wang Mu in every aspect. That would be refreshing. He even thought about sending invitations to several major holy places. But after weighing the pros and cons, I finally gave up. After all, they set up this foundation purely for making money. The money from the Holy Land is not that easy to earn. Of course, this is enough. The 3 major chambers of commerce did put a lot of thought into this grand ceremony. Not started yet. Waves of pleasant and melodious music came from all directions. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw graceful women in silk clothes flying over from a distance with flower baskets in their hands. Wherever I go, flowers are flying like rain. Several women, who were rare in the world in terms of both appearance and figure, each held a musical instrument, such as the pipa, the guzheng. Following behind the figures holding flower baskets, beautiful music came from their hands. They drifted into everyone's sight along with the falling petals. 12 people in total. Start dancing. The dance was so graceful and beautiful that it could instantly dazzle many monks who claimed to have gotten rid of worldly distractions. Are these the 12 golden hairpins from the legendary Miaoying Tower? Miaoying Tower is known as the largest den of prostitution in the entire Northern Territory. Any dancer there is a stunning beauty, and each of the 12 golden hairpins is on the list of the most beautiful women in the Northern Territory. How many noble families would spend thousands of gold coins to see the 12 golden hairpins? The 3 major chambers of commerce actually have the ability to invite them to the scene. As expected of one of the 3 major chambers of commerce, wealth can make anyone rich. Suddenly, the whole place became lively. Many young monks were dazzled and their breathing became rapid. I kept sighing that I had really seen a big scene today. Tang Qian observed everyone's reactions, with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. That's what he meant too. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a kid. Inviting the 12 golden hairpins to the scene certainly costs a lot, but on the other hand, after watching such a performance, would it be embarrassing if we don't donate a little more today? Is it worthy of the beautiful dancing postures of these fairies? The dance is over. The 12 golden hairpins slowly left the stage. 3 figures were crowded in under the attention of everyone. Although they have smiles on their faces, they always give people a sense of extreme indifference and alienation, as if they have long been accustomed to looking down on all living beings from a high position. They are the presidents of the 3 major chambers of commerce. It's an honor to have so many like-minded people here. Qiu Shanhong, the president of Penlai Chamber of Commerce, put one hand behind his back, faced the crowd, smiled and said, "Today is the auspicious day for the establishment of our Penlai Yihai Foundation. I believe that everyone present today are knowledgeable people with benevolence and kindness like us. I have already prepared to contribute my own part to the peace of the Northern Territory's cultivation world. In this case, we won't waste any more time talking nonsense." After saying this, he and Tang Qian looked at each other and nodded at the same time. The 3 presidents turned around and sat on the high seats on the platform. Tang Qian walked to the front of the stage, dressed in gorgeous clothes, holding a golden pen in his hand. "The fundraising ceremony begins now. I wonder which fellow Taoist is willing to come first?" His eyes were filled with a calm, confident smile as he casually glanced towards the VIP seats. "Haha, you are all so polite? Then I, the Luquan sect, will come first. Brother Su, wait a minute. Our Tianyu sect has been preparing for this grand ceremony for a long time. No matter what, you have to give way to me. I will donate 100,000 spirit stones first. For such a grand occasion, 100,000 spirit stones are not enough. My Wahai sect will donate 500,000 low-grade spirit stones." At one time, many people responded, rubbing their hands, and were ready to donate money. Just at this moment, a corner of the crowd suddenly became quiet. The silence spread quickly, and in a blink of an eye the entire bustling venue became dead silent. Tang Qian and others sensed something, looked in a certain direction, and the smiles on their faces faded slightly. The crowd parted. A tall woman in a red dress walked past everyone with her head held high, and walked onto the stage, surrounded by more than a dozen figures. Looking at those people's uniform clothes and the badges hanging around their waists, everyone's expression changed slightly. Langya Chamber of Commerce actually sent someone here as well? I am here to donate money on the orders of young Master Langya. Nye Tingting held a storage bag in her hand and handed it to Tang Qian with a faint smile on her face. The young master also asked me to bring a message to Mr. Tang. Thank you for your Chamber of Commerce's efforts and contributions to the peace and stability of the immortal cultivation world. Tang Qian glanced at the storage bag in Nye Tingting's hand calmly, then took it with a chuckle. We have received the young master of the Wang family's kindness. But there is no need to express gratitude. After all, maintaining peace in the world of immortal cultivation is everyone's responsibility. When he said this, Tang Qian had already opened the storage bag. The divine consciousness swept through the scene. The words that were about to come out of his mouth were suddenly choked back, his face suddenly became gloomy, and there was a hint of fierceness in his eyes when he looked at Nye Tingting. The atmosphere in the venue froze instantly. Many people held their breath, not knowing what was happening. Niedingding looked calm and said with a chuckle, "My young master also said that although these 10,000 spirit stones are not much, they are also a token of my appreciation. I hope Mr. Tang will not despise me." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present changed their expressions, especially those from the three major chambers of commerce. His brows were furrowed and there was anger in his eyes. What's going on? 10,000 spirit stones are not a small amount. And it was given by young Master Langya, isn't this a good thing? Why do they look like this? Among the crowd, there were monks who were confused and asked questions in a low voice. Someone with keen insight sighed twice and shook his head, saying, 10,000 spirit stones is certainly not a small amount for us. But for the four major chambers of commerce, it is nothing. Besides, you don't really think that the Langya Chamber of Commerce is here to show support for the Beihai Foundation, right? What else? Haha! It's almost an open secret that the Langya Chamber of Commerce and the Beihai Chamber of Commerce are at odds. Over the years, the Beihai Chamber of Commerce has been targeting the Langya Chamber of Commerce in various ways. How much business has it taken away from them? Can young Master Langya be so kind? Hiss, so he's here to give me money? Well, think about it, young Master Langya only donated 10,000 spirit stones, so how much should others donate? Chapter 40 Joint certification by the four major chambers of commerce. I, Wang Mu, am the best in the Northern Territory. What does it matter? It's a big deal. If the young Master of Langya is just the young Master of Langya, then that's nothing. After all, there are four major chambers of commerce in the Northern Territory. At worst, we can just not contact them in the future. But the young Master of Langya is also the young Master of the Prince of Wei's mansion and the young Master of the Beiming Holy Land. This is unusual. In this vast Northern Territory, how many forces don't depend on it for survival? Although the donation was more than that of the young Master of the Wang family, it was secondary to the fact that he temporarily overshadowed the young Master. The most important thing is that if someone has ulterior motives, this matter will be seen as taking sides, which is not an exaggeration at all, right? That would be equivalent to openly going against the young Master of the Wang family. How many people have such courage? Don't you want to live? After hearing this analysis, many people in the audience who did not understand the key points suddenly realized it. As expected. In the subsequent fundraising process, no force donated more than 10,000 spirit stones, including the sects that had previously threatened to donate hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. Now all the fighting has died down. It's nothing more than picking a nice-looking number, such as 9,999 or something. After all, having good relations with the three major chambers of commerce is good. But they don't have the courage to really make their position clear. Although the Wang family has been gradually declining in recent years. But a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. If I provoke someone and get picked on as the first to be punished? The further back in time, the smaller the donation figures. Tang Qian's face became increasingly ugly. Penlai's president Qiu Shahong and the presidents of the other two families snorted coldly, and could not help but walk away. It was only after Go Unshi and others persuaded him that he reluctantly sat down. Fundraising is over. No surprise. Wang Mu won the top spot. According to the rules announced by the three major chambers of commerce, the presidents of the three major chambers of commerce are required to jointly present an award to Wang Mu to highlight his immeasurable merits. The young master is very busy with official duties. He told me before coming here that if you are lucky enough to win the prize, I will receive it on your behalf, Niedingding said with a smile. This damn guy, he really did it on purpose. Even the award-giving instructions were given in advance. Tang Qian gritted his teeth in his heart. The woman in the red dress in front of him had a beautiful face and an attractive figure, not inferior to the 12 golden hairpins from Miao Yinfang who had just appeared. But in Tang Qian's eyes, that smile became extremely ugly and hateful. Thank you, young Master Wang, for your generosity. After all, Qiu Shanhong is an old monster who has lived for countless years. He is very cunning. Even if he is dissatisfied in his heart, he can still maintain his normal state on the surface. Yet Tingting took the jade tablet engraved with the words, Infinite Merits, from the three presidents. She has amazing eyesight. I felt extraordinary instantly. Hiss, a 1,000-year-old sea heart jade with excellent appearance. The carving is also top-notch. Ting sighed and said in front of everyone, if such a treasure is put on auction, it can be easily sold for hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Our young master will definitely like it when he sees it. Tang Qian. Go Unshi. Qiu Shanhong. Everyone. Good job. Others are just taking advantage of the situation. You guys are so nice. This is taking advantage of someone, but you still want to slap them in the face. The young master of the Wang family donated a total of 10,000 spirit stones. Then he got the spiritual jade worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. What's the difference between this and picking it up for free? Who doesn't like it? All I can say is, he is worthy of being the young master of Langya Chamber of Commerce. This way of doing business is really unique. A grand ceremony. With Tingting's departure, the matter was left unresolved. Tang Qian remained expressionless from beginning to end. But the fist never loosened. If it weren't for the strong willpower controlling me, I would have been unable to control myself and taken action. Original. The 3 major chambers of commerce also arranged a dinner. However, anyone with eyes could sense that the atmosphere at the scene was weird and extremely cold. They all left with excuses. Only those forces that were close to the major chambers of commerce gritted their teeth and stayed. In the house, it was quiet. Qiu Shanhong stood in the shadows with his hands behind his back, and his whole body was as cold as the sea. Tang Qian looked at his back, gritted his teeth, and said, I'm sorry, Dad, I messed up. I didn't expect that Wang family playboy would act so despicable. Qiu Shanhong asked back, Dandy? Do you think a dude could do what happened today? Tang Qian. Qiu Shanhong's expression was unclear in the dim light. It only took 10,000 spirit stones to cancel the ceremony that our 3 chambers of commerce have painstakingly prepared for so long. It's completely mixed up. This young master of the Wang family either has someone behind him who is guiding him, or we have all misjudged him. Tang Qian didn't say anything, but his eyes proved that he was more inclined to the latter. Qiu Shanhong turned slightly, looked at Tang Qian, and narrowed his eyes. I know you are eager for revenge, but you have to remember one thing. Never let hatred completely blind your eyes. If you can't even see your opponent clearly, you will definitely lose miserably in the end. Tang Qian understood that this was a reminder as well as a warning. A layer of cold sweat appeared on my back. He hurriedly said, I understand, Dad. From now on, I will never underestimate the enemy. Qiu Shanhong nodded. Turning around, his expression became somewhat kinder under the light. Although there was an accident during this ceremony, it doesn't matter. The key point is the latter. Making money is a long-term thing after all. Yes. TSK. It is indeed a beautiful jade. Not bad, really good. On Tianjia Island, Wang Mu played with the jade steel engraved with the 4 words, infinite merits, and was very satisfied. Tingting covered her lips and chuckled. I guess Mr. Tang is so angry that his lungs are about to explode. Wang Mu smiled and suddenly asked, Has our foundation's headquarters been built? Tingting said hurriedly, It will be completed soon. According to your instructions, it will be built in the Dalian King city, not far from the palace. Wang Mu nodded and said, Put this spiritual jade tablet at the gate of the headquarters. In the future, no matter where a branch is established, make me an identical one. Tingting was stunned. Young master, this is something given by Beihai Chamber of Commerce after all. It's not a good idea to put it in front of our headquarters, right? Although this jade steel is valuable, it is not truly so precious that it is incomparable. The Langya Chamber of Commerce can easily find better ones. Why use someone else's? Let people know that we can't afford it. Wang Mu smiled slightly. The most important thing for a foundation is not financial resources, but reputation. Put this thing at the door, and if someone asks about it in the future, just say that the merits and kindness of our foundation are recognized by the 4 major chambers of commerce. Who dares to question it? When Tingting heard it, she immediately understood. I thought to myself, what the hell? This sacred jade steel was issued by the Beihai Foundation to the benefactor with the largest donations. Wang Mu himself is the founder of the first charity foundation in the Northern Territory. Isn't this the certification of the 4 major chambers of commerce? The entire Northern Territory. I can't find such authoritative certification anymore. Chapter 41. Fully launched. Late stage of foundation building. Just then, Li Yuanhua walked in. Young master! According to your instructions, all the ascension conferences on the 13 islands surrounding Tianjue Island have just ended. Yes. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Li. Young master, you are too polite. This is what I should do. Li Yuanhua smiled. There are 13 large islands in total, with a total investment of over 100 million people. The number of cultivators who have been detected to have spiritual roots also exceeds 1 million. This is an extremely terrifying number. Wang Mu could clearly feel that the speed at which his cultivation was improving was getting faster and faster. I woke up from a sleep 2 days ago. Unknowingly, he broke through the late stage of foundation building. Now his realm has stabilized, and he is rapidly heading towards the peak of foundation building. It seems that these people have lived up to my expectations and are practicing very hard. Wang Mu was satisfied. It's difficult to improve my own cultivation. Rely on your own words alone. Even if the curse no longer bothers me, it will take at least 3 to 5 months to advance normally from the early stage of foundation building to the late stage, right? From the middle stage to the late stage, it may take half a year. Even longer. That's when you eat all kinds of rare treasures as snacks. After all, the pure magic power that surpasses the level of earthly immortals is not just talk. Just a strand of it is better than countless ordinary magic powers. Keep pushing forward. On the wall behind Wang Mu hung a huge, extremely detailed nautical chart, which recorded the conditions of all the islands, large and small, in the entire Northern Territory, and even the distribution of forces. He turned around, pointed at the sea chart, and said, "And we need to speed up. In addition to the large islands, we also need to send people to organize the small islands in the outer areas. Small and medium-sized islands, with thinner spiritual energy. The probability of giving birth to mortals with spiritual roots is also much lower than on large islands. But fortunately, the number of islands is large, thousands of times more than that of large islands. For Wang Mu, this is also a huge piece of fat meat that he cannot give up." Li Yuanhua glanced at the densely packed small and medium-sized islands on the sea map, and hissed softly. "Young master, this will require a lot of manpower and resources. I'm afraid," Wang Mu said. "Don't worry about the material resources. Just ask Tingting for the money you need. As for manpower, you can directly recruit from outside." To the outside world? Li Yuanhua was a little surprised, because Wang Mu cared a lot about the Ascension Conference, so he had always arranged for direct descendants of the Li family to do these things personally. And every time before sending people out, he would emphasize again and again that things must be done perfectly. Take all the details into consideration. Otherwise I would feel uneasy. Wang Mu nodded and said, "This business will grow bigger and bigger in the future. It will definitely not be enough to rely on the people from your Li family. Of course, you guys did a great job, it made me worry less." As he spoke, Wang Mu raised his hand and a box appeared in front of him. The box is opened. There are densely packed middle-grade spirit stones lying inside. "Take these down and give them to them." "Young master, what are you doing? We are all willing to serve you. It is a great honor. How can we ask for a reward?" Li Yuanhua said this, but he directly picked up the box of spirit stones. Wang Mu smiled and said, "Since you are working for me, how can I treat you unfairly? You deserve it. From now on, all the members of the Li family who are involved in organizing the Ascension Conference can separate themselves and form an independent Ascension Conference project team if they are willing." "Project team?" "Well, to put it simply, you will work for me in the future, receive my salary, and do specialized work," Wang Mu explained. "If you agree, all the personnel recruited to promote the Ascension Conference will be trained uniformly by you. Again, I want the highest efficiency." Li Yuanhua bowed without hesitation. "I, the Li family, am willing to serve the young master at my utmost." "Are you kidding? You've been working so hard, isn't it just to have a meal at the Wang family's? At this time, is there any reason to refuse?" Wang Mu nodded with satisfaction. He stretched out a slender index finger and drew a circle on the huge nautical chart. First batch, take over these small and medium-sized islands. Li Yuanhua stared at the circle, which encompassed more than 100 small and medium-sized islands, and took note of it in his mind. Li Yuanhua and Ye Tingting left. Prepare for the subsequent Ascension conference. Just at this moment, a pleasant voice sounded in Wang Mu's mind. Ding! It is detected that the number of host investors is too large. To facilitate the host's use, the system will perform adaptive upgrades. Upgrading. System upgrade? Wang Mu was stunned. Can this thing be upgraded? After a while. Ding! System upgrade completed. Wang Mu couldn't wait and opened the system panel. Name Wang Mu. Race human. Qualification immortal. Realm late foundation building stage. Abilities Sun Emperor Scripture incomplete, 8 extremes collapsing heaven fist, heaven stealing creation technique, Qi training, gold element technique perfect, water element technique perfect, wood element technique perfect. Han Yuan posture perfect. Control of gold element mastery. Fire element control mastery. Wood element control mastery. Water element control mastery. Control of earth element mastery. Control of wind element mastery. Lightning element. Below the basic panel, there is a series of profit reminders that seem to have no end. Congratulations to the host, you have received a return of the benefits of Wan Yongquan's cultivation effect. Jin Yuan Ju experience +1, gold control +1, mana +0.1. Congratulations to the host, you have received a return of the benefits of practicing in the forestry industry. Han Yuan pile experience +1, physical strength +1. Congratulations to the host, you have received a return of the benefits of Zhang Yuchen's training. Mu Yuan Ju experience +1, wood control +1, mana +0.1. Congratulations to the host, you have received a return of the benefits of Wu Tianlin's cultivation effect. Fire Yuan Ju experience +1, fire control +1, mana +0.1. Have all the revenues been digitized? Wang Mu touched his chin. As he had invested in so many people, he had a clear grasp of the status of the returns after the investment, so the system was directly upgraded to digitize all the returns? This is obvious at a glance. The martial arts that Wang Mu invested in were all the most basic ones. Although they were not the worst, they were also basic. In fact, the bonus to the practitioner's strength and various attributes is not that much. However, no matter how little, with a huge bonus of several million, even radio gymnastics can kill the dragon subduing palm in seconds. Wang Mu's ability to control various elements has reached the top level. It is comparable to the secret skills of the major holy places. And as Wang Mu invests in more and more people, there is no limit to his future achievements. That was when it happened. Wang Mu suddenly noticed that the experience bar behind Han Yuan Pillar was already full of red, and it was continuously injected with experience. After a flash, there was a change. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your understanding of Han Yuan posture has broken through the limit. Comprehension, Han Yuan Jiagang. Congratulations to the host, you have received a return of the benefits of your cultivation from Zhou Yetzai. Han Yuan Jiagang experience +0.1, physical strength +1. Congratulations to the host, you have received a return of the benefits of Wu Zhongqiong's training. Han Yuan Jiagang experience +0.1, physical strength +1. At this moment, Wang Mu's body shook slightly. The qi and blood surged like a mighty river. Wisps of white mist rose from his head, and his skin became whiter and clearer like jade, without even a trace of impurities. An incomparably powerful force was surging in his body. This has nothing to do with magical power. Rather, it is a manifestation of successful body training. Chapter 42 Body Refining Stage 2, The High Penalty of Clouds. Han Yuan Zhuang was originally a martial art used by mortals in the world. Practiced to the limit, he could temper his physical body to a level comparable to the 8th or 9th level of Qi training. So, from a certain perspective, this is also a method of physical training. It's just not very clever. 8th level of Qi training is the limit. It is almost impossible to break through to the 2nd level and reach a level comparable to that of a foundation-building cultivator. However, because the proportion of mortals with spiritual roots is even smaller. Therefore, among the people invested by Wang Mu, compared with those cultivators, the number of mortals who obtained the Hun Yuan pillar is the largest. The experience gained by Wang Mu is also far higher than others. Wang Mu's mind moved, and he left the hall and soon came to a secret room for practice. Before, a humanoid metal puppet stood there. Wang Mu adjusted his breathing slightly, his eyes sparkled with brilliance, his muscles became tense, and his blood and energy surged, creating waves of sound that surged throughout his body. With a punch, the air in front of him seemed to be blown apart. The wind from the punch was harsh. Boom! Buzz! The huge force hit the metal puppet, creating a tiny ripple where the fist touched the metal surface. The ripples continued to spread, becoming larger and larger, and then turned into huge waves, and the entire metal puppet was deformed. It emits a long-lasting humming sound like an ancient bell. After 10 full breaths, the process finally stopped. Wang Mu raised his head and looked at a mirror on the edge of the metal puppet. There was a flickering light on it, showing a soaring dragon. A dragon? It is approximately equal to 125,000 kilograms. Wang Mu showed surprise on his face. Among the 3 holy places in Beiming, Qianquan Holy Land is a holy place for physical cultivation in the world. The strongest force that their sex-unique skill, Qianquan refining the divine body, can possess at the 2nd level is only 180,000 kilograms. Such a huge amount of experience gathered together not only made an ordinary Hun Yuan posture reach the level of a genuine 2nd level body refining technique. Moreover, it is even stronger than the strongest secret skill in the holy land of body refining. This is definitely an unexpected and huge surprise. There are very few monks who practice body cultivation. Moreover, at the same level, the resources required are often much more than those required to cultivate magic power. It also requires more effort. Except for those who have no choice, basically few people will take this path. But correspondingly, the combat power of those who have achieved success in body training is also extremely amazing. In the later stage, the physical body is comparable to magic weapon. Ordinary flying swords and magic weapons can hardly damage the physical body. Even various kinds of spells can hardly threaten its life. It is extremely difficult to deal with. And if a body cultivating cultivator gets close to him, just give him a random punch. That kind of feeling is something no practitioner would be willing to try. Sure enough, it's right to cast a wide net. Wang Mu is now somewhat glad for his original choice to invest in martial arts for cultivators whose spiritual roots were not detected. Although, after this technique broke through, the experience gained from those mortals is greatly reduced, but this is normal. After all, what they practice is the Hun Yuan posture, not the Hun Yuan Jiagong. Wang Mu was already content that he could inherit part of this experience. Moreover, with the support of a larger population base, Wang Mu has a hunch that the speed at which his body cultivation will improve may not be slower than his magic power improvement. A two-pronged approach is the best way. With my current cultivation level, I can sweep away even an ordinary Jinan stage cultivator. Wang Mu clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Let me explain this on 2 sides. Qingyan Islands, Feixian Island. The most prosperous area. A new store has opened that is extremely luxurious in both decoration and specifications. It is located not far from the Langya Chamber of Commerce branch. Beihai Foundation? A young Taoist couple walked past the door, looked at the huge mahogany plaque, and stopped slightly. You too, would you like to donate some money for charity? A middle-aged man with a big belly and who looked like a businessman walked out of the door, looked at the two of them, and said with a smile. The female cultivator was somewhat interested. Is there any difference between your foundation and the Langya Foundation? Shopkeeper Zhong said confidently. Of course. With them, if you spend 100 spirit stones, only 1 will be donated and recorded as merit. But with us, every penny you spend is a real merit. As he spoke, he pointed to a blank list outside the door and said with a smile, We just opened today, and there is no one on this infinite merit list for the time being. If you two are also interested in charity, why not come in and have a seat? When they heard this, their eyes lit up. Sounds good. Let's go in and take a look. Enter into it. The antique furnishings and low-key luxurious interior made the two unable to take their eyes away. Even the night-shining pearls used for lighting are high-end products worth at least tens of thousands of spirit stones each. The servants who came up to serve tea were all wearing robes of extremely exquisite workmanship, which cost at least 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones on the market. The two of them suddenly became a little reserved, and after taking a sip of tea, they became even more nervous. The tea has a strong aroma, and you can tell at a glance that it is not cheap. It is obviously a spiritual tea and must cost at least several spiritual stones or one tael. It really is a great place, and it's so generous. It would be a bit unreasonable if I don't buy something to support them. Seeing this, the male cultivator coughed twice and said, "Well, what do you have for sale here?" "Sell?" Shopkeeper Zhong was stunned and said with a smile, "We are not a shop, we don't sell anything." The male cultivator was stunned. "Not selling anything? Then how can we donate money?" Shopkeeper Zhong said as a matter of course. "Since it is a donation, why do we need to sell things? You two take out the spirit stones and I will register your names in the register, and it will be done." The female cultivator thought of something and asked hurriedly, "You mean we give money and get nothing?" Shopkeeper Zhong glanced at the two of them and frowned slightly. "How can you get nothing? You have provided support to fellow Taoists in the disaster area and contributed to the peace of the Northern Territories cultivation world. Shouldn't you feel good about it?" The young couple's mouth twitched slightly. Shopkeeper Zhong continued, "I see that both of you have handsome features. You must be righteous monks with good intentions. You wouldn't be reluctant to spend even a little of your belongings, right?" The young couple looked at each other. To be honest, they already want to leave now. But now that I've come here, drank the tea and eaten the cakes, I'd feel embarrassed to leave now. "Never mind. Just donate a little if you want to, just consider it as tea money. This tea isn't cheap either." The two communicated with each other through their minds. The female cultivator took out a storage bag, took out dozens of spirit stones, and handed them out with a look of slight distress between her brows. "Then let's just donate this much." Shopkeeper Zhong glanced at the spirit stones, and the smile in his eyes completely disappeared. "Are you two kidding me?" The male cultivator frowned. "What's wrong?" Shopkeeper Zhong sneered. "You think you can afford just these few things? Is this the limit of your kindness?" The female cultivator's expression changed slightly. "How can you say that? Even if there are only a few dozen spirit stones, it was donated by us." Shopkeeper Zhong's face turned cold, full of sarcasm. "You two poor fellows, wasting my time. You low-level monks are shameless. You dare to come to this kind of place without money. Do you think you deserve to drink our tea?" After saying that, he asked someone to take the tea away. He waved his hand and told the two of them to go away. At the same time, he did not forget to take away the spirit stones that the female cultivator took out. The male cultivator was quite indignant when he saw this. "You accepted our spirit stones, but you still have this attitude? We donated money, we don't owe you anything. Besides, our names should be written on the merit list at the door." Shopkeeper Zhong sneered. "A mere few dozen spirit stones are worthy of being on the merit list? How dare you? We at Beihai Foundation don't have the nerve to do that. Get out of here right now. If you dare to say another word, don't blame me for not showing you mercy." While talking, several monks with fierce faces walked in from outside and looked at the two with unfriendly eyes. The female cultivator's face turned pale. The male cultivator grabbed her hand, gritted his teeth, and finally didn't dare to say anything more, and left quickly. "Bah! Poor bastard, wasting my time." Watching the two people leaving, Shopkeeper Zhong spat, his face full of gloom. Chapter 43. Is the Beihai Foundation going to rise? As the sky gets brighter, more and more people are noticing this newly opened foundation. Due to the crazy hype about Beihai a few days ago, quite a few people have heard of it. Now that I see it, I can't help but feel curious and want to go in and take a look. I have to say, the hard work of Beihai Foundation in publicity has not been in vain. However, when they walked into the store. But I found that it was completely different from what I imagined. First of all, you spend money and get nothing. Although donations are supposed to be made in this way, people who can enter this store have basically understood and are accustomed to the model of Langya Foundation. Not only did I buy something useful for myself, but I also did charity. This is a win-win situation. Even cultivators with ordinary financial status can fully accept it, and even enjoy it. But it's not the same in Penglai Sea of Clouds. It's like spending money for nothing. Nothing to gain. The world is already difficult, and it is not easy to earn a few spirit stones these days. If you are not careful, there may be fighting to the death. This is especially true for independent cultivators. The money is not enough to buy elixirs for cultivation, so how can there be money to do charity? In fact, at this point, more than 90% of the customers have been persuaded to leave. There are also some monks who are too embarrassed to do so, or who have good intentions, and want to donate a little to contribute to charity, which can also accumulate blessings and luck for themselves. However, guess what? Take out those dozens, or even hundreds of spirit stones. Not only can you not get a single nice word, he also had to endure the cold sarcasm of the shopkeeper. In the end, he wasn't even worthy of being on the merit list at the door. According to shopkeeper Zhong, the infinite merits list of their Penglai Foundation is of great value. Only leave it to the living bodhisattvas who truly have great kindness. The subtext is that stingy independent cultivators like them have no right to be on the list. Fuck, what the hell? I donated a full 80 spirit stones, and I didn't even hear a nice word from you. This is too much. They don't treat us low-level monks as human beings at all. Oh, I was careless. I shouldn't have entered this door. They are both foundations. Look at the Langya Foundation next door, and then look at this one. Why is there such a big gap? Keep your voices down. If someone hears you, you're going to lose your life. That's better. I spent all the spiritual stones and came back with a lot of anger. Some people are indignant and want justice. But how could ordinary cultivators afford to offend a powerful force like the Penglai Foundation? If you don't leave quietly, there will be no good consequences for them. The strong prey on the weak. This is also the obvious truth in the world of cultivating immortals. This is true no matter where you do business. If you have money but no ability, you may not necessarily be treated as a boss, you may also be treated as a fat sheep. What's more, there are those who have no money and no strength. In comparison, the Langya Charity Foundation seemed to make them much more satisfied. Although, the atmosphere here is not as polite as the one next door, every guest is served spiritual tea. But they didn't treat guests differently. He always looks at people coldly and makes sarcastic remarks. Even if you donate 3 spirit stones, you can be on the list. Even if the young masters and young ladies from wealthy families come, they have to line up at the door honestly, one by one. For a while, the reputation of the Penglai Foundation has plummeted. Countless monks who had entered there complained and talked about it. Certainly. That's not always the case. On the Penglai Sea of Clouds side, although they look down upon ordinary cultivators. But for big customers who have spirit stones in their pockets, they can really lick them. All kinds of spiritual teas and fruits. I even specially replaced a beautiful maid with a good figure to accompany me throughout the whole process. These people don't care about money, or whether they can buy things with the money, all they want is face. Seeing the attitude of shopkeeper Zhong towards ordinary monks. Then look at how he was rude to me at first but respectful later. The sense of superiority came out all of a sudden. Mr. Zhao, please walk slowly and be careful on the steps. A young man from an aristocratic family strode out accompanied by a beautiful maid. I looked back and admired the name at the top of the infinite merits list, as well as the huge amount of 200,000 behind it. His confidence swelled again. Almost sticking out. Doesn't this look much more comfortable than the merit list of the Langya Chamber of Commerce next door, which is worth hundreds or thousands of spirit stones? He looked at the group of scattered cultivators who were being driven out in the distance and sneered. A bunch of poor fellows, trying to imitate others in charity. Take care of yourselves first. Everyone gnashed their teeth and clenched their fists, but they dared not speak out. For several days in a row, The area of Qingyun Islands. Almost all the immortal cultivation families and wealthy clans that were vying to be on the top of the merit list have moved from the Langya Foundation to the Beihai Foundation. On the infinite merit list at the entrance of Beihai, the young master of the Xia family, who is ranked first, has donated more than 1 million spirit stones. It was quite a sensation. All the young masters and young ladies from major families were suppressed. It is said that after returning, the young master of the Xia family was highly praised. This makes him even more proud, and there is a breeze under his feet when he walks. Certainly. Even more proud are the people from the 3 major chambers of commerce. In just a few days, their momentum has completely overshadowed the Langya Charity Foundation. No matter how you calculate it, the profits are much higher than those of the Langya Chamber of Commerce. Ha! This foundation is really a good business that makes a lot of money every day. Beihai headquarters. Several senior executives gathered together and looked at their income in recent days, their mouths almost cracked with smiles. No capital investment, naturally the profit is considerable. Go Unshi still looked like a scholar, talking and laughing. I have to say, the young master of the Wang family has given us a good idea. The Yungong Chamber of Commerce laughed. It's a pity that he is too honest and insists on telling the truth. If they don't tell the world, they will only invest 1% of the profits into the foundation. Maybe. This is the money they make. Honest? Tang Qian chuckled, with a hint of disdain in his words. The young master of the Wang family is not honest at all, otherwise how could he do so many bad things? Is there a possibility that he is simply not very smart? In just a few days, the foundation has gained such huge benefits. Tang Qian immediately forgot what his father-in-law had warned him 2 days ago. In other words, he would rather believe that Wang Mu's last move was directed by a master behind the scenes. When everyone heard this, they all looked at each other and laughed. In the final analysis, the young master of the Wang family is better at spending money than making money. TSK, such an opportunity slipped away from him. If the top leaders of the Langya Chamber of Commerce knew about this, they would probably be furious. Ha! That's right. As long as we keep it a secret, how will the world know how much we have donated? Isn't it us who have the final say on the number? There is no impenetrable wall in this world. On Tianjia Island, Wang Mu stood on a high place, looking at the foundation headquarters which was about to be completed in the distance. A gentle breeze blew by. His hair fluttered gently, his face was calm and composed. For a foundation, credit is the most important thing. They can make a fortune temporarily by concealing the truth, but it will never last long. Once there is a credit crisis, they will be finished. Ye Tingting blinked her charming eyes. You mean we don't need to respond? Wang Mu smiled calmly and said, Just watch. Boom. Suddenly, a bell rang in the distance. Someone quickly came up behind Wang Mu and saluted to report. Young master, 30,000 miles to the south, 15 islands were invaded by sea monsters at the same time. The situation is critical. Wang Mu restrained his smile and said seriously. Everyone, set off immediately, without any mistakes. Yes. Chapter 44. Both are foundations. Why is there such a big gap? The land is desolate. Dead bodies were everywhere. There are traces of being flooded by seawater everywhere. There are many cases of siren invasions in the Northern Territory, but most of them occur on smaller islands. There are not many powerful monks. The formation is easier to break. After looting a wave of things and eating a wave of people, you can evacuate quickly, so as to avoid being detained by the powerful human beings who came to support. But the Xingluo Islands are different. Although this place is made up of a number of small and medium-sized islands, due to its unique geographical location, it is located exactly on the boundary between the inner and outer sea areas. Monks traveling from north to south are accustomed to stopping here and trading. So the trade here is very prosperous. Almost all the major chambers of commerce and sects have sent strong men to garrison here. Definitely not the most suitable target for invasion. But the invasion happened anyway. Moreover, the island's defenses were completely destroyed at an extremely alarming speed, with countless casualties on the major islands, and almost all of them were reduced to ruins. It's no exaggeration to say. Such a big disaster is extremely rare in the entire Northern Territory over the past few years. It is enough to move most of the forces in the Northern Territory. 1 in 10 people survived. The vast majority of people only have one breath left. Silently swallow the pills, or practice secret techniques to prolong life, hoping to wait for help. This is the instinct of a monk in desperate situations. Even though I don't have any friends, I haven't contacted anyone who can help me. And in most cases, what you end up waiting for is not necessarily reinforcements, but a butcher's knife. Try doing this as well. Just in case. What if you meet a kind person passing by? Even if there is a glimmer of hope, we can't just give up like this, right? Being alive is more important than anything else. Zhou Ping is one of them. He was originally an inner sect elder of the Beihai sect, one of the 5 major sects in the Xinglua Islands. His cultivation has reached the early stage of nascent soul. It has strong strength and even stronger foundation. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to survive this disaster. His condition is worse than most people. Because of his cultivation level, when the war broke out, he was one of the targets of the demon clan's concentrated firepower. If it weren't for the chance in his early years, he would have obtained a life-saving talisman left by a powerful person in the god transformation stage. I'm afraid he's already dead by now. But even if he didn't die, he was not far from that step. He was seriously injured, and the elixirs, magic weapons, and even the storage bag on his body were almost completely destroyed in that battle. There is very little magic power left in his body, and it is difficult for him to even walk, let alone fly. If no one comes to rescue him, he could almost do nothing but wait to die here. Just at this moment, flying boats appeared in the sky, flying in groups towards the Xinglua Islands. Although Zhou Ping was seriously injured, his eyesight was still good. At a glance, it was clear that they were flying boats belonging to 2 different forces. On one side of the flying boat, there was a banner of Langya Charity Foundation, and on the other side there was a banner of Beihai Foundation. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. 2 new forces have emerged in the Northern Territory, with the purpose of helping those in need under the name of charity. Of course he knew this news. I heard that not long ago, a small island in the Qingyan Islands was harmed by a monster, so a foundation sent people to rescue it, and saved many lives. As a veteran in the world of immortal cultivation, Zhou Ping was used to seeing the fickleness of human nature, hatred and killing, and enemies. He had long known what a dark and dangerous place the world of immortal cultivation was. Naturally, he didn't believe that there was any powerful force in this world that was so kind and dedicated to saving people as the legend said. Most of them are exaggerated and untrue flattery. Its purpose is nothing more than to make money. After all, it has the support of the 4 major chambers of commerce. But those are not important to Zhou Ping. Even if it's a little false. As long as these people can save him, give him a hand and keep him alive, that's enough. Even if it costs something, it's totally worth it. Not long. One figure after another flew down from the flying boat. Zhou Ping saw it clearly. Everyone who got off the Langya Chamber of Commerce's flying boat was dressed in white and moved extremely quickly. Without any delay, they rushed straight to the worst-hit areas and started providing rescue services. Those who got off the flying boat of the Beihai Foundation were of mixed quality, and moved at a leisurely pace. After falling to the ground, he first frowned and glanced at the tragic scene on the ground, then said a few strange and unpleasant words. Then he slowly started to rescue people with a reluctant look on his face. Zhou Ping is very lucky. 2 groups of people came to the area where he was at the same time. Sorry, we were here first. A young man from the Beihai Foundation folded his arms and blocked the way of the Langya Foundation group. We've been told to stop arguing and save lives. Someone from the Langya Foundation couldn't help but wanted to say something, but was persuaded by the mature man in the lead. Then he took them and turned around and walked towards another place. Zhou Ping looked at this scene and thought that the foundation jointly established by the 3 chambers of commerce was indeed much stronger than the one established by the Langya Chamber of Commerce alone. I guess they have more financial resources and means. He felt even happier. In this way, the probability of suppressing one's injuries is much greater. How are you? Are you okay? Help me. Don't worry, you will get better. Come, take the healing pill first. Not far away, a conversation was heard between a girl from the Langya Foundation and a monk from the disaster area. The voice was very gentle. It may also be that the current situation is special. Even Zhou Ping's heart, which had not been moved for hundreds of years, felt a ripple. He couldn't help but look. Then he saw the girl in white taking out an orange-yellow pill and feeding it to the casual cultivator in the foundation building stage. Yushu pill? Zhou Ping was very surprised. This was an extremely famous healing elixir. It was very expensive, and its efficacy was amazing. Ordinary casual cultivators cannot afford it on a normal day. He was somewhat pleasantly surprised. If I could take this kind of pill, my injuries could be controlled better than I imagined, and I could save a lot of energy when recovering afterwards. Even the material relief provided by the Langya Foundation is so good. What panacea can the Beihai Foundation, jointly established by the 3 major chambers of commerce, come up with? He pursed his dry lips. First time feeling. This charity foundation is really a good thing. Which living bodhisattva came up with this idea? Not long. The Beihai disciple in charge of this area came up to him, slowly squatted down, frowned, looked at his injuries, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Senior, you are seriously injured. Ahem, thank you for your help. The Beihai disciple slowly took out 2 pitch-black pills and handed them to Zhou Ping's mouth. Suddenly, a faint smell of burnt grass and trees entered Zhou Ping's nose. His brows suddenly frowned. What is this? Chapter 45. Are all the Foundation's good people? You must be kidding. Senior, what's wrong? What are you doing? Were you on pills? Exactly. It's bullshit. Zhou Ping's eyelids twitched wildly. Do you think I don't know the value of goods? This is clearly a defective product. Huiyuan is the most common healing elixir on the market, mainly used for problems such as mana disorder and vital energy damage. Not to mention that the quality of the pill is not high. The key is that it is completely inconsistent with his current symptoms. The most important thing is that the quality of this pill is extremely poor even among the Huiyuan pills on the market. It's the kind of stuff that can't be sold. Out of 10% of the medicinal effects, more than 40% are erysipelas. Eating it would not only do nothing to help his injuries, but would make the situation worse. Don't you have Yushu pill? I want that. Zhou Ping gasped as he felt his injuries becoming more and more serious. The Beihai disciple smiled and said, Yushu pill? That's a different price. Zhou Ping raised his eyebrows. Don't your foundations provide free rescue? The disciple of Beihai said, It's free, but only this Huiyuan pill. If you want something better, you have to pay more. You also know that Yushu pill is very expensive. How can it be given away for free? The corner of Zhou Ping's mouth twitched. He just knew it. What the hell is this foundation? It sounds nice, but in reality they are just a group of profiteers. Fortunately, he didn't have much expectation, so he was not disappointed. He said hurriedly, Of course I won't eat your pills for free. I will buy them with spirit stones. Hearing this, the smiles on the faces of the Beihai disciples became even more intense. 1 Yushu pill, the price is 10,000 spirit stones. Zhou Ping's eyes suddenly widened, his face showing a mixture of shock and anger. What nonsense are you talking about? What Yushu pill costs 10,000 spirit stones? Although Yushu Dan is expensive. But it hasn't come to this. Hey, the situation is special now. There are so many people in the disaster area who need treatment. The healing pills we brought are not enough to share, so the price has naturally gone up. Besides, money is only a thing outside of one's body. Nothing is more important than healing one's wounds. What do you think, Senior? Looking at the half-smile on the face of the Beihai disciple in front of him, Zhou Ping felt a surge of anger in his heart. Good job. It's clearly taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Knowing that he is in a bad state and cannot refuse, he is trying his best to blackmail him. However, it is very helpless. He was indeed caught. His injuries were getting worse and worse, and he could no longer control them. Without any more healing pills, I'm afraid I'll really die. In this situation, let alone 10,000 spirit stones per piece, even if the other party offered 100,000, he would have to agree to it with curses. Okay. 10,000 is 10,000. Zhou Ping nodded heavily and panted. However, my storage device is damaged, and I don't have any spirit stones on me for the time being. You can give me the pills first. When I recover from my injury, I will naturally not owe you money. Hearing this, the smiles in the eyes of the Beihai disciples faded and turned cold. No money? Zhou Ping hurriedly said. I am an inner sect elder of the Beihai sect. I will never deceive you. When my injury is healed, I can easily pay you back with just 10,000 spirit stones. The disciples looked at each other and said, It's not impossible, but senior, you have to sign a contract with your demon. If you break it, you will die and never be reincarnated again. You. Zhou Ping's pupils widened angrily. It's not that he wants to default on his debt. But he was a powerful warrior in the nascent soul stage, but he signed a contract with the inner demon for a mere 10,000 spirit stones. If this got out, he would be so embarrassed. But the situation is beyond our control. Even if he was unwilling, he had no choice but to agree first. Okay, I'll sign. Watching Zhou Ping grit his teeth and sign the heart demon contract in front of them, Zhan Yang couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. My son-in-law is indeed a genius. First, under the pretext of disaster relief, they disposed of the unsold pills that had been piling up in the warehouse for many years. Then he took advantage of the monk's urgent desire to survive and sold the life-saving pills at several times the price. Since then, you can gain both fame and money. It's really killing two birds with one stone. At the same time, Zhan Yang was thinking that 10,000 spirit stones for one Yushu pill was still a bargain. Considering the plight of these disaster-stricken monks, they have to buy this elixir even if the price doubles. Did you see everything clearly? As the group walked further away, Zhan Yang said to the people around him, Follow my previous method and talk to them one by one. Look for those monks who are seriously injured and will die if they don't get treatment. Sell them for as many times as you can. Understood. A group of deacons from the foundation pursed their lips. His eyes were a little dazed. One Yushu pill was sold for 10,000 spirit stones. That's too much. Captain Zhang, I heard that the Langya Foundation provides all the elixirs for free. Can we really sell a lot of them like this? A young deacon asked in confusion. Free? Zhang Yang sneered. Who told you that? Didn't they do the same thing the last time Changluan Island was hit by a disaster? They didn't collect a single penny from beginning to end. Can the situation be the same these two times? What kind of place is Changluan Island? Even the foundation building cultivators can act arrogantly there. How much are the pills used by those low-level cultivators worth? Of course they can afford it. But this Xingluo archipelago has the largest trading market in the vast sea area, and there are at least 2 hands of Yuanying strongmen. There are also many Jindan monks. The elixirs they use are worth more than 10 times that of low-level cultivators. Do you really think that the people from Langya Chamber of Commerce are living bodhisattvas? Can they afford to give them this? Zhan Yang's analysis was well-reasoned and convinced everyone. Then, they dispersed one by one and recommended elixirs to the dying monks. Damn foundation! Zhou Ping sat in meditation on the spot, refining the medicinal power of the Yushu pill. I couldn't help but curse. This bunch of unscrupulous merchants, he spent 10,000 spirit stones to buy the Yushu pill, but the medicinal effect was only average, and the quality was not good at all. What charitable foundation? What does it mean to help those in need? Fuck you! I really believed you guys. Hey, isn't this Elder Zhou? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. When he opened his eyes, he saw an old man with a gaunt face and a goatee standing not far away, looking at him with a smile. Ouyang Chu? Zhou Ping's pupils shrank slightly. The other party was once an inner sect elder of the Hengchuan sect. He had been competing with the Beihai sect for many years and had both gratitude and grudges with them, so they could be considered old acquaintances. He suddenly felt nervous. At this time, if the other party attacks, he won't have any room to fight back. Take it easy! Ouyang Chu saw through his thoughts and smiled, with some sighs in his eyes. Hengchuan sect and Beihai sect no longer exist, And you and I don't have any life and death hatred, so why would I take advantage of someone's misfortune? After hearing these words, Zhou Ping felt relieved. Suddenly, he remembered something and said in surprise, "That's not right. I remember you were besieged by 4 nascent soul-stage monsters. Your injuries were worse than mine. How come you recovered so quickly?" Ouyang Chu smiled and said, "This is all thanks to the kind people in the Foundation." Zhou Ping. Chapter 46, The Damn Penalty of Clouds. Zhou Ping now gets nervous when he hears the word Foundation. He was not careful, and the magic power in his body became disordered. He almost lost his mind. He quickly closed his eyes and concentrated on regulating his breathing. After a while, he managed to calm down and said with a gasp, "What did you say? Foundation, good people?" Ouyang Chu took it for granted. "Yes, is there any problem?" Zhou Ping sneered. "This joke is not funny at all." Ouyang Chu. He finally noticed something was wrong, observed Zhou Ping's condition, and hissed softly. "The pill you took doesn't seem to be very effective? It wasn't issued by the Foundation, was it?" Zhou Ping. Ouyang Chu frowned slightly. "With your injury, 1 issue pill may not be enough. Fortunately, I have 1 left over, so I'll lend it to you. You have to return it in the future." As he spoke, he flipped his hand and took out an orange-yellow pill, and sent it to Zhou Ping using his magic power. "This elixir smells." Zhou Ping's eyes widened instantly. Even though he hadn't taken a mouthful yet, he could instantly tell that the quality of this Yushu pill was top grade. It was far better than the stuff he bought for 10,000 spirit stones. The effect is at least 50% stronger. Ouyang Chu lent the pill to Zhou Ping. He saw a hint of gratitude in the other's eyes, but more of it was pity and sympathy. "Ouyang Chu, why are you looking at me like that? How much did you pay for this pill?" Zhou Ping couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. "I spent 10,000 spirit stones to buy that rubbish Yushu pill. His quality is much higher than mine. How can it be less than 50,000 or 100,000? Seeing his old rival being badly cheated, Zhou Ping felt secretly happy but also more relieved and sympathetic. Unexpectedly, hearing Zhou Ping's words, Ouyang Chu laughed a few times. "Spend money? What money? This is a gift from the Foundation. They gave me 3 pills in total. They pulled me back from the underworld." Zhou Ping. Ouyang Chu added, "By the way, they were also very considerate and fed me Yunyan decoction, which relieved the sea-cold power in my body." Zhou Ping. Ouyang Chu. "To be honest, I have never been taken care of like this in my life, except when I was a child with my parents. I wanted to give them the Qingluo jade pendant, the only magic weapon I had left, as a token of my gratitude, but they refused to accept it. Tell me, how embarrassed was this for me? This favor is really a big debt." Zhou Ping. He looked at Ouyang Chu and wanted to say, "Go on, keep making it up." If I hadn't seen the faces of those people in the Foundation. I really believe it. Just at this moment, "Senior Ouyang!" A girl in a white robe came running over quickly, with beads of sweat on her forehead. When she got closer, she breathed a sigh of relief. "So you're here, I thought something happened to you." Ouyang Chu smiled and said, "I'm sorry to bother Miss Xiaoro. I met an old friend and had a chat with him. It's nothing serious." Xiaoro glanced at Zhou Ping, nodded in understanding, and then instructed, "Senior Ouyang, your injuries are not healed yet, you should go back and lie down. We will have someone special to massage you later, so that you can get better faster, so as to avoid any sequelae." Zhou Ping. Ouyang Chu thanked him repeatedly. "Oh my, how can I be so embarrassed? Thank you so much, I'll chat with my old friend for a while and go back right away." "Then hurry up." Okay. Zhou Ping stared at Xiaoro's departing figure with his eyes wide open. Ouyang Chu glanced at him and said, "You are already old, what are you looking at? Do you want to eat young grass?" Zhou Ping's face twitched. "Which foundation is this from?" "Of course it's the Langya Foundation, who else could it be?" Seeing the other party's constipated expression, Ouyang Chu seemed to understand something, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Were you saved by that Beihai Foundation?" Zhou Ping. He chose to remain silent, and didn't want to answer. But in Ouyang Chu's eyes, this was already a tacit agreement. I think of what Zhou Pingfang, I said. Some truths suddenly came to light. Could it be that they also gave you that rubbish issue pill? That's not right. Could it be that you bought this rubbish pill with your own money? Zhou Ping turned around silently, angry and not wanting to talk. No way, the great elder Zhou actually became a fat sheep? Ouyang Chu smiled and turned around. How much did it cost? Tell me. 500 spirit stones? 1,000? 3,000? I can't possibly sell you that broken thing for 10,000 spirit stones, right? Zhou Ping. Mr. Ouyang, you talk too much. Looking at his livid face, Ouyang Chu knew that he had guessed it almost right, and he felt extremely happy. He laughed out loud and stamped his feet. Zhou Ping became more and more depressed, and his face turned frighteningly dark. Blanche. They are both foundations, so why is there such a big difference? They give out pills, make soup, and give massages, and their main purpose is to be very considerate. This damn Penglai Foundation is cheating, deceiving, and using intimidation and inducement. There is no harm without comparison. Are these people human? How dare you use the name of a charity foundation? But I just happened to run into such a group of people. It's really blanched. The more I think about it, the more frustrated I feel. Similar scenes continue to occur on many islands in the Xingluo archipelago. Although the Langya Charity Foundation and the Penglai Foundation have different scopes of treatment, they are unrelated. But monks are active. Especially since the relations between these islands are already close. Not long. The vastly different attitudes and styles of the two foundations caused an uproar. Fuck! The Langya Foundation is giving away Yishu pills for free? Fuck! Is this true? I spent 20,000 spirit stones to buy this. Fuck! The Langya Foundation even made soup for us to drink. Those deacons are so considerate and gentle. This is too good to be true. I just saw 2 deacons from Penglai fighting over a seriously injured monk's magic weapon. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. Are these 2 really charitable foundations? This is outrageous. The 3 major chambers of commerce in Penglai have joined forces, and their financial resources far exceed Langya. Moreover, when they raise funds for charity, they often raise hundreds of thousands or even millions, but when it comes to disaster relief, they give us defective Huiyuan pills. No, where did their spirit stones go? Is there any need to think about this? Langya is really spending money on charity, and Penglai is making money from disaster relief. It's simply hilarious. FCKU Penglai, get out of here. I don't want you to save me. We want the Langya Foundation. Penglai, get out of here. For a time, similar sounds spread across all the islands. Who were calculating the profits with gritted teeth, suddenly felt a chill down their spines, and a strong sense of uneasiness surged in their hearts. Chapter 47 Penglai is the Conscientious Foundation. Penglai Chamber of Commerce. Tang Qian leaned back in his chair, looking relaxed, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. Disaster relief and rescue operations in the Xingluo Islands have been going on for several days. These days, a large amount of spirit stones were coming in every day, which really made them earn a lot of money. He had to admit that although he always thought Wang Mu was a playboy who only relied on his family, in fact, Wang Mu still had some brains. This move by the Foundation is really clever, it's a good deal. Making money from those monks in the disaster area who have 1 foot halfway into the coffin is indeed fast, ruthless and accurate. Basically, once a price is offered, there is no bargaining. Unless the other party doesn't even want his life anymore. What a great way to take advantage of someone's misfortune, Tang Qian said inwardly, with a slight smile on his face. It's a pity that your opponent is me. How could I possibly let you eat such a big piece of fat meat by yourself? Of course, more importantly, this incident opened up a whole new line of thinking for him. Since it is possible to sell high-priced life-saving drugs in disaster areas, would this method also be effective for those injured monks or patients who urgently need special medicinal herbs to heal their wounds? Even if you can't squeeze it all out in one go. But it can be a long-lasting stream. Or maybe the injuries are clearly curable, but they are not cured, and are only cured to 70% or 80% each time, and then they recur after a while, and we have to come to them again? Although they run a chamber of commerce, they do not specialize in medical treatment. But considering their financial resources, establishing some famous clinics in the Northern Territory specifically for monks would be a piece of cake. You can even refer to this experience. In the early stage, he would treat illnesses for free, and then, after building up a good reputation and making those monks dependent on him, he would swallow them all up. If that's the case, it would be best if we could come up with some addictive elixirs. The more he thought about it, the smile on Tang Qian's face became more intense. It was as if he had seen endless wealth rushing towards him like a mighty river. I am indeed a genius. Penlai Chamber of Commerce is so lucky to have a son-in-law like me. However, at this moment, a rapid ray of light broke through the air and flew around in front of him like a headless fly. Tang Qian frowned slightly and reached out to grab it. It was a communication jade talisman. The divine consciousness probed into it. A series of rapid voices rang in his ears. Oh no! Something terrible has happened, uncle! We've been beaten! Tang Qian. What the hell? You go to the disaster area of Xingluo Islands to provide disaster relief? Why were you beaten? Could it be that the price Lion asked for was too high? But that's not right. If they follow my instructions exactly and focus on those dying monks, even if they curse me in their hearts, they will still thank me honestly on the surface. After all, it saved their lives. In the world of immortal cultivation, saving a life is such a great favor. What's wrong with spending a little more money? For a moment, Tang Qian's head was buzzing. He slowly sat up and continued to listen to the contents of the jade talisman. Those people at the Langya Foundation are not human beings. They give away things like the Yishu pill for free, and they give away several pills at a time. Now these monks want to beat people up when they hear the name of our Beihai Foundation. They won't let us rescue them no matter what, and they want us to return the money. We refused, so they beat us. Oh! Help, uncle, come and save us, we are about to be beaten to death, oh be gentle! Tang Qian. Swish! Tang Qian stood up directly, his face turned pale and his fists clenched. There were several sounds of breaking air in the yard. Two figures with ugly faces walked in quickly and looked at Tang Qian. Mr. Tang, something terrible has happened! Tang Qian's mouth twitched slightly. Your people were also beaten? Go Unshi nodded heavily, gritting his teeth. Who would have thought that the people in Langya were crazy? It was fine that they provided free assistance to Chalwan Island before, but this time, it's all free again. The Yungong Chamber of Commerce also had a serious look on her face. One side is free, and the medicine is of the highest quality. The other side is selling it at a higher price. Anyone knows which one to choose. Langya's move is too cruel. They thought that even if the young master of Langya wanted to spend money to buy fame, he would know when to stop. You can't lose too much, right? Otherwise, would the people in the Chamber of Commerce be willing? At least we have to protect our capital. But I didn't expect that guy to be so crazy and really burn money. Does he have a grudge against money? What now? What else can we do? Let them withdraw first, and then we can think of a solution. Tang Qian spat, his eyes gloomy. He had only made money for a few days and had to stop halfway. He even wanted to kill someone. Xingluo Islands, Yuheng Island. Several young men and women in gorgeous clothes were walking on the street. Looking at the devastated scene on the streets, several people couldn't help but frown. I've been to Yuheng Island before. It was such a prosperous place. I didn't expect that it would become like this after a demonic disaster. Someone sighed. Why are we coming here? A tall and graceful girl in a yellow dress, with an elegant and delicate face, wrinkled her nose and asked in confusion. As soon as she opened her mouth, the eyes of the others all turned to her. Especially the two young men walking in front, there was a bit of obsession and burning in their eyes. The young man holding a folding fan said with a little pride, Miss Ming, you don't know that I, a humble person, once persuaded my family to donate millions of spiritual stones to the Beihai Foundation. It is the top of the list of infinite merits of Beihai Foundation on Feishan Island. Now that the Xingluo Islands have been hit by a disaster, their foundation is also carrying out rescue work here. I am worried and wanted to come and take a look. As soon as these words came out, Meng Qiuyue's originally cold and indifferent expression was stunned for a moment. She was very surprised, and her eyes became more brilliant. I didn't expect that Master Shi would be so compassionate. Qiuyue admires you. Hearing the girl's soft voice, their eyes met, looking at the girl's moving eyes and impeccable appearance. Shi Yiming, the son of the Shi family, felt his heart beating faster, and his mouth became dry. His back straightened up even more, he felt like his feet were floating, his mouth was almost crooked with laughter, and he shook his head repeatedly and said, Hey, helping the needy is the duty of people like me who practice the righteous way, it's nothing. At the side, another young man who noticed this scene had a bit of sourness in his eyes, and said with disdain, Isn't it just 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones? For this charity, this young master has consumed at least 2 or 3 million spirit stones. Hearing this, Meng Qiuyue looked at him with a flickering gaze. Are you serious, Mr. Lu? Lu Ruan said confidently. Of course. Shi Yiming laughed twice without commenting. Brother Lu, what you said is wrong. Although you spent so many spirit stones, 99% of them were spent on yourself. The remaining 20,000 to 30,000 spirit stones were used for charity. How can they be confused with what I did? Chapter 48. Is this guy from Beihai? Kill him. You. Lu Ruan's face flushed, and he wanted to refute, but he didn't know how to open his mouth. After all, what Shi Yiming said was true. However, the young girl Meng Qiuyue seemed to be not very familiar with the matter and asked in confusion. Why is this happening? Shi Yiming waved his folding fan, looked at Lu Ruan, and said with a smile. The Langya Foundation invested by Brother Lu will only be included in the charity fund if 1% of the spiritual stones consumed in the Chamber of Commerce. In other words, doing charity is just a convenience. Brother Lu mainly wants to spend some money on himself. But there is nothing wrong with this. I donated so many spirit stones without buying anything for myself. At the end, he sighed as if mocking himself. Mr. Shi, you are wrong. In this world, it is rare to find someone as kind-hearted as you who is willing to use spirit stones to help those who have nothing to do with you. Qiuyue admires you very much. There is no harm without comparison. After understanding the difference between the two, in Meng Qiuyue's eyes, Shi Yiming seemed to be covered with a halo, and his every move was glowing. As for young Master Lu, well, he's not bad either. Lu Ruan. His lungs were about to explode. What do you mean he's okay? Didn't he spend those 2 or 3 million for charity? No one really thinks that those 2 or 3 million worth of things were bought by him himself, right? Feeling the victorious look that Shi Yiming cast at him from time to time, Lu Ruan clenched his fists and suddenly felt regretful. Oh shit! It's too early! He gave all his money to the Langya Foundation, so when the Beihai Foundation came out, he didn't have enough money to make it to the top of the list. Otherwise, how could Shi Yiming have the chance to act so arrogantly? The girl in front of you, whose surname is Meng, came from outside the Northern Territory and settled on Feixian Island with her master. From the first moment Lu Ruan and Shi Yiming saw her, they were attracted by her appearance and temperament, and the struggle between them began. And today, he seemed to have lost completely. Lu Ruan was in a very bad mood and planned to leave. But how could Shi Yiming let him go like this? He hurriedly said. Brother Lu, you won't be angry, right? It's just a joke, is it that serious? Miss Meng didn't say anything to you, look at you, your face is so ugly. Lu Ruan. His face twitched, and he forced a smile. No, how could it be? Shi Yiming's mouth curled up slightly. You little bastard, are you trying to argue with me? Today you will lose miserably. Not long. A group of people came to a gathering place. A large number of monks gathered here, taking pills and healing their injuries. Look at their miserable appearance. Lu Ruan and the others pursed their lips and sighed. Are you here to look for someone? An old monk asked in confusion when he saw the 3 people. A teenager who was accompanying them said, Well, we donated some money to the foundation before, and now we come to see if we can help. Lu Ruan and Shi Yiming nodded in agreement. Hearing this, the old monk's eyes lit up. He looked back and forth at the few people, and hissed softly. Which foundation did you donate the money to? Hear this question. Lu Ruan opened his mouth but was too embarrassed to speak. After all, compared to Beihai, the amount of money he donated to the Langya Foundation was too small. Especially if I tell it, Shi Yiming will have to pretend again. But just because he doesn't say it doesn't mean others won't say it. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly, pointed at Lu Ruan, and said with a smile, "Senior, you don't know, Mr. Lu has donated tens of thousands to the Langya Foundation. He ranks first on the Feishian Island Langya merit list." He deliberately emphasized the word tens of thousands. The tone is sarcastic. Lu Ruan's face looked very ugly and flushed red. Needless to say, in a disaster of this magnitude, what kind of storm could tens of thousands of spirit stones stir up? How many people could they save? Unexpectedly, as soon as the words fell, the old monk's eyes lit up, and he grabbed Lu Ruan's hand and bowed deeply. "I am so blind that I didn't recognize you. Please forgive me." Shi Yiming. Lu Ruan. Meng Qiuyue. Lu Ruan was frightened by the old man's sudden fiery attitude. "Senior, please stand up quickly. What are you doing?" The old monk held Lu Ruan's hand tightly with tears in his eyes. "Thanks to the generosity of righteous men like Mr. Lu, I was able to save my life in this disaster. If not for this, I would have died long ago." As he spoke, the old monk suddenly remembered something, turned around and shouted to the other monks who were affected by the disaster. "Everyone, a benefactor has arrived! This Mr. Lu is the #1 philanthropist on Feishian Island's Langya merit list." Crash. As soon as these words were spoken, almost all the monks gathered around like crazy. Lu Ruan and others were frightened by what they saw. "Is he the son of the Lu family from Feishian Island? He is indeed a handsome man. The Lu family is very generous. To be ranked first on Feishian Island's merit list, they must have spent at least millions of spirit stones. The benefactors of the Langya Foundation are all kind-hearted people. Please accept my greeting." At one moment, a large number of injured monks kowed out to Lu Ruan, then pulled Lu Ruan to a place to sit down, and offered him tea and wine. This is a much-loved scene. Meng Qiuyue and others nearby were all stunned. Shi Yiming was quite indignant. "No, just donating tens of thousands of spirit stones, can you get this kind of treatment? Do you have to be so exaggerated?" He took a deep breath, walked to Lu Ruan, looked at everyone, and forced a smile on his face. "Everyone, there is no need to be like this. Helping those in need is the responsibility of our new generation of upright practitioners. It is our duty." See him stand up. Everyone was stunned at the same time. The old man at the beginning asked with some respect, "Are you also a benefactor of the foundation?" Shi Yiming nodded, stretched out a finger, and said, "I am not talented, but I donated 1,000,000 spiritual stones, which is also the first on Feishian Island's infinite merit list." The old man frowned and asked again, "Which foundation did you donate to?" Shi Yiming said as a matter of course, "Of course it is Beihai. That is the conscientious foundation that really wants to do things for the needy monks like us." As soon as these words came out, there was a moment of dead silence. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Tell me again, which one did you donate?" Shi Yiming was confused. "Beihai Sea of Clouds." "Oh." The old man sneered, a powerful aura emerged from his body, and he shouted loudly, "Everyone, this kid is with the Beihai group, kill him for me." Shi Yiming. He hasn't reacted yet. The old man grabbed him by the collar and threw him into the crowd. Chapter 49. The fight is coming. A group of angry monks. His shrill screams continued to be heard from the crowd. "Ah no! I am a good person, a very good person, I'm a good person to you. You've been colluding with those bastards from the Beihai Foundation, so I should just kill you, you beast. Swindler! Geneva, give us your money back. Damn it, you sold the rejuvenation pill for 500 spiritual stones per bottle to me for 3,000 spiritual stones. Give me back my money! Look at me, bastard!" Shi Yiming. What money should be refunded? What 3,000 spirit stones? I don't know. What does this have to do with me? Why are you hitting me? What are you talking about? Shi Yiming's eyes were confused, and even revealed clear innocence, but this could not affect the anger of the monks at all, and he was pressed to the ground and rubbed for a long time. How could this happen? Meng Qiuyue opened her eyes wide, looking at Shi Yiming, who was surrounded and ravaged, and was very puzzled. Didn't Master Shi also donate millions of spirit stones to charity? Lu Ruan was also a little puzzled. It was not until they listened for a while that they realized that the Penlai Foundation had done such an outrageous thing on the Xinglua Islands. Oh my god, is this really the case? No wonder they were so angry when they heard the words Penlai. Brother Shi is really miserable. I guess those cultivators think that Brother Shi is colluding with Penlai to take advantage of the situation and defraud them of their money, right? Lu Ruan was even more indignant. I have known for a long time that Penlai is a completely profiteer organization, and it is not at all like a charity foundation. They have raised so much money, but I am afraid that less than 1/10,000th of it is actually used for charity. Meng Qiuyue's eyes sparkled, and she looked at Lu Ruan with a little more admiration in her eyes. So, Mr. Lu chose to donate to the Langya Foundation? Lu Ruan straightened his back and said righteously. That's right. Although in Langya Chamber of Commerce, only 1% of the spiritual stones consumed can be donated to the Foundation, it doesn't seem like much. But young Master Langya always keeps his word, and this 1% can really help those in need. But the other 3 chambers of commerce, under the name of charity, said that they would spend as much as donated, but in fact, most of the money went into their own pockets. Even though the numbers on the merit list are not big, they do not look good. But when we do good deeds, we don't do it to show off to others, but to make ourselves feel at ease. As soon as these words came out, Meng Qiuyue's eyes were filled with tears. So, Master Lu, you have already seen that only the Langya Foundation is truly doing good deeds? Lu Ruan's chest almost popped out, and he said confidently. Of course. Miss Meng, you have just arrived in the Northern Territory, and you may not have heard of the reputation of the young Master of Langya. Meng Qiuyue blinked her eyes and said, No, I've heard that he is the most corrupt official in the Northern Territory, and he does all kinds of bad things. Rumor. Absolute rumor. Lu Ruan said confidently. That's all the jealousy and slander of the noble character of the young master of the Wang family. The young master of the Wang family first held an ascension conference to test the spiritual root qualifications of ordinary people for free, determined to let all people with spiritual roots in the world have the opportunity to embark on the path of immortality. As long as their qualifications are tested, we will give them spirit stones and skills in the name of Langya Chamber of Commerce to help them get on the right track. He also pioneered charity in the Northern Territory by establishing the Langya Charity Foundation, providing free relief and assistance to monks in many disaster-stricken areas, without ever charging a single spirit stone. How could such a person be a bad person? Everyone in the world slanders him, but people like me with a conscience absolutely cannot tolerate this. Hearing this, the light in the girl's eyes became brighter, and she felt that the young man in front of her was full of righteousness and soaring into the sky. A girl's eyes are the most murderous. Lu Ruan's blood was boiling, and he felt full of strength. He wished he could go back right away and let his father go to the Langya Chamber of Commerce to spend some money again. Cool. So fucking good. He really did make the right choice. Fortunately, I donated to the Langya Foundation, otherwise, I would be the one who would be beaten like a dead dog. I spent money and got beaten. Who can I go to for justice? Shi Yiming was beaten for a long time, and in the end he didn't even have the strength to scream. Lu Ruan then stepped forward to dissuade him. When the group of people saw that it was the benefactor of the Langya Foundation who spoke up, they all expressed their willingness to give him face. One of them kicked Shi Yiming and left angrily. Shi Yiming was lying on the ground, his hair was a mess, his nose and face were bruised, and he looked like a monster. He pounded the ground and started crying. Oh heaven, oh earth, I am wrong. Lu Ruan coughed twice and said righteously, Brother Shi, although you are not aware of the situation, you are inevitably suspected of aiding and abetting the evil. This incident should be a lesson for you. Be more careful in the future. Charity is such a big thing, you can't take advantage of it. Shi Yiming's mentality had already collapsed, and now after hearing Lu Ruan's words, he wanted to jump up and fight with him. But he looked up. Then he saw Miss Ming standing beside him, looking at Lu Ruan's profile with admiring eyes. A moment. Shi Yiming was completely stunned. Click. Ha! A young man asked in confusion. What's broken? Shi Yiming covered his heart and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes turned black and he fell over. Qingyan Islands, Feixian Island. Panlai Sea of Clouds Foundation. Shopkeeper Zhong was sitting on an expensive sharkskin chair, drinking tea leisurely, while two maids were massaging his legs. Boss, I heard that the people our foundation sent to the Xinglua Islands were all driven away. Now our reputation is extremely bad, and many customers who donated money to us have complaints. The servant bowed his body and said with uneasiness on his face. Shopkeeper Zhong didn't take it seriously. Calm down. So what if you have complaints? It's best to deal with these wealthy customers. It's just for the sake of face. At most, we can apologize to them and say that this matter has nothing to do with us and was simply done by the people below. What can they do to us? Do you dare to come to my door? As he said this, he chuckled twice. The servant thought it made sense and started laughing too. However, the words had just fallen. Then there was a loud bang at the door. The whole building shook. Shopkeeper Zhong suddenly fell under the chair, raised his head and looked confused. What's going on? Two guards rushed in and pushed aside the two maids. Boss, it's bad. Something big has happened. All those big donors who donated money to us before have come to our door. They want us to give an explanation. Shopkeeper Zhong. Everyone. Chapter 50. Free. Is it really that important? Feixian Island, in front of Beihai Foundation. A large group of people, all dressed in gorgeous clothes and either rich or noble, were blocking the door angrily. Many of them had injuries on their faces and bodies. They are all guests of the Beihai Foundation, or benefactors, and their names are on the list of infinite merits at the door. I thought I donated so much money. It can greatly enhance the reputation of each family. But I didn't expect that. They simply mentioned these things intentionally or unintentionally in some public occasions, such as a banquet hosted by a fairy or a conference held by several families. But it caused an uproar. When many monks heard that they were related to the Beihai Foundation, they attacked them violently and showed no mercy. They were really beaten to death. If you can't defeat them alone, then form a team and fight them in groups, the kind that can capture several islands. Later, after asking around, they found out what Beihai had done during the disaster relief operation. It is simply impossible to describe it as the wrath of heaven and the resentment of the people. It's totally beastly behavior. They felt so angry just listening to it. What about those monks who have experienced the disaster area firsthand? Thinking like this, they suddenly felt that the beatings they were experiencing were not without reason. But the problem is that they spent real money, and no matter what their purpose was, they wanted to do something good. The one who has nothing to do with human affairs is the Beihai Foundation. As a result, problems broke out and they were made to take all the blame. How could this be acceptable? Then, they decided that no matter what, they had to make Beihai give an explanation. Bang! Among this group of people, the first to be hit was the young master of the Shi family. He still had wounds on his body and looked very miserable, but he also contained the most resentment and anger. As soon as Manager Zhong went out, I just happened to see that the other person was stepping on the sign of Beihai Foundation. Suddenly, everything went dark. What are you doing? Be your mother! Shi Yiming's eyes were red, and he pointed at Shopkeeper Zhong and gritted his teeth and said, Damn Beihai, you left me without love. Shopkeeper Zhong. On the side, the other guests also started to criticize. Manager Zhong, shouldn't you give us an explanation for what happened on the Xinglua Islands? We donated so much money, where did you use it? How did you use it? Why can't you even beat the Langya Chamber of Commerce? They give away Yushu pills for free, and also make soup and massage. But you guys are so good, using defective pills for charity, and selling Yushu pills for more than 10 times the price. You really deserve to be the 3 major chambers of commerce in the Northern Territory, joining forces to do business here? We donated money to you for the sake of doing good deeds and charity. It was a sign of trust in your 3 major chambers of commerce. But now it seems that we really trusted the wrong people. Not all chambers of commerce are Langya Chamber of Commerce. A profiteer is a profiteer. I don't care. I donated so much money, but someone hit me on the head with a magic weapon embryo while I was walking on the street. I almost became an idiot. Your foundation should bear the primary responsibility for this matter. Give me back. I must give you back. Yes. Give us your money back, or we'll smash your store today. Seeing this, shopkeeper Zhong couldn't help but get nervous. Good job. Looking at the expressions of these people, they don't seem to be bluffing. If a satisfactory answer is not given, they might really start a fight. Although, with the background behind Panlai Cloud Sea, it is not afraid of the forces on this mere island. But they are doing business after all, and they value peace. If they really come to blows, their 3 major chambers of commerce will no longer have any business with this archipelago. They don't care about the profit of Qingyan Islands. But the impact of this incident is not small, and it will definitely expand to other places. We can't just give up those territories, right? Thinking of this, shopkeeper Zhong decided to do something. He stood up and took a deep breath. Everyone, calm down and listen to me. Return the money. Shopkeeper Zhong glanced at everyone. Impossible! Everyone. To be honest, we just learned about this matter, and I am also very angry, because this is not my intention at all, and it is certainly not the intention of our 3 major chambers of commerce. Our original intention is indeed to provide disaster relief like the Langya Foundation, and we even want to do better than them. Unfortunately, our foundation was set up in a hurry, and the disaster broke out suddenly, resulting in the people under us being of varying quality and with different ulterior motives. Especially the group on the Xingluo Islands, they were all recruited temporarily. It has nothing to do with our foundation. Shopkeeper Zhong said with a bitter look on his face. Shi Yiming spat in his face and said, You are talking nonsense. Isn't it your responsibility to let an untrained dog out? You are dreaming of using this excuse to get away with it. That's right. Don't try to fool me with this excuse. Do you think we are fools? The people I sent out have all inquired about it. The methods and words used by that group of people to sell the pills at high prices are exactly the same. It is obvious that someone taught them. And you still say that they were hired temporarily? Everyone, don't listen to this profiteer. If he doesn't give us an explanation today, we will smash his store. That's right. Smash the store. Smash the store. Smash the store. For a time, the crowd was outraged. All kinds of spiritual lights flickered between heaven and earth, rays of light from magical weapons emerged, and hundreds of powerful auras instantly locked onto the store of Panlai Foundation. It's like an invisible storm is about to come. Shopkeeper Zhong looked anxious, and stretched out his hand and said, Everyone, I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious. Listen to me. The crowd quieted down a bit. Shopkeeper Zhong took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. If you smash the store, you can't hit me. Everyone. Damn it. Kill him. Boil. Panlai Chamber of Commerce Headquarters. The heads of the 3 major chambers of commerce gathered together, looking extremely grim. In just 3 days, more than 100 foundations we established on many islands were destroyed one after another. Do you have anything to say? Tang Qian said with a sullen face. More than. Go Engshi shook his head and said, As far as I know, there was a store that was smashed and repaired, then repaired and smashed again. It was smashed 5 times in one day. Tang Qian. He couldn't help but curse a few words in his heart. What does this mean? Want to express how much hatred the foundation we established is being used to? Do I need to tell you this? Don't I know? The Yangong Chamber of Commerce is called Su Yanshuang. She has a high level of cultivation, a youthful appearance, and a mature charm. She frowned and looked at the jade slips on the table that recorded the bad news. I just don't understand. They are both foundations, charitable foundations, and they both save people. Why is Langya so loved, but we are hated by everyone? Is it because they are free? Yes, we made some money from them, but we also saved their lives. In front of life, are those material things important? Chapter 51 I only use one move, let's see how you win. Hearing this, Go Engshi was silent for a moment. If it weren't for Langya, maybe it wouldn't have come to this, but they are all free, and their services are much better than ours. Even if I were to encounter a crisis, I would prefer to choose the Langya Foundation. To put it bluntly, there is no harm without comparison. Lu Yenshuang frowned. What are Langya thinking? They don't want to make money? Are they really losing money to gain publicity? Go Ungshi shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. Losing money? Nowadays, the reputation of Langya Chamber of Commerce is at its peak, and its reputation is much better than that of our three major chambers of commerce combined. Our branch profits on major islands are shrinking almost every day. More than 70% of cultivators choose Langya Chamber of Commerce as their first choice when purchasing cultivation supplies. And all they paid was just 1% of the Chamber of Commerce's book income. As soon as these words came out, Tang Qian and Lu Yenshuang both fell silent. Binding Holy Land has a close relationship with Langya Chamber of Commerce, so this billions of miles of sea area can be regarded as the home ground of Langya Chamber of Commerce, which originally controlled more than 90% of the business in the entire sea area. Only the remaining soup and water can be distributed to other forces. But it was enough for them to eat until their mouths were full of oil. But since a few years ago, the three major chambers of commerce united and entered Beihai, they continued to grow and develop and started various types of business competition. They snatched a lot of business from the Langya Chamber of Commerce. The situation has gradually changed from the Langya Chamber of Commerce dominating the market to the current confrontation between the two sides, which is basically in a state of stalemate. This boosted the morale of the people from the three major chambers of commerce. After all, this is the home court of the Langya Chamber of Commerce, and it is not something that ordinary people can do to scrape off the opponent's flesh and eat it. However, these days, as the young master of Langya continues to hold the Ascension Conference and establish a charitable foundation, the reputation of Langya Chamber of Commerce has skyrocketed. In the Qingyuan Islands, Xingluo Islands, many large islands in the inner area and many other areas, almost all the markets have returned to the hands of the Langya Chamber of Commerce. And this phenomenon is still fermenting and expanding. It is foreseeable that if the situation is allowed to continue, it won't be long before the territory they have fought so hard to gain in the North Sea region will be uprooted. And the Langya Chamber of Commerce paid for this. But it's just 1% of the Chamber of Commerce's profit. Think of this. Whether it was Tang Qian, Go Ungshi or Lu Yenshuang, they all broke out in cold sweats. What a good plan! We underestimated the young master of Langya, Go Ungshi said solemnly. This man is very good at taking advantage of human nature. He seems to be giving away money and spending it like water, but in fact he is making a small investment to gain a big return. Lu Yenshuang's breathing became rapid, and her chest rose and fell. Is this really the method that the legendary playboy can use? All three of them are veterans in the business world. But they never thought that this time, after joining forces, they would suffer such a terrible defeat at the hands of the young master of Langya. Could this be a playboy? Whose dude is so awesome? I don't think he is that strong. Tang Qian's face was cold, and he slowly said, I admit that I underestimated Wang Mu in this defeat. But the reason is that the image of the unlearned and unskilled playboy he played in the past is too deeply rooted in people's hearts. This is why we lost this time, because we were not on guard against him, or took him seriously from the very beginning. To put it bluntly, I was a little careless. If we had treated him as a capable opponent from the beginning, we would never have been defeated so easily. Hearing this, Lu Yenshuang and Go Ungshi looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Actually, when I think back carefully, is it difficult to guess Wang Mu's intentions from these actions? It seems, not necessarily. If the one they are playing against this time is an old fox who has been famous in the business world for many years, they will never let their guard down and can do better in many details. Playing dumb to eat the tiger is really useful. I have to admit that I was fooled by him. Tang Qian stood up slowly, his eyes were cold, and he crushed a teacup in his hand. But the same trick can only be used once at most. Wang Mu, I will eventually let you know that no matter how deep you hide, you will never be my opponent. Hu. At the beach, Wang Mu was walking in the afterglow of the sunset, when he suddenly couldn't help sneezing. Who is talking bad about me behind my back again? Young master, the wind is strong at the seaside, please put on more clothes. Nie Tingting was still wearing the slim-fitting fiery red robe that showed off her figure. She was holding a mink cloak and carefully draped it over Wang Mu's shoulders. The two were very close to each other, and the faint scent of the girl's body penetrated Wang Mu's nose. He narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly said, "Ting Ting." Nye Ting Ting was stunned. "Ah?" Wang Mu said. "Do you know what the crime is for contradicting the young master?" Nye Ting Ting was stunned. I didn't." Wang Mu looked into her eyes and was sure. "You did it!" Nye Ting Ting looked down and suddenly understood. 2 blushes floated on her cheeks. She quickly pressed her chest with one hand, took 2 steps back, and said coquettishly, "Young master, I didn't expect you to be such a person." Wang Mu was a little surprised. "I didn't expect it? Is my reputation so good among you?" Nye Ting Ting. Wang Mu laughed twice and continued walking along the shore. Nye Ting Ting looked at his back, a complex look appearing in her beautiful eyes. Just as Ren Pingxing had told her. The young master is indeed not as simple as he seems. Just one move foundation. We will take back this much business share that was snatched away by the 3 major chambers of commerce. The profit reports from the major islands came to her. She was stunned. You must know that in order to fight against the invasion of the 3 major chambers of commerce, over the years, the top management of Langya Chamber of Commerce has made countless efforts and attempts. But there's no way. In terms of business methods, the 4 major chambers of commerce are almost the same. In terms of financial resources, the 3 major chambers of commerce are definitely far superior to the Langya Chamber of Commerce alone. If this wasn't happening in the North Sea, with the Bei Ming Holy Land backing it up, the situation would have been much more difficult. As for the young master, he only drew up the implementation plan of the foundation and confirmed some details, and then he never asked about it again. Even though the 3 major chambers of commerce joined forces to create a second foundation, there was no sign of nervousness on his face, and he even casually sent the other party 10,000 spirit stones. Not at all worried about them ruining their plans. Ultimately, that is exactly what happened. They didn't do anything and they've already won. Although the Beihai Foundation has not been disbanded, it is almost in name only. It's basically impossible for anyone to donate money there anymore. I don't know why. The peerless masters who had secluded themselves from the world and were fictionalized in some stories she had read before. I only have one move, I can fight back, even if you win. Chapter 52, Peak of Foundation Building. Rapid Development. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have received a return of the cultivation effect from Wang Tianqing, with plus 10 experience points for Kuyuan Ju and plus 1 mana. Congratulations to the host, you have received a return of the training effect from Zhou Mushuan, Thunder Curse experience plus 10, Thunder Control plus 10. Congratulations to the host, you have received a return of the benefits of your cultivation from Wuhu, Xianpin Pill Refining experience plus 10, Alchemy skills plus 5. Walking along the coast. System prompts kept flashing through Wang Mu's mind. Under Wang Mu's strict requirements, all the assistance and expenditures from the Foundation are free of charge, and the monks in the disaster-stricken areas do not need to pay even half a spirit stone. It's because they are worried that if they receive money, it will affect the system's judgment. I don't think this is part of the investment. Now, it has achieved results. 1 in 10 monks can survive, the number is much less than before. But this also greatly reduced the difficulty of Wang Mu's investment. Because the system's judgment of investment difficulty is based on a comprehensive assessment of a person's cultivation, wealth, circumstances, potential, and other factors. In short, the worse the life, the more painful the situation, and the more penniless the person is, the easier it is for the protagonist to buy at the bottom when investing. Those monks who suffered from the disaster obviously met these conditions better. Just like this time. Among the cultivators who survived on the Xingluo Islands, there were several nascent soul cultivators, and the rest were almost all at the Qi training stage or below, at least at the foundation establishment stage. These cultivators with certain strength may not have much unexhausted potential. If Wang Mu invests at the original price, it will definitely not be profitable. But after a disaster and a discount, it's easier to maximize the investment schedule, so it's definitely worth considering. He is someone who can survive the invasion of the Siren, where the survival rate is only 1 in 10. Or you have a tough life. Either they have extraordinary means or they are powerful. No matter which one, the possibility of bringing you higher returns after investing is greater. With so many multiple benefits added up, it can be said that Wang Mu has maximized the cost-effectiveness of the investment. Spend little money to accomplish great things. Buzz. There was a roar inside Wang Mu's body. The magic power is like the tide, surging and surging, surging in the body, and faintly emitting colorful rays of light. The lights became brighter and brighter, almost shining through the body. Just at this moment, the blood-red jade pendant, hanging around Wang Mu's neck glowed slightly, completely suppressing the strange phenomenon that was about to erupt within Wang Mu's body. Wang Mu felt a little emotional as he felt the power in his body gradually returning to calm. My system is good in every way. It is because all the cultivation comes from a little bit of profit return. There is no need to practice by oneself, so naturally there is no bottleneck. Every breakthrough comes without warning and happens naturally. Sometimes I have breakthroughs while I'm sleeping. If he didn't react, his aura would easily dissipate and be noticed. This is not. While still walking on the waves on the shore, he suddenly broke through to the peak of foundation building and could start preparing for the formation of the elixir. I should try to keep the fact that I can practice cultivation a secret as much as possible. The more cards we have hidden from others, the greater the possibility of catching the enemy off guard. Wang Mu pondered secretly. The fact that he couldn't practice cultivation was definitely a perfect protective layer over him. In this spiritual world, no matter what kind of opponent he is, he will inevitably look down on him because of this. At the critical moment, this is definitely a trump card that can turn defeat into victory. The reason why the cultivation level can be improved so quickly this time is not only due to the feedback from the invested cultivators in the disaster-stricken areas. The more important reason is, the Ascension Conference had been held with great fanfare on the more than 100 islands that he had circled on the nautical chart last time. Li Yuanhua is very reliable in his work. On the third day after his last order, the Ascension Conference project team was established. In addition to the original core members of the Li Liang royal family, a large number of non-staff personnel were also recruited. Of course, they were all native cultivators from Tianjia Island. There is no other reason. This place can be considered Wang Mu's base camp. His reputation on Tianjia Island is the highest. Whether they were independent cultivators or cultivators from sects, they were all grateful to Wang Mu. When everyone heard that they could help the young master of the Wang family, they gathered together like crazy. Many of them even shouted that they didn't want any wages and just wanted to repay the favor. Of course, they can shout as much as they want. Wang Mu still has to give them money. The wages have to be high, at least 30% higher than other jobs at the same level. Moreover, at Wang Mu's suggestion, Li Yuanhua also specially conceived a promotion path to ensure that those low-level project team employees would have a stable way to be promoted. For example, if you participate in the preparations for the Ascension Conference on more than 10 islands, you can become the captain of a team and lead a team of 10 people. For every participation in the preparations for the Ascension Conference on more than 100 islands, one can be promoted to captain, leading 10 teams, and so on. And so on. There is money to be made, a future to be had, and still working for the person whom he considers to be his benefactor. The triple buff is stacked up. There is no need to worry that they will not work seriously. Although the spiritual energy in those outer islands is thinner, the probability of giving birth to spiritual roots is also smaller. But due to the large number, once all the measurements are completed, the number may not be much less than that of monks on the inner islands. The task assigned by Wang Mu was to require them to complete the Ascension Conference on more than 100 islands within 7 days. Then, with these more than 100 islands as the center, continue to expand outward. The next round of target is more than 1,200 outlying islands. In sync with it, the number of branches of Langya Foundation must also be expanded rapidly. Try to ensure that there is at least one foundation every several thousand miles of sea area. In areas with a high density of monks, there may even be 3 or 5 foundations. Because the foundation and the Ascension Conference represent word of mouth. Where do these things go? It will bring positive growth to the business of Langya Chamber of Commerce in that area and greatly increase the profits. The extra money earned will be directly invested in the next round of investment, forming a basically positive cycle. Wang Mu no longer lives in the Liliang Palace on Tianjua Island. It's not a good thing to always occupy someone else's palace. The Foundation's headquarters has been established. Although the area is not large, it is far more luxurious. Wang Mu expressed his idea of staying here permanently in the future. Mother Luo Xuanxuang directly ordered people to set up several large formations around the Foundation that were capable of resisting Earth Immortal level strongmen, and secretly dispatched a large number of strong men to guard it. There are several powerful people in the spirit transformation stage alone. After learning about this, Li Yuanhua first covered his face and cried, expressing his reluctance, and then he directly demolished the entire royal city and rebuilt it. Wrapped the Foundation in a semicircle. The entire royal city seemed to have become a barrier guarding the periphery of the Foundation. Li Yuanhua's own residence was a simple house built casually on the city wall, saying that it was to guard the gate for the young master. Return to Foundation headquarters. Wang Mu sat at the desk, picked up the pen and wrote quickly on the paper. I don't have to worry about the Ascension Conference anymore. The only thing left is time. At this rate, we can cover the entire North Sea Islands in 3 months at most. Beyond the North Sea, we are out of the sphere of influence of the North Sea Holy Land. It will be difficult to imagine that we are doing so smoothly now. We need a more careful plan. In addition to the lowest cost mortal investment, the investment of some low-level monks should also be put on the agenda. Nye Tingting looked at Wang Mu, who was thinking seriously, and retreated quietly. A few days later, somewhere in the North Sea, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared, the sky shook and the earth trembled, the waves were shattered, and the void collapsed, as if another world was trying to break out from the endless seabed. Chapter 53, Deep Sea Dragon Cave, Transformation into a God opens the way. What is that? The sea was in chaos. Huge dark shadows rose up from the bottom of the sea, like evil dragons, baring their fangs and dancing in the air, emitting an unimaginable aura of horror. The countless dragon shadows merged into 9, which were extremely huge and hundreds of feet long. It broke out of the sea, bringing with it waves hundreds of feet high, and floated towards the surface. Countless water mists gushed toward the top of the sky, forming countless terrifying tornadoes and waterfalls. The sound was like thunder, and the scene was extremely spectacular. 9 dragon shadows left the sea, and their huge bodies looked like thick black ropes, with the other end of their bodies connected to a huge island. Boom! Islands emerged from the sea. Countless amounts of sea water poured down from the island, squeezing out countless air and bringing with them howling winds. Is this the burial place of the legendary ink-scale dragon lord? A cultivator looked at the 9 dragon shadows pulling the huge island, and remembered a legend. His pupils suddenly shrank. But the legend says that there was a black-scaled dragon master who roamed this sea area 700 years ago? That's it. This is a great demon. It is said that it wreaked havoc on the human world in the past, and was killed here by a powerful human being in the god transformation stage. Every 100 or 200 years, its lair will appear in the human world. It is said that it contains the lifelong treasures of the dragon master, and even his inheritance. The inheritance of the demon race is of average value to our human cultivators. But this great demon killed countless human warriors during his lifetime, so he must have many treasures. Moreover, the Jiaom clan is as greedy as the pure-blooded dragon clan and likes to collect all kinds of treasures. If we can enter one of them. During the discussion, many monks' eyes turned red, and they breathed rapidly as they looked at the island where the ban had not yet dissipated. I couldn't wait to rush in and plunder. It's not a great demon in the spiritualization stage. At the top of the sky, Li Yuanhua looked at the scene below and introduced respectfully. The cultivation level of that evil dragon before his death was only at the peak of the 9th transformation of the nascent soul. It was only because of his amazing bloodline power, his extraordinary achievements, and the strong physique of the demon race. Have the strength to fight against our human race's early-stage divine transformation cultivators. So, this is the relic left by a dragon at the peak of the nascent soul stage, or half a step away from becoming a god? Wang Mu leaned on the back of the golden lion with a relaxed look on his face. Exactly! Li Yuanhua nodded and said, "And this is not the first time this relic has appeared. It has appeared twice in the past 700 years. This is the third time." Wang Mu tilted his head and said, "So there's nothing valuable in there?" Li Yuanhua smiled flatteringly and said, "To you, young master, even the entire fortune of this evil dragon when he was alive is not worth mentioning, let alone now. However, for those cultivators below, if they can enter it, they may really get some good fortune." Wang Mu nodded and thought so too. There are really not many relics and secret places in this world that are worthy of his attention. Even if you are an ordinary earthly immortal, you are not qualified unless you have something special. The birthday gifts may not even be more valuable than the ones Wang Mu has received over the years. Has to be at least the remains of more than 12 tribulations, or even a quasi-emperor or a great emperor. But once a relic of that level comes into the world, it will be earth-shaking, and the entire Tsangyuan realm will tremble. It also has nothing to do with me now, and the top strong men in the family have to take action. Suddenly, Wang Mu thought of something and touched his chin. "How much do you know about the situation in this secret realm?" Li Yuanhua answered seriously. "When this place was first revealed twice, my Li family's younger generations had entered it, so we are quite familiar with the situation." As he spoke, he reacted and asked curiously, "Young master, you want to go in and play? I'll go arrange for someone to clear the area now." Wang Mu's mouth twitched slightly. "Come back, what are you clearing up? I have another thing for you to do." The strange phenomenon on the sea remains. At the peak of the nascent soul stage should not be underestimated. Even though he's been dead for hundreds of years. But the restrictions of this relic are still powerful, blocking those monks who are ready to make a move outside. According to this situation, it will take at least 2 or 3 days for the restriction to completely dissipate. If you force your way in now, you'll be dead, the monks whispered. A corner of the crowd. A hooded young man in black remained silent. "Teacher, this dragon has been dead for 700 years. Can we still find its blood inside? It's better to try your luck." In his mind, an old voice slowly sounded. "The heavenly dragon transformation art in your hand is very powerful. If you can refine the blood essence of a nascent soul dragon, it will be enough to completely make up for the shortcomings of your physical body. It will even be of great benefit to your future practice." There was some emotion in Dan Xuan's voice. This disciple of mine really has amazing luck. Not long ago, he accidentally encountered a battle in which sea monsters invaded the human island. He went forward to help, but was unfortunately targeted by a powerful monster. After being seriously injured, he sank to the bottom of the sea. However, by chance, he was swallowed by a space rift and entered the remaining domain of an ancient dragon power. He obtained a magical power with great potential and terrifying power. After leaving the remaining area, he was feeling that although this magical power was powerful, if humans wanted to practice it, they must be assisted by the essence and blood of strong dragons or dragons. Unexpectedly, I encountered the tomb of a powerful dragon clan member. What a coincidence! I understand. Lin Yen pursed his lips, a look of determination appearing in his eyes. With his current level of cultivation, with the help of the power of the sea spirit flame, refining the essence and blood of a nascent soul stage dragon is already the limit, and it is the best. Now that I have encountered it, I have to give it a try no matter what. It will take a few days for the restrictions in this secret realm to completely dissipate. Let's rest here first and conserve our energy, Dan Xian said. Yes, teacher. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a loud noise suddenly sounded in the sky. Everyone looked up. In the void, an old man in black clothes with a powerful aura appeared out of nowhere. A ripple appeared in the void, spreading rapidly and hitting the restriction. With a click, the island trembled and the restrictions shattered, turning into a rain of light that filled the sky and fell onto the sea. Suddenly, there was dead silence all around. Was it that a powerful person took action and forcibly shattered the ban with his absolutely overwhelming and terrifying strength? The senior who was able to break the restriction left by the ink-scaled dragon lords so easily, could he be a powerful being in the spiritualization stage? Nonsense, apart from beings of that level, who else can achieve this? All the monks had complicated expressions, looking at the figure high up with a bit of awe and unwillingness. Even powerful people of this level have taken action. Then could this relic be related to me? However, the next moment, an extremely clear voice appeared in everyone's ears. I am following the orders of the young master of the Wang family to pave the way for all the young talents. I hope that you will all gain something and return victoriously. Chapter 54, An Unexpected Surprise. The voice drowned out the wind and waves on the sea. All the monks fell into deathly silence in an instant, with disbelief in their eyes. No? Is there such a good thing? Why is it so unbelievable? Young Master Wang? Is that the young Master Langya from the Langya Foundation? So it was him. I've heard that he's the greatest philanthropist in the Northern Territory, recognized by the 4 major chambers of commerce. He was also the one who organized the Ascension Conference. But why did I hear that he is the most evil person in the Northern Territory? He is a perpetrator of all kinds of evil? Your words are all outdated. The apprentice of the master of the cousin of one of my senior brothers has received the favor of the Langya Foundation. He said that the young master of the Wang family is the most benevolent and kind person in the world. No wonder, this seems like something he could do. When the monks reacted, they were all very excited, with gratitude written all over their faces. Let the powerful people in the God transformation stage pave the way for these cultivators who are generally only able to practice qi and build foundation. Such an outrageous thing, even dreaming about it feels like it will shorten your life. Now it was actually happening in front of them. Thank you, young master! Thank you, young master! Everyone thanked them and then couldn't wait to board the island. Then I discovered. At the entrance of the ruins, people wearing white foundation uniforms were already waiting there and had set up a stall. Stacks of scrolls on the stalls. What is this? A monk walked over curiously and asked. Dragon Cave Treasure Map! It records the locations of various mechanisms, treasures, and crises in this secret realm. Although it is incomplete, it is at least 80% accurate. A woman from the Foundation smiled softly. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, there were sounds of people sucking in their breaths of shock. Everyone knows. To explore the mysteries is to seize opportunities in danger. Compared to those who successfully found the treasure and escaped safely, there were more who were left there forever. There are countless secret treasures in this world, and which one is not piled with bones? However, if you have such a treasure map in your hand, the survival rate will be greatly improved. Even if you are unlucky and get nothing, at least you can get out alive, right? Being alive is more important than anything else. How many spirit stones? A cultivator licked his lips and asked tentatively. No spiritual stones. The person from the Foundation shook his head and laughed. Our young master said that those who dare to explore the secret realm are brave and talented people of the human race, and they are also the hope for the future of our human race. This treasure map is given to you all. I hope that no matter whether you gain anything or not, at least you can return safely. Otherwise, no matter who is sacrificed, it will be a great loss to our human race. The words came out. Everyone was moved. A talented human being? Hope for the future? Who? Me? Those present were basically small cultivators at the lowest level of the immortal cultivation world. They were used to the arrogance of the great cultivators, as well as the indifference and cruelty of the unfamiliar cultivators. When you come to explore the ruins, you must be prepared to never go back. After so many years of practice, no one has ever evaluated them like this, saying that they are the hope of the human race, and that no matter who of them sacrifices, it will be a loss to the human race? Such words made them dazed. There is a sense of fantasy that does not exist in reality. It was not until the deacons of the Foundation handed them the warm treasure maps that they were convinced that all this was actually real. Teacher, is this true? Lin Yen looked at the treasure map in his hand and was very moved. I have never been into this ruins, so I cannot judge. Dan Xian shook his head and said, but considering the status of the young master of the Wang family, I believe he would not play tricks on you in a secret realm of this level. It is meaningless. Lin Yan's expression was complicated. Some time ago, when the Foundation was in its heyday, he was still in the remaining domain of the ancient dragon powers. After I got out, I heard about what the Foundation had done and was shocked, but after all, it was just hearsay, so the impact was not that strong. But now, the treasure map is in his hands. The impact on his heart reached a new level. He has been working hard to prepare for the great disaster in the future? The conversation between Wang Mu and him that day reappeared in his mind. Brother Lin, our world will soon face a catastrophe. Everything I do for you is for your own good. Brother Lin, you carry the future of the world on your shoulders. I don't mind even if you have to bear the infamy. Reminiscing the past. Think again about what you have seen and heard about Wang Mu in these days. Lin Yen believed more in what Wang Mu had said. Teacher. Lin Yen smiled bitterly and said, if Wang Mu really didn't lie to me, would it be too much for me to leave without saying goodbye? Dan Xian consoled him. Don't think too much. Under the circumstances at the time, you had no choice. If the truth comes out one day, you can just apologize to him. If he really cared about you, he should understand your decision at the time. Lin Yen nodded and clenched the treasure map in his hand. Suddenly, he discovered something and thought to himself. Oh, teacher, this treasure map records the locations of the mechanisms and treasures in great detail, but there is no information about the location of the dragon's corpse. Dan Xian said. Don't panic. Didn't the little girl just say that? The information recorded on this treasure map is not complete, only about 80% of the information. It should have been recorded by someone who had entered this secret realm in the past. This is a good thing. If the dragon's blood had really been discovered, how could it be your turn to take it now? Lin Yen nodded. That's right. At that moment, he didn't think any more and walked quickly towards the entrance of the secret realm. He actually appears here. Wang Mu withdrew his gaze, a little surprised. Lin Yen had been on the run for some time and he thought the other party should have left the North Sea, but he didn't expect that he would dare to come and explore the secrets. He is worthy of being the son of luck, he is very brave. Wang Mu had no intention of regaining control of the other party, as the risk was too great. It's easy to be run away. The trust that is hard to build can also easily collapse. If you want to leave, just leave. But then again, a copy where the protagonist appears should have good things. But according to Li Yuanhua, this secret realm has appeared twice in the past 700 years, but all the good ones have been looted, leaving nothing behind. Old Li, are you sure there are no more good things left in this secret realm? If I must say, the body of that evil dragon has disappeared without a trace since it crashed. The two previous people who entered it were unable to find even a trace of it. Li Yuanhua thought for a moment, and said. When Wang Mu heard this, he agreed. Things like this that others can't find are often already reserved by the Son of Destiny. After all, he also controlled 30% of Lin Yan's investment progress. If he could really get the opportunity, his strength would increase greatly. It is definitely beneficial to Wang Mu as well. A pleasant surprise. Chapter 55, The Ascension Conference Cannot Stop. Have you prepared the things I asked you to prepare? Suddenly, Wang Mu looked at Li Yuanhua and said. Li Yuanhua said respectfully, It's ready. Wang Mu nodded and said, Leave some people here to guard. As long as someone comes out alive, deliver the things. Will you give it to everyone? Give it to everyone. Yes. Although the secret realm has appeared twice, most of the treasures and opportunities in it have been plundered. But for those low-level monks, there is still a lot of luck. A powerful dragon clan warrior at the peak of the nascent soul stage, even if only a small amount, can play a huge role in the hands of a chi training, foundation building, or even golden core cultivator. It is conceivable that if that group of monks could successfully come out of the secret realm alive, most of them would be able to increase their cultivation dramatically in a short period of time. Investing in them has a very high rate of return. Of course, there's one more priority. Also, pay attention to one person. Wang Mu raised his hand and gently twisted it. A wisp of breath slowly emerged. Li Yuanhua took it and felt it carefully. He confirmed that it was the breath of a human cultivator, and his cultivation should not be high. If you find him coming out, give him this storage bag. Wang Mu took out an empty storage bag and started putting things into it. 2 Beihai dragon balls. 2 bottles of nirvana pills that can save your life at the critical moment. Then there were hundreds of top-grade spirit stones piled up like a mountain, filled with rich spiritual energy. "Young master, who is this person?" Li Yuanhua asked in confusion, his eyes almost popping out. "You don't have to worry about it. Just deliver the thing to him. If he asks or refuses, tell him that we don't have much time left," Wang Mu ordered. "Yes. Remember, you must deliver the things to him and watch him accept them." "I understand. I will handle this matter myself." Li Yuanhua looked at Wang Mu's serious expression, took a deep breath, and said seriously, Although Wang Mu has already determined the policy of cost-effective investment. But since I have met the Son of Luck, I still have to invest if I can. After all, the returns are indeed high. Now, he has already completed the investment progress of Xiao Nenan. If Lin Yan's investment progress could be maximized. Wang Mu felt more at ease knowing that the results of his cultivation were rebated to him, and with the support of hundreds of millions of cultivators in the world. In the future, even if I face revenge from several Sons of Luck, he may not be without the ability to fight back. It is unknown how long the secret realm will last. 2 to 3 months is normal. Of course, Wang Mu couldn't stay here all the time. After arranging the investment, he rode the Golden Lion back to the headquarters of the Tianjua Island Foundation. "Young master, the Ascension Conference for the first batch of 100 islands in the outer periphery has been completed. We are currently preparing for the second batch you designated." Nye Tingting changed into a dress today, which showed off her figure very well. Her chest was tall and full, and her long, fiery red hair was draped over her shoulders, which made her look quite charming. She stood on Wang Mu's right, slightly bent over, with a hesitant look on her face. Wang Mu smiled and said, "Keep talking." Nye Tingting said, "That's right, the Foundation's money is running low, so we may need to temporarily slow down the Ascension Conference." The second batch of outer islands planned by Wang Mu numbered over 1,000. Although it is an outer island, its area is not as large as the inner island, and the resources required on a single island are far less than those of a large island like Tianjua Island. But the numbers are there after all. If all the coverage is completed, the funds required will be an astronomical figure. These days, as the reputation of the Langya Foundation has risen, the income of various parts of the Chamber of Commerce has also increased. But after all, only 1% of the profits will be allocated to the Foundation. It is difficult to support the expenses of hosting the Ascension Conference on thousands of islands at the same time. "The Ascension Conference cannot be stopped," Wang Mu said firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. This is his foundation. Once the pace slows down, the speed of his cultivation improvement will inevitably be affected. Nye Tingting pursed her rosy lips and suggested, "Then see if we need to mobilize funds from the Chamber of Commerce and inject them into the Foundation?" As Wang Mu, he gave the order. It is not difficult to transfer funds from the Chamber of Commerce to support the operation of the Foundation. However, Wang Mu doesn't plan to do so for the time being. 1% of the Chamber of Commerce's sales will be invested in the Foundation. This proportion was not decided casually by Wang Mu, but after he carefully calculated. After deducting the operating costs and labor costs of the Chamber of Commerce, the optimal distribution ratio is achieved without affecting the benefits of all parties. Once this ratio is exceeded, that means that the Chamber of Commerce's operations will fall into a sub-healthy mode. In the short term, due to his status, few people will complain, and some may even give him face. But over time, that may not be the case. Grandma Nalin Rongyan can calm the situation. She has been wise all her life, and Wang Mu does not want her to be criticized in secret because of him. The situation has not yet reached a point where we have no alternative. Don't stop the Ascension Conference. Expand it as you can. I'll figure out the money issue, Wang Mu said calmly. Nye Tingting responded respectfully. Wang Mu flipped through the pile of papers on the table, found one of them, put it into the space ring, and stood up and left. Let's go to the Holy Land of Beihai, God-Forging Island. One of the 36 fairy islands in the core of the North Sea. Under this island is the largest submarine volcano in the North Sea. The underground fire is raging and the spiritual veins are even more astonishing. Then it is influenced by the powerful formation of the Beihai Holy Land. Highly condense the surrounding fire veins for perfect utilization. Whether it is refining medicine or refining weapons, this place can be said to be a supreme treasure land. This is exactly the case. The island is divided into two parts. The southern part belongs to the weapon refining pavilion of Beiming Holy Land, and the northern part belongs to the alchemy pavilion, which is clearly divided. Of course, not every disciple in the equipment refining pavilion or the alchemy pavilion has the opportunity to refine equipment and elixirs on the God-forging island. Only the pavilion master and a small number of respected elders can reside here permanently. As for disciples, only those who receive the true teachings can have the opportunity to come here to practice every once in a while. Ordinary disciples can only practice on other islands in the inner circle. The Golden Lion's spiritual power was surging, and as soon as it landed on the God-forging island, it attracted countless attention. His young evil man Wang is here! Why is he here again? Where is he going this time? Please don't come to our Dan Pavilion. We have finally refined a furnace of 5th level Dongming pills, and we must not let him waste it again. As Wang Mu walked on the island, all the Holy Land disciples who saw him were terrified and at a loss as to what to do, as if they had seen the god of plague. He was slightly embarrassed. The disciples of the Holy Land are isolated from the world, and most of them ignore worldly affairs and concentrate on their practice. I don't care about what's happening outside. The impression they had of him was still the one left by his predecessor. Chapter 56. A weapon refiner with aspirations and beliefs. The predecessor relied on the fact that he was the son of the Holy Lord to bully others not only outside the Holy Land. Just like this God-forging island. He came here many times. No matter whether it was the precious medicines refined in the Dan Pavilion, or the magical weapons and treasures refined in the Weapon Pavilion, or even some weapon embryos that had not yet been cast, as long as he saw them, they would all be abducted. Never give money. Logically speaking, the predecessor didn't need those things at all. Even if you need it, there is no shortage of it. To put it bluntly, it is just for the sake of robbing, to satisfy the extreme emptiness in my heart. Seeing those people who are angry but can't do anything about me, I feel fulfilled in my heart. In Wang Mu's opinion, that was already a sign of perversion, and the psychology had begun to become distorted. Fortunately, I was the one who pushed it. Otherwise, your future end will definitely not be good. Shake your head and get rid of the messy thoughts in your mind. Wang Mu walked straight towards the weapon refining pavilion. From a distance, you can hear the sound of ding ding dang dang, pounding. Although it is irregular, it is mixed together and not messy. Instead, it has a unique charm. There are hundreds of scattered houses in front of me. In front of every house, there were disciples and elders refining treasures and forging precious iron, and they were busy and happy. Wang Mu walked directly to the tall house in the middle. Not close yet. Then I felt waves of scorching heat seeping out from the doors and windows of the room, and even the space seemed to be distorted by the burning. Standing outside the door, he could hear the continuous sound of iron forging inside, with a very high frequency, clanging, which made Wang Mu couldn't help but imagine the image of a shirtless man with a residual shadow of his shoulders. On average, the hammer can hit more than 10 times per second. But through the gap in the window, the scene inside made Wang Mu's eyes light up. She was a tall woman. Because the temperature is so high, I wear extremely cool clothes. The pair of slender legs were almost completely exposed to the air, which was very visually impactful, and only at the base of the thighs were they covered by clothes. This is especially true for the upper body. The plump breasts were bound by a thin inner collar, and were about to burst out. The size was only slightly smaller than Ye Tingting's. The rest of the arms, abdomen, and collarbone are completely uncovered. Fine beads of sweat completely soaked the clothes. The perfect figure is clearly revealed. She looked solemn, and the seals on her hands changed rapidly. Runes flew out and merged into the forging furnace. The huge copper hammer emitted an extremely bright light. He forged the unclear shape of the tool at an astonishing speed, creating large amounts of brilliant sparks. Later, she seemed to think it was not enough and raised her hand to point. 2 more sledgehammers flew out from the side and joined in the hammering. Suddenly, the sounds of pa 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 and dang dang were endless, and the beautiful rhythm filled the entire room. After a while, she slowly stopped. With changing incantations, he took out the embryo from the raging fire, then picked up a hammer and forged it again with his own hands. Her movements were absolutely perfect. She has a seemingly charming and tall figure, but when she swings the hammer, the muscles on her arms instantly become stronger, showing a full sense of power. Every hammer hits the spot. The sound does not sound harsh, but rather has a unique charm. It is worth mentioning. As she moved, her already plump breasts began to tremble violently, and the scene was quite beautiful. Wang Mu coughed at the right time. "Who?" The woman suddenly stopped and looked out the door. Wang Mu smiled and pushed the door open. "Senior sister Yao Yao, long time no see. Summer is coming." Of the master of the weapon refining pavilion in Beiming Holy Land. At the same time, she ranks in the top 10 of the Holy Land's 100 Flowers list. Regardless of her talent or appearance, she is the best in the Holy Land and is regarded as the goddess of dreams by countless young talents. It was also at this time. A panel naturally appeared in front of Wang Mu. Name, Xia Yao Yao. Race, human. Realm, middle nascent soul stage. Qualification, divine qualification. Features, 100 refinements, mysterious body, a natural talent for refining equipment, good at gaining insights into the great Tao through thousands of hammers and refinements. The more rare the materials are, the faster the cultivation level will increase. Investment evaluation, good potential, investment recommended. It really is worthy of being the only true teaching of the master of the equipment refining pavilion. Almost a 100% chance that he will take over as the next generation master of the equipment refining pavilion. At such a young age, he has already reached the nascent soul stage. Wang Mu couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. "It's you?" Xia Yao Yao frowned slightly. She knew Wang Mu, but she didn't have a good impression of him. "What are you doing here?" Wang Mu coughed twice and said pointedly, "Senior sister Xia, why don't you put on your clothes first, and then we can talk?" After these words were spoken, Xia Yao Yao suddenly realized her current state. A flash of shame and anger flashed across her face. She cursed him as a pervert, and turned to go into the inner room of the house. Wang Mu opened his mouth, feeling a little wronged. It was clearly her fault for not dressing properly, so how could she blame him? However, considering that I did catch a glimpse of some scenery just now, I won't bother with her anymore. After a moment, Xia Yao Yao came out again, wearing a loose green robe, but it still couldn't hide her proud curves. She looked at Wang Mu with a bad expression. "Hurry up and tell me what's going on, and leave as soon as you're done." Wang Mu was not annoyed, and smiled calmly. "I came here this time to do a business with your cheap pavilion." "Business?" Xia Yao Yao frowned slightly, and couldn't help but look at Wang Mu, with a joking look on her face. Could it be that Master Wang has a change of heart, and was planning to give the money this time, but robbed it without knowing it? Wang Mu's expression remained unchanged. He took out a blueprint and handed it over, smiling and saying, "Senior sister, why don't you take a look at it first?" Xia Yao Yao felt a little strange. I just felt that Wang Mu in front of me seemed like a different person. With his previous playboy character, he would have been furious if he had been teased in such a way. Now he seems like nothing happened. She took the blueprint suspiciously and glanced at it. "Isn't this just a communication symbol? It just has some fancy things added to it." Wang Mu smiled and said, "Senior sister, you have good eyesight. I would like to ask the weapon refining pavilion to help me transform the communication jade talisman." Hearing this, Xia Yao Yao understood and flew into a rage. "I thought you had changed your ways today, but it turns out you are still like this, and even more sinister. What do you think my weapon refining pavilion is? Such a low-level thing with no difficulty, no skills, and no aesthetics can be made in any forge outside. Are you insulting my refining pavilion? Of the Beiming Holy Land is not the best in the Northern Territory in terms of equipment refining, but it is at least among the top 5. The main reason is not lack of technology, but their arrogance. He disdains to take on a large number of low-level businesses like ordinary forging workshops, forging first and second-level magic weapons to sell for money. In other words, they forge in order to pursue higher attainments, and to pursue the path of enlightenment through tools. Weapon refiners with aspirations and ideals. Now Wang Mu actually asked them to make such low-level and low-quality things, which was a complete humiliation to them. However, facing Xia Yao's anger, Wang Mu's expression remained unchanged, still smiling. "Don't worry, senior sister, I ask for a lot, and I give a lot," Xia Yao said righteously. "I'm sorry, Master Wang, you want to show off your wealth, but you've come to the wrong place and you've chosen the wrong person. I, the weapon refining pavilion, will never give up my dignity just for a few spirit stones. Please leave." Hearing this, Wang Mu pretended to sigh, turned around and said, "If that's the case, then fine. Then the order for 1,000,000 pieces can only be given to someone else." Xia Yao's pupils suddenly shrank. "Sir, please stay." Chapter 57. Xia Yao, junior brother looks so handsome when he pays. Wang Mu turned back with a smile, as if smiling. "What's wrong? Senior sister Yao Yao?" Xia Yao asked with some uncertainty. "How many pieces did you say?" "More than 1,000,000, this is the first batch, there will definitely be more later," Wang Mu said, suddenly remembering something and waving his hand. "Hey, since the refining pavilion is not interested, it will be the same if I look for other companies." "Don't!" Xia Yao flashed and appeared at the door, blocking Wang Mu's way. A little panic appeared on her pretty face. "Well, are you going to pay this time?" Wang Mu said. "Sister, what you said is true. I came here to do business with you on behalf of the Langya Chamber of Commerce. Of course I have to pay you." Xia Yao showed some interest. The Holy Land has a profound heritage, but the annual consumption of disciples in each branch is also an astronomical figure. Especially the equipment refining pavilion and the alchemy pavilion. It can be called a money-burning giant. Although the annual funding given to them by the Holy Lord is already the largest among the 36 pavilions in the Beiming Holy Land. But there will never be enough spirit stones. This is because the Langya Chamber of Commerce has a close relationship with the Beiming Holy Land, and one can enjoy huge discounts when purchasing supplies from the Langya Chamber of Commerce in the name of the Holy Land. Otherwise, there will be even more lack of money. In addition, these two pavilions have always been arrogant, and would rather take a large number of orders to earn spirit stones. They would rather focus most of their attention on researching new pill recipes, or new patterns and casting techniques. As we all know, those who do research are bottomless pits. It was okay a few years ago. The Holy Land was prosperous and self-sufficient. Although it was short of money, people were used to it. Even if Wang Mu came with a large number of orders, they may not necessarily put down their pride. However, in the past 2 years, due to various overt and covert targeting of the Beiming Holy Land by forces such as the Taichu Holy Land, the development of the Holy Land has fallen into a sluggish state, and its income has been greatly reduced. The equipment refining pavilion, which was already struggling to survive, was now even poorer than before and could barely afford to pay its disciples monthly salaries. That's why. Yao Yao heard Wang Mu say that there was a huge order of millions. Her reaction changed instantly. If Wang Mu hadn't played a trick on her, getting this order would greatly alleviate the problem of the equipment refining pavilion's lack of money. "Do you keep your word?" Xia Yao bit her red lips slightly and looked at Wang Mu's expression, still with some distrust. "When have I ever lied to you?" Wang Mu said frankly. "Heh, what do you think?" Xia Yao asked with a sneer. "Goodbye." Wang Mu snorted, turned around and was about to leave. "Hey, don't go!" Xia Yao quickly chased after him and grabbed Wang Mu's arm. "No, I never lied, never. Forget it. Giving this kind of low-quality, unskilled, and low-level stuff to your weapon refining pavilion is really an insult to you." "How could that be? The simpler something is, the more extraordinary it is. It's perfect for young disciples like us to hone our foundation. But if I do this, will it be suspected of showing off my wealth? That's not good." "Won't," Xia Yao said firmly. "Master Wang, do you still need to show off your wealth? Everyone in the Northern Territory knows that Master Wang is extremely wealthy. Those who say you are showing off your wealth are just jealous of you." Wang Mu looked at Xia Yao with a smile. "Senior sister, you really have the potential to become the head of the weapon refining pavilion. You are very flexible." Xia Yao. She naturally heard the sarcasm in Wang Mu's words. My cheeks felt a little hot. "Okay then, I'll leave the drawings here. Here's the deposit. Wang Mu grabbed Xia Yaoyao's soft little hand and placed a space ring in her palm. Xia Yaoyao took a quick look with her spiritual sense and saw the mountains of spirit stones. Her heart couldn't help but tremble. She had never seen so many spirit stones in her life. This rich guy is so rich, but he never paid before. He is really an evil rich man. Xia Yaoyao gritted her teeth and muttered to herself. What did you say? Nothing. Xia Yaoyao clenched the space ring tightly and stuffed it directly between her plump breasts. She pressed hard and smiled. I say, the way you stuffed the space ring into my hand just now was so handsome. Wang Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It is true that money makes the world go round. Such a talented girl with a temper as violent as thunder instantly turned into a blowing monster. However, this also indirectly reflects that during this period, the days in the Beiming Holy Land have indeed not been easy. In the past, even if I took out such a large sum of money, the most I could get from them would be a few fewer cold stares. When will it be finished? Wang Mu shook off all distracting thoughts and asked about the main business. Xia Yaoyao flipped through the drawings and said thoughtfully, This craft is not difficult. It does not have to be made on the God-casting island. Even for a beginner disciple of the weapon refining pavilion, refining it will not be a problem after getting familiar with it a few times. If we go full throttle, it will take about half a month. Wang Mu nodded with satisfaction. Then I will wait for your good news. Having said that, he turned and left. This guy doesn't seem so annoying anymore? Xia Yaoyao muttered to herself as she watched Wang Mu's departing back. I don't know if it's an illusion caused by having just received a large sum of money from the other party. I always feel that Wang Mu has changed a lot. Don't think about it anymore, let me tell Master the good news first. The Equipment Refining Pavilion is also one of the 36 elders of the Beiming Holy Land, Elder Tiangong. With the art of refining weapons. Ever since he accepted Xia Yaoyao as his disciple, almost all trivial matters have been handed over to her. He has been concentrating on his work, staying in the number 1 forging room all day, studying the art of refining equipment. If Xia Yaoyao didn't go to find him, it's normal for him not to come out for half a year. In front of a tightly closed stone door, Xia Yaoyao rang a bell hanging at the door. Pulled it. No response. Xia Yaoyao pulled 3 times in a row. As the crisp sound slowly spread in the cave, the stone door opened, and an unkempt old figure with messy hair like a beehive walked out. What's the matter? Elder Tiangong frowned. Why are you calling me out so urgently? Xia Yaoyao bowed and said excitedly, Master, Wang Mu just came. Elder Tiangong frowned even more tightly. What is that unlucky thing doing here again? What did it steal this time? Xia Yaoyao shook her head. No, he came here to do business with us this time. He paid us a sum of money and asked us to make a batch of communication symbols. What is that? A communication symbol? Elder Tiangong's eyebrows instantly stood up. This little guy is really going too far. What does he think of my weapon refining pavilion? Is it a third-rate forging workshop outside? He looked at Xia Yaoyao. You agreed? Xia Yaoyao pursed her lips. Yeah. Elder Tiangong was furious, and said, How foolish! How foolish! What did your master teach you? As a weapon refiner, you must have integrity and moral integrity. You must not give up your dignity as a weapon refiner for some petty gains. Hurry up and return the money to that guy. I, a disciple of the weapon refining pavilion, would rather starve to death than spend even a single spirit stone on that guy. Xia Yaoyao bit her lip, feeling a little aggrieved. But he gave a lot this time. No matter how much, this is a matter of principle. Do you understand the principle? The deposit is a full 50 million spirit stones. 50 million. Elder Tiangong was halfway through his speech when he suddenly froze, his angry expression stiffening. Chapter 58. I have never fought such a rich battle. Are you sure it's 50 million? Certainly. Xia Yaoyao said, spreading her palm and showing the space ring. How could I have counted wrong? Elder Tiangong's spiritual consciousness immediately penetrated into it. Then he fell silent. 50 million. It's 50 million. What's wrong with 50 million? Elder Tiangong came back to his senses, his eyes firm. 50 million, can he leave without even a cup of tea? Xia Yao Yao. Did you not make him tea? No, no! I knew it! Don't do this next time. It's not easy for nephew Wang Mu to come here. How can we not even let him have a sip of tea? If this gets out, people will say that we don't know how to entertain guests. Elder Tiangong said seriously. Xia Yao Yao was stunned, staring at her master. You are not angry anymore? Why are you angry? What is there to be angry about? Money or not is secondary. Nephew Wang Mu thinks highly of us, and gave us such a large order. This is trust. In the world, only trust cannot be betrayed, do you understand? Understand. Well, remember, don't mess it up. If you don't get the final payment due to quality issues, I'll deal with you guys. Do you hear me? Xia Yao Yao's mouth twitched slightly. Yes. Okay, that's it. Elder Tiangong turned around, put his hands behind his back, and walked into the stone gate. After a while, a muffled scream came from inside the stone gate. 50 million, ha ha ha, I've never fought such a rich battle, I'm rich, ha ha ha. Xia Yao Yao silently helped her master open the soundproofing formation that he had forgotten to open, and quietly left. The Dragon Master. The sun and moon cannot be seen in the secret realm. But it is not dark. The faint light is present in every corner here. The lake water has a faint luster. 2 men and 1 woman came to the lake together. There were injuries on their bodies. His eyes were filled with relief at surviving a disaster, as if he had just experienced a catastrophe. Huh! The female cultivator collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. It's too dangerous! This secret realm has almost become a natural place to nourish Yin. The dragon that died tragically that year has turned into a residual soul, hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to kill any invaders. Of the male cultivators was also terrified and said, Fortunately, the treasure map distributed by the Langya Foundation had already been marked and warned. We were prepared and vigilant, so we were able to survive. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would have ended up like fellow Taoist Zhou and the others. When the term, Dao Yu Zhou, was mentioned, the 3 of them fell silent. They were originally traveling together in groups of 6 or 7. But at this point, there were only 3 of them left. Although the rest of the people also received the treasure map, they did not trust the authenticity of the treasure map because they did not believe the Foundation would be so kind. In addition, with the opportunity in front of him, he lost his mind and suffered regret if he made a mistake. The secret realm is dangerous. Even if you have a treasure map, the crisis will still come. Unless you bypass it directly. But crises often coexist with opportunities, and avoiding crises, in most cases, also means giving up opportunities. Just like them, he survived by chance and obtained that deeply hidden spiritual herb. As long as he could successfully swallow and refine it, it would definitely be of great benefit to his cultivation progress. They were originally foundation-building cultivators who had no hope of forming a golden core. But now, there is a glimmer of hope. That's right, we owe you this favor. With our strength, it would be difficult to get here without the treasure map. It seems that the Langya Foundation is indeed a first-class charity, as the legend says. The cultivation world is full of intrigues and deceptions. The emergence of the Foundation is indeed a breath of fresh air. Several people sighed. At this point, the treasure map helped them a lot. Suddenly, they focused their eyes and looked towards the center of the lake. The light there suddenly became brighter. It illuminated a small piece of land in the center of the lake, on which grew a blood-red tree. A few red spiritual fruits could be vaguely seen under the tree, which looked quite extraordinary. What is that? There is no mark on the treasure map. It only says, there is a great danger in this lake. Be careful when approaching. The female cultivator took out the treasure map, read it carefully, and said with a serious expression. It looks like a spiritual fruit of good quality. Do you want to go up and take a look? A male cultivator showed an interested look. The fruit became brighter and brighter, and it gave off a strong and exotic fragrance, which made people unable to help but indulge in it. It was clearly a treasure. After just 2 sniffs, he felt that his cultivation had improved slightly. This made several people drool, and some of them couldn't suppress their impulse. It's better not to go. The treasure map says there is a great danger here. The female cultivator frowned, a little cautious, and was unwilling to go forward. The records on the treasure map are only 80% accurate, and there is no mention of the spiritual fruit. This means that no one has ever been there before, or in other words, the spiritual fruit only matured not long ago. The male cultivator's eyes became stronger and stronger, and he began to find reasons to convince himself. He looked at the two of them, his eyes full of desire. What does this mean? Our chance has come, we can't miss it! Fellow Taoist Qin is right. I will go with you. Another male cultivator was persuaded and decided to go. I still won't go. The female cultivator pursed her lips and pondered for a long time. Well, everyone has their own aspirations. Then you stay here and wait for us to come back. The two male cultivators looked at each other, then flew into the air and flew towards the center of the lake. However, just in the center of the lake, a huge black shadow rushed out from the water, opened its bloody mouth and enveloped the two of them. Careful! The two men suddenly changed color and used all their strength to resist, controlling a flying sword and a spirit ring to attack the black shadow, but only sparks flew. The next moment, accompanied by two screams, they were swallowed directly by the black shadow. It was also at this time that the female cultivator saw clearly that it was a pitch-black demon crocodile with an extremely terrifying aura that was far beyond their ability to contend with. The demon crocodile was obviously not satisfied with just devouring two cultivators. It turned around and stared at the female cultivator, shaking its head and wagging its tail and rushing towards her. Huge waves tens of feet high appeared on the surface of the lake, which was extremely terrifying. The female cultivator was so frightened that her face turned pale and she ran away, flying towards the outside of the secret realm. Boom! The demon crocodile opened its mouth and spewed out water arrows with incredible power. Fortunately, the female cultivator reacted quickly at the critical moment of life and death, and moved away. The crocodile only hit her arm, which was shattered instantly. Her face was pale and she did not dare to hesitate at all. She took out all the pills and swallowed them all in one gulp. To heal injuries and temporarily improve one's cultivation. He swallowed it all in one gulp. She knew that if she slowed down even a little bit, she would be dead. Even so, new wounds continued to appear on her body, on her arms, neck, and heart. The injuries were becoming more and more fatal. Her medicine pills were exhausted, and the exit was in sight. It's here! It's almost here! She bit her tongue, summoned the last bit of magic power in her body, and rushed out. Also at this time, she felt a sharp pain in her lower body, as the demon crocodile had bitten off her lower body. Snap! There was a flash of light before my eyes. She finally left the secret realm, but only her upper body was left, and she had lost an arm. She was in a very miserable state and fell heavily to the ground. Her eyes were dim, she felt severe pain in her body, and she felt extremely desperate. Although she escaped, all the elixirs she had were used up. With such serious injuries, what was the difference between her and death? She lay on the ground, breathing weakly, and felt that the world in front of her was getting darker and darker, and farther away from her. Or, are you going to die here? She was unwilling, melancholy, desperate, and whispered. Just before her consciousness completely faded, she suddenly saw a group of figures in white clothes quickly gathering around her. A faint human voice could be heard beside my ear. There are wounded people here, bring us some healing medicine. Chapter 59 Lin Yen, is it too late to join Wang Mu now? In a daze, Guqiu woke up again. There was confusion in her eyes. When she opened them, she saw a large number of figures in white robes running around her, and the sound of voices was endless. I am not dead! Guqiu was stunned. She clearly remembered that half of her body was bitten off by the evil crocodile. She was seriously injured and had one foot in the grave. She struggled to get up. I found that the pain in my body was still there, but my injuries had improved a lot, and even my broken body had recovered a lot. She was very surprised. For cultivators, physical defects were not a big problem and there were many ways to recover. The difficult part is the alien energy that invades the body through the wound, such as evil energy and demonic energy, That is the main culprit that affects injury recovery. Crocodile that was chasing him was very powerful. He knew without thinking how troublesome the demonic power remaining in his body was. It would probably cost a lot to deal with it. Don't move! A gentle but serious voice sounded from the side. A woman in a white robe was preparing a decoction. Seeing that she wanted to get up, she quickly held her shoulder and said, "Your injury has not healed yet. You should not move now." Guccio noticed the patterns and words on the other party's clothes and was a little surprised. "You are the Langya Foundation?" "Yes." The woman nodded and brought the prepared medicine to her mouth. "Drink the medicine first." In the spiritual world, eating food given by others is undoubtedly a taboo. But right now, Guccio had no idea of being on guard, so he opened his mouth obediently and drank the medicine. The expression in his eyes was extremely complicated. She had not experienced the siren invasion incidents in the Qingyun Islands and the Xingluo Islands. Most of what we know about the Langya Foundation comes from rumors. The only contact I had was the treasure map I received before entering the secret realm, so the impression I had was pretty good. But until this moment, only then could she understand why so many people praised the Langya Foundation so highly. Who wouldn't like these people who can save your life at the critical moment? "Okay, you rest for a while, I still have to take care of other injured people." The woman from the foundation put down the medicine bowl and walked away quickly. It was only then that Guccio noticed that there were many wounded people like her around. Judging from their injuries, most of them had just come out of the secret realm. "When can I leave?" Guccio suddenly asked. "Well, it's up to you. If you feel you've recovered enough, you can leave anytime you want. You don't have to tell us." Guccio was very surprised. The other party had no intention of asking her to pay. "Then, how many spirit stones should I give you?" "No need to give it." The woman had gone far away. The one who answered Guccio was another young man from the foundation. He looked at Guccio and said while treating the injuries of the monk on the bed beside him, "Our foundation never charges any money. Don't you know that?" Guccio. "The sun is scorching, shining on the sea, making the waves sparkle." Lin Yen slowly walked out of the secret realm, with unshaven beard and slightly weathered face, but his eyes were more determined, and excitement was revealed in the depths of his pupils. He clenched his fists and said, "After all the hard work, I finally got it. It wasn't easy." Under the guidance of teacher Dan Xian, he successfully found the remains of a dragon that had never been discovered by anyone else, and used a secret method to extract several drops of the dragon's blood essence. This time when he returns, he can start practicing the art of transforming heaven into dragon. Suddenly, Lin Yen felt something was wrong. The surroundings were too quiet. He looked up and found that the figures around him had suddenly disappeared. Only not far away, an old man in a gray robe was looking at him with a smile. "Teacher, what's going on?" Lin Yen became alert. This scene was too strange, and he had never encountered it before. "Be careful, this is the heaven and earth realm of the cultivators in the spiritualization stage." Dan Xian's voice also became particularly solemn. "The stage of transformation?" Lin Yan's pupils shrank. With his current strength, if he relied on the spiritual power of his teacher and used all his abilities, he would be able to defeat ordinary Jindan stage warriors. But that's the limit. The spirit transformation stage is an existence that he cannot contend with at all now. He thought about it over and over again, but couldn't remember when he had ever had any connection with a person of this level. "Don't be nervous, he doesn't look hostile, be careful." Dan Xian also felt heavy in his heart. If he was in his prime, he would naturally not take a mere Jindan stage cultivator seriously. But now he only has a remnant soul. Even if he uses secret techniques, it will be difficult to help Lin Yen escape from the opponent's domain. The gap is too big. Just pondering, the old man had already come to Lin Yen. "Are you young Master Lin Yen?" "Junior Lin Yen, I am here to greet you, Senior." Lin Yen took a deep breath and saluted respectfully. At the same time, the magic power in his body was quietly running, and he held an ancient copper piece in his hand, ready to throw it out at any time. Although he knew that his methods might not be effective against a cultivator in the spirit transformation stage. But surrendering without a fight is not his style. Mr. Lin, don't be nervous. I have no ill intentions. I am just following the orders of the young master and waiting for you here. Lin Yan's little trick naturally could not be hidden from Li Yuanhua, but he didn't care and smiled gently. Young master? Lin Yan's pupils shrank slightly. Wang Mu? Li Yuanhua handed a storage bag to Lin Yen and nodded. Exactly. My young master has prepared some gifts for you, young master. Lin Yen was wary and did not take it. Instead, he shook his head and said, No merit, no reward. Li Yuanhua smiled and said, Young master knew that you would not agree, so I specially asked this old man to bring you a message. What? We don't have much time left. Lin Yen was stunned. Time? What time? Could it be the time he mentioned, when the great catastrophe is about to come? It seems that the young master of the Wang family has no ill will towards you. In that case, there's no harm in accepting the things, Dan Xian suggested. Lin Yen was silent for a long time, and finally reached out his hand, took the storage bag, and said, Tell your young master for me to thank him. Yes. Li Yuanhua smiled slightly, turned around, took a step forward, and disappeared into the void. At the same time, the figures of the Taoists reappeared before his eyes, and the noisy sounds also returned. It feels like waking up from a dream. This is the magical power of a cultivator who has reached the stage of divine transformation. It is truly amazing. A hint of heat and yearning appeared in Lin Yan's eyes. What's that? Dan Xian sneered. With your talent, you will definitely achieve more than this in the future. Didn't the young master of the Wang family also say that you can become an emperor in the future? Lin Yan's mouth twitched slightly. Teacher, do you also believe what he said? Well, at least for now, judging from his words and actions, he doesn't seem to be lying. By the way, let's see what he gave you first. Oh. Lin Yen opened the storage bag and immersed his spiritual consciousness into it. Suddenly, the whole person froze in place. Teacher, do you think it's too late for me to go back and seek refuge with Wang Mu? Chapter 60 Lin Yan's investment progress is full. Little girl builds foundation. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully invested 1 Beihai Dragon Ball in Lin Yen, and the investment progress has reached 35%. You will receive 35% of Lin Yan's subsequent training effect benefits back. Congratulations, you have successfully invested 1 Beihai Dragon Ball in Lin Yen, and the investment progress has reached 40%. You will receive 40% of Lin Yan's subsequent training effect benefits back. Congratulations, you have successfully invested in Lin Yen Nirvana Pill, and the investment progress has reached 43%. You will receive 43% of Lin Yan's subsequent training effect benefits back. Congratulations, you have successfully invested in Lin Yan's top-grade Spirit Stone, and the investment progress has reached 52.6%. You will receive 52.6% of Lin Yan's subsequent training effect benefits back. Congratulations, you have successfully invested in Lin Yan's top-grade Spirit Stone, and the investment progress has reached 72.9%. You will receive 72.9% of Lin Yan's subsequent training effect benefits back. Congratulations, you have successfully invested in Lin Yen Wudao Tea, and the investment progress has reached 100%. You will receive 100% of Lin Yan's subsequent training effect benefits back. Well, it's finally full. Tianjia Island, the headquarters of the Foundation. Wan Mu sat under the eaves, looking at the golden leaves of the sycamore tree falling in the courtyard, like a golden rain, and felt extremely satisfied. Today, he has successfully maximized the investment of the 2 Sons of Luck. It is like having 2 Sons of Luck helping you practice madly. Moreover, with the resources he sent out, Lin Yan's cultivation would surely be able to make continuous breakthroughs in a short period of time. I hope he can become stronger before I break through the Jindan, Wang Mu said secretly. In the past 2 days, the speed at which my internal cultivation has been increasing has been getting faster and faster. I feel like I will break through to the golden elixir level at any time. The Jindan realm is a watershed. It is also an important hurdle that separates ordinary people from geniuses. There are 9 grades of golden elixir. The more foundation and accumulation a cultivator has, the higher the quality of the golden elixir he condenses, the stronger his combat power will be, and it can even affect his future potential. Generally speaking, the vast majority of cultivators are unable to obtain a high-quality golden elixir. Those who have barely reached this realm have exhausted all their potential and have no hope of reaching the nascent soul stage in this lifetime. To be able to enter the lower 3 grades is already extraordinary. One often possesses certain opportunities and his cultivation methods are also not weak. This kind of person has the hope of entering the nascent soul stage, but that is basically the end. As for the middle 3rd grade, there is a high probability that one can achieve nascent soul, and even a higher realm is not impossible. Usually, only the core disciples of some large immortal sects who practice powerful skills and possess special spiritual bodies can achieve success. As for the top 3 grades, they are something you can only encounter by chance and are hard to come across in the outside world. It often only appears in the true disciples of the Holy Land, the Holy Sons, the Holy Daughters, and other peerless geniuses. Of course, this is not all. According to ancient books, there have been many geniuses throughout history who dominated an era and did not follow the ordinary path. Some broke through the 9th grade limit and condensed the unprecedented 10th grade golden elixir. Although some did not make a breakthrough in grade, they were able to condense golden elixirs with unusual aspects, such as peace in the world, 9 dragons pulling a coffin, and heavenly thunder turning into hell. This kind of person's combat power is often extremely terrifying, far surpassing that of cultivators of the same level. Fighting across levels is as easy as drinking water. For example, Wang Mu's mother, the Holy Lord of Bei Ming, condensed the unusual phase, sword cutting the sky, and from then on, her sword passed swords straight into the sky and was unstoppable. Wang Mu is still very confident in his own foundation. Whether it is magic power or physical body, he has already surpassed his limits. Even the top geniuses in the Holy Land cannot match him. But who would complain that the foundation is too profound? If Lin Yen, Xiao Nanan and the others can comprehend more Taoist magical powers during this period and their strength increases faster, it will also be a huge improvement and accumulation for Wang Mu. What you say will come true. Just at this moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Wang Mu's mind. Ding! The little girl you invested in has successfully broken through the foundation. Congratulations, you have received a reward for your cultivation effect from Xiao Nanan. Congratulations, your enlightenment heart strength has increased. Congratulations, your comprehension of the heaven-stealing creation technique has been enhanced, and you have comprehended the heaven-stealing creation technique, foundation building. Feel the powerful energy surging in your body and the many pieces of information emerging in your mind. Wang Mu couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Comfortable. Calculating the time, it has only been about a month since little Nanan created the Heaven-Struck Creation Art, Qi Training Chapter. It took a month to go from just practicing Qi to building the foundation. This speed. Even the true teachings of the Holy Land are no more than this. Moreover, given Xiao Nanan's special situation as her Heaven-Struck Creation technique continues to improve, her cultivation speed will only get faster and faster, and in the end she will completely break away from common sense. I can only say that he is worthy of being the son of luck. Let's go and see that girl. The Langya Foundation headquarters covers a very large area. Little girl also has her own independent residence and yard. Wang Mu also arranged for her a complete set of training rooms, scripture library, and treasure house, all of the highest standards. Of course, to maintain secrecy, all of these are underground and covered by formations. Wang Mu didn't want to expose Xiao Nanan's specialness so early. In the eyes of outsiders, this is the little sister that Wang Mu raised privately. When Wang Mu came here, little Nanan was sitting barefoot in the training room, breathing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to consolidate her own realm. Wang Mu did not disturb him and waited quietly. After a while, little Nanan opened her eyes, and when she saw Wang Mu, her eyes were full of surprise. She jumped up, ran over barefoot, and jumped onto Wang Mu. Wang Mu, I succeeded. Well, Nanan is so great, so amazing. Wang Mu held her little buttocks and chuckled. Hearing Wang Mu's tone, little Nanan wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction. Wang Mu, you are coaxing the child again, right? Wang Mu raised 4 fingers. I'm counting 4, really? I really think you're amazing. Humph. Seeing Wang Mu's sincere eyes, the little girl showed an expression of letting him go, and then buried her head on Wang Mu's shoulder. Perhaps it was because he experienced great hardships at a young age and saw the fickleness of the world. Deep down, the little girl doesn't want people to treat her as a child, as she feels very insecure. But in Wang Mu's eyes, this is just a pitiful, cute little sister who needs someone to love her. Let's go. I'll take you to take a shower and then have dinner. How long have you been stuck in here? You stink. Wang Mu carried the little girl outside. Hearing this, little Nan showed some panic on her face. She raised her arm and sniffed it, frowning and saying, Bad Wang Mu, you are lying. How can it smell bad? Practitioners can strengthen their muscles and cleanse their marrow and expel impurities from the moment they start practicing Qigong. It's time to build the foundation. What's more, even if one dies, the body will not decay, so how can there be any strange smell? Wang Mu was of course joking with her, and said with a smile, No? That might be because you farted just now. Hey girl, why are you biting me when you are talking so well? Bad guy Wang Mu, stop talking nonsense, I'll bite you to death. Chapter 61 Tang Qian. No matter how much I lose, Wang Mu can't make any money. Ding. Congratulations, you have received a return of your training effect from Zhang Mu, Mana plus 10, Xianjin Gong Experience plus 100. Congratulations, you have received a return of Zhou Yu's training effect, Mana plus 10, Jade Girl Kung Fu Experience plus 100. Congratulations, you have received a return of the cultivation effect from the Yin Yang Taoist, Mana plus 20, Joy Skill Experience plus 200, and Sex Skill Experience plus 100. Wang Mu looked at the prompts that kept floating up in the system interface. Why did he feel like there was something strange sneaking in? These days, he could clearly feel that the amount of rebate he received for each cultivation was becoming larger and larger. This shows that the cultivators he invested in have greatly improved their cultivation in a short period of time, and that the improvement was in batches. It is basically certain. These people are all cultivators who have obtained opportunities in the Dragon's Tomb. Wang Mu was certain of this. This direction is feasible. In the future, pay more attention to information about secret realms and ruins. If someone is willing to make a move, we can directly purchase this information. Okay, young master. Nye Tingting changed into an extremely slim-fitting black long skirt today, which not only made her already tall and straight features appear even taller, but also made her buttocks, which were directly hidden under the wide robe, appear surprisingly firm and round. Wang Mu looked at her and couldn't help but sigh. Tingting, you have changed. Nye Tingting was confused. Me? What changed? You've never worn this kind of clothes before. Do you know that it's easy to distract me and make me forget what I just said? Then, I won't wear it anymore? No, what I mean is that if you dress like this every day, I'll get used to it after seeing it so many times. Do you understand? Okay, young master. Seeing Wang Mu talking nonsense in a serious tone, Nye Tingting couldn't help but smile secretly with her hands covering her mouth. With the intention of doing something bad, she puffed out her chest even more. To be honest, before, she would never have dressed like this in front of Wang Mu, because he had a very bad reputation in the past. It can be said to be the scourge of women in the world. But now, as she had more and more contact with Wang Mu, she felt more and more deeply that what she had heard in the past were all rumors. Or perhaps it is a way for the young master to hide his edge. During the time she had been with Wang Mu, she had watched him time and again, easily and inexplicably defeat the 3 major chambers of commerce. Every decision seems ridiculous, but when you reflect on it afterwards, you will understand that it has its own deep meaning. Such a young master. It's a bit too shiny. By the way, where was I just now? Wang Mu asked. By information about the secret realm. Nye Tingting smiled and reminded. Oh yes, we can buy it if the price is right. As for the price, it depends on the level of the secret realm. Young master, do you want to send people into the secret realm to search for treasure? No. Wang Mu shook his head and said. For all the ruins and secret realms, if you can find out the details, I will give you maps and guides. If not, I will set up a rescue point at the door. Provide medicinal pills and supplies to all the monks who leave the secret realm. Nye Tingting's beautiful eyes sparkled. Same as the one in the dragon's tomb? Wang Mu nodded. Nie Dingding looked at Wang Mu's profile and couldn't help but say, "Young master is such a good man." If we look at the previous actions, there is some meaning of spending money to attract attention. But now, both the Langya Chamber of Commerce and the Foundation have already established their reputations. Even if there is still room for improvement in their reputations, it will not bring more benefits to the Langya Chamber of Commerce. However, Wang Mu insisted on doing this business which was doomed to lose money. Except for kindness. She couldn't think of any other reason. Wang Mu smiled and didn't explain. How could Nie Dingding know that Wang Mu valued the potential of those monks who could survive in danger and constantly break through their own limits? For Wang Mu, every such cultivator represents a very good investment value. In other words, it can also be considered a kind of screening. Allow Wang Mu to invest more accurately. After all, in this world of cultivating immortals, unless one has the support of a powerful force like Wang Mu, if the lower-level cultivators don't even dare to explore the secret realms and ruins, most of their achievements are destined to be limited and they won't have much of a future. After the news was released, it soon caused an uproar. At the same time, Beihai Chamber of Commerce. Tang Qian also received the news and frowned. Then why is the young master of the Wang family collecting information about secret realms and ruins? Go Engshi was very puzzled. With his identity and status, he has no shortage of resources. There is no need to pay attention to ordinary secret realms. Lu Yenshuang was also confused. It can't be that you are just too idle, right? Tang Qian raised his head and glanced at Lu Yenshuang. Don't you think that his actions this time are very similar to the previous 2 times? Lu Yenshuang. Tang Qian said. Before, he used the guise of a playboy to play the pig and eat the tiger. It seemed to be a foolish act of simply showing off his wealth and spending money, but it made us lose a lot of business in Beihai. Right now, it's clear that he wants to use the same old trick again. Go Engshi. Master Tang, do you mean that he has other plans? Tang Qian said firmly. That's right. Go Engshi. What's the plan? Tang Qian was silent for a while, and then said, Although I cannot confirm it for the time being, I can be sure that there must be something he wants in the secret realm and ruins that are about to be revealed, otherwise it would never be like this. Go Engshi nodded thoughtfully. What about us? Tang Qian took a deep breath, his eyes darkened. No matter what he wants, we have only one goal. That is, to make him fail. If he can acquire secret information, so can we. And the price you offer can be higher than his. I just don't believe that he can succeed this time. In just 2 days, the Langya Chamber of Commerce received a large amount of intelligence and information. It's just that the true and the false are mixed together, and it's difficult to distinguish. And most of them are just a few words, like smoke without fire, and fake at first glance. This is normal. After all, whose world of immortal cultivation has secret realms and relics everywhere? But if the quantity is large, we can still produce a few genuine products. Wang Mu informed Nie Dingding to first organize a group of practitioners with extremely high realms and experience to analyze the information obtained. Filter out most of the useless ones. Identify the most credible intelligence. Then let Li Yuanhua and others lead people there to find out the truth one by one. Although this is more accurate. But in comparison, the efficiency will be much lower. On the other hand, the other 3 chambers of commerce offered very high bids. The Langya Chamber of Commerce receives a piece of information with a certain degree of accuracy and gives 1,000 spirit stones. But the 3 major chambers of commerce gave 5,000. And no matter the accuracy, just take it. But one thing is that a contract must be signed. Once you sell to them, you can no longer sell to the Langya Chamber of Commerce. For a while. Are all the practitioners in the entire North Sea going crazy? Chapter 62, The Gap in Pattern. Disclosure of Secret Realm News. The offer made by the 3 major chambers of commerce was indeed generous. Countless monks sold them the information they knew about the secret realms and ruins. Exchange for spirit stones. Even if the accuracy is not high, at least you can get 5,000 spirit stones. If there is some evidence to support it, and it is credible, one can get tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. For a while, the branches of Beihai, Beihai and Langya Chamber of Commerce are crowded with people. I have to say, with the huge investment, the three major chambers of commerce did gain a lot. After all, the North Sea is vast, and not to mention the high-level ruins, small ruins and secret places are not difficult to find. Jiuling Island, 800 miles to the west. On an island deep in the mountains. Suddenly, a rosy glow rose into the sky, a spiritual light filled the air, and a dazzling aura enveloped the entire forest. For a while, the monks on the surrounding island soared into the sky and gathered there. Could it be that some natural treasure has appeared? Judging from this aura, it must be the appearance of a top-grade magic weapon to cause this kind of movement, right? It may not be a magic weapon, but it looks more like a cave. Many independent cultivators rushed to the island with excitement. But I found that this place had already been occupied by someone. This place has been owned by our three major chambers of commerce. All outsiders, please leave! A middle-aged figure in blue stood on the air, with his hands behind his back blocking everyone's way, and said expressionlessly, "Why?" Some independent cultivators were indignant. Since ancient times, the natural resources and treasures have been owned by those who are destined to possess them. You are just robbers! Hearing this, the middle-aged man glanced at him indifferently, with a scornful smile on his lips. Naive! After saying this, he waved his sleeves lightly. A ray of spiritual light broke through the air and accurately hit the casual cultivator who was speaking. Ah! With a scream, the cultivator's body collapsed, his soul was extinguished, and he fell straight down and sank to the bottom of the sea. There was complete silence. The wandering cultivator showed grief and indignation on his face, but did not dare to say a word. He could only grit his teeth, clench his fists and retreat, angry but not able to speak. Well, these three chambers of commerce are too overbearing. What can we do? This is the world of cultivation, the strong prey on the weak. It has been like this since ancient times. I just don't understand. What kind of treasures do the three major chambers of commerce not have? Why do they have to compete with us casual cultivators for opportunities? Who knows? Let's not talk about whether they have any plans. Even if they don't, they are just bored and don't want us to get the chance. What can we do? Similar scenario happened several times in succession. The three major chambers of commerce acquired a large amount of information about treasures, secret realms, and other opportunities. Once confirmed, strong men will be sent there to garrison in advance. When the time comes, they will take away everything they can, leaving nothing behind. At the same time, people were sent to guard against anyone approaching. Only disciples from large sects that have close ties with the three major chambers of commerce are allowed to enter and hunt for treasure together. Many times, the monks' dissatisfaction grew day by day. But to the three major chambers of commerce, their anger was as harmless as children playing house. Young master, these three chambers of commerce have come in and are searching for secret places and ruins everywhere. The information we can receive now is getting less and less. Langya Foundation Headquarters. Little girl is sitting under a tree reading a book. Wang Mu leaned back in his chair, basking in the sun, tapping his fingers on the armrests, very calmly. Well, I understand. Reconnecting asked. Should we also increase the price appropriately? And relax the accuracy requirements? Wang Mu looked at her in confusion. Why spend that money? Do you have money to burn? The accuracy of the information can't even be guaranteed. What's the point of buying it? Isn't that really a wrongdoing? But will this affect your plan? Yes, a little, but not a big impact. Wang Mu stretched out his body comfortably and said slowly. By the way, have Mr. Li and the others sent back any news? Reconnecting nodded and said, I just received news that among the 13 intelligence locations after multiple screenings, 3 can be confirmed to exist, and 2 of them, if nothing unexpected happens, will appear in the world in the near future. How long is the near future? It can be as short as 3 to 5 months, or as long as a year or 2. It's been too long. Is there a way to make them appear earlier? Let me ask. Reconnecting walked aside, took out a communication token and contacted Li Yuanhua. Wang Mu watched the scene. He thought of the order he had entrusted to the equipment refining pavilion. Calculating the time, the first batch of deliveries will be delivered in 3 days. Actually, during this period of time, the Foundation's funds are becoming increasingly tight, but fortunately the Chamber of Commerce is making a lot of money now, and can hold on for a while maintaining a certain fiscal deficit. But over time, all resources will inevitably be exhausted. The same thing. Word of mouth can indeed bring profit growth. However, the profit increase brought by word of mouth alone is ultimately limited. If you want to expand your profits, you need to use more practical methods to stimulate consumption and seize the market. After a while, Yedingding came back and said, "Senior Li said it's very simple." Wang Mu nodded. "Then let them appear in advance. At the same time, arrange for the Foundation and the Chamber of Commerce to release this information in advance. The more people know, the better." "Yes." Yedingding had a complicated expression and was somewhat confused about Wang Mu's actions. Money was spent to buy news and intelligence, and they took great pains to make those secret realms appear in the world ahead of time. Even if it is not as excessive as the 3 major chambers of commerce, they all monopolize it. There's no need to make the news public and let everyone know, right? What does this mean? Somewhere in a market, a group of monks gathered together, whispering to each other. "Have you heard? 300 miles west of Mingya Island, a golden elixir ruin will be unearthed in 3 days. Really? Is the news reliable? I'm not sure, but the news came from the Langya Chamber of Commerce, so it shouldn't be false, right? It always feels strange. Normal people would want to keep this secret as possible if they knew about it. How could someone make it public? Brother Lu suspects there is a fraud? We have to be on guard." Brother Lu is absolutely right. If this news were released by other forces, there might be some conspiracy behind it. But Langya, I think I can trust him. Yes, the reputation of the Langya Chamber of Commerce is very good, and the Foundation has saved countless lives. A mere Jindan stage relic should not ruin the reputation that we have worked so hard to build. In a certain city, in a restaurant, another relic is about to be revealed? What's going on recently? This thing that might not have happened once in the past few years has happened so many times in this period of time? I heard that the 4 major chambers of commerce are looking for something and are frantically buying up information about the secret realm. They are not even letting go of the tombs left by the Foundation building cultivators. TSK Tisk. So what if we get the news? Do we, the small independent cultivators, have a share? Won't we be driven back if we go there? Don't say it, don't say it! This time it's different. The news came from the Langya Chamber of Commerce. Their style is much better than the 3 major chambers of commerce. It is said that they agreed to let all cultivators participate. Even if you can come out of the secret realm, you will be given elixirs and material subsidies. Hiss, are you serious? For a while, countless monks were excited again. Chapter 63 King, the greatest kind man in the Northern Territory, Mu. What did you say? Tang Qian raised his eyebrows and stared at Go Engshi, somewhat unable to believe his ears. Go Engshi sighed secretly in his heart and said, Langya Chamber of Commerce did exactly that. They made all the secret places and ruins they discovered public. They had no intention of keeping them to themselves. The place suddenly became quiet. Tang Qian's brows were tightly furrowed. He thought a lot in a very short time. But I still can't figure it out. Why? What is the purpose of Langya Chamber of Commerce doing this? They spent so much money to explore the locations of various secret realms and ruins, but in the end they didn't use them for themselves? Instead, they chose to make them public? What did they want? Mr. Tang, the Langya Chamber of Commerce didn't pay a big price. Go Engshi thought for a moment and corrected him. In fact, they spend far less on obtaining information than our 3 major chambers of commerce. Lu Yenshuang pursed her lips and said, Is it possible that their focus has never been on something in the secret realm, but outside the secret realm? Go Engshi suddenly looked at her. You mean, the core purpose of the Langya Foundation is to provide medical treatment and material subsidies to the monks who left the secret realm? Lu Yenshuang nodded. Judging from the past behavior of the young master of the Wang family, this is not impossible. Tang Qian. Yes. Compared with the expenditures of the three major chambers of commerce in this regard, the expenditures of the Langya Chamber of Commerce can be regarded as a drop in the bucket. But why do they do that? In order to prevent Wang Mu's plan from succeeding. Although we don't know what Wang Mu is planning, as long as we are sure that he has some ulterior motive, then it will be right to disrupt his plot. No matter how much they lose. As long as Wang Mu doesn't make any money, it will be considered a success. These words sound a bit childish and a bit willful. But their three major chambers of commerce have been in the business world for so many years, and have been fooled by Wang Mu several times in a row. It is impossible for them to say that they have no resentment in their hearts. This seems to be a rational behavior. Just to vent. Even if it makes the young master of the Wang family feel a little uncomfortable, it is worth it. But it seems that they have missed the point. The action taken by Langya Chamber of Commerce this time is only to maintain and continue the high reputation of Langya Foundation as in the past. So what are they doing now? I spent a large amount of spirit stones to buy a bunch of information that was neither true nor false, occupied a bunch of worthless low-level relics and magic weapons, and got a bunch of garbage that was totally unmatched by the effort. In other words, they opened fire at full force, but nothing happened. If that's the case, the young master of the Wang family didn't know how to laugh at them at this moment. Business is like a battlefield, with many changes. No one can guarantee that every decision will be correct. Tang Qian said expressionlessly. Even though we failed to disrupt Langya this time, we have a more accurate understanding of Wang Mu's style, which is also a benefit. Next time, we won't make the same mistake again. Hearing this, Go Enshi and Lu Yenshuang looked at each other and nodded in approval, with a hint of admiration in their eyes. He is worthy of being the new son-in-law entrusted with important tasks by Penlai Chamber of Commerce. His mentality was not shaken at all by a little setback. If it were someone with an average character, he would probably break down the defense right away. All right, there are so many trivial matters in the Chamber of Commerce, and I'm sure you two also have many matters to deal with, so I won't keep you here. Goodbye. Goodbye. After the two left, Qian was the only one left in the room. His originally calm face suddenly became distorted, his breathing became rapid, his eyes were red, his fists were clenched, and he smashed the precious gold-veined stone table with one punch. Wang Mu! Congratulations, you have completely pissed me off. I'm ready to die. The real war has just begun. Senior Sister Yao Yao, I haven't seen you for half a month. You are even more beautiful and charming. Even if you praise me, you still have to pay the balance of half a spirit stone or I will report it to the Holy Lord. Xia Yao Yao is dressed extra coolly today. He must have just come out of the forge. The key parts were simply wrapped with a few pieces of cloth, leaving the slender, smooth arms and round, straight legs exposed, showing the graceful curves to the fullest. His whole body is covered with sweat, giving people a sense of capable and heroic beauty. She stared at Wang Mu with a fierce look, as if she was staring at a scumbag who might run away and be irresponsible at any time. In the past half-month, the entire refining pavilion disciples worked together to complete Wang Mu's order. It can be said that we are working day and night. Although they were only refining some low-quality communication symbols, the equipment refining pavilion had its own pride. Even if it was a simple thing, it had to create its own style, and could not be the same as the inferior stuff outside. After spending so much time and effort, if Wang Mu took the things and ran away like he did in the past, they would suffer a huge loss. Xia Yao Yao also had no way of explaining to the disciples of the equipment refining pavilion and Elder Tiangong. Therefore, Wang Mu must be kept under watch. He cannot leave without paying. Look at what you said. Is my reputation that worthless? Haha, what do you think? Wang Mu was filled with righteous indignation and said, Senior Sister Yao Yao, you can't always look at people with tinted glasses. Xia Yao Yao frowned. What are tinted glasses? Wang Mu said. What I mean is that I am no longer the same as I was before. You stay in the Holy Land all day long and are oblivious to worldly affairs, so you don't know. If you go out and ask around, you will find that in the whole Beihai, when anyone mentions me, Wang Mu, they will give me a thumbs up and praise me as a good person, right? Xia Yao Yao's mouth twitched slightly, her eyes were full of contempt, and she almost had the words. Only a fool would believe it. Written on her face. Wang Mu snorted and decided to prove his innocence today, so he raised his hand and took out a jade tablet. Did you see that? What's this? This is a stone tablet of merit issued to me by the three major chambers of commerce, Penglai, Beihai, and Yungong, thanking me for my outstanding contribution to the peace of the cultivation world in the Northern Territory. Xia Yaoyao's eyes changed. She took the jade tablet with the words, Infinite Merits, engraved on the front, Wang Mu's name and some words of thanks written on the back, and looked at it repeatedly. It is true that we can find traces of the unique refining techniques of the three major chambers of commerce's refiners. Xia Yaoyao was a little surprised. Aren't the three major chambers of commerce at odds with your Langya Chamber of Commerce? Why would they give this to you? Wang Mu said confidently. It is precisely because they are the competitors of Langya Chamber of Commerce that their evaluation seems particularly true, isn't it? This sounds quite reasonable. People who are sincerely admired even by their opponents are often not simple people. Xia Yaoyao looked at Wang Mu suspiciously. The more she looked at him, the more she felt that this guy didn't look like a good man. He looked more like a profiteer. Has he really changed? Chapter 64. It's broken, I can't hold it in anymore. Yaoyao did not believe all of Wang Mu's words. But the attitude did eventually waver and change a little. At this point, Wang Mu was already satisfied. He knew that this thing worked. He took back the jade tablet with great care, waved his hand and said, Okay, let's check the goods first. According to your request, we have divided these 1,000,000 communication symbols into 4 styles, namely Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Each model has 4 levels, with a total of 700,000 pieces at the Qin Star level, 200,000 pieces at the Haoyue level, 80,000 pieces at the Sun level, and 20,000 pieces at the Universe level. The overall function is similar to a normal communication symbol, but the material is selected from the best. The development array has been improved in many ways, and there are also some new capabilities for interactive contact. Wang Mu took a space ring from Xia Yaoyao. Then he raised his hand and waved. 4 communication symbols of different sizes, styles and shapes suddenly appeared in front of him. All 4 communicators were of the Blue Dragon model, with a coiled dragon pattern made of special black gold on the back, looking very domineering and cool. The first difference is the color. The Qin Star level is bronze, the Haoyue level is secret silver, and the Yaori level is brilliant gold. The Universe class is the most gorgeous, using noble purple, embellished with deep black, and the dragon's eyes are inlaid with deep red crystals, emitting a noble but not exaggerated brilliance. The main body of the front is a mirror surface made of deep-sea black gold. It is extremely smooth and can be used directly as a mirror. Wang Mu was very satisfied. He fell in love with these designs at first sight, and it turned out that he made the right decision to find the equipment refining pavilion. For a young, handsome teenager like him who is always thinking about pursuing his ideals and aspiring to become an immortal, basically no one can resist the appearance of such a cool and handsome communication symbol. Even if you hold it in your hand as a decoration, it's super cool. The overall look and feel is very much like a superhero's transformer. But due to the special materials, that kind of real, heavy and noble feeling is far beyond the reach of inferior plastic. Good. Appearance is the first and most obvious area where the communication symbols that Wang Mu requested need to be differentiated from the mainstream communication symbols on the market. Even the lowest level Qin Star communication symbol, if taken out alone and placed together with ordinary communication symbols on the market, it can also achieve an absolute dimensionality reduction attack. It's totally not on the same level. Like scrap iron and a finely crafted piece of gold jewelry. In the world of cultivating immortals, most of the equipment refiners and chambers of commerce are relatively pragmatic. Most of their understanding of products is limited to the attribute of being easy to use. Certainly. This is also normal. After all, the world of cultivating immortals is full of dangers, and fancy things are definitely not as good as truly powerful and durable. This also leads to the fact that almost no one would put effort into the appearance of items such as communication symbols. In their opinion, why bother putting in so much effort if the result will be the same? As long as it's presentable and not ugly, that's enough. But Wang Mu has experienced an era of commercial boom. He knows how to make a common product attractive again, so that consumers will feel fresh and want to buy it. Appearance is the first step. Wang Mu picked up a Qin star level, Qinglong, communication symbol. Xia Yao's guidance, a ray of spiritual power, was injected into it. The next moment, the originally dull mirror suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance. A dragon-shaped projection rose from the communication symbol and let out a long roar, full of power. Then a dragon shadow shuttled through the air. They converge into a cool coiled dragon pattern. This is the startup animation. Next, an empty interface came into view. In the huge interface, there is only a lonely pattern, and 2 words are written below the pattern communication. After clicking, a contact list will appear. There are naturally no mobile phone numbers in this era. When monks add each other's contact information, they are giving each other a trace of their own aura, so that when the other party casts a spell, they can transmit the information in the communication symbol to their location far away. Of course, this method has many disadvantages. If the distance is too far, the cultivator's cultivation is not high enough, and the power of the communication talisman cannot cross such a long distance, the message naturally cannot be delivered. Or there may be a restricted area between the two, which will cause the chi sensing to fail and the corresponding target to be unable to be found. Therefore, in today's cultivation world, communication talismans are actually only suitable for cultivators who are not far from each other, are relatively stable, and do not run around everywhere, and are used for daily communication. Face this. Wang Mu had also prepared a solution long ago. Have all the communication hubs I want been refined? The center? Oh, you mean those array plates. Xia Yao was slightly stunned, then reacted. It's also in the ring in your hand, look for it yourself, it may be hidden a little deep. In one ring, there were 1,000,000 communication jade talismans, piled up like a mountain. It is naturally difficult to find something. Wang Mu searched for a long time and finally found hundreds of array plates engraved with fine runes. And a crystal stone the size of a head, sparkling with 9-color light. According to your request, all of these communication symbols have unique marks. As long as these communication symbols are activated, their aura will be sent to the nearest array disk first, and then transferred to the Heavenly Heart Stone through the connection of the array disk. As long as we control the Heavenly Heart Stone, we can know the current location of all the recorded communication symbols. Of course, the distance is limited. At present, it can probably only radiate to the North Sea. Wang Mu listened to the explanation and used his spiritual sense to scan the object in his hand. The more he listened, the more satisfied he became. Not bad, really good. His purpose is simple. One-to-one communication can be easily intercepted and may lead to various unexpected accidents that are uncontrollable. Then follow the existing method in his mind. Build a large communication network. Tianxin stone is not rare in the world of cultivation and is often used in large sects to record the aura of disciples. Once a disciple encounters an accident outside, the Tianxin stone will be able to sense it. The strong men of the sect can immediately know the location of the other party and send people to rescue. Even if it is too late, you will know where the other person died. Wang Mu used it for this purpose, and it acts as a server. And those array plates are similar to communication points and signal towers. He planned to place one at every Langya Chamber of Commerce location in Beihai. In this way, as long as there is a branch of Langya Chamber of Commerce nearby, there will be no problem with communication using the communication symbol. Even if there are restricted areas and special environments between the target to be contacted. As long as there are other Langya branches nearby, the signal will be transmitted to the Langya branch first, forming a network, thus bypassing the special area and achieving successful communication. As for how the monks trapped in the restricted area can communicate, Wang Mu also has some plans. But you have to eat the food bite by bite. Let's implement the first step first. Seeing Wang Mu's endless praise, Xia Yao proudly puffed out her plump chest and said, My weapon refining pavilion's work is not ordinary. Young Master Wang, since the inspection is correct, it's time to pay the balance. Of course. Wang Mu said without hesitation and was about to take out the money. At this moment, several system prompts sounded in his mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host. Your investment Lin Yen has refined the Beihai Dragon Pearl and mastered the advanced version of The art of transforming the heaven into a dragon. Congratulations, you have received a reward for your cultivation effect from Lin Yen. As waves of power surged into Wang Mu's body crazily, his pupils shrank slightly. I just felt like my body was going to burst. He was already at a critical point where he could break through at any time. At this moment, the rebate from Lin Yan's cultivation arrived and instantly broke through that layer of membrane. Broken! I can't hold it anymore. About to break through to the golden elixir. Chapter 65. Is this a golden elixir? I would believe it if you said it was a way to transcend the tribulation. Above the God-forging island, the sky and the earth changed color. The huge spiritual energy visible to the naked eye turned into tides, converging from all directions. From a distance, it looked like a Milky Way hanging across the sky. The spiritual energy within a radius of 100 miles was all affected at this moment. The rich spiritual energy continued to compress and form mist, like a huge funnel vortex, spinning slowly and steadily. This moment. It's not just the God-forging island. The disciples and elders of the beaming Holy Land on the other surrounding islands all raised their heads at the same time and looked at the sky with fear and shock. Such a strong spiritual pressure. This fluctuation came from the God-forging island. Could it be that they have refined some magical weapon or elixir that caused such a strange phenomenon in the world? If a magic weapon or elixir wants to cause this level of resonance between heaven and earth, it must be at least an immortal product. In my opinion, it is more like a phenomenon caused by a cultivator's breakthrough. Could it be that one of the elders is going through a tribulation? If it is a tribulation, it must be accompanied by the world-destroying thunder, but now there is only a strange phenomenon, without the slightest breath of tribulation thunder. Countless people are guessing. But I still can't get an answer. But soon, a fairy rainbow descended from the sky. The huge vision suddenly disappeared. Xia Yaoyao was dumbfounded. Clear and beautiful eyes were wide open, staring at Wang Mu, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed in front of her, and her head was buzzing. We were having a nice chat just now. It's time to pay. Wang Mu sat down on the ground with his face flushed and his whole body glowing. Waves of surging aura emanated from him, forcing Xia Yaoyao to retreat several steps. She looked up at the strange phenomenon in the sky, then glanced at Wang Mu, who was concentrating with his eyes closed. No. Is this a preparation for defaulting on your debt? In order to avoid paying the balance, he went through such a commotion. Who was he showing this to? Everyone in the entire Northern Territory knows this. You, the eldest young master of the Wang family, have been cursed since childhood and are unable to practice cultivation. What is going on now? But soon, she realized something was wrong. That powerful aura was indeed emanating continuously from Wang Mu. The strange phenomena between heaven and earth also echoed the aura of Wang Mu. It is definitely not an illusion created by some magic weapon or spiritual object. If that were the case, Xia Yaoyao would not be able to hide it from her eyes. She was fully confident. A figure suddenly appeared in the room. Cold, arrogant, beautiful, domineering and noble. Two completely different auras are perfectly combined in her. It is like a fairy sword forged from 10,000-year-old black ice. Disciple pays respect to the Holy Lord. Xia Yaoyao saluted quickly. Luo Xuanxuang first glanced at Wang Mu, then retracted her gaze and looked at Xia Yaoyao. After a slight hesitation, he waved his sleeves. Xia Yaoyao only felt a flash before her eyes. When I looked up, I found myself between towering cliffs, and below me was a vast ocean with no end in sight. In the sky, the vision was still there, and the funnel-shaped vortex of spiritual mist became more and more condensed, rotating steadily and slowly. Wang Mu sat not far away, still with his eyes closed. Luo Xuanxuang stood beside him, looking at him with emotion and satisfaction in her eyes. Holy Lord! At this moment, Xia Yaoyao has realized that she has come to Luo Xuanxuang's realm of heaven and earth. Luo Xuanxuang said, I hope you can keep the fact that Mu can practice cultivation a secret. Xia Yaoyao was a little nervous and nodded. As the only true disciple of Elder Tiangong, this was not her first time meeting the Holy Lord. But the current situation is obviously different from ordinary occasions. Clear! Xia Yaoyao quickly raised a hand and said, "Disciple will keep this secret." Luo Xuanxuang nodded. The other party was the only true disciple of Elder Tiangong. Even for Elder Tiangong's sake, she could not force Xia Yaoyao to swear a blood oath like she did when facing Li Yuanhua. Anyway, in her opinion, it was impossible to keep the fact that her son could practice cultivation a secret for his entire life. Sooner or later, outsiders will know. Even if it cannot be concealed, it is not a big deal. At most, we can just put more strong people around him to protect him. Luo Xuanxuang stopped looking at her and returned his gaze to Wang Mu. Xia Yaoyao also subconsciously looked at Wang Mu. Suddenly, he discovered that a large amount of various colors of light had emerged from his body: red, blue, green, purple. Then, Densio characters appeared in the void. Those are a series of exercises and scriptures. Mu Yuan Ju. Water element technique. Earth Yuan Ju. Xia Yaoyao's eyes widened. She recognized those skills. They were not advanced. They were just slightly stronger than the basic skills that were common in the market. How is this possible? Wang Mu is the young master of the Wang family, the only offspring of the Holy Lord of Beiming. How could he practice such a low-level technique? Moreover, one book is not enough. Why practice so many books? What's the point? Could it be that by practicing one more skill, I can have twice as much magic power as others? It's out of the question. Because there is a limit to a cultivator's cultivation level. If you have an additional magic power of a different attribute in your body, the original total amount of magic power will have to be reduced. There is no benefit in practicing the 5 books except wasting a lot of energy. If it was an outsider cultivator who knew nothing about the common sense of cultivation and made such a mistake when he first started practicing, it would be understandable. But for the young master of the Wang family, is it possible? Xia Yaoyao looked at it, the weirder it seemed. I just felt that Wang Mu was full of secrets, and the whole person seemed to be wrapped in fog and could not be seen clearly at all. Soon, Xia Yaoyao realized something was wrong. More and more light flew out from him. Each aura is completely different, obviously coming from different skills. Withered Yuan Ju, Thunder Curse, Black Gold Skill, Jade Girl Skill, Rakshasa Skill. The number is increasing. There are tens of thousands of them. Most of the auras revealed their true meaning, which was a manifestation of Wang Mu's comprehending those skills to the limit of perfection. Oh no, I really can't stay up all night to refine weapons. I'm already hallucinating. Xia Yaoyao's beautiful face was filled with disbelief. Her rosy lips were slightly parted, and her silly expression was kind of cute. Where does one person get the energy to practice and comprehend so many techniques? Even if he is a holy son of the Holy Land. No matter how talented. Energy is also limited. Even if the grades of those skills are not very high, with so many of them, it would take at least hundreds of years to comprehend all of them. This is totally against common sense. And not all skills can be learned together. There are many skills that are clearly mutually exclusive, and may even cause indelible damage to the cultivator's foundation. This is simple common sense. But for Wang Mu, these common sense and principles seem to no longer exist. Sudden, vast magical power surged out from Wang Mu's body, and the vast waves rushed straight to the sky, causing the huge funnel-shaped spiritual mist vortex to shake violently. Xia Yaoyao opened her eyes wide again. Grass! What the hell is this? The pure mana that a foundation-building cultivator can have. Her perception was overturned once again, and she burst into swearing. The already full breasts rose and fell violently, creating a stunning arc. Chapter 66 Xia Yaoyao, why don't you just kill me? Number 66. Xia Yaoyao couldn't help but swear. Luo Xuanxuang, who was not far away, immediately looked over. Xia Yaoyao quickly covered her mouth. Holy Lord! I'm not scolding him! Luo Xuanxuang said nothing and looked away. She looked calm on the surface, but in fact she was no less shocked than Xia Yaoyao. Ever since I learned that Wang Mu could practice. When she returned to the Holy Land, she began to arrange all the subsequent training matters for Wang Mu, including what kind of exercises to practice, what spiritual objects should be used during the foundation building period, what spiritual medicine should be used for bathing every day, After 2 years of bathing, one should start to condense the golden elixir, and what kind of natural materials and treasures should be used to assist. Then there's the nascent soul, the god transformation, and the tribulation. In short, I want to give the best of everything. I'm so busy every day. She thought of countless plans in her mind, but ultimately rejected them all because she felt they were not good enough. Unfortunately, this matter has to be kept secret, and she cannot seek advice from a group of elders from the Holy Land. She contacted Wang Xiao, a butcher who was in charge of the army of the Great Xia immortal dynasty far beyond the North Sea, and the couple discussed the matter together. But even with the two earthly immortals consulting together, they both felt that their knowledge reserves were not enough at this time. But she really didn't expect it. Before she even came up with a plan, Wang Mu had already completed his foundation building and started to form a golden elixir. What speed! It's too fast. Moreover, even with her experience and vision, she could not tell what kind of cultivation method Wang Mu was taking. I have never seen him practice the Wang family's 9 Dragons immortal scripture. There was not even a trace of the northern sword cannon that she taught. How could he, having practiced a number of techniques that were totally unpresentable, have accumulated such a terrifying level of skills? Why does she have a feeling? Aren't our precious son and she the same immortal? No matter what, this is no small matter. My son has a big secret. If it spreads, it is enough to make earthly immortals and even stronger beings covetous. Luo Xuanchuang frowned slightly and looked at Xia Yaoyao in the distance, as if thinking about something. Xia Yaoyao's heart tightened. The sixth sense begins to warn. She swallowed her saliva and said, Holy Lord, don't worry. I will never reveal a single word about what happened today. I, Xia Yaoyao, will keep my word. If not, let my master beat the shit out of me. See her take the initiative to express her opinion. Luo Xuanchuang pondered for a long time and said, You are the designated successor of Elder Tiangong. I believe in you. Don't let me down. Otherwise, even if I don't take action, your master will not be able to bear the consequences. These words showed that Luo Xuanchuang was still willing to give her master some face. Xia Yaoyao nodded repeatedly and suddenly felt that her clothes had become heavy. Look down. Only then did I realize that my body was covered in cold sweat. The pressure from the Holy Lord is so terrifying. It was at this moment. The magic power in Wang Mu's body was highly condensed. It was madly compressed 3 feet above his head, shining brightly, and gradually formed a round golden pill. The golden elixir is ready. The world is changing drastically. The spiritual mist funnel above suddenly deformed and turned into a waterfall that rushed down from the sky. Boom! The sea was surging and the sky was dim. There was a dazzling light on Wang Mu's body, which flickered, and his entire body was surrounded by a chaotic aura. Under the wash of this terrifying spiritual waterfall, Wang Mu's golden elixir just shook slightly, and then stabilized its shape. Rays of light flickered continuously, like an invisible giant mouth, greedily devouring the spiritual energy, and energy between heaven and earth. Tiny lines also began to appear on the surface of the golden elixir. This moment, both Xia Yaoyao and Luo Xuanchuang looked extremely serious. Those tiny lines are called danmen. Each dan pattern represents a grade. The more elixir patterns there are, the higher the quality of the golden elixir is, which is related to the future potential of the practitioner. This guy condensed a golden elixir and caused such a terrifying phenomenon. I guess it must be at least 7th grade. Xia Yaoyao was secretly complaining in her heart. She possesses a profound body that has been tempered 100 times, and is gifted with extraordinary talents. In the past, she achieved the 6th grade golden elixir, and was famous for a time. With the careful guidance of Elder Tiangong, it is almost certain that she will enter the stage of spiritual transformation in the future. Even if the opportunity arises, there may still be a chance to break through and overcome the tribulation before the end of 3,000 years of life. Every difference in the quality of golden elixir is like a chasm. This is especially true from the middle 3 grades to the upper 3 grades. Even the successive holy lords of the Holy Land could not make 8th or 9th grade golden elixirs in every generation. There were many who grew up to 7th grade golden elixirs and became holy lords. Therefore, Her guess that Wang Mu could condense a 7th-grade golden elixir was already a bold guess. However, it turned out that her vision was still too small. Swish, swish, swish. In almost the blink of an eye, 6 Dan patterns condensed on the golden elixir, as if they appeared at the same time, making Xia Yaoyao tremble all over, and the tall chest also trembled. Afterwards, there was no lingering time. The 7th Dan pattern emerges. Then comes the 8th one. The 9th one. It was done in one go, without any sluggishness or difficulty. Both of them were stunned. Previous years. Luo Xuanchuang condensed the 9th-grade special golden elixir, sword-cutting the 9 skies. The whole process took a full month, 20 days of which were spent on the 8th to 9th elixir patterns. This is an extremely difficult process. We must squeeze our own potential to the limit. And Wang Mu only took a few breaths. To what extent has his foundation and accumulation reached? It is also this moment. They both realized at the same time that the 9th-grade golden elixir was definitely not Wang Mu's limit. As expected. After a while, a new elixir pattern appeared on the surface of Wang Mu's golden elixir. 10th rank! It's really the 10th grade! Xia Yaoyao was almost speechless, and looked at Wang Mu as if he was looking at a monster. Who would have thought? The young master of the Wang family, who has always been considered a dissolute young master who is unable to cultivate, actually has such a terrifying talent. A 10th grade golden elixir that surpasses the limit. The entire Northern Territory? Suddenly, she shuddered all over and felt a bone-chilling chill enveloping her. She raised her head and met Luo Xuanchuang's gloomy gaze. This glance. She then understood what Luo Xuanchuang was thinking. He raised his hand and said, "I can swear a blood oath. If I reveal any details of the young master's cultivation, I will not make any progress in my cultivation in this lifetime." Xia Yaoyao's desire to survive is maxed out. Immediately in front of Luo Xuanchuang, he swore a blood oath to his inner demon. The coldness in Luo Xuanchuang's eyes gradually dissipated. No way. The 10th grade golden elixir is of great significance. Once it is spread, the other 2 holy places in the Northern Territory probably couldn't even sleep well, and were dreaming about how to deal with Wang Mu. At this time, Elder Tiangong's face could no longer be saved for Xia Yaoyao. If she didn't swear, Luo Xuanchuang could only use some methods to reassure herself, but Xia Yaoyao would never feel good that way. However, Xia Yaoyao made her vow not long ago. The 11th elixir pattern appeared faintly on Wang Mu's golden elixir. Xia Yaoyao, Luo Xuanchuang. Both of them were silent. There is numbness, dullness, and more importantly, distrust of this world. How about, you erase this memory of mine? Chapter 67. My son Wang Mu has the potential to be an emperor. Xia Yaoyao regretted it deeply. What is going on? If she had known this earlier, she would have directly sent another disciple to liaise with Wang Mu. Even if the balance cannot be received, it would be 1,000 times easier than it is now. A female swordsman who is famous in the Northern Territory may strike down with her sword at any time. That kind of pressure. Whoever tries it will know. But before she could finish her words, the 12th Dan pattern emerged. At the same time, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth is restless and chaotic. Above the 9 heavens, all light disappeared and everything became pitch black. It shows endless chaos, as if it is the void between eternity, or like the chaotic ancient times before the creation of heaven and earth, vast and endless, as if countless lives have been annihilated in it. Suddenly, a bright light appeared, like a sharp axe blade, cutting through the endless black fog and tearing apart the rolling chaos. Countless stars, galaxies, worlds, and gods were born from the destruction. The 12th grade golden elixir of strange phenomena, the creation of the world by chaos. The vision came quickly. Disappeared quickly too. The surrounding scene quickly returned to what it was just now. My son Wang Mu really has the potential to be an emperor. Luo Xuanchuang took a deep breath, came back to her senses from the unspeakable shock, and her heart was filled with pride. Then his eyes fell quietly on Xia Yaoyao. Oh! At this moment, Xia Yaoyao did not try to survive as she did before. Instead, she shook her head, laughed, and simply sat down on the ground. Destroy it. I'm tired. This fucking world is so fucked up. The unprecedented 12-grade golden elixir. Still a strange phase. How could she meet him? At this moment, Xia Yaoyao had completely given up struggling. From Luo Xuanxuang's perspective, there are 10,000 reasons to kill himself. What blood oath? What erases memory? With the means of the major holy places, as long as Xia Yaoyao's soul is not completely destroyed, she can't even enter the reincarnation. Then there is always a way to find out something you want to know from her. No doubt about it. The 12th grade golden elixir with extraordinary appearance is absolutely worth all the major holy places to pay for, and face is the least valuable thing. Once Wang Mu grows up, all under heaven must submit to me. The Holy Land is no different from pigs and dogs. When Wang Mu opened his eyes, he found himself still in Xia Yaoyao's forging room. Luo Xuanxuang was standing beside him. Mom, why are you here? He was immersed in the realization of breaking through the golden elixir, and had no idea what was happening outside. What are you talking about? Luo Xuanxuang rolled her eyes at Wang Mu, slightly annoyed, but more loving in her eyes. Child, you didn't tell your mother in advance about such an important breakthrough, so that I could prepare a secret room for you. Wang Mu touched the back of his head and said, I don't have much experience. I used to make breakthroughs anywhere. I didn't expect this time to be different. Xia Yaoyao. Senior sister Yaoyao, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like a grudge? Yaoyao curiously. He always felt that the other party had changed a lot. The look in her eyes when she looked at him was strange, complex, and full of resentment. It's okay. Xia Yaoyao glanced at Luo Xuanxuang and quickly looked away. Luo Xuanxuang didn't kill her, but he didn't let her go either. Instead, he left a special restriction in her soul. Once Xia Yaoyao intends to leak the news that Wang Mu has condensed the 12th grade strange golden elixir, she will immediately die and not even her fragments can be found. I just broke through. I need to consolidate my realm. Let's go sit with Mom. No, maybe next time. I have to go back to do my business, Wang Mu said, touching the space ring in his hand that contained 1,000,000 communication symbols. Nothing is more important than your health. Be obedient. Luo Xuanxuang's face turned serious. Okay. There was nothing Wang Mu could do about his mother, so he had to go back with her to the Holy Lord's exclusive palace and stay there for 2 days. At the same time, summoned Yetingting and asked her to come over and deliver the communication symbols to the Langya Chamber of Commerce, ready to start selling them. And some of the key points are all pointed out. Before selling the communication symbols, we must first distribute the signal stations, the array plates. According to what I marked on the plan, the first batch of 128 signal stations must be perfectly implemented. There can be no deviation at all. Then, our communication talismans are much more expensive than those on the market, and many cultivators will be discouraged from buying them, so we have to find a group of agents first. Have you written it all down? Remember it, Nietingting said seriously, holding a phonograph in her hand. Okay, go ahead. Yes. Luo Xuanxuang watched with relish as Wang Mu gave instructions on how to deal with the country with great enthusiasm and eloquence, his eyes filled with love and admiration for his precious son. My son is so handsome, she thought sincerely. What's wrong, Mom? Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Wang Mu touched his face in confusion. Luo Xuanxuang nodded seriously. He has the appearance of a great emperor. Wang Mu. Mom, I told you not to say that. Luo Xuanxuang took it for granted and said proudly. That's the truth. Even those holy lands are so proud of their true disciples, holy sons, or the sons of gods of ancient tribes, they are nothing in front of my son. Wang Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mom, if I really become the #1 loser in the Northern Territory, you have an unshirkable responsibility. What's the matter? Luo Xuanxuang held her chin with one hand, not ashamed but proud. My son, if I don't spoil him, who will? A few days later. In the entire Beihai area, a sign was hung outside the doors of all Langya branches. New products are on the market. Today, the reputation of Langya Chamber of Commerce is almost overflowing. Any movement will attract special attention. Qingyan Islands, Langya subcolon. Countless monks gathered in front of the door. Zhang Xian is a young cultivator in the Qi training stage. Joined a small sect. By chance, he obtained an incomplete book of talismans. After decades of hard work, he became a well-known first-class talisman master in the surrounding area, and his wealth was much wealthier than most casual cultivators. At this moment, he was also in the crowd in front of the Langya branch, listening to the shopkeeper talking eloquently. Everyone, today our Chamber of Commerce is launching a new product. It was developed and improved by hundreds of weapon refining masters in the North Sea Holy Land's weapon refining pavilion. You have never seen it before. It is a new era communication symbol. After these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent. Oh my God, such a long prefix, it made my blood boil. I thought something extraordinary had happened. After all this time, it's a communication symbol? It's boring. What's so great about the communication talisman? It's just that useful. These businessmen can't stop bragging. Let's go. Zhang Xian also sneered, shook his head, and planned to leave nonchalantly. Suddenly, the discussion of the two monks next to him made him stop. Chapter 68. So handsome, how can I bear it? Wow, I've heard for a long time that the Langya Chamber of Commerce and the Beihai Holy Land are going to launch a communication symbol with epoch-making significance. The wait is finally over. It is said that this batch of communication talismans are divided into 4 styles: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Each style has its own grade. They are all very beautiful and very cool. Not only are they beautiful, I heard that the materials of these communication symbols are also carefully selected. The main body is made of deep-sea black gold and snow mountain ice crystals. The quality is excellent. The feeling of holding it in the hand is simply amazing. I heard that when using this new communication talisman to contact fellow Taoists, it can also cause strange phenomena and summon divine beasts to protect the body. That scene is exciting just thinking about it. I can't wait to change it. The communication talismans I bought before were ugly and tacky, and not easy to use. As modern practitioners, we should be nicer to ourselves. Zhang Xian was a little confused when he heard this. My fellow Taoists, you guys have heard about this one after another. Where did you hear it from? How come I have never heard of it? The people who were chatting happily looked at him warily. Don't worry about it, we heard it anyway. Zhang Xian. Similar situation. In fact, it is happening at every Langya scene. Most people are not that interested in the new type of communication symbols. But I don't know why. There are always a few mysterious monks around them who have a wide range of sources of information. They discuss the various magical features of the new communication symbols and exaggerate them, which arouses all their curiosity. Is it that mysterious? Zhang Xian was puzzled and thought about it. He did not leave immediately but stayed and watched. The shopkeeper of Semicolon was still speaking some polite words. At the same time, keep paying attention to the people around you. Until more and more monks gathered together and reached the scale they expected. Then he took out a metal box with extremely luxurious carvings with great caution. Opened the box again. He took out a palm-sized communication symbol from it with both hands. It has a unique shape and is bronze in color. The back is carved with a lifelike white tiger, which looks very domineering. The shopkeeper of Semicolon introduced. This is our Qin Star level white tiger communication talisman. Everyone, please take a look. What exquisite carving, it's obviously the work of a master. That's quite interesting. Is this a communication symbol? It looks like an ancient treasure from some ruins. It's very eye-catching. As expected, this star-level white tiger communication talisman appeared. This made many monks' presence light up. Far different in appearance. Of course, there were also calmer ones who asked. It seems to be just better looking than other communication charms. The key is, after using a communication charm a few times, the runes will wear out and you have to replace it. There's no point in making it look so good, right? The communication symbol is a consumable item. It can just be used more times than paper talismans. Good question. The shopkeeper of Semicolon smiled and said, Dear guests, this is the second feature of our communication symbol, super long battery life. Please take a look. Battery life? Everyone present was hearing this poem for the first time, but after a quick thought, it was not difficult to understand its meaning. The shopkeeper's semicolon showed everyone the side of the communication symbol carved with the shape of a white tiger. Then, he took out a medium-grade spirit stone and placed it in front of the white tiger's bloody mouth. Buzz. Light rose, and a vortex appeared in the white tiger's mouth, swallowing up the spirit stone. The luster on its body became more real and lifelike. Seeing this scene, all the monks present showed strange looks in their eyes. Our new communication talisman can continuously replenish energy by consuming spirit stones. 20 low-grade spirit stones can support 2,000 times. In theory, once you buy our communication charms, you won't need to buy them again in the future. Wow! Everyone was immediately in an uproar. In other words, this new type of communication symbol is no longer a consumable item, but a magic weapon that can be held and used for a long time. Just replenish the energy when it is depleted. A normal communication talisman on the market costs 20 spirit stones and can be used 1,000 times. If used frequently, it will be used up in 2 or 3 months. Then it seems that this is more economical. For the same money, I can do it twice as many times. That's true, but look at the material and workmanship of this white tiger communication talisman. You can tell at a glance that it can't be cheap. But this one doesn't need to be replaced. I'd buy one and it can last a lifetime. As long as the price is not too expensive, I think it's acceptable. Many monks began to take an interest in this new communication symbol, and the light in their eyes became brighter. Shopkeeper, don't keep me in suspense. How much spirit stones does this communication talisman cost? Yeah, how much is it? Ha! The shopkeeper of semicolon smiled and said, Don't worry, everyone. I haven't finished the introduction yet. What I'm going to say next is the most important thing. Besides, everyone, just look. In front of everyone, the shopkeeper of semicolon injected a trace of spiritual power and activated the white tiger communication talisman. The next moment, the entire communication symbol glowed brightly and dazzlingly, and the white tiger seemed to come alive, forming a colorful spirit body, with a powerful and majestic look, hovering above the shopkeeper's head. At first glance, it was as if the shopkeeper had performed some secret method that could summon ancient mythical beasts, and it was domineering and cool to the extreme. The countless male monks present were staring with their eyes wide open. Fuck! Is it possible? Oh my god, I could bear the previous ones, but I can't bear this. So cool, so cool. The monks began to get excited and cheer, and the scene was extremely hot. Just at this moment, a voice fell like cold water. Haha, isn't it just some tricks playing with light and shadow? It's not a real beast soul. Everyone turned around to look. But I saw 3 people standing side by side, all wearing gorgeous clothes. The man in the middle had a look of disdain on his face, and the words just now obviously came from him. The shopkeeper Mu of Langya branch narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled even more. It turns out to be Shopkeeper Chiu, Shopkeeper Song, and Shopkeeper Li. These 3 are the heads of the other 3 chambers of commerce on the island. Today, the Langya Chamber of Commerce made such a big fuss. Of course they couldn't miss it. You 3 have come at the right time. How about you do me a favor? Shopkeeper Mu looked at the 3 of them with a smile. What help? Manager Song of the Penglai branch frowned. Easy, give me a wisp of your breath, and let me demonstrate the scene when our communication symbol contacts someone. Shopkeeper Song's mouth twitched. This meant they were going to use him as free labor. Of course he didn't want to. But with so many people watching, he couldn't seem too petty and narrow-minded, so he could only respond. How difficult is that? With a wave of his hand, a breath of air was sent out. Shopkeeper Mu raised his hand to take it and injected the breath into the communication symbol. Afterwards, everyone saw that a line of words appeared in the interface where the white tiger communication symbol floated up. Contact added successfully. Please take note. Shopkeeper Mu's mind moved, and the words, Shopkeeper Song of Penglai, slowly appeared, and then he raised his hand and pointed in the air. The white tiger roared instantly and ran and shuttled in the void. In a flash. Appearing above shopkeeper Song's head, it roared like a tiger descending from a mountain, frightening him so much that he took several steps back and nearly fell down. Chapter 69 is now on sale. Crazy rush for it. Shopkeeper Song looked up. The white tiger raised its giant claws, and ripples appeared in the void in front of it, revealing a picture. Among them was the smiling expression of Shopkeeper Mu. Manager Song, it's just some light and shadows, look how scared you are. Shopkeeper Song. Shopkeeper Song's face turned green. Revenge. This is definitely revenge. It has to be said that the craftsmanship of the equipment refining pavilion is indeed top-notch in the world. This white tiger phantom is just a phantom. But it has both form and spirit, and is full of charm, and is almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Even though Shopkeeper Song knew that this was fake, he could still feel the strong sense of power. He couldn't help but feel nervous, as if he was being suppressed by a communication symbol. He bit his lips tightly, unable to utter a word. He snorted coldly, and waved his hand to dispel the scene in front of him. It can be considered as a communication interruption. After all, the principle of communication symbols in the world of immortal cultivation is different from that of mobile phones in previous lives. It is not necessary for both parties to hold the device. As long as you record a breath, you can find the target to convey the information within the corresponding range. The information is often conveyed in two ways. One is real-time communication, just like what happened just now. There is another type, which is similar to text messages, which packages messages and other information. When the other party receives it, they can understand the meaning with just a scan of their spiritual sense. There are only a few ways of exchanging information between people. There is nothing new under the sun. No matter which world it is in, it will always develop into something similar. This may be another way to achieve the same goal. Oh my God! This is so cool! Ma'am, I want this. Please give me more pocket money this month. This is too much, I really can't stand this. What about the price, boss? Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me the price quickly so I can give up. Why are you so stubborn? I'm willing to wait for a year for my cultivation to stop moving, but I'll just buy it. At worst, I won't take the pills. Who doesn't have a few close friends these days? They didn't dare to imagine that after buying this thing, they would directly send a white tiger to the other side, and watch the other side tremble in fear, then be shocked, then grit their teeth with envy, and beat their chests and stamp their feet. How cool would that be? It feels so good that your scalp tingles, doesn't it? The place has become completely heated. Basically every monk had a red face and couldn't wait. Shopkeeper Mu was also very excited. But the requirements were very strict and the process could not be wrong, so he still didn't quote a price. Instead, he displayed several other communication symbols one by one. First came the azure dragon, flamboyant and free and easy, radiating lightning from his body, majestic and full of fighting spirit. Then came the vermilion bird, bright as fire, delicate as a flower, enchantingly beautiful, like a phoenix in the sky, instantly capturing the hearts of countless female cultivators present. Wow! So beautiful, I want this, husband, buy it for me. Ma'am, do you have to make a decision so quickly? Isn't it a bit hasty? Fast? Can it be faster than you? I don't dislike you yet. If you don't buy it for me, I will go find my childhood sweetheart. No, I'll buy it, I'll definitely buy it. Finally, there is Xuanwu. Although it is not as ostentatious and flamboyant as the first three, it is heavy and unparalleled, and is filled with an ancient sense of majesty, as if it has been like this since the beginning of the world, which subconsciously makes people convinced and respectful. This one makes many monks who are over hundreds of years old, hold high positions or whose enthusiasm has almost cooled down quite satisfied. Each style has a corresponding group of people. And different levels. The materials used also vary greatly. For the Chinstar level, deep-sea black gold is basically used, mixed with some rare and fine gold. Refined black steel forged and mixed with 6 rare metals. It is incredibly hard and has strong mana transmission performance. The Yaoyong class is based on the Haoyue class, with some star sand added. It is an extremely rare material. Adding some of it when refining a magic weapon can effectively enhance the power of the magic weapon. reflected in appearance. A dazzling golden light like the scorching sun bloomed at all times. That's not spiritual power at work. Rather, it is the light emitted by the material itself that is very dazzling. As for the highest universe level, no one was able to see it. For a while, the monks were very excited. Frankly speaking, the Qin star level is already very good, and it is enough to satisfy everyone if taken alone. Available in front of several other levels. He was instantly surpassed. The scene was already bombed. Until then, shopkeeper Mu calmly took out a crystal ball and injected a ray of spiritual power into it. Suddenly, a huge curtain of light was formed, which appeared in front of everyone. Chen star level, uniform price, 188 low-grade spirit stones. Bright moon level, uniform selling price, 1,888 low-grade spirit stones. Sun level, uniform selling price, 18,888 low-grade spirit stones. Universe level, uniform price, 108,888 low-grade spirit stones. Wow! Oh my god, this is so expensive! I knew it wouldn't be cheap, but I didn't expect it to be this expensive. Actually, it's not that bad. After all, it's something I can use for a lifetime, and I think it's worth it. It's less than 200 spirit stones, and I can still get it if I grit my teeth. Yes, just the moment when the white tiger flew in front of others, I think it was worth it. Oh my god! I was planning to get a Yaoyang Class 1, but now it seems like a Haoyue Class 1 is barely enough. Haoyue level is pretty good. Unlike me, I am extremely poor and still lack some spirit stones for Qin star level. Let's forget about the rest. Look at the price. It's not something we're considering at all. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, shopkeeper Mu felt a deep admiration in his heart. This set of introduction procedures and scripts were sent by the headquarters for them to follow strictly. Originally, he was wondering, since the communication talisman was so expensive, those cultivators would just run away upon hearing about it, and would not have the mind to read the following introduction. However, in this set of sales pitch, he was specifically asked to introduce all the highlights first, and then mention the price at the end. It really works. These communication symbols is 10, or even 100 times higher than those on the market. But now these monks see it and think it is normal and acceptable. Which genius came up with this idea? He suppressed his distracting thoughts and announced loudly, "Now, the sale begins!" Crash! All the monks in the field went crazy in an instant and rushed over like an overwhelming force. I'm afraid it'll be out of stock if I'm late. Give me a Qin-level Azure Dragon communication talisman. I want 2, 1 white tiger and 1 Suzaku. I'll take 5. I want a Haoyue Class 1. Bright moon level, black tortoise. Don't rush, take your time, line up, one by one. Looking at the crazy looks of these monks, shopkeeper Mu was a little scared and shouted loudly. Then I was immersed in pain and happiness. This young master wants a Sun level 1. Suddenly, a proud voice sounded, causing the room to quiet down slightly. Chapter 70, The Hardworking Mr. Sure. When everyone looked over, they saw a young man in gorgeous clothes, with his head held high and a folding fan in his hand, pushing aside the crowd. Is it the young master of the Shi family, Shi Yiming? This is a big clan. With a Yuanying ancestor in charge, they are never short of money. I heard that he invested in Beihai Chamber of Commerce some time ago, and was beaten up by the disaster victims. It seems that his injuries have healed. Shi Yiming's mouth twitched slightly, and he pretended not to hear the crickets chirping behind him. But I still felt a dull pain all over my body from time to time. He is now allergic to the 4 words Pumlai Sea of Clouds. Can't hear anything. Today, he wants to avenge his previous shame and pretend to be in the spotlight. Sun level communication charm? Which one does Master Shi want? Qin Long. Okay. Shopkeeper Mu smiled and brought out a communication talisman with more luxurious packaging and handed it to Shi Yiming. Shi Yiming opened the box in front of countless people and took it out. It was actually a golden communication symbol. It sparkles brightly in the sun like an ancient divine weapon, emitting an aura of nobleness that captivates everyone. As he shed blood to confess his master, A green dragon suddenly flew out from the communication talisman, its body wrapped in thunder and lightning, making an astonishing noise. It did not float above his head like a Qinstar-level dragon, but instead developed a spiritual body and wrapped itself around Shi Yiming. Like a pet beast. The whole place was dead silent. Is this the Sun-class communication symbol? This vision is too real, isn't it? Shi Yiming was also stunned. He tried to stretch out his hand, and the green dragon stretched out its head and rubbed Shi Yiming's hand. Oh my God! Although there is no real touch, there is a slight burning sensation, just like the breath of a blue dragon. Interesting, interesting. Shi Yiming was so excited, this guy was so handsome. This is what is worthy of this young master's status. Breaking voice. He pursed his lips and couldn't wait to inject a breath into it. Suddenly, a new name appeared in the contact list on the interface. Lu Ruan. Afterwards, the green dragon rose into the sky, whistling in the air with bursts of thunder, and then disappeared into the void. The azure dragon created a layer of ripples in the void, which continued to ripple and unfold into a picture. He couldn't wait to show off in front of Lu Ruan. Last time, Lu Ruan was highly praised by the disaster victims because he invested in the Langya Foundation. But he became the target of beating. Not only that, Lu Ruan also got together with his beloved Miss Ming because of this. He vowed not to be a human being until he had taken revenge. And fast. After all, the Lu family is not less powerful than the Shi family. If he can afford this Sun-class communicator, then he can certainly do it too. Be one step ahead and step on the other person's face. However, an accident happened. The green dragon broke through the void but did not go too far away. Instead, it appeared in the crowd at the other end, baring its fangs and claws, tearing out a projection. Lu Ruan's mouth twitched. He was startled by the blue dragon that suddenly pounced in front of him. His face turned pale and he couldn't help but curse. Sure, why are you sending me a message? Shi Yiming. He didn't expect that Lu Ruan was also at the scene and Meng Qiuyu was with him. His face darkened a bit, and he snorted coldly, saying, This young master is bored, is that okay? Ill. Lu Ruan spat and walked up to shopkeeper Mu. We also want the Sun-class ones, one white tiger and one vermilion bird. There are stars in Meng Qiuyu's eyes. The one with the vermilion bird was obviously bought for her. People were also talking about it. This young master of the Lu family was indeed very wealthy. He spent nearly 40,000 spirit stones without even blinking an eye. Worthy of being the direct descendant of the Yuanying family. Moreover, it is said that because of the previous investment in the Langya Foundation, the Lu family's reputation has soared, and various businesses within the family have also increased. This made his status in the family rise rapidly. There is a tendency that he is being trained as the next head of the family. Extremely high authority. At least it's higher than Shi Yiming's. Shopkeeper Mu glanced at him and said, Wait a moment. Then he walked into the house, and when he came out, he was holding a purple gold box inlaid with precious crystals in his hand. It looks extremely luxurious, and is much higher than other levels of packaging. What is this? Lu Ruan was a little stunned. This is a universe-level Azure Dragon communication talisman, Shopkeeper Mu said with a smile. There was a moment of dead silence. Shi Yiming's eyes widened, he walked forward quickly, glanced at the box, and said indignantly, Boss, didn't you just say that the universe-level ones are out of stock? Shopkeeper Mu said calmly, Mr. Shi, you heard wrong. It's not that we don't have any stock, but that there is too little stock and it is too precious. We don't have any. If you want to buy the world-class ones, you must make an appointment first, queue up, and let the headquarters arrange the delivery. Shi Yiming pointed at the box in front of him. Then why does he have it? Shopkeeper Mu explained. The Lu family was once the first in the Langya Foundation merit list in Qinyun Islands. Therefore, I present you with a universe-level communication talisman to thank you for your contribution to the peace and charity of the Northern Territory's immortal cultivation world. Shi Yiming. Lu Ruan. Everyone. Is this okay? Is this okay? Ordinary people can't even buy it, but the top one on the Langya merit list is given one directly as a gift? Everyone was stunned and breathing rapidly. Lu Ruan was also dumbfounded. This was like a pie falling from the sky, and he was stunned. There is such a good thing? 100,000 spirit stones was not a particularly large number for the Lu family. But is it about the money? This is glory, dignity, pretense, and fun. Lu Ruin clearly felt that at this moment he was the center of attention, with countless pairs of eyes staring at him, filled with envy, jealousy, as well as deep reluctance and regret. He couldn't help but straighten his chest. Her chest was almost higher than Meng Chuyuan next to her. The corners of his mouth stretched straight to the back of his ears. Ahem. Oh, your Chamber of Commerce is really too polite, ha ha ha! Lu Ruin's face flushed, and he rubbed his hands. He took the purple gold box and held it high so that everyone around him could see it clearly, especially Shi Yiming. He kept saying, "How can this be so embarrassing? Contributing to charity is the duty of monks like me." On the edge, Meng Chuyue looked at Lu Ruin with more tenderness. Bastard. Shi Yiming looked at him with gritted teeth. His heart seemed to be bleeding, and he regretted it deeply. If I had known that the top of the Langya Foundation merit list would receive such treatment. There was no way he could have thrown those 1,000,000 spirit stones into Penlai Cloud Sea. Damn Penlai Sea of Clouds. You made me have no love. Lu Ruin's universe-level communication symbol has not been opened. In his words, he was worried that someone would be jealous of his success and snatch it away from him along the way. The sarcastic tone made Shi Yiming even more angry. He vowed to work hard and become stronger. The Langya merit list is updated every 3 months, and he will definitely be the top one next time. It must be. Chapter 71. After working so hard for so many years, can't I just enjoy myself? Lu Ruin held a box containing a universe-level communication symbol in one hand, holding Meng Chuyue's soft hand. Walking down the street with swagger, feeling the envy, attention and admiration of people around, with my back held straight. I just felt that my life reached its peak at this moment. However, this didn't last long. When he returned to the Lu family's ancestral land, he found that his grandfather, the current head of the Lu family, was waiting for him. You're back? Lu Shuren turned around slowly. His eyes were cloudy and he couldn't see clearly. Grandpa, why are you here? Lu Ruin was a little nervous. My grandfather has been in charge of this huge family for more than 100 years. Normally, just a glance from her is enough to make the younger members of the clan silent and filled with awe. Not to mention waiting for him here. Of course I'm waiting for you. Lu Shuren's eyes were full of kindness. Wait for me? Lu Ruin was flattered. His already dizzy heart suddenly became even more dizzy. Donating money to the Langya Foundation had already greatly improved his status in the family, and now it seems, even more so. Is this the universe-level Azure Dragon communication talisman? Lu Shuren stared at the box in Lu Ruin's hand. I heard that there is only this one in the entire Qingyan Islands? Lu Ruin nodded proudly. It is thanks to Grandpa's daily teachings that I was given this communication charm. Although he was very proud, he still did not forget to flatter his grandfather. You fart! Unexpectedly, Lu Shuren suddenly burst into curse. Lu Ruin was startled. What? Lu Shuren rolled his eyes. Is this for you? Are you old and confused? Shopkeeper Mu clearly said it was from my Lu family. Lu Ruin didn't expect that his grandfather, who was not at the scene, knew the matter so well. His face suddenly turned red and white. That is also because my grandson insisted on donating to the Langya Foundation. Lu Shuren snorted. What's wrong with your donation? Did you donate the money you earned yourself? Over the years, the food, clothing and other expenses of hundreds of members of the Lu family were all earned by your grandfather with all his efforts, one spirit stone at a time, right? Without me, can you donate those spirit stones? I have worked so hard for so many years, can't I just enjoy myself? After hearing this, Lu Ruin was speechless. Give it here, Lu Shuren said bluntly. Lu Ruin stroked the box reluctantly, then handed it over with both hands respectfully and helplessly. Lu Shuren blew a breath into his palm, took it with both hands, and suddenly found it difficult to suppress the corners of his mouth. He waved his hands and said, Okay, go ahead, there's nothing for you to do now. Lu Ruin pursed his lips. It turns out that the old man was waiting for him here just to intercept him. But he didn't dare to say anything more and could only bow and leave. The Lu family is a large Yuanying family. There were hundreds of direct descendants, plus some in-laws, slaves, and maids, a total of thousands of people. Yuxia Island has the strongest spiritual vein in the Qingyun Islands. Lu Shiren held the box in his arms, unable to let it go, and hurriedly flew back to his bedroom in the core of the island. The box hasn't been opened yet. Suddenly, I saw a figure standing outside my door with his hands behind his back. That is... Ancestor? Greetings, Ancestor! Lu Shiren hurried forward to salute. Lu Yin's skin is as tender as a baby's, his hair is white but his face is youthful, and his aura is melodious. He had already entered the nascent soul realm in his early years, and he must be even more powerful now. When will the Ancestor come out of seclusion? Why didn't you notify us? Lu Shiren asked respectfully. Not long, thought I'd come out for some fresh air. Lu Yin said calmly. You did a good job. The Lu family is better now than it was back then. Lu Shiren hurriedly said. Thank you for your praise, Ancestor. Suddenly, Lu Yin's eyes fell on the treasure box in his hand, and his eyes narrowed slightly. What is that? It's a communication symbol. Nonsense! Lu Yin frowned. When did the communication symbol become like this? I dare not deceive you, this is the new communication symbol released by the Langya Chamber of Commerce. Seeing that the old Ancestor was unhappy, Lu Shiren quickly told him everything he knew. After Lu Yin heard this, he showed a strange look in his eyes. Is that so? Bring it here for me to see. Lu Shiren's heart skipped a beat, and he hesitated a little. Lu Yin frowned and said, Young man, would I, your Ancestor, steal your things? Lu Shiren thought so too and immediately handed the thing over. Lu Yin unsealed the box. Take out the Qinglong communication talisman. The whole body is purple gold, with a large number of black gold seal characters carved on the surface, making it look mysterious and noble. A green dragon is coiled on its back, lifelike, and its eyes are embellished with scarlet crystals. Hiss, Lu Yin took a breath. Such a rare material is actually used to make a communication symbol? The Langya Chamber of Commerce is really rich. With his keen eyesight, he could naturally see it. Whether it is the metal used for the main body or the crystals dotted in the dragon's eyes, they are all extremely rare and precious materials. Even if he gets it, he has to keep it carefully, as it might be of great use in the future. He became more and more interested. Can't wait to input a ray of spiritual power. The communication symbol is activated. Thunderclouds suddenly surged overhead, as if heaven and earth were changing. A huge green dragon as thick as a bucket slowly emerged from the clouds, its eyes glowing red as it roared at the sky and earth. It circled around Lu Shiren several times, then quietly hovered behind him. It swam for a while from time to time, breathing gently through its mouth and nose, as if it were real. This azure dragon is more than 10 times larger than the Sun-class azure dragon. At first glance, it is like the law of heaven and earth, with terrifying divine power. Lu Yin moved his seal and used his magic power to form a water mirror to reflect himself. I couldn't help but raise my eyebrows. Looked around. There was an excitement in his eyes that was difficult to conceal. Handsome. So cool. No matter what age a man is or how many years he lives, there is always a mischievous side to him. It's just that it's usually suppressed by a more mature soul. It's hard to vent. At this moment, Lu Yin seemed to have found his younger self. Lu Shiren observed the expression on his face and immediately clapped his hands in praise. The old Ancestor's aura is really like a towering mountain or an endless ocean. It is beyond our reach. Really? Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Really? Ha! Lu Yin laughed heartily, and suddenly remembered something. You just said that there is only one of this thing in the entire Qingyun Islands? Exactly. Good. He pursed his lips, thought about it, and injected a breath into it. The green dragon roared and flew away through the air. There is such a good thing. Of course he would share it with his old friends as soon as possible. Purple Cloud Island, the second largest island in the Qingyun Islands, is also the home of the Shi family, one of the only 2 Yuanying clans. Now, In the forbidden area of Shi family, an old man was sitting cross-legged in cultivation. There was a gleam of light on his body. His aura was as deep as the ocean, and he gave off a powerful aura that was frightening and terrifying. Suddenly, a huge green dragon shadow broke through the air and appeared in front of him without any warning. Opened its bloody mouth. The old man opened his eyes and saw this scene. His pupils instantly shrank to the size of green beans and he shouted, "My life is over!" Chapter 72. There is also a gap between the azure dragons. In the forbidden area, Shi Fan, the ancestor of the Shi family, stared at the green dragon in front of him for a long time before he suddenly felt something was wrong. Although it has both spirit and form. But he never felt the pressure and dangerous aura of a real divine beast from it. It seems to be just for show. What's going on? Just at this moment, a burst of wanton sneer came from the green dragon. Old Ghost Shi, it's only been a few decades since we last met. How come you've become as timid as a mosquito? Ha! Old Lu? Hear this sound. Shi Fan's brows instantly raised. He was very familiar with this voice. It was Lin Yen, the ancestor of the Lu family who had been against him all his life. You did this? Wow, my life is over. I'm so scared. Ha ha. The azure dragon bared its fangs and claws, and a picture opened, revealing the image of Lin Yen, who was imitating Shi Fan's previous reaction, making a very frightened expression, and then laughing mercilessly. Shi Fan's face turned pale, he gnashed his teeth, and was extremely ashamed and angry. Lu Laogo, what tricks are you playing? Lin Yen was calm and composed, smiling. What do you mean I'm playing tricks? I just haven't seen you for a long time and I miss you, so I used the communication symbol to chat with you. Communication symbol? Shi Fan frowned, then realized what Lin Yen said. Bullshit! Where in the world is there such a communication symbol? Lin Yen showed a sarcastic smile. You old antique, how long have you not been out in the world? This is the latest communication symbol in the world, made by Langya Chamber of Commerce and Beihai Holy Land. Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you, you're too stupid. You're the stupid one. Your whole family is stupid. Shi Fan's mouth twitched. Lu Laogo, you are already hundreds of years old, why are you as childish as a naughty boy? It's just a communication talisman, is it worth it for you to show off in front of me? Hey! Lin Yen yelled. I didn't bully you, are you angry? Shi Fan. I'm sick. He spat and ended the communication with a flick of his sleeve. Huh! Broken? Connect it back. Lin Yen looked at the disappearing screen and Qilong, who had returned behind him. He curled his lips and started communicating again. Roar! The azure dragon broke out of the void and appeared in front of Shi Fan again in a very short time. Shi Fan. Are you done yet? Old Ghost Shi, I don't have any other intentions. I just want you to help me see if my dragon is big or not. Shi Fan's brows were bulging with veins, and he cut off the communication again. In order to prevent the other party from harassing him again, he directly made a hand seal and set up a restriction around his body. Get everything done. He closed his eyes and wanted to continue practicing. But for some reason, my heart could never calm down. Eyes. It was as if he could see a huge green dragon showing off its might in front of him. I have to say, that old dog is disgusting. This green dragon is really handsome. Isn't it just a communication symbol? If you can buy it, why can't my Shi family buy it? Think of this. He gathered his divine thoughts and flew out. After a moment, Shi, the current head of the Shi family, led the younger generation of the Shi family to the forbidden area, where they knelt together and welcomed the ancestor out of seclusion. Greetings, ancestor! I heard that the Langya Chamber of Commerce has released a new communication symbol? Shi Fan waved his hand and looked down at Shi and others. Communication symbol? Hearing this, Shi was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously looked at the people around him. He was busy with clan affairs all day and didn't pay attention to these things. That's true. It just happened this day. The eldest elder of the Shi family whispered in the ear of the patriarch. Ancestor, yes. Shi responded quickly. But I was confused in my heart. How could my ancestor, who had been in seclusion for many years, understand this kind of thing better than me. And he suddenly came out of seclusion and called them over for this purpose? Shirfan waved his hand and said, "Send someone to buy it now. Remember, get the best." Hearing this, Shirchen looked embarrassed. "Ancestor, at this time, the Langya branch is probably closed." Shirfan's brows furrowed instantly, and an extremely powerful pressure descended upon everyone in an instant. This made all the members of the Shir family silent. Oh no, the ancestor is unhappy. At the same time, in the crowd, Shir Yiming, who was originally kneeling on the ground, began to tremble all over when he heard the old ancestor's words. Communication symbol? He does. Although I don't know why the ancestor is suddenly interested in this, but right now, when the ancestor is about to get angry, if I can stand up and meet his needs. Isn't that a great achievement? It's sent, it's sent. Shir Yiming's heart was pounding, his lips were dry, and his eyes were red. He mustered up the courage to raise his head and shouted, "Ancestor!" Shirfan was startled. "Why are you so loud?" I have it." "What do you have?" "Communication symbol." Shirfan's eyes lit up. "Really? Bring it here." Shir Yiming immediately handed over the Sun-level Azure Dragon communication talisman that he had spent a huge amount of money to buy today. Shirfan took it, turned it over and over in his hands, and looked at it several times. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. "It's really good! Ha ha ha, old thing, I asked you to show off to me, who doesn't have it?" Having said that, he ignored Shirchen and the others and went back to the stone chamber where he was in seclusion. "Take out the communication symbol. Input a breath of Lin Yen. Start communication." Soon, as the shadow of the green dragon broke through the air, a picture slowly unfolded before him. Lin Yen's figure slowly appeared in the picture. Shirfan couldn't wait. He put his hands on his hips and laughed arrogantly. "Lu Laogo, what do you think? It's just a communication symbol. Who doesn't have one? Are you still pretending? How is my dragon better than yours?" Lin Yen on the opposite side did not speak. His eyes suddenly became strange, and then a strong sense of mockery emerged in the depths of his eyes. Shirfan's face also faded. Realized something was wrong. Above the screen in front of me, two dragons stood facing each other. A thick and large cloud soars in the sky, accompanied by the sun, moon, stars and constant thunder. The other one was thin and short, and looked like a loach in front of the huge green dragon. "Ha ha ha ha!" Lin Yen laughed so hard that tears and snot almost came out. "Is this your dragon? Ha ha ha, are you going to make me laugh to death, old ghost Shir?" With his laughter, the huge green dragon also made a similar movement and roared towards the sky. And that loach stopped there, motionless, as silent as Shirfan, quietly watching the giant dragon that was laughing so hard that it could not breathe. Shirfan's mouth twitched for a long time, and the corners of his eyes twitched wildly. He raised his hand and slapped the chat screen to pieces. He walked out of the forbidden area with a gloomy face. Outside the forbidden area, the Shir family members continued to wait respectfully. "Yiming, you did a great job this time." Shirchen looked at Shir Yiming with satisfaction and praised him. "Although I told you to buy the communication talisman, you did a great job. From now on, the salary of you and your parents in the clan will be doubled. If you have any other needs, please let me know." "You! Did you tell me to buy it?" Shir Yiming was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized something and gritted his teeth in his heart. This old guy is trying to steal the credit. But he was not stupid. He knew that he had little influence, and that he would get no good results if he went against the head of the family. He could only force a smile and nod. "It's all because of your good teaching." Shirchen narrowed his eyes slightly, and seeing that he was so sensible, he showed satisfaction on his face and nodded. "Not bad, you are not arrogant or impatient, you will definitely achieve something in the future, I am optimistic about you." "Thank you for the praise, Patriarch." Shir Yiming responded with a smile, feeling extremely excited. This wave was really about to take off. Just at this moment, Shirfan walked out with an expressionless face. His aura was cold and intimidating. Holding the sun-level Azure Dragon communication talisman in his hand, he glanced at everyone and asked, Whose is this? Shurchin observed the man's expression and instantly realized that something was wrong. The smile on his face quickly disappeared. He scolded with a cold face. Shi Yiming, the ancestor asked me a question, are you mute? Shi Yiming. Chapter 73 Sales Explosion. Ancestor, what happened? Shi Yiming looked at Shurfan tremblingly, and swallowed his saliva. What's wrong? Shurfan had a cold face and threw the communication symbol at Shi Yiming, furious. You have embarrassed me! Shi Yiming was completely confused and didn't understand at all. Shurfan asked angrily. Why is your dragon so much smaller than others? Shi Yiming raised his eyebrows. Small? Impossible? I bought the Sun class. Apart from the Universe class, this is the best. Shurfan didn't understand the classification of Langya's new communication symbols. But after hearing him say that, I understood that it was indeed not the highest level. Why do you want to get rid of it? Why do you want to get rid of it? I'm asking you? Shurfan stared at Shi Yiming. As a family like ours, are we only worthy of using inferior things? Aren't you afraid of being embarrassed by taking something like this out? Shi Yiming wanted to cry but had no tears. Grandmaster, it's not that I don't want to buy the best. But I can't buy the universe-level communication talisman. I can only make an appointment first, queue up, and then wait slowly. You farted. Shurfan was furious. Why would the Lu family have it? Lu family? Shi Yiming was stunned for a moment, then reacted instantly, and realized why the ancestor suddenly became furious. He pursed his lips and broke out in a cold sweat. Shurchin questioned from the side. Old ancestor asked you a question. Why is the one bought by the Lu family better than the one bought by the Lu family? Because theirs was given by the Langya Chamber of Commerce, not bought. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Ancestor Shurfan's face also turned serious. What did you say? Was it sent by the Langya Chamber of Commerce? The power of the Shur family and the Lu family is already truly top-notch in this sea area. But in front of the Langya Chamber of Commerce, it is still insignificant. Could it be that during the years he was in seclusion, the Lu family had hooked up with a force like the Langya Chamber of Commerce? Otherwise, what qualifications does his Lu family have to ask the Langya Chamber of Commerce to give him things? What happened? Tell me from the beginning. Shi Yiming had no choice but to explain everything clearly, starting from donating to the Langya Foundation. After listening, Shurfan's expression was uncertain, and he seemed to be slightly relaxed, but still very ugly. They were relaxed because things were not that bad and the Lu family had never had any connection with the Langya Chamber of Commerce. The pain is because was severely outshined by the younger generation of the Lu family. Made the wrong choice. Got on the wrong bus. Stupid, short-sighted, good for nothing. Shurfan stopped looking at Shi Yiming and stared at the current head of the family, Shurchin, and yelled. Is this the young generation you have cultivated over the years you have been in charge of the family? Shurchin lowered his head and nodded repeatedly, cursing in his heart. When Shi Yiming invested in Beihai Chamber of Commerce, he asked for his permission. Otherwise, how could Shi Yiming have the ability to mobilize millions of spirit stones? I didn't expect that. Because of momentary confusion. As a result, he was angrily criticized by his ancestors. What if the ancestor is unhappy and directly revokes his position as the head of the family? Wouldn't that be the end of him? Damn Beihai Sea of Clouds. It really hurt me. I don't care what method you use, I want to see the best and most advanced communication symbol in the shortest possible time. If you can't do it, you can quit being the head of this family. Shurfan left after saying this. When Shurchin saw the ancestor disappear from his sight, he slowly stood up and looked back at everyone with a stern face. What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear what the ancestor said? Have all the tribesmen ready! Tomorrow morning, go to the Langya branch to queue up for reservations. Whoever can get a spot to purchase a universe-level communication talisman will be rewarded with 100,000 spiritual stones. Yes. At the same time, Lu family. After the communication ends, Lu Yen played with the universe-level Azure Dragon communication talisman with a smile on his face. He couldn't let it go and liked it more and more the more he looked at it. I've been at odds with that old guy all my life. I slapped him in the face so happily. Cool. Ancestor? Ancestor? Lu Shiren called cautiously from the side. What's wrong? Lu Yen glanced at him. This communication symbol. Ah, the communication talisman is good, very good. I like it very much. Haha. Lu Shiren's mouth twitched. I was thinking you just said that you won't steal things from the younger generation? He was a little unwilling, and organized his words to smile and said, Grandmaster, you are too kind. It is also because of your good teaching that the Langya Chamber of Commerce was able to give me this communication symbol. He deliberately put emphasis on the word I. Lu Yen was such an old fox that he certainly understood what Lu Shiren meant. He glanced at him for a while and said, Don't worry, how could I possibly steal your things? Lu Shiren breathed a sigh of relief. Of course not, of course not. But... Lu Yen suddenly changed the subject. As the current patriarch, you should be low-key and steady, so that you can lead the family to prosperity. Although this thing is good, it is too extravagant and too ostentatious. It is not suitable for you to carry with you. I will keep it for you for a while, and when you step down as the clan leader, I will return it to you. Lu Shiren. Damn it! He was unwilling in his heart, but looking at the old ancestor's unquestionable expression, he didn't dare to say a word of objection. I could only take one last reluctant look at the communication token. The last 2 glances. The last 3 eyes. Alright, stop looking. The dignified clan leader is acting like a child. This is outrageous. Get down! Yes. Langya Chamber of Commerce. Headquarters. In a huge room. Crowds of figures shuttled back and forth, shoulder to shoulder, busy all the time. The sound of clothes rubbing against each other, and the sound of discussions echoed everywhere. The communication symbols of the Shanyan Island branch are sold out. Requesting the headquarters to restock them. How much? They said at least 100,000, the more the better. 100,000? How can there be so much? I can only give you 20,000 at most. Chongjang Island is also sold out, requesting a restock of 200,000. Nima, this is even more cruel. If he doesn't have 200,000, he can only get 50,000 at most. Walk through a crowded area. In a room equipped with a soundproof formation. The quarrel was equally loud. Give those universe-level communication symbols to our Southwest Division first. Why? Our Northeast Division wants it too. We have many large islands in the Southwest region, and those monks are rich and willing to spend. They said they are willing to double the price to buy a universe-level communication symbol. You dare to ask for 1 times? Several island owners here are asking for 5 times or more, and 2 are even asking for 10 times more. What is that? When the leaders heard this, they were dumbfounded. No, are these people crazy? 180,000 for a communication symbol is already very expensive, doubling it is not enough, but 10 times it? They find it hard to understand. Although the communication symbol launched by the company this time is indeed good-looking and the material is far better than ordinary ones. But, it's just a communication symbol after all. For those powerful people in the world of cultivation, what treasure have they not seen? Are you going to fight for a communication symbol? Just at this moment. A silver bell rang outside the door. A person in charge pressed on the wall, and the formation at the door opened a passage. A deacon of the Chamber of Commerce walked in quickly, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, Masters, we are out of stock. Ren Pingxing was stunned for a moment, frowned and asked, What did you say? The deacon repeated, Out of stock. All the communication symbols stockpiled by the headquarters have been sold out, but requests for replenishment from all over the country are still pouring in. Another person in charge widened his eyes and said, 1 million communication symbols, all gone? The deacon nodded and said, Not a single one is left. In addition, the number of pre-ordered universe-level communication symbols has exceeded 100,000. Chapter 74. I ask for a lot, and I get a lot. The room suddenly fell into silence. This time, only 1 million communication symbols were made in total. Among them, the total number of world-class ones is only 20,000. However, it's only been 1 day. Not only were all the communication symbols sold out, the number of people who had paid a deposit and were lining up to purchase the universe-level communication symbols exceeded 100,000. No. Are there so many rich people in Beihai? A person in charge couldn't help but mutter to himself. They run the Chamber of Commerce. It is very clear about the wealthy families in Beihai, and which area has a high consumption level, and which area has a low consumption level. But even they. I have never seen such a crazy scene. Universe-level communication talisman is 108,888, and this is just a communication talisman. Don't you guys treat spirit stones as spirit stones? Ren Pingxing took a deep breath and analyzed. 100,000 orders may not necessarily mean 100,000 people. Given how popular our communication symbols are right now, there will definitely be people who want to stockpile them on a large scale and then sell them at a high price. The world of immortal cultivation has a strict hierarchy. With every step up in strength, the power and resources that can be controlled will increase dozens or hundreds of times. Universe-level communication symbol in his entire life. But the person who is really willing to spend so much money to buy a communication symbol can definitely not only afford to buy one. For those immortal cultivation sects and families that have accumulated experience for hundreds or thousands of years. Spirit stone is just a number. The things that money can't buy are the most precious. It seems that we have underestimated the competitive spirit of those monks. Young master, you are so good at foresight. You must have expected this to happen long ago, which is why you set the prices of these communication symbols so high. Ren Pingxing sighed sincerely. Everyone nodded in agreement. At the beginning, when they received Wang Mu's requirements and a series of settings, they thought that such an expensive communication symbol would surely be purchased by very few people. But the current situation. It really was a slap in their faces. Young master is truly a hidden dragon. He has been keeping a low profile for the past few years, but now that he has made a slight move, he has made us feel ashamed of ourselves. Another person in charge also sighed. At this moment, there were only a few of them present. Nalin Rongyun and others were not there, and Wang Mu was not there either. When they say such things, they naturally have no intention of flattering others. But it comes from the heart. This time. From the early production and design of the communication symbol to the subsequent promotion, sale and reservation. Almost all the processes were planned by Wang Mu. They just followed the instructions and carried them out one by one. As a result, everyone saw it. The stuff couldn't be selling any better. Just this once. The revenue of Langya Chamber of Commerce is estimated to reach an unimaginably huge number. Everyone, don't be sentimental yet. The warehouse is out of stock now. We have to contact the Beiming Holy Land Refining Pavilion and speed up the refining of another batch. Let me go, Ren Pingxing said. By the way, I'll go and ask the young master about the follow-up matters. Sold out? Wang Mu was still consolidating his realm in Luo Xuanzhuang's palace in the Beiming Holy Land. After hearing the report that Ren Pingxing brought with Nietingting, he was a little surprised. It seems, the spending power of the cultivation world is stronger than I thought. He was confident that the communication talisman would not be difficult to sell, and it was only a matter of time before it became popular. But the smoothness with which things went on was somewhat unexpected. In just one day, millions of communication symbols were sold out. This speed. It's just scary. Especially the large number of orders for universe-level communication symbols made Wang Mu speechless. Young master, now that the inventory is exhausted, should we contact the equipment refining pavilion and rush to make another batch? All the branches are under a lot of pressure right now. The doors are almost broken down by the number of people coming to make reservations. Ren Pingxing asked. Wang Mu nodded and said, Yes. Later, Tingting, come with me to meet the senior sister of the weapon refining pavilion. In the future, you should pay more attention to the contact with this side. Nietingting said hurriedly. Yes, young master. Wang Mu then explained. Chen Star Haoyue and Yaori grades can be mass-produced to meet the needs of all practitioners at all times. But the universe class doesn't need it. Currently, a stable output of 10,000 pieces per month is enough. When Ren Pingxing heard this number, his eyelids twitched. 10,000? Young master, this is far from enough. What you want is not enough. Wang Mu laughed and said, things are valuable because they are rare. People always think that things that need to be snatched are valuable. If everyone has one, it will be worthless. Qinxing, Haoyue and Yaori, which serve as popular tools. This is available in unlimited quantities. Sell as much as you want. The more people who have it, the better, which will make it easier for Wang Mu to launch a series of business plans around the communication symbol in the future. As for the universe level, its functionality is actually no different from other levels. Its function is to ensure that the communication symbol of Langya brand always maintains a high level of popularity and attention. At the same time, it also has a certain publicity effect. Ren Pingxing nodded with a hint of understanding, and then continued. Young master, there are many forces currently trying to hoard our universe-level communication symbols and sell them at high prices. Are we going to do something about it? It's normal for scalpers to do this. Luxury goods without scalpers are not luxury goods. What's so great? Nye Tingting was stunned. They are middlemen. Wang Mu briefly introduced them and said after a moment's hesitation, don't pay too much attention to them. Their existence may not be a bad thing for us. Good. Then. Ren Pingxing said goodbye. Wang Mu brought Nye Tingting to the weapon refining pavilion area of the God-forging island. Along the way, when many disciples saw them, they had complicated looks in their eyes and kept whispering to each other. Young Master Wang is here again. It was him last time, right? He asked us to help make 1,000,000 communication symbols. I almost fainted. Having said that, it's tiring, but I earn a lot. Shut up, you're depraved. Senior sister, I'm busy. Wang Mu walked in with a smile on his face and closed the door. Xia Yao panicked when she saw Wang Mu, and remembered some bad things. Why are you here again? Wang Mu smiled and said, Of course I'm sending you business. Xia Yao gnashed her teeth and said, Junior brother, I helped you last time because we were in trouble and needed some money. But our weapon refining pavilion is different from the forging workshops outside. Do you get me? Wang Mu nodded. I understand. You guys are doing research, but research is also a money-burning job. How much did you make last time? Is it enough to last you a few days? Xia Yao took a deep breath. Anyway, we won't do that again. Wang Mu said. Think about it again. Xia Yao shook her head. Don't think about it. I have to be responsible for the equipment refining pavilion and all the brothers and sisters in the pavilion. We can't let them go astray. Wang Mu said. I want a lot this time, 10 million as a base, and the unit price will be increased by 30% from the previous price. As soon as these words came out, Xia Yao was silent for a moment. Even if I am willing, my fellow junior brothers and sisters are not willing. Bang! The door was pushed open and a group of young faces rushed in. Nonsense! Yes, we do. Big sister, please agree to him. Xia Yao. Chapter 75 Penglai Plan, Cut Off Langya's Foundation. Brother John, Sister Su, please stay. Oh, I've already told you, why call me senior brother or sister? It's too formal. Just call me Xiao Zhang. How inappropriate is that? What's inappropriate about that? We are just 200 years older than you. It's no big deal. Brother Lai Mu, watch your step and be careful of the stairs. On the God-forging island, a group of disciples from the equipment refining pavilion surrounded Wang Mu and walked out, each of them with a sincere smile on their face. Then we'll leave first. Please stay. Okay. Drive slowly and remember to come play often, Brother Mu. Of the equipment refining pavilion waved their hands and watched Wang Mu and Nye Tingting ride on the golden lion, fly into the sky, and disappear from their sight. Senior Brother Zhang, who was in the lead, stroked his beard and praised. Brother Mu is really handsome, why didn't we notice him before? A disciple said. Indeed, especially when he waved his hand and said that the unit price would be increased by 30% and that he would give everyone a labor allowance. It was so cool. It took Sister Su a while to come back to her senses. She pursed her lips and said, 10 million pieces. After this deal is done, we will have money, right? Be more confident. Senior Brother Zhang straightened his clothes, held his head high, and said, That's quite rich. At this time, Xia Yaya walked out expressionlessly and looked at them with disdain. You are so useless, can you be bought off with just a little money? Senior brother Zhang said pitifully. Junior sister, you are the pavilion master's true disciple, you have never been poor. We are so poor that I applied to the pavilion master for research funding 30 years ago, but it has not been approved yet. Senior sister Su also said. Me too. I am in charge of the research on using the 5 thunder formation to improve the thunder stick and help the senior and junior sisters get a better experience, but I have only completed half of it so far. The money is too little, those young apprentice sisters are unwilling to come, the delicate-skinned ones can't stand it. And me too. My fully automatic invincible wind and fire wheels is also in need of experimental subjects. Most of the brothers and sisters are too shy to do it if the money is not enough, so they are stuck there. Stop! Xia Yaya looked upset and glanced at her fellow disciples. I am not interested in your research at all. But now that we have accepted the order from the Langya Chamber of Commerce, we must do it well. We must not ruin the reputation of the equipment refining pavilion in order to rush the progress. Otherwise, the cabinet rules will be followed. Yes. Everyone else dispersed. Senior Sister Lu, please come in for a moment. I think there may be some problems with your research. Let's discuss it. At the same time, Beihai Chamber of Commerce headquarters. On the desk, 4 communication symbols were quietly placed. They were obviously produced by the Langya Chamber of Commerce, the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, all the same. One of them is Chinstar level, one is Haoyue level, and 2 are Yari level. Tell us all! Tang Qian tapped the table lightly with one hand and spoke. Go Unshi was the first to say. It's ordinary. Apart from the better-looking shape and some cool but useless lights and shadows, it's nothing special in terms of practicality. Lu Yenshuang said. Our Yungong Chamber of Commerce's Mo Gongfeng has already looked at it, and the answer he got is the same as yours. That is to say, these communication symbols are made of higher quality materials and have a stronger texture, but this is of no help at all to the function of the communication symbols themselves. Tang Qian stopped tapping the table and picked up a communication symbol. For such a small thing, the Langya Chamber of Commerce dared to sell it for tens of thousands of spirit stones, and it actually sold very well. Go Unshi pondered and said, I heard that this thing was made by the young master of the Wang family. Lu Yenshuang pursed her lips and said sincerely, I have to admit that this young master of the Wang family is good at making unexpected moves. We can't take it lightly. Tang Qian smiled and said, It's a pity that having many ideas is not enough to do business. Since this thing is not difficult, if they can do it, we can do it too. Go Unshi nodded and said with a smile, At present, it can be seen that most of the cultivators are very enthusiastic about this new type of communication symbol, but the output of Langya Chamber of Commerce is obviously not enough. His family can't eat up this piece of meat, we can help. Lu Yenshuang said. The reason why their communication symbols are selling so well is that they use the level division to arouse the desire to compete with each other among the practitioners. Then deliberately reduce output to cause a scramble. We can make it look more fancy than theirs, while replacing the expensive materials to save costs, and then be like them and differentiate ourselves. Go Unshi nodded and said, Yes, it's just a communication symbol. It doesn't need such good materials, nor does it require high forging skills. The cost can be saved. An ordinary forge is enough to make it. In this way, our profit margin will definitely be greater than theirs. After a discussion, the few of them became more and more excited. They felt that the sky and the sea were vast before them, and countless spirit stones were waving at them. Tang Qian tapped the table lightly, and the 2 of them quieted down. We have to make money, but don't forget our main goal. I heard that the first batch of 1 million communication symbols released by the Langya Chamber of Commerce was sold out within a day. According to this trend, if they come a few more times, they will have a large number of spirit stones in their hands to restore their vitality. In this case, all the crackdowns and measures we took against the Langya Chamber of Commerce in the past few years will be in vain. The smile on Go Unshi's face faded slightly, and he became more serious. What does Mr. Tang mean? Tang Qian nodded. We have to be faster. The price must be cheaper than theirs. After all, there are more practitioners without money in this world. The more miserable a person's life is, the more he hates the rich. Wang Mu like to accumulate word of mouth? We control most of the practitioners who cannot afford the high-priced communication symbols, and then encourage them to spread the high-priced and low-priced Langya communication symbols. Hear this. Go Engshi and Lu Yinxuan looked at each other, and both felt a numbness in their hearts. This Tang Qian has such a vicious mind. Previously, the two companies opened foundations at the same time, and in that battle, Beihai was defeated completely. Tang Qian is holding a grudge and wants to swing his hoe to shake the foundation of Langya's reputation. A bad person does evil things all his life, and then he occasionally does one good thing, and people suddenly think that he is not so bad. A good person does good things all his life, but if he does one bad thing, half of his good deeds will be in vain. As long as this plan succeeds. This confirms a stain on the Langya Chamber of Commerce. Even though the Langya Foundation has saved many people and done many good things, it still cannot influence the countless grassroots practitioners who criticize it. After all, although I bought a high-end communication symbol from the Langya Chamber of Commerce, it feels great to slap someone in the face. But the person who is being scolded must be very unhappy. If you have money to buy a higher-end one, it's fine. But if you don't have money, then it will be very unpleasant, and you can only vent your anger in other ways. What this world lacks the least is poor monks without money. What? You said Langya Chamber of Commerce also has affordable prices? Also has a communication talisman for more than 100 spirit stones? Who cares? Who made him get bitten? Who made him want better but not get it?
Songji looked at her in confusion. Come on, what's wrong with you? Qin Xian took out the knife and shone a white light on the blade. Songji will never let me obey. He will only listen to me. You are not Songji. She felt something was wrong from the beginning. The two had been separated for such a long time, and when they met again, he did not show concern for her at the first moment. Faced with her concern, Songji actually refused directly. From just now until now, he has always wanted to be in a dominant position. But they don't know that the real Songji has always been very clear about the role he plays and would never overstep his boundaries and take over the show. She stared at the Songji in front of her and said, although I don't know what kind of person you are, but you are pretending so poorly. You're nothing like him. You are exposed, brother. There's another reason why Qin Xian is so sure that he is not Songji. She just secretly explored his energy again. It was completely different from what she had just discovered. In other words, Songji was indeed at the location she detected just now. But when she arrived, the real Songji was gone, and the one left behind was a fake. The other party was unwilling to give in, and handed her the blood-stained handkerchief and said, I am the real Songji. You see, I am bleeding bright red blood. I am not a zombie, nor am I a ghost pretending to be you. Let's go down to the basement, and I'll tell you everything. Qin Xian raised his eyebrows. Oh, really? Absolutely. Then how do you know that someone was impersonating Songji to deceive me? We were clearly not together just now. She pointed out the most obvious lie in one sentence, and it was obvious that the other person was embarrassed. Soon, the face of that Songji changed for a moment, and it seemed to be covered with yellow hair. Qin Xian paused, and at that moment felt a strong sense of anger. It seemed as if a shrill voice sounded in her mind. She saw through it. Bitch, bitch. Oh, it's still a little animal. Her animal manipulation ability allows her to communicate with small animals in a simple way. Naturally, you can also listen to the sounds of animals. It seems that not only is there trouble with Piaozi, but there are also some other things that want to get involved. Interesting. Qin Xian didn't give him the chance to attack and hurt him, and just swept him with his sword. The face of Songji was full of fear, and the next second, his head and body were separated. A fist-sized animal head fell to the ground. The lower body also quickly shrank into a rat-like body. Qin Xian walked over and took a look, then sneered. Weasel. Qin Xian knew that this thing was extremely evil. It could be cultivated, transformed into a human form, and had the ability to deceive the eyes. People in northeast China have the custom of worshipping immortals. The yellow in the fox, yellow, white, willow, and gray refers to the weasel. What's even more troubling is that while this guy was cultivating himself, he actually turned into a mutant creature. Wow, buffs are stacked like crazy. You actually want to play nesting dolls with me? No wonder she couldn't tell the difference. Qin Xian took out the crystal core from this guy's head and set it on fire. I was afraid that this mutated little thing would behave abnormally again. At this time, two footsteps came closer and closer. Qin Xian turned her head and saw the person coming in the light of the fire. They are Song Jihe and Qin Xian. Yes, Song Ji is the real Song Ji, but Qin Xian is definitely a fake. She held Song Ji's arm and smiled at Qin Xian in a charming way. Song Ji's eyes were wide open, and he had obviously been completely bewitched by the other party. Chapter 86, I'll help you kill her. Qin Xian narrowed her eyes and soon heard the same shrill voice again. Brother. Oh my god, the human killed my brother. I want to avenge him. It turns out to be a little yellow fox, right? Qin Xian put on an expression of watching a show, walked over and said, Song Ji, she's fake. Come here quickly. Song Ji had a dull expression and didn't even look at her. The weasel immediately pointed at Qin Xian and said to Song Ji, Brother Song Ji, don't listen to her. She is a fake. The weasel was roaming in the corridor with a sharp roar. Qin Xian hurriedly called out, Song Ji, wake up. I am Qin Xian. She is the weasel. She is deceiving you. Wake up. Song Ji was still stupid and didn't respond at all. That Qin Xian showed a ferocious smile. Brother Song Ji is mine. Don't even think about snatching him away from me. Qin Xian wanted to rush forward, and the weasel's eyes turned red instantly. I don't know what kind of power he used, but he rolled up all the broken wooden boards and debris on the ground and attacked Qin Xian. Qin Xian quickly used his knife to block them one by one. Seeing that his skills could not hurt her, the weasel immediately pushed the demented Song Ji in front of him and said, Go ahead and chop him. Kill him if you can. The other person's eyes were fierce, and he showed a pair of scary buck teeth on Qin Xian's pretty face. He looked at her with a hissing sound, making her angry. Damn, it's an eyesore. Qin Xian really wants to grab it and give it a few slaps. It's so ugly, so shabby. But now Song Ji is still in its hands. She must rescue him quickly. Qin Xian smiled and put the knife on her shoulder. It seems that you don't like your brother Song Ji that much, right? How about I let you go and you give him back to me? Qin Xian also didn't expect that she would find herself in a city surrounded by zombies during the apocalyptic disaster. Negotiate with a weasel monster. What kind of weird situation is this? The weasel pointed at his brother in the fire and said, If you can bring my brother back to life, I will return your man to you. Its eyes turned cold, and the tone of the painting suddenly changed. But you killed my brother. I will make your little man live a life worse than death, suck his essence every day, and finally dig out his crystal core. Now, I want him to kill you with his own hands. After saying this, the weasel urged Song Ji once again, Kill her for me. I want her to die. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Song Ji mechanically turned his head to look at the Qin Xian beside him. Okay, I'll help you kill her. The next second, he raised his hand without hesitation, and purple lightning surged at his fingertips. A purple dragon danced wildly and attacked Qin Xian at a rapid speed. Qin Xian used his supernatural powers to form a particle barrier to protect himself. Then he turned around and dodged the attack of the thunder dragon. After flashing for a moment, the lightning turned at the end of the corridor like a boomerang and hit Qin Xian. Brother Song Ji, don't do it. Immediately afterwards, the weasel was hit by lightning, and the lightning and fire continued to attack her, making a crackling sound. The weasel quickly changed into its original form, curled up into a small ball, and fell to the ground. Song Ji seemed to breathe a sigh of relief instantly, holding his chest and breathing heavily. The weasel must have released its control over him. In fact, the other party only controlled his body, but he was still conscious. Being conscious meant that he could control lightning with his mind. So, when they just met, Song Ji gave Qin Xian a wink. The tacit understanding gained from long-term cooperation made Qin Xian understand his intention instantly. So I just cooperated with him in acting. He controlled the lightning to attack Qin Xian in order to make the weasel let down his guard. When the weasel was caught off guard, he launched a sudden counterattack. Qin Xian quickly went over to hold him. Are you okay? Song Ji's face turned pale, and he pulled her arm and looked her up and down with concern and anxiety. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Seeing Qin Xian smiling, I knew she was fine and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He was so excited that he actually wanted to hug Qin Xian. But he soon realized that this was inappropriate and quickly withdrew his hand in embarrassment. Qin Xian felt warm in her heart. This was the real Song Ji. He would care about her first, even if he was not out of danger yet. That weasel's disguise is so fake. Qin Xian was delighted and rushed over to hug his waist. She patted his back gently and coaxed him like a puppy. It's okay, don't be afraid, I'm fine. Song Ji's face turned red instantly. Fortunately, it was dark around and Qin Xian couldn't see anything. Otherwise, he would be very embarrassed. He was a big man, about 1.9 meters tall, and he blushed when being hugged by a little girl. Move to Mars, what a loser. He had just been restrained by the weasel, and his whole body was cold and stiff. Now Qin Xian made his blood boil again. For a moment, I felt a sea of clouds churning in my heart and chest, and the air was rushing around, and I almost coughed up blood. Ahem, I'm just giving you a comforting hug. Why do you think so much? Fortunately, Qin Xian only hugged it for a moment before letting it go. Song Ji quickly calmed down and said, give that thing a final blow so it won't cause trouble again. Qin Xian nodded in agreement and made the final move to take the crystal core. She then used a knife to dig its body into the fire and burned it together with her brother. As a family, we should be neat and tidy. Qin Xian said, I didn't expect there are so many wild animals here. Song Ji rubbed his stiff neck and pointed outside. This place is surrounded by mountains and water, and there's a protected area on the mountain, so the natural scenery is very beautiful. There was a resort nearby that I had invested in before. It was halfway built when the end of the world came. Looking at his indifferent expression, Qin Xian could only respond with a wry smile. This is what the end of the world is like. He will tear apart all the good things in your life and cruelly tell you that nothing can come back. And all the ugliness is magnified like a play. Let the filth that was originally buried in the dark corners be exposed in the sun. Finally, he tells you with a smile, see, you humans are really disgusting. Wait until both bodies were burned to ashes. Qin Xian also ended his little lyrical drama of making up words in his mind. She pulled the real Song Ji and said, let's go. This time, she subconsciously held his hand. Song Ji swallowed and said, yeah, okay. He held her small hand tightly. It was so soft, cool, and gentle. Like a kitten's paws. No matter where she wanted to take him, he was willing to run to keep up with her. Even if he was going to die, he would never slow down for even a moment. The two ran to the gate, but they didn't expect the scene before them to be so puzzling. The two looked at each other, both frozen in place, speechless. Chapter 87 Chaotic Space. I saw that the exit should be outside the gate, and their car should be parked there. But at this time, there was a corridor outside the gate. The door seemed to have opened a gap in the middle of the corridor. Qin Xian walked forward in disbelief to check. The door was still the same door, but the corridor opposite was still very real, without any problems. She stepped in and found that they were real floor tiles. Song Ji quickly grabbed her and said, something is wrong here. I wanted to tell you before that this place shouldn't be like this. Qin Xian turned around and asked him, do you know what's going on here? Song Ji stared at the corridor and said solemnly, the reason why I agreed to let us come here is because I know that although there's a lot of resentment here, there are countless vengeful spirits causing trouble. But that was all in the past. At least before the end of the world, when I knew the news, this place was safe. My adoptive father was a famous Taoist priest. I was weak when I was a child and was pulled back from the brink of death by him several times. But he didn't let me join the Tao. He just taught me some common sense, so I know a little bit about this. Qin Xian was not surprised by this statement. After all, when Zhang Qizhen was here before, the clues shown by Song Ji made Qin Xian have some guesses. Song Ji continued, this nursing home has had many incidents before, and several deaths have occurred there. The old dean asked my adoptive father for help, and my adoptive father drew a formation in the basement to suppress some powerful wrong spirits. That's why I dare to bring you here, otherwise I would never let us take risks. Unexpectedly, the magic circle was broken for some reason, and all the wrong souls escaped and started to cause trouble everywhere. He finished, sighing guiltily. Qin Xian remembered that he had said before that he got to know the old dean here because of this matter. Qin Xian comforted him. The past cannot be retrieved. Now that it has come to this, how to escape is what we should think about. There is no point in talking about other things. Song Ji shook his head. This may be a bit troublesome. Think about it. Wei is mysterious. They are in an absolutely dark environment, and their minds are probably dark and twisted. What's more, these Wei were all crazy when they were alive, and crazy Wei are the most terrifying things. The two talked as they walked, and unknowingly arrived at the back door of the first floor. Song Ji kicked open the tattered iron door, which should have been a backyard overgrown with weeds. But what appeared was a corridor that had never been seen before. The moonlight was dim and formed a layer of silver frost on the ground. It looked like a very lifelike scene, but it revealed an unspeakable horror. "It's like this again," Song Ji said. "Those lunatics have completely tampered with the space and time here." As Song Ji spoke, he quietly reached into his pocket, took out a piece of yellow talisman paper, and stuffed it into Qin Xian's pocket. This was left to him by Zhang Qixin. It was a talisman for warding off evil written in the handwriting of Master Zhang Qixin. It is the best talisman to suppress demons and evil. If he had used this talisman just now, the weasel would not have been able to hurt him at all. But he couldn't bear to do so because it would be gone after one use. This thing is precious. There's only one. It's not that Zhang Qi really doesn't want to give it to Qin Xian, but Qin Xian doesn't know how to use it, and it might hurt her if she wears it improperly. Song Ji glanced at Qin Xian secretly and thought, if only one of us can escape. I hope that person is you. Qin Xian broke out in a cold sweat. She grabbed Song Ji and asked, "Do you have any other ideas?" Song Ji shook his head. "No, I'm not a Taoist after all. If Zhang Qi was here, no, it would be useless even if he were here. How can a Taoist fight against a group of lunatics?" Qin Xian took a few deep breaths and forced himself to stay calm. "Then, even though I know it is futile, I still go to great lengths to find a way out." But soon, hope turned into endless despair. All exits were twisted. Even if you break down the walls and windows, all that will appear is another room or corridor. It seems endless, never-ending, and repeating forever. They didn't know how long they walked, but they were all tired. Looking at the time, 6 or 7 hours have passed. It must have been daybreak outside, but it was always dark here. Qin Xian waved his hand and said, "I'm not leaving. I'm so tired. I want to rest." So they found a room, cleaned it up, and sat on the floor. Qin Xian took out the battery, electric light, and charcoal basin. Plug in the light and light the charcoal. The small table was filled with grilled meat, mushrooms, seafood, vegetables, and various sauces, sprinkles, and dips. Since I can't go out, I might as well just eat. Anyway, it's not hot in this room. It's cool enough. It would be a waste not to eat it. Soon, the finger-thick marbled beef was sizzling with oil and singing happily on the baking tray. The seafood curls and shrinks due to heat. Brush it with sauce and sprinkle with chili powder and cumin. A special fishy smell came. Song Ji was already extremely hungry, with a piece of freshly roasted hot pork loin in his mouth. While continuously inhaling air, he did not forget to help Qin Xian cut the meat and spread it on the baking tray. Qin Xian placed the lean beef on the lettuce and sprinkled a handful of chili rings. He used a fork to pick up another piece of fat, which was covered with fresh seafood sauce. Roll it up and put in your mouth. Chew 2 or 3 times. Instantly, the rich and mellow gravy bursts in your mouth. The lean meat is chewy and tender, and the tendons are chewy. Serve with sauce and chili rings. A little sour, a little sweet, a little spicy, and a little salty. Wow, it's so delicious. The mood that had driven me crazy because of the tortures by the drifters in the building was instantly swept away. Pair it with a can of low-alcohol wheat juice and cool chilled fruit. So delicious that it makes me cry. They both actually have a bit of bachelor spirit. If you can push forward with all your might. If you can't, just lie down and let it go. Anyway, I can't get out of here for a while, so why not be happy if I can? They are not the protagonists in other ghost movies who have nothing to eat or drink and are trapped in a haunted building and are afraid of dying of thirst or starvation. Qin Xian has an entire space full of supplies, so they will not starve to death even if they are trapped for a lifetime. If the outsiders saw them showing off their bodies happily, drinking heavily, they would be as happy as gods. I'm afraid he was so angry that he committed suicide on the spot. The two were discussing what other solutions to come up with next. Suddenly, I heard a strange noise coming from the corner. Qin Xian immediately became alert, took out a knife from the space, and stared at that place. Squeak, squeak. It's a mutant blood rat. Soon, a gray mouse the size of a cat emerged from the shadows. A childish voice sounded in Qin Xian's mind. Eat, eat, eat meat, I eat meat, eat, eat. This feeling is very much like a baby who has just learned to speak and is trying hard to express what he or she means. The little mouse. No, the big mouse walked up to Qin Xian and stared at her with its blood-red eyes. The tip of his pink nose was twitching and his mustache was shaking up and down, as if he really wanted to eat the food in Qin Xian's hand. Qin Xian then remembered that this mouse had once reminded her that Song Ji beside her was not a real person. Thinking of this, Qin Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. You can communicate with a mouse that can express itself, and since it can communicate, there must be something to talk about. Qin Xian smiled, picked up the piece of meat with disposable chopsticks, and handed it to Bloodrat. Song Ji stared at her in surprise and vigilance, wanting to say something but stopping himself several times. Seeing that the mouse was biting Ruru and did not attack Qin Xian, he felt relieved. Qin Xian thought that the blood rat was a native of this place, and it must know much more than Qin Xian did. Maybe you can find a way out through it. She tried to use her special ability to communicate with the mouse. Thank you for your help just now. There's plenty of food, but I also have a few questions for you. Chapter 88 Escape. When the blood rat ate the fresh meat, it actually started clapping its hands, just like a human being. Qin and Song both looked at Coke and tried giving him some other food. Gradually, the blood rat seemed to let down its guard against Qin Xian. The speech suddenly became fluent and no longer just expressed simple meanings. Qin Xian only then realized that after opening up their consciousness, communication between humans and animals could be so smooth. But gradually, Qin Xian began to feel a headache. This blood rat is actually a chatterbox. It seemed like we hadn't talked for years, and I finally found soulmate. I'm the most powerful in my family. I'm 91 years old this year. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Thank you for killing those two weasels. They ate our whole family. Oh, the meat you gave me is so delicious. Fresh meat is so delicious. It's much better than the corpses of those weird people. You mean this area? Many animals are practicing here because the yin energy is strong, which is suitable for animals to practice. We are very afraid of snakes and birds. There's a mutant Tyrannosaurus bird nearby. It is particularly scary, even scarier than a weasel. The weasel wiped out our entire family, and that bird wiped out the weasel clan. It was a monster with yellow eyes, a red beak, and a white head. The magic circle in the basement was destroyed. Someone looks different from you and speaks strange words. I can't understand them. The questions Qin Xian asked were very mixed, and the blood rat made a lot of nonsense and squeaking noises. For the convenience of narration, Qin Xian sorted out the story based on the blood rat's description. First, there are many mutated demon cultivators around, the most powerful of which are a bird and a snake. Second, the magic circle in the basement was destroyed by several foreigners. Qin Xian told all this to Song Ji, and Song Ji fell into deep thought. The foreigners destroyed the magic circle set up by my father? Haha, interesting. Song Ji thought for a moment, then turned to ask the blood rat, can you lead us out? The blood rat tilted its little head and spread its hands in a very humane manner. Means, I don't understand. Qin Xian was speechless. This idiot didn't have the ability to control animals. If he talked to the blood rat, would the rat understand him? Fool. She picked up a piece of seafood with chopsticks and stuffed it into Song Ji's mouth, signaling him to stop talking. He turned around and asked the blood rat, we want to leave here. Can you take us out? The blood rat paused while chewing its food and froze in a daze. Qin Xian's heart sank. It looked like it was going to be very bad. As a result, the blood rat said very proudly, you want to go out? Just tell me earlier, a chicken, I promise to take you out. Qin Xian was overjoyed. Deal. She quickly got up, packed up her things, and stood in front of the pile of things, making hand gestures and chanting incantations while acting. The last word, change, put things into space. Song Ji was stunned. This is so childish. Why doesn't she take out a magic wand and change her makeup? Ahem, she actually just didn't want anyone to know about the space. Fortunately, small animals have simple minds and are easy to fool. The blood rat jumped up in surprise. Are you an immortal? You are so powerful. Qin Xian proudly began to brag. I met immortals in my early years and learned some magic. The blood rat was excited. Wow, what is this called? Qin Xian waved his hand. Its name is Invincible Great Transport. The blood rat stared at Qin Xian with admiration, its tail wagging like a propeller. A man and a mouse opened the door and went out. One really dared to lie, and the other really dared to believe it. Song Ji followed behind, stuffed the last lettuce roll into his mouth, and followed in silence. He felt like the parent of two 3-year-old children. The dolls were discussing the content of the cartoon, and he could only follow behind and listen. Hey! The blood rat led the two from the first floor to the third floor, and then to the fourth floor. Qin Xian was just about to ask Xue Shu where they were going. But at the end of a turn, the blood rat disappeared. Qin Xian was suddenly shocked. The blood rat was their only hope. If they couldn't find it, they might really be trapped here forever. After a moment of panic, she instantly thought of a solution. Qin Xian closed his eyes and used his supernatural powers to sense the surrounding atmosphere. Sure enough, behind a wall, the scent of the blood rat's crystal core was tracked. She curled the corners of her lips and pulled Song Ji towards the wall. After Song Ji froze for a moment, he walked towards the wall with Qin Xian. The next second, the two stepped into a corridor they had never been to before. The blood rat twitched its little nose and motioned them to look forward. It turned out to be a rooftop. The two looked at each other, and Song Ji walked up and opened the door to the rooftop. As expected, what came into view was a wall, completely blocking the road behind the door. The blood rat said, "The way out is behind. Those wronged souls specifically deceive the eyes of you humans, but they cannot deceive the eyes of us animals. You have to find a way." Qin Xian bit her lip and made up her mind. She said to the blood rat, "You hide behind us." The blood rat ran obediently behind Qin Xian. She gave Song Ji a look, and Song Ji immediately nodded, and a thunder dragon waved over. The wall was shattered in an instant. However, a new corridor appeared. The two looked at each other and sighed in despair. Are we really going to be trapped forever? At this time, Song Ji suddenly thought of something. He tried to distract Qin Xian while talking about his analysis. At the same time, he quietly reached into Qin Xian's pocket and took out the talisman paper. He took a deep breath and threw the talisman into the air, using lightning to send the talisman into the corridor. Bang! Boom! The talisman paper hit the door and instantly burned to ashes, transforming into golden ripples. The thunder dragons were completely immersed in it, and the accumulated power exploded like a nuclear bomb. The illusion of the corridor was broken, and a crack more than one person high was torn into it. There was a blinding light in front of me, and it turned out to be daytime outside. The sun was at its highest point, and the rising heat distorted the trees in the distance and their parked car into a dreamy feeling. But soon, they found that the crack was slowly shrinking and healing. Without further ado, the two held hands, took a few running steps, and jumped up. They hugged each other when they entered the crack, and the feeling of their bodies instantly went from cold to hot. Then the two of them fell heavily on the grass, rolling more than 10 meters before stopping next to the car. Huff, huff, huff. The two of them gasped in shock, and it took them a long time to come back to their senses. Only then did Qin Xian realize that Song Ji was hugging her tightly. His right arm protected her back, and his left palm protected the back of her head. He held her tightly in his arms. At this moment, she was at the bottom, with her arms around his waist. Song Ji supported his upper body with his elbows, half pressing her down. The posture is slightly ambiguous, yet gentlemanly. She looked up in panic and saw Song Ji lowering his head. When their eyes met, their breathing was hotter than the extremely hot midday temperature. Song Ji couldn't help but feel his atoms apple moving, and his long eyelashes trembled slightly. I don't know what kind of breath was flowing through their necks, suddenly dyeing their cheeks red. But soon, they separated tacitly. It was as if nothing had happened just now. Qin Xian quickly got up, patted his chest, and looked back at the nightmarish building. Only then did I realize that the building looked no different from any other building. The sunlight shone in, and the hall was surprisingly bright, completely different from the dark night just now. The blood rat jumped happily beside him. Chicken, chicken. Give me a chicken. Qin Xian sneered and took out a raw chicken from a space and gave it to it. He also took a lot of things that the little mouse liked. The blood rat rolled on the ground happily and expressed his gratitude in various ways. Qin Xian has overcome her fear of mice and even finds them a little cute. He really wanted to touch its head, but after all, mice were suffering from many diseases, so Qin Xian decided not to do so. It's not advisable to stay here for long. It would be bad if we get dragged in again. The two said goodbye to the blood rat and drove on the road. The surrounding area was full of overgrown roads. Qin Xian twisted his neck and was about to speak. Song Ji stopped the car suddenly. Qin Xian was puzzled. What's wrong? Song Ji pointed outside the window, where there was a Y-shaped fork in the road. He said solemnly, I remember very clearly that when I came here, there was only one way, not the second one. So where did the second one come from? Where should we go? Only then did Qin Xian realize that they were still within the confines of the sanatorium. Those things had no intention of letting them go. Chapter 89, The Thief Bird That Steals the Crystal Core. Qin Xian clenched his fists. When will these bastards ever stop? She sneered and closed her eyes. Soon, I sensed a small animal that was able to communicate. It's a pangolin hiding in the soil.